Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A person is always startled when he hears himself seriously called old for the first time, said Oliver Wendell Holmes. Startled, and perhaps more than just a trifle disconcerted. But as with so many things, age is something most of us eventually get used to. So used to, in fact, that in some cases we seem to become unrecognizable from the persons we were in our youth. But are we? Our mystery drama, Dr. Heidegger's Experiment, is based on a story by Nathaniel Hawthorne. It was adapted especially for Radio Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Gordon Heath and Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Life and time are our only real possessions, someone once said. And it would seem to follow that no one who is alive can be said to be totally indigent. Yet, don't we all know people who have given up on life, who have allowed the burden of failure and disappointment to reduce them to mere ciphers, content only to wait out their time? There is perhaps only one thing which could bring back such persons within the pale of the living. We're in a small New England village. The time is the last century. An eccentric older man, Dr. Heidegger, is about to pay the last of 4 visits to ancient friends of his on a very singular mission.
Yes, Charles Medbone? Yes, who's that? Oh, Dr. Heidegger. What do you want? I didn't send for you.
I've come of my own accord.
Why? You performed some of your sorcery and seen me marked for illness in the curling smoke of a candle?
I was hoping I might have a word with you.
Oh, it's a social visit then?
No, not entirely. Though I'm always delighted to see my oldest friends.
Well, come in, come in.
Thank you. And how are you getting on, Charles?
I'm, as you see me, Doctor, not so very far from the grave. I shall be glad to be delivered of this life.
It was your own frantic speculations which reduced you from the successful merchant you were to your present condition.
I do not need to be reminded of my follies. What have you been? You still potter about in that medieval alchemist chamber of yours?
If you are referring to my study, yes.
You've quite a sinister reputation among the younger people in town.
I know.
What is it you've come for?
I wish to invite you to my house tomorrow.
For dinner?
No, it's on a matter in which I would be most grateful for your assistance.
Oh. Well, for what?
Oh, just one of those little experiments with which I amuse myself in my study.
What kind of experiment?
I'd prefer not to say until we are all gathered.
All? Who else is coming?
3 people, all of whom are known to you. Colonel Killigrew and the Sikh Gascoigne.
And the third?
The widow Wycherley.
Clara? She'll be there?
Yes. The 3 of you were early loves of hers, I believe.
I'm sure I don't remember.
Well, I've asked them for 4 o'clock. May I count on you as well?
But of what use can people our age be in one of your experiments?
You'll understand tomorrow.
Doctor, your housekeeper directed me here to your study.
Colonel Killigrew.
Did I get the wrong day?
No, not at all. Come in, please. Forgive my expression of surprise, but you see, I fancy myself as a student of human nature, Colonel, and it was not my estimate that you would be the first to arrive.
I admit I was never known for my reliability in the old days, Doctor, but A man can change, can he not?
I hope so.
I'm not a hypocrite, Doctor. I won't say I'm better than I am, but when one is in constant pain with the gout and divers other disorders as I am, the wages of a debauched youth, it serves as a far more effective reproof against sin than 1,000 sermons.
I fancied when you accepted my invitation yesterday, it was less from curiosity than in hope of obtaining a glass or two of port.
No, my only desire is that this afternoon's activity will distract me from my pain for a brief hour or two. As for liquor, I've long since sworn off it.
An admirable resolution.
Ah, I see you plan to put me to the test.
Oh, I've no such thought.
But there are 4 champagne glasses set out on your table here, and a pitcher of a most serious sparkling liquid.
The liquid is water, Colonel. Simple water.
Water? In champagne glasses?
Yes. It is, as one might say, the essence of the experiment I propose to do.
Tell me, is Lady Wycherley coming?
She is?
And Charles Midland? And Zeke Gascoigne?
Yes.
Not afraid to gather all her suitors together in the same room. But I hardly think we shall have to trouble ourselves with the ancient rivalries of youth.
I hope not, Colonel.
I wonder what you have in mind. I never did feel at ease in this gloomy chamber, Doctor, with all these reminders of the past. That portrait of Sylvia there.
You remember her?
She was your fiancée.
Yes, the most dreadful sorrow of my life. You know I killed her, don't you?
What?
Sylvia. I poisoned her on the eve of our wedding.
I thought she took sick.
She did. It was a minor thing, a trifle. She would have recovered from it on her own soon enough. It was not the disease, Colonel, but the physician. I tended her myself. I mixed a powder for her, and by some error of calculation, that simple prescription sent her to her grave.
Oh, Doctor, that story's well known. It was not your fault. You do wrong to blame yourself, especially after all these years.
Excuse me.
Dr. Heidegger?
The widow Wycherley. Do come in.
Oh, fine place to receive your guest, I must say. This gloomy dustbin of a study that hasn't seen the proper end of a broom in 50 years.
You see the Colonel is here?
Oh, yes. Colonel, how do you do?
As well, madam, as can be expected.
Indeed. Dr. Heidegger, I do not believe you told me that this person, whom above all others I should wish to avoid, would be here today.
Indeed, madam, I did tell you, and you, as I recollect, registered no complaint at the time.
Oh, well, then perhaps I did not hear you.
Madam, I hope that whatever was between us in the past shall not prevent us from being civil to one another in the present.
It shall. Doctor, I trust we shan't be long. I am not used to being out these days.
I know. And it has long been my professional opinion that more fresh air would do you good.
Oh, easy enough for you to prescribe, Doctor. But it is difficult for me to go about the town now, knowing what people think and in what condition stands my reputation with them. Oh, you of all people should know that, for it was you who pronounced my husband dead of a disease which shan't be found in any medical text.
He died of a seizure.
A seizure brought on by the foolish weakness of a wife who could not resist the flatteries of a certain jaded dandy.
Come, madam. You shouldn't excite yourself. Pray have a chair.
Oh, yes. None of it matters now, I suppose. Thank goodness I'm ugly now and can do no more harm.
Enter. Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm late. I hope I haven't kept you all waiting long.
No. We are
are still awaiting the arrival of Zeke Gascoigne. Have a seat, Charles.
Thank you. Hello, Colonel Killigrew. Hello, widow.
Hello, Charles.
And where is the final member of this august body?
So, I see you've made me the last one.
Good afternoon, Zeke. Here's your chair.
The collection of antiques you assembled, Doctor. My compliments. They look like the offspring of nature's dotage. Gray, decrepit, sapless, miserable creatures who sit stooping with so little life left, even the memories of youth cannot animate us.
Well, you always were a maker of pretty speeches, Zeke.
But for all that his tone is insulting, he speaks more truth now than he ever did as a politician.
That's true. If I had it to do over again, I should be much cleverer, I assure you.
My dear old friends, please, if we could begin while there is still light. As you know, I have asked you all here today to aid me in performing an exceedingly curious experiment.
We don't know about your exceedingly curious experiments, don't we? What'll it be this time, Heidegger?
You see here, upon my desk, a large black folio volume with silver clasp.
Yes. It's said to contain all the secrets of the black magician's art.
So it is rumored, but it is not the truth. What this book does contain, among other things, of course, is my most treasured possession. Here, pressed between these pages, I've kept this withered rose. Please examine it closely.
Why, it's practically falling apart.
Ready to crumble into dust like us.
This rose blossomed 55 years ago. It was given me by my fiancée, Sylvia Ward, whose portrait hangs yonder. I meant to wear it in my bosom at our wedding, and for 55 years it has been treasured between the leaves of this old volume.
One can barely tell its original color.
My friends, I ask you, would you deem it possible that this rose of half a century could ever bloom again?
Oh, nonsense. You might as well ask whether an old woman's wrinkled face could ever bloom again.
So I would think, too. But please, direct your attention now to this table over here. You see this pitcher of cut crystal? It contains a sparkling liquid. I will lay this withered rose on its surface.
Well, it floats. What of that? Any flower will do the same.
But wait. It's beginning to move. Look, its leaves are stirring. It's changing color.
Good heavens, it's reviving. You see? It's regaining its original hue.
Oh, and the stalk, it's turning from brown to green.
It has revived from its death-like slumber. It looks now as it did when Sylvia first gave it to me.
Well, do tell us how you effect it.
Yes. You told us that pitcher contained nothing but water. And so it does. But how could mere water have such an effect? Have you ever heard of the Fountain of Youth?
What?
Which Ponce de Leon, the Spanish explorer, went in search of 2 or 3 centuries ago?
Oh, that's a myth. Like El Dorado, the city of gold.
Perhaps. But you see before you the results of that myth.
But he never found it.
Because he never sought it in the right place. The Fountain of Youth, if I am rightly informed, is situated in the southern part of the Floridian Peninsula, not far from Lake Macaco. Its source is overshadowed by several gigantic magnolias which, though numberless centuries old, have been kept fresh as violets by the virtues of this wonderful water. An acquaintance of mine, knowing my curiosity in such matters, has sent me what you see in the picture. All this is very interesting if true, Doctor, but
What may be the effect of this fluid on people?
That, my dear Colonel, you shall judge for yourself, for that is why I have asked you here today. I should like you, all of you, to partake of this liquid, that I may observe the degree of its potency upon the human frame.
Life is full of temptation. When we're young, we're tempted to leave it up to time to correct our mistakes. And when we're old, the temptation is to lapse to that bittersweet attitude of remorse. If only we could go back. Well, if the restoration of Dr. Heidegger's rose wasn't just a conjurer's trick, perhaps this is precisely what we shall see when I return shortly with Act 2. Which of us has not at one time or other had the fantasy of returning to the days of his youth, armed with the knowledge of a lifetime, an experienced mind in a fresh body? Would this not be the most potent of combinations?
You asked us here to drink that water?
My friends, you are welcome to as much of this admirable fluid as may restore to you the bloom of youth.
But how can we be certain it isn't poisonous?
Could anything poisonous have had such a rejuvenating effect on my dear Sylvia's rose?
Water from the fountain of youth. I don't believe it.
Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Colonel, may I take it then that you consent to this experiment?
It's probably hokum, Doctor, but I'm game. I've certainly got nothing to lose.
And perhaps a great deal to gain.
Doctor.
Yes, madam.
I see only 4 glasses on the table, but there are 5 of us in this room.
True. With your permission, I will merely watch the progress of the experiment. I have chosen you 4 because I have at one time or other heard each of you profess regret over the follies and passions of your youth.
Well, if the Colonel is willing to drink it, so am I.
And just remember, the doctor's not infallible.
The others have all consented, Zeke. What about you?
I don't know. You see?
You never did know, Zeke.
Pour 4 glasses, Doctor. I'm not the ignorant fool I used to be.
Excellent. At last, the experiment can begin. This is Wycherley.
It does have a nice bottle to it.
Colonel,
I just hope it's not intoxicating.
Charles.
Not too much, Doctor. Moderation is a virtue.
And Zeke.
I'm just glad there's no one else here to see us 4 old people making such fools of ourselves.
I beseech you, stay a moment before you drink. A word of caution. If this liquid should prove to have the properties which I inferred it from its effect on this rose, I think it would be well that with the experience of a lifetime to direct you, you should draw up a few general rules for your guidance in passing a second time through the perils of youth.
Guidelines? What do you mean?
Think what a sin it would be if, with your peculiar advantages, you should not become patterns of virtue and wisdom to all young people of the age.
I believe we're all aware of the mistakes we made, Doctor. You don't need to remind us of them. We've repented long since.
We'd be fools to ever go so astray again.
Well, drink, then, my respectable old friends. I rejoice that I have so well selected the subjects of my experiment. To our health.
And to our happiness.
Yeah. And how do you feel?
Well, it was rather bracing.
Not unlike a glass of mineral water.
I don't feel any different.
Well, I can see a color in your countenance that wasn't there before.
It's your imagination.
No. Unless I am very much mistaken, you all look somewhat refreshed.
Oh, surely not me.
Why, especially you, madam. I see a distinct suffusion in your cheek.
Oh? I'm feeling positively rejuvenated. Do you think this liquid could truly be the real thing?
I don't feel anything but a pain in my back.
Why, this is most remarkable. As I sit here, you are visibly transforming.
It's true. Look at us. I don't need my glasses anymore. I can see quite well enough without them.
And I don't need my cane. The gout in my leg is gone.
I think it's some kind of trick. The doctor has us under some spell. The power of suggestion. Hypnosis.
Then how does that explain what's happening to your hair?
What?
It's growing darker. Look, in the mirror.
Well, that's so it is. And the wrinkles in my face, they're gone. I'm myself 30 years ago. I look as I did at the very height of my political career.
I noticed, Doctor, how they've all been quick enough to forget about me.
Not at all, my dear widow. You look positively charming.
What? Oh, surely, Colonel. You flatter.
No. You are, if I may say, in your buxom pride.
Oh, have I really changed?
Come, have a look in the mirror.
Why, they're all gone. Every crow's foot, every strand of gray hair. Oh, how ridiculous this old cap is. It makes me look like a widow. I must remove it at once.
Clara, your hair, look how it shines.
As golden as when I was a young woman. Oh, but I am a young woman. Doctor. Oh, my dear. Oh, doctor, pray favor me with another glass.
Certainly, madam, certainly. The experiment is going admirably. You see, I have already filled the glasses for a second round.
A toast. A toast to the clever and glorious doctor. But what are Charles and Zeke doing off in the corner?
I've just hit upon the most ingenious scheme for making money since the invention of the cotton gin.
What is that?
Go where there's a need with a product that fulfills that need. Is this not the first principle of sound business?
Yes.
Well, then, what is it they need in the East Indies?
The East Indies.
Ice. They need ice. And where is their ice? Why, at the poles. Whole icebergs could be towed to the Indies by means of harnessing them to teams of whales.
Charles, it was just such improvident speculations which led to your financial ruin before.
But the cost would be minimal. And think of the profit. Why, I'm sure to have a monopoly, am I not?
Gentlemen and madam, as I see the good doctor has been kind enough to refill our glasses, I think this is the perfect time to announce to you all my intention of re-entering politics.
Bravo!
Good.
And what causes do you intend to espouse in these tranquil times, Zeke?
America for the Americans, naturally. Stem the tides of immigration which are threatening to rend the top native fabric of our society.
This isn't how I intended the experiment to go. The water is quite a success. It's the people who are the failures.
I feel like a new created being. Where's Clara?
That's the mirror again.
How do you do, madam? How do you do? Look at these ridiculous clothes we wear. How unflattering they are, and how old-fashioned.
Remember how we used to walk, all bent over and limping from the gout?
Hey, look at the doctor. He sits there in his high-backed chair and stares at us with such a disapproving expression.
Oh, come, Doctor. You're much too solemn. Get up and dance with me.
What a queer figure he'll cut.
Perhaps we should take the skeleton out of that cupboard for him.
No, it shall be none but I. Come, Doctor, you dear old soul. Let us dance.
Excuse me, madam. I am old and rheumatic, and my dancing days were over long ago. I am certain, however, that any of these gay young gentlemen would be glad of so pretty a partner.
Yes, Clara, dance with me.
No. I will be her partner.
It was me she promised her hand to 50 years ago.
No, she promised it to me.
But it is I who have always loved her the most.
If that is true, Colonel, why did you not make good your vows at the time of my husband's death? I was free then.
Permit me to do so now, Clara. If only we can go somewhere and be alone.
Colonel, stand aside. What can you offer her but a life on an army post? Whereas I will someday be a senator.
It is I who can offer you the most, Clara, for I will be rich beyond all your wildest imagining. With your silly ice scheme. Both of you out of our way. Good heavens. What?
Oh, Doctor, we'd almost forgotten you were here. What is it?
I was watching you just now, the four of you quarreling, when my eye was caught by your reflections in the mirror. I could swear I saw a ridiculous contention among three old and withered grandsires for the skinny ugliness of a shriveled granddam.
What? What did you call me?
Dr. Heidegger, how dare you? Please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be insulting.
Of all the impudence.
The unnaturalness of what I saw made me forget my tongue.
Indeed, sir. If your age did not serve as your protection,
What would you do, Colonel? Would you challenge me to a duel?
Three men contending for the hand of a beautiful woman. It's a timeless thing, so to speak. And that is precisely the problem in our story. Time. Are we in the past or the present? Or both? Perhaps what the doctor sees before him is reality, and what he saw in the mirror was truth. However we try to define the situation, one conclusion is inescapable. Dr. Heidegger's experiment is not going the way he expected it to. I shall return in a moment with Act 3. Few people know how to be old, observed a French moralist. Unfortunately, his observation might be extended, for, at least in the story to which we're about to return, it would seem that few people know how to be young, either.
You would challenge me to a duel, Colonel Killigrew?
No, of course not, Doctor. Forgive me, please.
I will. And in turn, I ask pardon of Mrs. Wycherley for my ill-chosen words.
We were having such a good time, and you quite spoiled it, Doctor.
A good time? Why, it seemed to me that in another minute you all should have come to blows.
Nonsense.
Of course not.
Never mind. You may atone, Doctor, by pouring us another round of that miraculous libation.
Madam, you've had more than enough already. Any more, and you would regress to infancy.
If the lady wants more, why can't she have it?
Yes, you really are becoming an impossible old man, Doctor.
Look, you two, the doctor's right. If we drink any more of that water, we shall pass beyond our prime.
Colonel, this isn't any of your business. Your arrogance is becoming extremely irritating.
You're acting like a spoiled child.
I am not.
You are so.
Oh, please, gentlemen, you mustn't come to blows for my sake.
What? Yes, the water. Colonel, You'd better stand aside from that table.
Oh, is that a threat, Charlie? Coming from a rump like you, I consider such presumption merely insulting.
I've had enough of your sneering insolence.
Oh, be careful. I take it that pathetic blow means you challenge me to a duel.
Well, yes, I do.
You know that according to the rules which govern such matters, it is I, as the challenged, who have the choice of weapons.
Gentlemen, dueling has been outlawed these 40 years past. Pray come to your senses. Do you mean to blow each other's heads off? I'm young and strong enough to take care of myself.
I question that. My choice is the pistol. As you may recall, Charlie, I am a crack shot.
You're going to fight a duel over me?
What? Oh, yes. Of course it's over you, Clara.
Yes, I'd gladly risk my life for you as proof of my devotion. What have I done? My friends, please, don't you see this kind of behavior is 40 years out of date?
Yes, I know, Doctor, but what can I do? Poor Zeke, do you feel left out?
No, I would do anything for you, Clara. Anything.
Well, then, perhaps you'll be so kind as to walk me home.
It would make me the happiest man in this room.
Clara, you can hardly expect to arrive safely at your door on the arm of this dishonest politician.
Dishonest?
Think of your reputation. This man's habit for graft and scandal is known everywhere.
And what are you? Nothing but a cashiered libertine.
If you allow this man to take your hand, Clara, you better count your fingers afterward to make sure he hasn't stolen one.
Listen, Colonel, if that's what you really are...
What do you mean?
A person your age couldn't be more than a lieutenant. And a second lieutenant at that.
Sir, I will defend my rank to the death.
Very well. It is you who have challenged me, Colonel. You've been a thorn in my side long enough. And just as you have struck me, so I will strike you. My choice of weapons is the sword.
But people don't even have swords anymore. This is madness.
No, Doctor. I have a brace of old cavalry swords at home which should serve us admirably. If you will accompany me, gentlemen, I shall dispose of you one at a time.
But what about me?
Oh, before I go to the field of honor in your cause, Clara, I should deem it a privilege to walk you home.
Thank you, Charles.
She's already promised that privilege to me.
No. It was my offer she first accepted. Take your hand from her waist.
Gentlemen, come, madam. I really must protest against this fire.
Me?
Be careful of that table. You'll knock over the pitcher.
We've spilled the water.
That's Sylvia's rose. Don't touch it. Thank goodness it's all right.
The water is flowing all over the floor.
Your conduct is disgraceful. Have the lessons of your own past lives been so lost on you that you would now go for each other's throats a second time?
Words have been said that cannot be taken back.
This time nothing is going to stop us from settling accounts. And once the accounts are settled, what then? Will you, Zeke, go on to promote the political corruption that led to your ultimate infamy and obscurity? And you, Charles Medbourne, you will invest in foolish, greedy schemes like floating ice to the equator until your funds are as exhausted as your dreams, and you dwindle once again into a beggar. And, Colonel, have you so quickly forgotten the pains you suffered? Do you not see that this is precisely the kind of behavior which was the source of so much unhappiness in your first lifetime?
My honor.
It was their fault.
I didn't start nothing with you. I appeal to you as the reason for all this contention to help me promote some common sense in this room.
Well, perhaps, Doctor, it would be best if you saw me home.
An admirable solution, madam. And one in which no one has to feel he has lost faith. You're right, Doctor. We behaved badly.
We seem to have no more control over our passions now than we did before. See how the sun is going down. Dusk is settling over the room.
The shadows are growing longer.
I don't think I want to be young anymore.
Neither do I. Doctor, you've condemned us to lead our lives a second time. And all the wisdom in the world won't stem the weariness we are bound to feel.
I can't imagine we shall continue to find life interesting.
My friends, I am sorry. I proposed this experiment without fully considering its consequences. I think now, too late, I see the lesson it has to teach me. That it is wrong to attempt to alter the natural order of things, for there is a reason why they are so.
Doctor, what's happening to your hand?
What?
It's the rose you're holding.
It's stirring.
What? The petals. They're shriveling. So they are. My poor Sylvia's rose is fading again.
All its beautiful color gone.
How quickly it regressed. It's as dry and fragile as when I first threw it into the pitcher.
Colonel, what's the matter?
It's funny. I thought I felt a twinge in my leg. A pain, perhaps. No. It's nothing, really. I think it is, Colonel. I suspect it is a pain remarkably like a gout. No. The conclusions seem inescapable, my friends. The water is indeed potent, but its effects are temporary. Have you no more of it? All that my friend sent me was in the pitcher, which you have broken.
It feels so cold all of a sudden.
That is because you are without your cap. Here it is.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
It's growing so dark. Where are my glasses?
My dear old friends, welcome back. Where's my cane? I can't stand the pain in my legs a minute longer. Here it is, Colonel.
Are we growing old again so soon?
Come away from the mirror, widow.
Oh. My face has once again lost all its flesh. Oh, I wish that the coffin lid were open.
Come, good lady. Yes, you are old again. And see, the water of youth is all lavished on the ground. I, for one, bemoan it not. Such is the lesson you have taught me. I think, Doctor, that it is time we took our leave.
Yes.
Goodbye, then, my lifelong companions. We have, I think, learned much today, have we not?
The middle of summer. It feels as cold to me as the last day of November.
Would you like me to see you home, widow?
No, I can make my own way.
As you wish.
But, as we all live in the same direction, why don't we walk together a ways? I have a matter I wish to discuss with you.
Does it have anything to do with Dr. Heidegger's experiment?
It does.
The doctor was certainly censorious, wasn't he?
Indeed.
Still, I think the lesson is well taken.
You, John. You relish the prospect of returning to that miserable hovel of a room you live in?
I see no alternative.
No alternative? Do none of you remember what the doctor said? These were his exact words. The fountain of youth, if I'm rightly informed, is situated in the southern part of the Floridian Peninsula, not far from Lake Macaco.
Zeke, are you proposing that we travel to Florida?
We know the general vicinity.
But think about the events of the past hour. We came to blows. Who knows where it might have led if the effects of the water had not worn off?
Now, shall we return, each of us, to his solitary torment? Or shall we make a pilgrimage to find this miraculous fountain?
Man's eternal pursuit of greener pastures. Why does it so rarely occur to us to simply cultivate our own gardens? Certainly our story would have been quite different if the characters had heeded the words of James A. Garfield, the 20th President of the United States. If wrinkles must be written upon our brows, let them not be written upon the heart. The spirit should not grow old. I'll return with a final word shortly. Nathaniel Hawthorne, upon whose story our drama was based, is credited by some with having established the short story as an art form. His tales often dealt with the occult, and sometimes with the loneliness and eccentricities of New Englanders. Dr. Heidegger's experiment dealt with all three. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Mary Jane Higby, Guy Sorrell, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Begins on a bright and cheery morning, when Muffy Van Buren's mood is anything but. Ordinarily, Muffy is a refined and reserved woman, not prone to outbursts of great emotion. We'll have to pardon her today, for Muffy is flustered, upset, and embarrassed. But, as you will soon learn, she has good reason. The well-to-do widow has summoned police detective Harry Warren to her palatial residence to relate a most unfortunate tale of woe.
This is terribly difficult for me, Detective Warren.
Just take your time, Mrs. Van Drillen.
Talking about them makes me feel more like a fool.
Exactly what did happen?
He seemed so gentle, so nice and considerate. Whoever thought he would turn out to be such a scoundrel?
Yes, I'd be interested in knowing the man's name, Mrs. Van Drillen.
It's Mercato. Andrew Mercato.
Well, it's possible the name is just an alias. You know that.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit. But that's probably just like everything else about him.
How did Mr. Mercato make your acquaintance?
This may sound like an odd place to strike up a friendship, but we met at the Atchison Cemetery.
What brought you out there?
It was the first anniversary of my dear Leonard's passing. You've no idea how I missed him.
I'm sure it's been very difficult for you.
It was an appropriate day to visit, so I drove out there and put some flowers on Leonard's grave. As I started to leave, this man joined me.
You mean Mr. Mercato?
Yes. He saw that I'd been crying and offered me a handkerchief.
That's kind of him. Did this Mr. Mikado tell you what he was doing at the cemetery?
Well, he was there to pay his respects to his departed wife, Eleanor, I believe.
Huh. That was quite a coincidence.
Yes, quite. We talked as we walked to the parking area. As we were about to go to our respective automobiles, Andre asked me if we might have dinner one evening.
And you agreed?
Well, Andre was most charming, and I'd been feeling very lonely.
You and this Mr. Mikado became close friends, I take it.
To the point that when Andre asked for my hand in marriage, I accepted. Gladly and gratefully. Do you know Judge Harlan?
Just by reputation only.
Well, Roscoe Harlan is a long-time family friend. Andre and I agreed that an elaborate ceremony would not be in good taste, so we were to be wed in the judge's chambers.
I see. Only Mr. Mikado never showed up?
I'm still waiting. I've never been so humiliated in all my life.
Yes, well, I'm sorry things didn't work out for you, Mrs. Van.
Yes, so am I. Andre and I had such wonderful times.
I'm really not sure that I'm the person you should be telling all this to, ma'am.
Why not? You're a police officer.
Yes, well, breach of promise is not a criminal offense.
Andre didn't only abscond with my heart, Detective. 10,000 of my dollars are also in his possession at the moment. I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to return one of those books to the shelf.
Yeah, how come?
It's library policy that a person can remove only 2 books from the same section.
All right, I'll put one back.
I believe you're next, Mr. Bishop. Nice to see you again.
Well, good morning, Miss Harris. How are you this lovely day?
Fine. Just fine. How can I help you today?
Yes, there is a particular issue of the Herald Chronicle I'm interested in seeing.
Of course. But if the issue is dated more than 3 months ago, I'll have to locate it in a microfilm file.
Well, you'd better get out your catalog then.
Which particular edition are you interested in?
The one dated exactly a year ago today.
You're all set, Mr. Bishop. I've fitted the microfilm containing the material you wish to read onto the viewer. All you have to do to see each page individually is turn this knob. Oh, but you've done this before, so I'm sure you'll manage just fine.
Yes, I'm sure that I will. Thank you. Just fast forward this thing to that part of the paper that always brightens my day, the obituaries. Well, here's something. Marcus Croft, president of Croft Enterprises, was laid to rest today after suffering fatal heart attack. Croft, a self-made man, single-handedly turned a small textile business into one of the largest retail chains in this part of the country. Croft is survived by his wife, Winifred. Burial will take place at the Shady Grove Cemetery. Well, I'm sure it'll be easy enough to find that one.
The punk finally confessed to those burglaries, Captain, and I'll have the report on your desk before I go off duty for the day. Goodbye, Captain.
So, you made a good bust after all, Petey.
Hey, look who's back. How's your case coming, Harry? Was Mrs. Van Dreelen able to provide any halfway decent leads, huh?
That poor woman was very badly shaken up.
Well, whoever is pulling his con is a first-class creep. How many rich dames has he drawn into his web so far?
Mrs. Van Dreelen makes number 4.
Now, are you positive it's the same gold digger who's setting all these hearts aflutter?
Well, it has to be, Petey. The M.O. is the same in every case, down to the last detail.
This dude must be a real charmer.
Well, when I get my hands on this Romeo Mercado, or whatever his real name is, it's going to be quite a while before he has another date.
Well, he's good for 3 to 5 years on every count. How much do you figure he's taking these women for, huh?
About $40,000. Maybe more.
You get them to write out those checks as easy as if they were making up a grocery list, huh? What a racket.
Yeah, well, you have to give the guy credit. He does his homework. He always picks women who have been widowed, but not too recently.
Oh, so it's a good bet. It is Mark's a right to hear a little sweet talk and have someone around to make them feel less lonely, huh?
Right. He wines and dines them. And then he pops the big question. What more could they want?
Nothing. That's why they fall for a scam.
Yeah, and then, when he tells them he's got this big business deal brewing, these ladies have the resources, so they must be only too happy to hand over a chunk of their inheritance. Funny thing, as upset as Mrs. Van Veelen is about being taken, she talks as if she still cares for this clown.
Oh, ain't love wonderful?
One thing I still can't figure out is how he meets these women so easily.
Well, he's just a smoothie.
Listen, Petey. He's met each one while they were paying a visit to their husband's grave.
A cemetery doesn't sound like the best place to hang around if you want to meet girls. Well, yeah, I'll give you that.
If I can figure out how he knows they're going to be there, paying their respects, that might provide me with a link I need to lead me to him.
I wish you luck, Harry.
Darling Marcus, I can't believe it's been a whole year since you've been gone. Not a day, not an hour goes by that I don't think of you. My life is so empty without you. I miss you. I miss you terribly.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Good heavens. Who are you?
Well, I'm sorry if I startled you.
That's all right. I didn't hear you.
Please forgive my intrusion. I simply could not help but notice the beautiful flowers you laid on that headstone.
Marcus always enjoyed freshly cut flowers.
Yes, and these surroundings are so peaceful and full of natural beauty. It just seems a shame that the living who come here are never able to truly appreciate it.
That's true enough, I suppose.
Are you leaving now?
I was about to, yes.
Well, I'm on my way to the gate as well. May I walk with you?
If you'd like.
Your late husband rests here, I assume.
Yes. We were married for 27 years.
Are you here often?
Yes, fairly regularly. It gives me comfort to visit, to be near Marcus. Oh, there's little else in my life now.
Well, I too frequently feel the need to be close to my departed wife. My dear Martine reposes in a lovely spot, just beyond that grassy knoll.
You have my deepest sympathy.
Thank you. It was a year ago today that I lost her. It seemed only proper that I be here to commemorate this sorrowful anniversary.
A year ago today? Now, there's a coincidence.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Today marks the first anniversary of the death of my husband as well.
Oh, really? It's unfortunate that we share such sad common ground. My goodness. Please, how rude of me. I've neglected to introduce myself. I am Armand Grenville.
My name's Croft. Winifred Croft.
I am most pleased to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Croft.
Thank you.
I think you're the first person I've spoken with since I've been alone who could truly understand my ordeal.
My car is right over there. Thank you for walking me to the gate.
Oh, no. It's been my pleasure. And thank you for listening to the ramblings of a rather lonely old man.
Oh, you shouldn't think of yourself in that way, Mr. Grenville. Not at all.
No, you see, I've not spoken to anyone the way I just did since I've lost my Martine. You're very easy to speak to.
I hope I've helped you feel a bit better.
Yes, you have. Very much so. You're a most charming woman.
Thank you.
Mrs. Croft, I may be totally out of line in making this request, but might you join me for lunch?
Lunch? Well, I don't know.
My intentions are perfectly honorable, I assure you.
Oh, of course they are.
At the very least, perhaps we can help each other forget our unhappiness. At least for the time it takes to die.
Oh, I don't suppose there could be any harm, Mr. Granville. I accept your invitation.
Well, history seems to be repeating itself. Mr. Augustus Bishop, alias Andre Mercato, and now Andre Grenville, has deftly managed to make the acquaintance of yet another wealthy widow. But is Winifred Croft as vulnerable to her suitor's charms as her predecessor? Or will she see through the larcenous Lothario's roots and draw the line before she draws a check? We'll learn more as our story progresses in Act 2. Winifred Croft, partaking of that luncheon, could be likened to Adam partaking of the apple offered by Eve. Neither thought any harm could come of it. A starry-eyed Winifred is still oblivious to the consequences of her actions. A whirlwind courtship is taking place. This particular night, Winifred has prepared a sumptuous candlelit dinner at her home. Armand is enjoying the meal greatly. And why not? Since, figuratively speaking, he has the widow eating out of the palm of his hand.
Was dinner to your satisfaction?
Oh, everything was superb. You outdid yourself.
I'm glad you liked it.
The food as well as the company keeps getting better and better.
That's very nice to hear.
I owe you a great deal of gratitude, Winifred.
What did I do?
Well, I've begun to enjoy life again. And it's all because of you.
You've returned the favor, Armand, many times over.
We've known each other but a very brief time. I never thought it would happen again, and certainly not so quickly.
Armand, what are you saying?
I've fallen in love with you, Winifred. I'm in love with you, and I want to marry you.
What?
I didn't mean to propose so crudely.
I'm not sure I can believe I'm hearing this.
Oh, no, if I've offended you, I am truly sorry.
Well, you still have nothing to apologize for.
Well, does that mean you'd consider becoming my wife?
No, I am quite fond of you, Armand. You know that.
Oh, you don't have to give me your answer now. Just take all the time you feel is necessary.
Do you think they'd approve?
Well, whom are you referring to?
Your Martine and my Marcus.
Winifred, our happiness was important to them when they were alive. I'm positive that's not changed. There's no doubt in my mind that we have their blessing.
I believe you're right, Armand. I accept your proposal. I will marry you.
Oh, that is wonderful. A small, dignified ceremony. How does that sound?
Quite proper. Considering the circumstance.
I'll begin to make the arrangements first thing in the morning.
Fine.
What about the honeymoon?
What about it?
How about a cruise to an isle in the Caribbean?
That sounds lovely. You know, all of a sudden, I'm beginning to feel very excited about this. It's as if I were a girl of 20 again.
Oh, I only wish I could give you a cruise around the world. That would be more in line with what you're accustomed to, I'm sure.
You shouldn't even consider such things. I've been well provided for.
I want to provide for you, Winnie.
We'll manage just fine.
Oh, I do all right, but I'd be doing a whole lot better if I hadn't boxed myself into a rather frustrating situation.
What do you mean?
Well, a long-time business associate of mine contacted me the other day. He has a venture in the works that, simply cannot miss.
Oh, that sounds encouraging.
Oh, yes, anything my friend touches turns to gold. And he wants to let me in on the deal.
Oh, Why aren't you happy about it?
Well, at the moment, I'm what they refer to in the financial circles as a cash poor. You see, all my capital is tied up in other investments, and it would be, well, impossible to shake any of it loose right now.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yes. You know, I just had an idea. Your late husband used to speculate in investments of this sort all the time. How would you like to carry on the family tradition?
How would I do that?
You could participate in the venture.
Oh, I don't know the first thing about high finance. Margaret handles all the business affairs.
Well, that is where I can help you. Now, I would act as the liaison between yourself and my friend.
But that still leaves you out in the cold.
Well, not if I accept, say, 10% of the profits. It's a finder's fee.
This idea of becoming a businesswoman intrigues me. Only I'm not sure I like your suggestion regarding the division of profit.
Oh, well, I'd take nothing gladly. Helping you will be reward enough.
Amun, since we'll be sharing everything about our lives from now on, it seems only fair that we share whatever gains are gotten from this deal 50-50. Tell me how much is needed, and I'll write the check.
Mrs. Van Veelen, follow-up visits of this sort are routine, but sometimes they can be very productive.
That seems absolutely no help.
Well, you're trying, and that's all I can ask.
The names you mention mean absolutely nothing to me. Should I know these women?
Prior to your unfortunate experience, Paula Johnson and Jeanette Reagan were involved with a man we believe was your Mr. Mikado.
They were swindled, too.
Yeah, that appears to be the case.
Perhaps I should get together with these women. We could form some kind of a club.
There appears to be absolutely no connection between the three of you. Yet one has to exist.
What makes you so sure of that?
Well, out of all the women in this area, widowed recently, how did this man know the precise day you would be visiting your husband's grave sites?
Oh, that's a good question.
I can uncover his source of information. I would be that much closer to apprehending him.
Excuse me. Hello?
Muffy, is that you?
Who's calling?
I'm not surprised you don't recognize my voice. It's been ages since we've spoken. This is Winnie Crop from the country club.
Oh, Winnie, yes, hello. Could you hold on for just 1 second? Detective, is our business concluded? I would like to take this call.
I have no more questions, at least not now. But if you recall anything that might be of help, would you please contact me?
Certainly, and I'd appreciate being kept up on all the progress of your investigation.
Thank you. I'll show myself out. Good night.
Well, how are you, Winnie?
Couldn't be better, actually.
Well, that's nice to hear. I'm sorry we lost touch. I removed myself totally from the country club scene after Leonard died.
I did my own disappearing act after I lost Marcus.
And to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
I have some wonderful news. I wanted to share it with an old friend.
I could use some happy news at this point, Winnie.
Are you ready for this? I'm going to remarry.
Really? Winnie, I'm very happy for you. Congratulations.
It all happened so suddenly.
Well, from the sound of your voice, you must be someone very special.
Oh, he is, Muffy. I bet you've never met anyone like him.
I'm intrigued. Tell me all about this knight in shining armor.
Well, for starters, you'll never guess where I met him.
When did you say that you and Mr. Grenville were planning to be married?
Oh, I expect to be Mrs. Armand Grenville within a week, or 2 at the most.
Look, Winnie, would it be possible for me to come over to your house right now?
Isn't it a bit late to pay a social call?
It's important that we talk. Very important. The last thing I want to do is hurt you, Winnie. You're not going to like what I have to tell you.
You're frightening me.
Winnie, you won't be marrying Armand Grinville.
How can you say such a thing? We're engaged.
The wedding will never take place. Believe me. Are you all right, Winnie?
Oh, I never expected to hear a story like the one you just told me. Is it possible there's some mistake?
Oh, the pattern is all too clear. This man has as much intention of marrying you as he did me.
I can't believe it. I simply can't.
Well, but you must, Winnie. Your Armand is so certainly my Andre.
Why would he tell us both that he loved us if he didn't?
Our suitor loved something about us, all right. Our money. The man is a taker, and we've been taken, but good.
I'll call the police.
Don't you touch that phone. You'll do no such thing.
I don't understand.
We're going to take care of that two-time gold digger all by ourselves.
I don't think the captain's going to be too happy about this progress report, Harry.
It sounds more like a non-progress report. Well, I'm doing the best I can, Petey.
Well, Mrs. Dreeland and the others haven't given you all that much to go on.
I could only figure out where Loverboy planned to strike next.
You can't stake out every cemetery, Harry.
Well, I hate to sit on my hands. I guess about all I can do is wait for the phone to ring.
And who's going to be on the other end of the line, huh?
The next intended contributor to Loverboy's health and welfare plan. Before she writes any checks, hopefully.
Yeah, well, how is that going to happen?
I don't know. Maybe the guy will pick up a mark who's not taken in as easily as the others were. Maybe she'll smell the rat and contact us.
You're grasping at straws, Harry.
Petey, if you have any bright ideas, I'd be more than happy to listen to them. If not, then just as soon you buried your nose in the sports page again.
Harry, this is a red letter day. My Hawks have all but clinched the championship.
Listen, Peter, you're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you? It's only mid-season.
You know the old saying, the team that's in first at the halfway point in the schedule is a cinch for the championship.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't throw any victory parties just yet, Petey. There's 40 games to go, and the Blue Devils are only a game behind.
Harry, the Hawks are a lock. It's going to be just like last season.
What do you mean, just like last season?
Well, a year ago today, the Hawks were in first, and they comped the top spot at the end of the year. It's going to happen again.
Petey, you got your facts a little mixed up. This time last year, the Hawks were in a terrible slump. They were in third place, not first.
Harry, you're telling the biggest Hawks fan in this town that he doesn't know what he's talking about?
We all make mistakes.
Well, questioning me about my team is yours.
Let's not make a big deal out of nothing, huh, Petey?
Sawbuck says I'm right, huh?
I'll take you out for a cup of coffee, but that's about it.
Well, it's a bet.
All right. Okay. So, now, how do we find out where the team stood exactly a year ago today?
Well, the paper always prints the standings.
I may be a bit of a pack rat, but I don't have 365 back issues of the Herald Chronicle sitting around my house.
I know where they do.
Where?
They keep all the past issues on file on microfilm down at the library.
Inadvertently, Detective Warren has just been handed an invaluable piece of information. If his powers of deduction are up to snuff, he may soon be hot on the trail of our elusive conman. However, Martha and Winifred are also looking for the man who done them wrong. Now, if the police reach Bissett first, he'll be arrested. But what will be his fate if the ladies make the initial sighting? It sounded like they were planning to mete out their own form of justice. We'll see who wins the race as our story races to its conclusion in Act 3. In the case of the wager between Harry and his friend Judy, the revelation of certain facts will cost one of them the price of a cup of coffee. I doubt either one will mind paying that debt. But if certain facts pertaining to the activities of Augustus Bishop should be uncovered, his debt to society will prove infinitely more costly. At Petey's suggestion, Harry has gone to the library. Would anyone care to wager how many scores this fact-finding mission will settle?
Hey, Petey, I called to tell you that I owe you that cup of coffee.
I told you when it comes to the Hawks, I'm a walking encyclopedia, huh?
Yeah. I'll be more than happy to pay off, especially if my hunch about those other anniversaries is right.
Division Headquarters, Sergeant Kelly speaking.
It's me again, Petey. Hey, guess what?
The dates coincide.
Yeah, I went through the back issues. Every victim was met at the cemetery by this charmer on the first anniversary of their husband's death.
Well, my con man come up with a pretty clever angle, huh?
Figures the women would only show up to pay their respects the year to the day that they lost their husbands, right?
So all this guy had to do was check the obituaries, pick the richest dude to pass on, and then head out to his gravesite, huh?
Right. Sounds simple, right? Doesn't it?
Harry, we may know how this guy set these women up, but we aren't any closer to figuring out who he is.
That's where you're wrong, Petey. Miss Harris, has anyone else requested the same microfilm material as I just looked at?
How would I know that?
Well, you're in charge of this section of the library, and...
True. But it would be impossible for me to recall every roll of microfilm that's been taken out.
Could I see the sign-out book? The dates and names would be recorded in there. Here's my identification and badge.
Oh, you're a police officer.
Yes, and I'm on duty, Miss Harris.
This is highly irregular.
I'm sure that you have your rules, but refusing me access to that book is only wasting precious time. Because I can easily get a court order that will force you to let me see it.
It's in my office. Have a seat, I'll get it.
Thank you.
How did this happen? If the detective sees that record book, my next job will be in a prison library.
Hello?
Oh, thank goodness you're home.
Rosie, what's up?
The jig is up, Augie. We've got trouble, big trouble. The cop is here asking questions. All the wrong questions.
You think he knows?
I know he knows.
You told me this scam was flawless.
I guess I was wrong.
I told you we were pushing our luck.
Do you want to haggle over whose fault this is? Or do you want to stay one step ahead of the law?
Well, what do we do now?
Well, maybe I'll go out in a few minutes and tell this flatfoot I couldn't find the information he wanted.
But will he believe you?
Not for a minute. But it'll buy you time to pack. Stuff everything in the suitcases. I'll be over as soon as I can, and we'll bid this city a fond farewell.
Where are you, Rosie? It's been 20 minutes. Let's get a move on. It's about time. Good heavens.
Hello, Andre. Armand, it's so nice to see you again.
Winifred. What are you both doing here?
Why, our friend appears surprised to see us, Winnie.
I do hope it's a pleasant surprise, Armand. Or is it Augustus? Augustus Bishop?
Well, how did you find out my name? How did you find me?
Oh, it was quite simple, actually.
Do you remember that day not too long ago when you offered to light my after-dinner cigarette?
Oh, no, I always did that.
Oh, yes, you were so gallant. Only this particular day, the silver table lighter was out of butane, so you reached into your pocket and took out a pack of matches and completed the task.
Yes, get to the point.
You left the matches behind. When it became necessary to locate you, we took a chance and paid a visit to the tavern advertised on the cover of that matchbook.
It's rather a seedy place. I was disappointed to learn that you frequent such an undesirable
The
establishment.
proprietor of the watering hole was reluctant to admit you to anyone answering your description. But you would be surprised how a $20 bill can jog a man's memory.
Jerry told you for a lousy $20.
Well, since you owe him $40, he saw it as a way to cut his losses in half.
Well, ladies, I would love to chit-chat, but I am in a bit of a hurry.
This won't take long.
Look. I am sorry that things didn't work out, but these things happen.
Don't try to patronize us. You played us for fools long enough.
What do you want?
We've come to settle the debt.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You owe us each $10,000.
You gave me that money.
You duped us into writing those checks. We want our money back.
Well, I'm afraid I can't oblige you.
Why not?
It's gone. Most of it is, anyway. Look, just consider it a bad debt. It's tax-deductible.
How dare you make light of this? You played with our sections and took our money. We're not about to forgive and forget.
Well, I can't give you back what I don't have.
Then you leave us no choice but to put Plan B into effect.
Plan B? Yes. Well, what is Plan B?
We are going to take care of you, Mr. Bishop. All your worries will soon be over.
How's that?
Have you ever been to Florida, Mr. Bishop?
Well, what is in Florida?
Palm trees, lovely beaches, and a warm sun that shines all year round. Not like here.
Winnie and I are going to be in Florida.
We've purchased condominiums in an exclusive retirement village. You're coming with us.
I am what?
We've given this matter a great deal of thought. You are a scoundrel, and you really do belong in jail.
But you also have a certain charm about you, one that brought a great deal of pleasure to the lonely lives we were leading. So you'll accompany us to Florida, Mr. Bishop. Once there, you will be in our employ, working off your considerable debt.
Well, how am I supposed to do that?
You're to be available to us at any given time. Should we go shopping, you'll drive and carry packages. When we go to dinner, you'll order and keep up your end of the conversation. At the pool, we'll make sure we have all the necessary amenities.
I am to be your servant. That's what this job amounts to.
We'll refer to you as our companion, if that sounds more palatable.
Well, what if I refuse?
We may not be the ideal female companionship you're seeking, Mr. Bishop, but your social life will be considerably better in Florida than in the state penitentiary.
Oh, no, you wouldn't send me there. You couldn't be that heartless.
Unless you agree to our terms, you leave us no alternative but to inform the police of your illicit activity.
What you are doing is tantamount to blackmail.
We like to think of this arrangement as prepayment for services to be rendered.
Rosie, it is about time.
What's going on here?
Be polite, Mr. Bishop. Introduce us to your friends.
Ollie, who are these biddies?
I beg your pardon?
Rosie, you have just insulted Winifred Cross and Muffy Van Freeland.
How did your little harem find you?
Oh, does it matter?
What are they doing here?
We came to make Mr. Bishop an offer.
The ladies want me to go to Florida with them.
Why?
So I can work off the money I owe them by catering to them hand and foot. Oh, you really cooked up a great scheme, Rosie.
You're not going anywhere.
If I say no, they'll tell the cops.
Augie, you're not considering going with them.
What are my choices?
Well, who could that be?
It's probably the welcome wagon from the retirement village.
Who is it?
Detective Warren, Miss Harris. Oh, open the door, Rosie. The more, the merrier.
Oh, come in, Detective.
Nice to see you again, Detective.
Well, hello, Mrs. Van Vreelen. I didn't expect to find you here. It appears as if I have crashed a party with a very interesting guest list.
I'd like you to meet my friend, Winifred Croft.
A pleasure, Detective.
Hello, Mrs. Croft. I've not been introduced to this gentleman, but I believe I know him. my reputation.
Yes, Augustus Bishop at your service, Detective.
Mr. Bishop, you wouldn't happen to go by the names Andre Mercado and Armand Grenville when it suits your purposes?
Well, they are my twin brothers. People get us confused all the time.
You made very good time getting over here, Detective.
Well, when you didn't return with that sign-out book, I began to get suspicious. When the head librarian told me you left suddenly with a splitting headache.
I suppose I should have been more subtle.
The library provided me with your address.
We would have been long gone by now if it wasn't for Augie's fan club.
Detective, I'm afraid you've made this trip for nothing.
Mrs. Van Drielen, this man did steal your money.
Well, Mr. Bishop's past behavior has been rather criminal, but we just had a lovely talk. He's seen the error of his ways, so much so that he's agreed to make full restitution. Isn't that right, Mr. Bishop?
Yes. The matter of those checks was nothing more than an unfortunate misunderstanding.
I've appreciated your efforts in my behalf, Detective. But as it turns out, I won't be pressing any charges.
But, Mrs. Van Drielen, you can't do that. I can't allow you to.
The decision has been made.
But this man is a liar and a thief. How can you let him go unpunished?
It's the practical solution.
Practical. Well, whatever bargain you struck, it cannot be worth it.
Detective, you have no further business here, so I suggest you leave and pursue some wanted criminal.
Mrs. Van Drielen, I'm not going to let this matter drop simply because...
You heard the lady. The matter is settled.
Are you really going to let this man go free, Mrs. Van Drielen?
It's what I want, Detective. Please respect my wishes.
Muffy, I have an idea. One that will ensure that the Detective Warren will close the case and keep it closed.
And what is that, Mr. Bishop?
Well, if you and Winnie and the others sign a statement attesting to the fact that the money you gave me was for a business transaction, which it is, as it turns out, the police will have no recourse but to consider the matter closed.
Well, I would be willing to do that. How about you, Winnie?
I don't see why not.
Oh, wonderful. Now, take this pad from my desk.
Ladies, you're making a very big mistake.
Yes. Now, here's the pen.
Where did you get this pen?
What?
How did you come into possession of this pen?
Well, I'm not sure. You gave it to me as a gift.
I did no such thing.
Well, it isn't really important. Now, it's just a pen.
Mr. Bishop, how could you? How could I? Well, I gave that pen to my late husband as a gift the first Christmas we spent together as man and wife. Leonard cherished that pen so that he kept it displayed prominently on his desk in his study. As a matter of fact, the only time Leonard used that writing instrument was to send a card or personal note to me.
Oh, but I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You stole that pen?
No, I must have picked it up by accident. Oh, here. Take it back. There's no harm done.
Mr. Bishop, I reconciled myself to overlooking your taking my money because the dollars were replaceable. But it's become apparent that you want to steal my memories as well. That I cannot and will not condone.
But I meant no harm. You have got to forgive me.
I am going to sign a statement, Mr. Bishop, but one with a slightly different content than you have in mind. It won't keep you out of jail. It's going to put you in.
Detective Warren was only too willing to satisfy Mrs. Van Drielen's desire to sign on the dotted line. She made the formal complaint official with a stroke of pen that was worthy of John Hancock himself. In a way, Muffy was signing her own Declaration of Independence. The money lost is irretrievable, but the self-respect she gained by not allowing herself to be taken advantage of was worth much more than can be measured in dollars and cents. I shall return shortly. The ability to provide for the needs of another can be a blessing. In Augustus Bishop's case, it turned out to be a curse. Had Augustus selected only one wealthy widow, he would have been well taken care of, and might even find true happiness. Instead, he now sits in a jail cell, contemplating the error of his ways. Personally, I'm not sure if Bishop will think twice about stealing another heart when he's set free. But I'm quite sure it will be a long time before he pulses another penny. Our cast included Elspeth Eric, Fred Gwynn, Edith Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You're a smart dame. I was watching you during the trial. Why not, eh? There was nothing better to look at. You knew what it was all about.
Yes.
You knew it was nothing personal with me. I had nothing against your husband. I was only doing a job.
Yes, I felt that.
And I got caught, like they say, with the smoking pistol. Why'd you want to see me?
I want you to help me.
Help you?
Please, don't refuse me. Don't turn me down. I have nowhere else to go.
How could I help you?
You didn't kill my husband. Oh, you pulled the trigger, but like the gun itself, you were only an instrument. The real killer, the responsible murderer, is the person who hired you. And I intend to spend the rest of my life to bring him to justice.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Cooking has now become the most popular pastime or avocation in this country. At least 80% of the men do some.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. From the very beginning, in almost every civilization, there has come a time when the troubles of a people become so great that in desperation they seek just about any means to ease their hopelessness. So often in the past, they have turned to a single person to lead them out of their misery and confusion. Sometimes that man has acted for the good of his people. Almost as frequently, he's brought them to their own destruction.
Upon these hands I bear the curse of my child's blood. Oh, gods, what dirge can I sing? What funeral song, what lamentation as I rock back and forth, cradling my dead son here in my arms. You gods, be merciful to a miserable, unhappy woman who should be in her grave.
Our mystery drama, On the Night of the Dead, is based on one of the most moving tragedies of the ancient Greeks, the Bacchae of Euripides. It was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars John Vickery and Marion Seldes. I'll be back in a moment with Act One.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead, get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks. Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
If parole is a reward for good behavior, why do some parolees return to lives of robbery, rape, and murder? In an eye-opening broadcast, CBS reports the problems of the parole system. You'll travel with dedicated, overworked parole officers whose jobs are as dangerous as they are thankless. In vivid detail, you'll view the attitudes and actions that are slowly strangling the parole system. CBS reports The Parole Game, Wednesday, June 30th at 10, 9 Central on the CBS Television Network.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it? Well, I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it.
$12.
Sold. Ooh. Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it?
Well, advertise.
Well, I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines.
I'll probably go radio.
Radio?
Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine.
How did you
What's
know?
more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency.
Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you want?
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
I do leave it.
I'll take it.
Radio. It costs less, targets your best customers, and it sells. Radio. Red hot because it works. For more facts on radio, call this station of the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message.
Long, long ago, a tiny privateer sailing under the flag of no nation drops anchor and discharges its passengers on an uninhabited, desolate island lapped by the warm waters of the South Atlantic. The place becomes a sanctuary for some 100 wanderers seeking refuge from persecution. A place where they can practice, without being molested, their belief in more than a single God. 100 years go by. The island's population has found a way to tear a day-to-day existence out of the barren, unwilling earth. Until one particular summer, in his crude palace, the island's young governor, Pentheus, listens to the words of his old and trusted advisor, Cadmus.
Your Excellence, my governor, you must listen. Stop pacing like some wild and untamed beast.
I listen, Cadmus. For 2 months now I listen. The time for talk is ended. We now must act. What can we do that we have not yet done?
My thoughts exactly. But I dare not say, Your Honor.
Say, speak freely, Cadmus. You have my promise. I shall not punish you.
We know our island is dying. For all these months of summer, no single drop of water has fallen from the skies, not one.
We know.
And each morning when the sun lets loose its light to warm the earth, our grazing herds of cattle, they lie down. And in a final gasp, their tongues lick at the air, reaching for the water that is not there, for the grass that dried to nothing weeks ago.
You have a plan? Let's hear it.
We must leave this island, all of us.
Leave?
We must board our ships and seek another land, a gentler, kinder land, just as our fathers and their fathers did so many years ago.
And there lies madness. Our people's wanderings ended 100 years ago. After all this toil, to leave it to the seagulls once again? Never. Not while I still live. No, Cadmus. We stay.
And die. As you wish, my governor.
Look, Cadmus, I know the little water we have stored from heaven's bounty is undrinkable. I know the plants dry up and wither without the nourishment of rain. I know the cattle die of thirst. I know the people die of thirst. By all the gods who should preserve us, what can we do? Drink water from the sea? Dig deeper wells? We've scratched the earth until we've reached the bottom, and still no water.
Pentheus, my governor, look at what I carry in my arms.
Who let you in here?
No one could keep me out. Look down at my poor son. This pitiful thing I cradle in my arms.
Take care of her. See she's taken home.
Come, my poor woman. Follow me.
Don't touch me, you old fool. Look at my son. This baby. His breath, it comes no more.
We are sorry, sister. We grieve with you for your child's death.
You grieve with me. How kind of you. Then bring him back to life. What have you done to see that my child stayed alive?
The best we knew.
Not good enough. Look at his swollen belly, at his staring eyes, his ribs. Would you care to count them? It's so easy, Your Excellence. So easy. Here, fondle him in your arms. No, don't Turn away from me.
Stay away, woman. Don't come near me.
With my long nails, I'll tear you.
Enough! I say enough. And now, go home. Bury your dead. Bury him deep. And know one thing.
What?
Unless the rains come soon, we're all as good as dead. As dead as your poor child. Cadmus here, and you, and I.
What must we do?
The one thing left to all of us.
Which is?
Lift our eyes to the skies above and pray. Please, leave us now. You gods who hold our destiny in your hands, who choose to smile upon us for the good we do, to punish us for our evil, spare your people and your land from this cruel, deadly drought.
Open the skies and let the cool rain fall.
Look down at the misery of your poor island and then weep for it.
Let your tears pour from the heavens above.
Let your tears soak into this parched earth. Show us your pity. Cadmus? Are you all right? Are you hurt?
A little shaken, but I'm well. But what was that?
A raging wind that seemed to come from nowhere, roaring its swift way over the land.
With the strength of 1,000 men.
As quickly as it came, so quickly has it gone.
Somewhere among the gods we worship, there must be one with pity in his heart for our poor, suffering land.
Tendius, my son, I bring great news.
Agave, my mother, what is it?
We're saved. Our land is saved. At last our prayers are to be answered.
What are you saying, Mother?
The drought is about to end.
How can that be, Agave?
The sky's turned blue. No single drop of rain has fallen.
We'll no longer need the rain.
What nonsense are you speaking, Mother?
A God has come to our island. A God has seen our anguish and our heartache. A God has come to answer our prayers.
Nonsense. Who is this God? Or better, this one you call a God?
He is beautiful. He's so beautiful.
Who is he?
We do not trifle with divinity, Agave. We are the heirs of customs and traditions hallowed by age and handed down to us by our fathers.
What has he done, this God of yours, that makes you so sure this cursed drought will end?
First, he passed the goatskins out among us.
Goatskins?
Filled with wine. They were sweet wine. I touched the wine. I felt it on my lips. This was no trick.
By what name does this street magician call himself? From what city, from what land has he come here?
Zenos, he calls himself. Zenos, the stranger. What land? What city? My son. He has come to us from heaven.
I see. Cadmus?
Your Excellence.
Whoever this Zenos, this stranger is, we must get rid of him at once. He threatens trouble.
Great trouble for us all.
We've grief enough without this mischief maker. We'll stop this waving of his wand if it's the last thing that we do.
Come, young woman, join the rest of us. You too must celebrate the happy coming of a god. I am too deep in sorrow, Agave. Oh, put down that child of yours. Let the living comfort you. That's better. Now come and sing his praises with the rest of us. Blessed are those who know the mysteries of this God. Blessed are those who sanctify their lives in worshiping this God. And hallelujah, woman. Blessed are those whose heads are crowned with ivy. Now together, blessed are they. Hail, Zenos, hail, born of the gods on high. Hail, Zenos. Let the dance begin. Let our songs of praise ring loud. Zenos, speak to us.
Women of this island, drink more of the wine I've given you. I am Zenos, the stranger, come to your suffering land in answer to your prayers, to a land whose people cry to me in anguish, whose people call to me for help.
I am Agave, mother of our governor, Pentheus.
Welcome, Mother.
We need you, Zenos. Now, you young woman, let him hear your voice.
How can you help us?
Tell us what we must do.
Believe in me. Believe.
We believe. We know you are a god whose pity reaches out to all of us. We believe.
You know that only I can end the drought that sucked this island dry. That only I can give you all the water you need.
We know, my lord.
Zenos, hear my voice. This bundle that I carried in my arms, that was my infant son. Go, take him. With your own mouth, breathe life into him again.
That's, alas, I cannot do.
How then can I have faith in you? How can I believe that you have powers greater than any other man who walks the earth?
I promise you that deaths like this will come no more to you.
How? How will you do that?
I lift my staff and strike it so against this rock. Flames burst from my staff, and see! A fountain of cool water comes bubbling from the earth. Have faith in me, and it will grow into a mighty stream, pouring its rich blessings from the mountaintops. Now I strike this other rock, and lo, a spring of wine, of good red wine, comes spratting from the ground. Come, all of you, drink of the wine, this holy wine. And last, I touch the soil here, gently with my staff. You young woman, scratch the sod with your bare fingers. Tell me what you see.
Milk. Sweet white milk comes welling from the ground.
Blessed is he who brings us all these wonders. Holiness, angel of heaven. Holiness, gliding on golden wings. There is no greater God than Zenos. Wait, out of the way, women, all of you. Scare yourselves. A wild and raging bull stands glaring at us, his eyes aflame.
His close, you're a fierce beneath.
Run for your lives. We'll all be torn to pieces on his horns or else trampled to death by his sharp hoofs.
Stay where you are, women. Stand your ground. He will not harm you.
Here he comes.
Heaven help us.
Stay, my friend, stay. You glare at me, do you? I strike you with my staff. So!
The bull is toppled to its knees. Its eyes are glazed. Its tongue hangs from its mouth.
The sweat drips off its body. It rolls on its back. The beast is dead.
Down on your knees, women of the island. Sing out with songs of thanks for your deliverance. Sing to the God who has rescued you.
Women of our island, I've come to order you back to your homes, each one of you. You're acting as if all of you were mad.
Oh, call it what you like, Pentheus, my son. The drought is over. I see water pouring down the mountainsides. I see the wine, the milk, the drops of honey.
Mother, listen. These are the crafty games of a trickster of the street. What you and all the other women think you see is some weird fantasy, a blinding of the brain brought on by all the wine he's fed you. There is no water, no drop of milk, no honey, only goat skins filled with wine. Leave here at once. Go to your homes. I order you.
Well, what have I done, my lord, that you should be so angry?
The good women of our island have gone lunatic, and you have driven them to this. You've corrupted their minds. You've poisoned their souls, and this I will permit no longer.
Well, what do you plan to do, my governor?
I've warned you.
Warn all you like. I am a god born in a stroke of lightning, carried here on a powerful wind.
Then let that wind carry you back to where you came. Make yourself to disappear.
If not, what will you do?
Don't press me, Zenos. I have a few tricks of my own.
As Pentheus confronts the stranger with an ultimatum, the powers of civilized order and routine are pitted against the most primitive and disruptive forces of nature. What can Pentheus do to re-establish his authority over the women of his island? And does this stranger, who claims to be a god, have the power to thwart him? What new and hidden magic has he in what Pentheus calls his bag of tricks? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Listen closely. This is the sound of a cigarette being broken in half. The sound of the cigarette habit being broken. If you want to quit, use Bantron's smoking deterrent tablets and stay with it for 2 weeks or until your urge to smoke goes away. Bantron's unique buffered formula helps ease your craving for nicotine. The more you want to stop smoking, the more Bantron will help you break the habit. Bantron, start today. Use only as directed.
Mom, where have you been?
Oh, sitting in a traffic jam for an hour.
Oh, and from the way you're bent over, you've got a nagging backache, right?
Right.
Here, let me help you into the house. Then I'll go get some Doan's pills.
Oh, thanks, dear.
Good advice. Doan's pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
You're walking around pretty spry tonight, Mom.
Well, that's nothing to be surprised about. I took Doan's pills, remember?
At a restaurant in Louisville, Kentucky, blind people don't have to ask what's on the menu. They can read it themselves in Braille. The Braille menus are there because a group of local people thought it would be a good idea. They got together and made it happen. In fact, all across America, both disabled and non-disabled people are participating in similar community programs. In Vernon Parish, Louisiana, they're modifying disabled people's homes to make them more accessible. And in Champaign, Illinois, disabled children are able to share a playground because a group of volunteers got involved. This is the National Year of Disabled Persons. Is this the year you get involved? Call the office of your mayor or county commissioner for more information. A public service on behalf of the National Office on Disability from the Ad Council and this station.
Defending the existence of God, the French philosopher Voltaire once wrote, "If God did not exist, it would have been necessary to invent him." Is the Venus of our story a true divinity among these people who believe in many gods? Or is it the invention of a fertile imagination, his own invention, for purposes of his own? Pentheus, governor of the island, is at his wit's end as he speaks once more with old Cadmus.
This man, this god, whatever he calls himself, has only added to our misery, Cadmus. The drought goes on, the cracked earth, dry as ever. And he's robbed our women of their senses.
Yes, he has them thinking that the water flows from mountaintops and that the drought is ended.
Cadmus, what's even worse, the women's brains are sodden with the wine he's brought them.
Pentheus, my lord, have you thought why he should want increase of our misfortunes? What could we have done to earn this added sorrow?
I've no idea.
Unless he...
Unless?
I hesitate to speak.
Go on, Cadmus, tell me.
Unless, Your Excellence, this Xenos is indeed a god.
What?
A god we've never heard of till this moment. A god who's come to pay us for some unknown wrong we may have done him.
You think that that's a possibility?
Why not?
Cadmus, I've known you since I was a tiny babe in swaddling clothes. All my life I've trusted you, relied on your good judgment, on your wisdom. True?
Yes, true, my lord.
But now you speak to me as if you, too, were mad.
Admit, there is the smallest chance...
Silence, old man! Don't try to wipe your madness off on me.
He hasn't done all that much harm, at least not yet. He just talks more than he should.
A tongue without reins, defiance, stubborn pride, deception... They lead to sure disaster. This Xenos is a fraud, a dangerous clown who hunts a kind of glory.
His simple gift of wine, the innocent gladness of the great...
Innocent indeed. I've heard enough. Go with your soldiers to where this prophet prophesies. Surprise him in the deadness of the night. Make him your prisoner, clap him tight in chains, and march him here in irons.
My son, what brings you to this part of the palace? You come so seldom to the women's quarters.
I must speak with you.
Well, it won't disturb you if I go on with my work. I'm almost finished.
Work?
Oh, I'm putting a new tight skin, the skin of a sheep, over the ring of this tambourine. I struck it hard last night when dancing on the mountaintops. So hard it split. Now, Pentheus, why have you come to see me?
I ask you what you think you're doing.
Your meaning isn't clear to me.
Dancing on mountaintops at midnight to the frenzied music of your drums and pipes.
What harm's in that?
Singing vulgar songs in praise of this conjurer of the streets who'd have you think that he's a god. Where is your sense of decency and shame?
I'm listening, Pentheus.
You forget you are the mother of the island's governor. You forget you are not some mindless child, a careless schoolgirl. You're an old lady, Mother. You should be serving as a model of restraint and dignity. Set an example to the other women. Instead, you drink this humbug's wine and act like a senile lunatic, like some lascivious bawd. You slapped me, Mother.
Have you finished speaking, child? Now you listen to me. This street magician, as you've called him, will bring life back to our island. You'll see how right we women are to worship him.
I can't believe you mean what you're saying. You call that worship?
Indeed. You and your cronies, all you men, you stand around in shadowy corners, pleading to the gods in gloomy prayer. Well, we do no less, but we pray to our god, Venus, under the open sky. We pray with joy and gladness, and he makes the blood warm and tingle in our veins like the spring sap in the trees. And sooner or later, he will make the rain to fall. Give him the chance to prove himself.
I've ordered that he be placed in irons.
You'll make a prisoner of a god?
Unless this fraud, this libertine, agrees to leave our land never to return, I shall destroy him. Have him stoned to death.
If you so much as harm one hair of Zenos' head, I will destroy myself. And you, Pentheus, my son, so jealous of your honor, you and you alone will take the blame. My own son's hand will plunge the dagger into his mother's breast. You understand me?
I understand. Be careful, Cadmus. Those stones are very sharp beneath the feet.
Yes, when I was young, my lord, I found few greater pleasures than playing in the sand along these shores, imagining myself the captain of some great sailing ship.
Oh, Cadmus, Cadmus, what must we do about this Zenos? I've had him bound in chains. What must I do next?
Prove to our women that he is no more than an impostor. That his promise of an end to droughts is cruel and without truth.
Cadmus, look there. There, where the shoreline curves.
It's a wreck. The ship's been wrecked, smashed all to pieces under jagged rocks.
Its sails, they're torn to ribbons.
Its lines ripped to shreds.
It must have blown onto the rocks and crashed when the great wind came tearing out of nowhere.
And the crew, the sailors.
No sign of living souls. They must have drowned, all of them, drowned beneath the waters of the roiling sea.
Wait. Pentheus, over there, the entrance leading to that grotto. One of the sailors, perhaps more than one, must have escaped the wreck. You see, there's a boat.
Let's look. Maybe we can find some little trace of life.
I don't believe it.
From stem to stern, from one end to the other, the boat is filled with goat skins. And filled, each one of them, with wine.
The very goat skins, the same one.
That supply the wine that Zenos is providing to our women. We now have all the proof we'll ever need.
I don't understand.
This rogue must be the sole survivor of the ship that foundered. He came ashore in this boat here. The goatskins floated on the water to the shore. He gathered them. And this is what he's using to persuade our ladies that he is a god. Hand me one of them, Cadmus. Now we have our proof.
But why, Lord Pentheus, would he do this?
We can only guess. He's an adventurer, albeit a very shrewd one. He saw this as an opportunity for self-aggrandizement, to puff up his importance, to live in glory for an hour or two.
So now, you know what steps to take?
I do. Thank you, my soldiers. Remain where you are. I see the prisoner from here.
This way, Lord Pentheus.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. May I pass?
Young woman, I've seen you somewhere once before.
I came to you pleading with my dead child.
Why are you here? What brings you to this prison dungeon?
I came, Lord Pentheus, to see that this impostor Venus was indeed in chains where he belongs. The soldiers at the door, they let me in to look.
Then there's one woman on this island who's not been hoodwinked by this fraud.
I leave, Your Excellency. Do what you must to help us all.
You're here where you belong, my friend. Behind cold bars of iron, shackles on your feet.
I do not plan to stay in here forever.
That's good. I, too, have other plans for you.
Yes, I'm sure.
A few last words before you leave this island forever.
Just as you please, my lord.
You claim you are a god.
I am a god.
A god? In mortal form?
The choice is mine.
What do you know about a boat laden with goatskins? Goatskins filled with wine.
Goatskins, my lord? Good. I know nothing. Nothing.
I see. Would you tell me why you hold your sacred rites by dark of night, or does the daylight frighten you?
The darkness is well suited to devotion.
Or better suited to the foul corruption of impressionable women?
Pentheus, you imagine things are happening with your women that, for all you know, may not be happening at all. These well may be the fantasies of your poor, sick mind. The women of this land are fine and upright women. Such women cannot be corrupted by you, the island's men, even by me.
The time for words is over. Soldiers, come unlock the gate. Remove the shackles from the prisoner's feet. He's leaving us forever.
Spare yourself the trouble, my good lord. I leave this dungeon any time I wish, with or without your help. Oh, you don't believe me? Watch. I touch this lock that hangs upon the door, the shackles that bind my ankles. I touch them with the tip of my ivy-covered staff. And lo, the locks click open, without a key of any kind. My feet are free. The iron door swings open.
That girl, she found a way to get the keys. She found a way to open all these locks. Give me that staff of yours. I'll show you, Xenos, just how much magic lives within that staff.
No need to struggle for it. Here it is.
There! And there! It's splintered into a dozen pieces. Work your magic now.
If that is your wish, Your Excellency.
It's dark. The light is on. Only the bolts of lightning. Help me! Someone! Venus! Save me!
Faith was once described as an illogical belief in the occurrence of the improbable, a firm trust that would seem to make no sense in the face of the impossible. Pentheus has refused to believe what he considers the irresponsible, corrupting credo of the stranger. Then why, when faced with circumstances beyond this comprehension, does he cry out to the same stranger for his help? I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
With lots of hot weather, barbecues, and picnics ahead. Get down to your store for plenty of country time lemonade-flavored drinks.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Countdown to Cure. Bill Bixby with a message from the Leukemia Society of America.
Leukemia is responsible for the deaths of more children than any other disease, and more adults than children. Research by the Leukemia Society of America has brought us this close to finding a cure, but we need your help to continue the fight. It'll be a happy day when we put an end to this killer. It's a matter of time.
Hello, this is Richard Thomas. The March of Dimes saves babies. Babies born too small, too soon, with tiny, frail bodies that could fit into the palm of your hand. 10 years ago, they might have died. But medical science has made giant strides since then, science supported by the March of Dimes. Today, high-risk babies are tended lovingly in intensive care nurseries, equipped with the most sophisticated machines that monitor every life sign. The March of Dimes helps equip these life-saving nurseries. They also support transport services for high-risk pregnant women so that they can have their babies at hospitals ready to handle any complicated emergency. The March of Dimes supports prenatal care clinics so that every mother-to-be may get the kind of care before birth that would increase her chances of having a healthy baby. Yes, the March of Dimes saves babies, and you can help. Please, give to the March of Dimes.
Today in our country, we are not unfamiliar with the growth of cultism, a sacred ideology and a set of rites around certain symbols. We have had instances of young women blindly following and killing for a man they call their leader, of hordes of young people slavishly beating the drum for a man who has convinced them that he is an important means for their salvation. Faith can sometimes be a curious thing. As Pentheus recovers from the shock of this last experience with Zenas, Zenas says to him,
"You are not hurt, Lord Pentheus?"
No, Zenas. I'm all right. I think. What happened? What was that? That shattering sound, that blinding light.
You splintered my good staff and challenged me. Work your magic, you commanded. And I did. Now, tell me something.
Yes?
When the earth seemed to burst from out its skin, and we were lost in darkness, was not that your voice I heard, crying desperately for my help, begging for me to save you?
It was?
Help from me? Me, whom you call a fraud, an impostor, a street magician, a master of hocus-pocus? Or is it possible that you, along with the women you claim I have corrupted, are at last beginning to believe in my divinity?
I asked the questions. Tell me, how did you get free? The prison door was locked. The iron chains that fettered you were strong. It was that girl who helped you. Am I right?
The girl is innocent, Pentheus. A god can do such things.
My Lord Pentheus, I am so glad I found you.
What is it, Cadmus?
What is this one doing here? I thought he'd been arrested, put in chains.
He has been freed. Why are you here, Cadmus?
You're needed, Pentheus. Since this one was condemned to jail, the women have gone absolutely mad. They tear up trees, beat animals to death with sticks, pillage the villages, and successfully fight off anyone who dare oppose them.
Go down, Cadmus, to the city gates. Order the infantry to duty, the javelin throwers and the archers.
And this, I warn you, do not take arms against them. Your soldiers will be routed. The women's wands will even beat back shields of bronze. A god inspires them.
Can anything on earth make you to hold your tongue?
One thing, my lord.
And that is?
See for yourself what Cadmus calls the revelry on the mountaintop. Come with me tonight, at midnight. See how innocent it is.
Innocent indeed.
Come, convince yourself. But you must come disguised.
Why so?
Well, if they discover someone spying on their sacred rites, great harm might come of it. There might be bloodshed.
What disguise?
I have a mountain lion skin, complete from head to tail. You'll fasten it about you. Then, even if you're seen, no one will know it's you.
Where do we meet?
At the foot of the mountain, just before midnight.
I shall be there. Come, Cadmus.
Young woman, you there, come out of the shadows.
Is it safe now? Have they gone?
Until 12 tonight, my little one. He's fallen for the trap, and fresh in the net I've thrown for him.
Blessed is he who escapes a storm at sea, who comes home to his harbor.
Blessed is he who gathers day by day the good things of his life.
Blessed is he. Blessed is Venus.
Do you see them, Pentheus?
Not very well, but I hear them.
There is Agave, your excellence mother.
I can hardly see her. From where I lie here in the grass, the brush obscures my vision.
Lower your voice or they'll discover you. Now, don't try to stand.
How then can I see?
I've an idea. It may be if you climb that towering fir tree that overhangs the banks, then you could see them better.
The tree is too high.
Watch what I'm about to do. I reach for a high branch of this tall fir, and I bend it down to the dark earth, quietly so no one can hear.
What are you up to?
Now hang on tightly to the highest tip. Hold fast as I release it slowly, inch by inch. Are you all right up there, Lord Pentheus? Do you see all?
I'm fine. I see everything.
That's good.
But I see that you lied. You told me they'd be winding stalks of ivy on the wands they carry, their hands busily moving in their quiet tasks. You lied, Zenos. Old Cadmus spoke the truth.
Women of the island, a wild, bloodthirsty beast sits cowering in the branches of this tree. Shower it with stones, hurl javelins, draw bows, and shoot your arrows straight into its heart.
Here you, Zenos, we do what you have asked.
More, shoot straight! Unless you kill this beast, he'll pounce upon you from the tree, and with sharp claws and pointed fangs, he'll tear you all to pieces. Good, you have found your mark. You've brought the evil creature to the ground, but it still breathes. It is still gasping for its life.
I'll stop that with my javelin, Zenos.
Do as Agave. Jab your spear between its bloody ribs.
Mother! His voice is there. The wine has confused me.
It's Pentheus, your son. Pity me. Spare me, Mother. Hold back your hand.
Since when have wild beasts learned to talk?
Strike! Strike with your javelin! Strike one last telling blow!
There! The creature's dead.
At your brave hands, Agave.
The mountain lion's dead, Agave. Slaughtered by you alone. How proud you must be.
I'll bring more wine so we can celebrate. I shan't be long.
Where's my son? I must tell him what I have done. Find me Pentheus. Let Pentheus see. He'll be proud of me, won't he? He'll nail the head of this wild lion against a high wall somewhere as a trophy to my skill. He'll do that, won't he? Won't he do that?
What happened here, you women? Where is Pentheus?
It sounds like Cadmus' voice.
It is I. It is Cadmus. I fear for Pentheus' safety.
Cadmus, look at the mountain lion I just killed in the dark. With my own hands, I killed it.
What have you done, Nagavi? This body lying at your feet, bathed in its own blood. It is no mountain lion.
It is not?
See, I pulled the animal's skin away. And there lies...
Who is it, Cadmus? Let me look.
Your own son, Pentheus.
Oh.
Your own flesh and blood. He is what you've killed, Nagavi. You murdered your own son.
No. My own son? No. No. Oh, my son. Oh, my son. Let me lift you to my breast.
Weep with you, Nagavi.
What is this that I hold in my arms and clasp against my bosom? Oh, my son, my son. What happened to you? Why do I hold you so? Tell me, Cadmus, tell me.
Your son is dead. He cannot answer you.
The crime is mine, Cadmus, mine alone. I see it clearly now. The fumes have lifted from my brain. The prize I sought to carry home with such great pride is my destruction. Upon these hands I bear the curse of my child's blood. Oh, God. What dirge can I sing? What funeral song? What lamentation? As I rock back and forth, cradling my dead child here in my arms. Oh, you God. Be merciful to a miserable, unhappy woman who should be in her grave.
Enough, no more. You cannot bring your dead son back to life.
Give me a shroud, a cover for his corpse. Oh, dearest face, oh, pretty boyish mouth, I place this last kiss on your dead lips. Now with this veil I shroud your head, gathering with loving care these mangled limbs. This flesh I brought to birth.
Here is the wine. The goat skins overflow. Now we can celebrate. What brings you here, old man?
I came to see what happened to my master.
He is dead.
I am old, but I am not blind. Dead in his mother's arms. Dead by his mother's hand, guided to its fatal mark by you. And God, oh no, God, you will pay for this. You'll not escape this time.
Go away, old man, before you come to that same fate. This man has found the death that he deserved. He defied a god.
I stay.
Then watch what happens next.
This is what happens next. False God! This!
You tried to kill me with the weapon that you used to spare your son? You're mad, old woman. No one can kill a god. A god is murdered only by himself and no one else. But I am not pitiless, not unforgiving. For all of you, one final draught of wine. For old time's sake, then I'll drink with you. Here, toss the goat skins out among you. Now, drink. Drink deep. Each one of you.
I do not drink with murderers.
The pleasure is theirs, old fool, and mine. To the living and the dead.
What is happening? What's happening to the women?
They're dying, Cadmus. In a moment, they'll be corpses.
Wine?
Shot through with a quick and deadly poison. But a kindly poison. Though they die peacefully, you can see without a bit of pain. Zenos. Oh, now my turn comes. I tell you that there is no pain. No pain at all. No pain.
holding. Oh, pity, O you gods. Take pity on us all. Rain. Oh, gentle rain. The drought is ending. The gods have listened to our prayers.
As the blessed rains soak into the parched earth of the island, the men are left to weep for the tragic death of their young governor, of their wives, their mothers, their sisters, and their daughters. And you may ask, who is this Zenith? That depends upon your faith, on what you would like to believe. I'll be back shortly.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix, regular or orange flavor. Read label and follow directions.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bid you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
A god or not a god? As we said earlier, as far as faith is concerned, you pay your money and you take your choice. The story you just heard was based on the Bacchae, one of the most famous tragedies of Euripides, the great playwright of ancient Greece, who in his time took almost every prize ever given for dramatic writing. This, some 2,400 years ago. Our cast included John Vickery, Marion Seldes, Earl Hammond, and Tracy Ellis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is your news and information station, WWJ, and here are just a few of the many top stories we'll be following for you this morning. A Detroit fire official is out of a job because of an alleged conflict of interest. WWJ's Gary Baumgarten will have a report. Detroit police report an armed robbery at a Detroit gasoline station last night.
The big three automakers should pay a larger portion of Michigan's unemployment fund debt. That from a Democratic candidate for governor. I'm Tim Skubik, a report coming up.
Israel warns that the PLO must leave Beirut. That story coming up next from CBS News. Good morning, everyone. For News Radio 95, I'm Alan James. Auto report with Al Fleming just ahead also. And Weather Command says cooler with highs in the mid-70s today. Right now it's 65 degrees.
News Radio 95.
CBS News, this is Rob Armstrong. Israel's Prime Minister Menachem Begin has told his country's parliament that one way or another the PLO must leave Lebanon. In a speech Tuesday night, Begin said the PLO guerrillas trapped in West Beirut may take their personal weapons, their rifles and pistols with them, but they must leave Lebanon of their own volition or be forced to do so. There was talk in Lebanon that the PLO was trying to work out an honorable settlement, but Begin said there could be no PLO force, not even a token political arm left in Beirut. Tony Danina has more from the Lebanese capital.
The ceasefire between Israel, Syria, and the Palestine Liberation Organization is holding, but life is hardly normal in West Beirut. Thousands of people have fled the city, and more are leaving today. The Israelis say there are as many as 600,000 people in West Beirut. An Israeli officer estimated that 10,000 have left. The Israelis say that the ceasefire, which took effect Friday night, can't hold forever. Israeli Defense Forces spokesman Colonel Paul Kadar says the negotiations to get the PLO out of Beirut cannot go on for an unlimited time. Israel's aim is to get an estimated 6,000 Palestinian guerrillas out of West Beirut. The PLO has reportedly agreed to go along with an honorable surrender, but the two sides have not been able to agree on the terms of a Palestinian withdrawal. Tony Danina for CBS News, Beirut.
This could be the time to buy a new home or rent new office space. According to a recent article in the Wall Street Journal, the rate of inflation in real estate is beginning to slow down everywhere. If information like this is important to you, have a pencil ready for an offer from the Journal that can help keep you informed of everything happening anywhere in business that could affect your future, your family's future, and your company's future. Other Wall Street Journal articles reported on how a move in Congress threatens tax benefits for professionals who incorporate, which new mutual fund is getting plenty of attention on Wall Street, and why continued high unemployment so far has aroused relatively little public outcry. The Wall Street Journal. It's all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 6 months of the Journal for $47, just 37 cents a day. That's $47 for 6 months of the Journal, just 37 cents a day. So, if you're serious about business, put the Wall Street Journal to work for you. Call toll-free in the continental U.S., 800-228-6600. That's 800-228-6600, except in Nebraska. You'll be billed later.
President Reagan has signed a 25-year extension of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, saying there will never be a challenge to Americans' right to vote while he's president. Some civil rights leaders, while praising the fact that the bill was signed, say the Justice Department has not done enough to enforce the provisions of the act. Meanwhile, at the NAACP convention in Boston, much of the focus is on economics. Massachusetts Senator Paul Tsongas said it's time to turn around Mr. Reagan's economic policies. Astronauts Ken Mattingly and Henry Hartsfield are asleep now after their busiest day yet aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia. The two astronauts maneuvered the spaceship's huge robot arm, ran thermal and environmental tests, and got more secret instructions about their secret military experiment. A series of severe thunderstorms hit the North Atlantic coast Tuesday night. In the southern New Jersey village of Berkeley Township, many homes were damaged by high winds, possibly a tornado. Fred Fishkin, a reporter for New York station WCBS, went to the village and files this report.
Bent sheets of aluminum line the streets in the worst four-block area of the retirement communities. Some cars were turned over, and 5 homes could be classified as a total loss. About 60 or so others suffered varying degrees of damage. There were scraps of aluminum on Gus Frizz's front lawn.
I just was sitting on the back porch there listening to the TV and watching the TV program, and all of a sudden I heard this swish, and everything was crashing down. You can see the debris here, aluminum.
But miraculously, there were no serious injuries reported. Mayor Harry Morey says the job now...
I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of unbridled imagination. You know, man is a curious creature. Most of us settle for routine and habit. 8 hours on the job, another 7 or 8 in bed, and the other 8 on some hobby that is neither too physically demanding nor asks for too many mental gymnastics. Few of us stretch ourselves beyond a reasonable limit. We coast through life. Our mettle never really tried. But some of us, through harrowing experience, are stretched to the full capacity of our beings. It's then we find out what fiber we are made of.
David! David! Help me!
Eve, what is it? Where is she?
Help me! Stop me!
Where's the flashlight? But I can't see where she is. Eve!
Calling me on that!
We gotta get her!
Eve, what is it? The thing! He's calling me on that!
Where is she?
Eve!
Where is she? Where is she?
She's gone.
Where?
He dragged her under the arch there.
Did you see anything?
No, but you heard Eve. It's true. There is a thing that lives in these caves. And we're trapped. Trapped here. At its mercy.
Our mystery drama, The Thing in the Cave, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Terry Keane and Marion Seldes. I don't suppose many of us ever plan to grow up to be speleologists, since most of us are subject to claustrophobia to at least some degree. For the very few of you who don't recognize the Latin term, let me add that a speleologist, of course, is someone who studies and explores caves. And claustrophobia is that suffocating, pervasive dread of being shut in. This tale concerns itself with 4 young spelunkers. Those are cave explorers who do it only for fun, and their gruesome experience of being cave-bound. Literally buried alive.
It's just around the next bend in the trail, Hank.
It's funny being born and bred in these mountains, and yet I've never been inside Choctaw Cave.
Well, I'm not sure I want to myself.
You get claustrophobia too, Barbara.
David, I never even dare close the door in the phone booth.
Darling,
Yes, Eve?
we can forget all this, you know. I don't have to have my childhood revisited.
No, thanks. Right on. If I refused you this little memory trip, I'd hear about it for the rest of our marriage. If you ever decide to go through with the wedding.
Oh, just you try to leave me at the altar, David Towers. Well, here we are.
Are we here?
Yes, sir, General Custer. Cavalry, dismount.
Oh, I don't see any cave.
It's right behind that scrub oak there.
Listen, what do we do about the horses?
Oh, here. I'll hitch us all to the aspen here. My old Baldy, all I got to do is let the reins trail. He won't budge more than 20 feet till I get back. Hey, you know, it's kind of clouding up over in the northwest. Maybe we ought to be getting back down the mountain.
Ah, come on, give Eve her kicks. What's this?
Oh, just my old faithful knapsack with some of the remains of lunch and a flashlight. Meet an old Boy Scout. Be prepared. I brought a water bottle, too.
Hey, come to think of it, if Eve wants to get up to the ledge, which she says goes to the back cavern, we ought to bring along a rope.
Fetch my lariat, too, while you're at it. Will do.
Where are you fellows? Come on. Bobby and I have found the entrance to the cave. It all seemed a lot bigger when I was a kid.
Barbara and I can make it all right. Crawling, but it comes in the giant size.
Hank, can you make it?
It's just about as tight as a cork in a bottle. If I get stuck, you can be sorry if this is the only way in and out.
With just a moment, we can all stand up. You'll see.
Maybe we should all forget it.
You scared?
No, but I'm not exactly happy either. I don't know if Hank can...
We're here. In the cave. I can stand up. Oh, come on, everyone. It's just beautiful. It's just as I remembered it.
You're right, Eve. It's
breathtaking. Like a cathedral buried at the bottom of the sea.
Oh, hey. All green like Saint-Chapelle in Paris.
Saint-How in Paris?
Oh, it's a marvelous chapel near Notre Dame with all stained glass windows that make you feel as if you're scuba diving and looking at it through water.
Hey, I can hear water, too. Somewhere.
Come on. I'll show you where. Listen, look out for the, what do you call them?
Stalactites, if they hang from the roof.
And the ones from the floor are stalagmites, right? Here it is. Here's the waterfall.
How about that?
Oh, that's beautiful.
But where does the pool drain?
Well, nobody knows. But some say it's bottomless and it goes right through the earth. Well, where does the river that makes the waterfall come from? Up there? Well, the kids I used to know climbed up to the ledge there and then went in through the cleft. They say it comes from another chamber behind this. Where it comes from before that, I guess nobody knows.
What's that?
Maybe it's him. Him?
Why,
I know, I'm crazy. Oh, but it's such fun to remember how we kids used to come here together and talk about the thing.
The thing? Well, what was the thing?
It was just something we made up, some country legend someone had heard about this creature, this monster that lived in an underground river, whatever it is.
What kind of monster?
Well, you know, slimy and slippery and all the blob, with one great red-rimmed eye and long, flaky tentacles that crept and crawled along the rock until suddenly they bounced. What was that?
Sounded like thunder. I bet that storm broke outside. Come on. We better get going.
Oh, just wanted to get into the cave behind us, where we are. Just once again. Oh, no, count me out. This place is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
I'm getting a little tight in the throat myself. Come on, darling.
You're right, David. I must have been a little crazy. I don't know what it was, but something seemed to draw me here. Almost as if it was something calling.
Come on, Eve. Run!
Yes! Eve, come on! It sounds like the whole mountain's caving in. No, go back! Go back! Come on! Barbara, I'm so sorry. Hang in there, Eve. Now, we mustn't lose our heads. So dark. So pitch dark. What happened to Hank and David? They've gone to see about clearing the entrance. If we only had some light. The boys had the only flashlight. Wait a minute. What is it? Is it the... No, cool it, Eve. Just Hank and Dave coming back with the light. Oh, any luck?
You both all right?
We'll make it.
How's Eve?
Oh, I'm okay, David. Can we go now?
Well, it isn't going to be that easy.
Well, can't we help to clear?
Eve, Barbara, I don't know. The landslide we heard, it may have covered over the cave entrance outside.
You mean that even if people came looking for us, they might not be able to find the entrance to the cave? But that's why we have to start clearing out from inside here.
Eve.
Well, what is it? I mean, at least we know where the way out is. We can crawl back through the tunnel,
Eve,
and then we'll...
We don't know where the way out is anymore.
What do you mean?
The whole area where we passed along the stalactites and the stalagmites has collapsed. Even if we could guess where the tunnel going out began, the rocks blocking it are so large, it would take a bulldozer to move them.
Oh, good Lord. Then we're trapped. We're sealed in like a tomb. And it's all my fault.
Oh, Eve. Doll, come on, darling, baby.
Hey, let me handle her. Eve, stop it. Stop it.
Take it easy, Barbara.
Now, Eve, come on. You've got to get a hold of yourself. Oh, I'll be all right. Sure you will. Hank, have you any ideas what we can do?
Well, I guess the first thing to do is not to panic. Now, we've got water. I've got some chocolate bars and a couple of sandwiches left over from lunch in my saddlebag. We've got light, as long as the batteries last. Which reminds me.
Do we have to be in the dark?
Well, there's no sense in using up the batteries when we don't need it.
David.
Right here, Eve.
Hank, what are our chances of being found?
Oh, it's hard to answer, Barbara. Of course, they'll miss us back at the ranch by tonight.
Oh, we didn't say where we were going.
But when they find the horses hitched right outside...
That's always supposing they weren't buried in the landslide. Is there any other way out of the cave you know of, Eve?
No, not really. Like I told you, some kids got up on the ledge at the top of the waterfall, and they went into some kind of a chamber behind there. But they claimed that...
That what?
Eve, please, we've all got to keep our heads. Well, it's just that the thing came rising out of the water, hissing and snarling, so they just took up and ran.
Well, I don't guess 4 of us grown-ups, as long as we stick together, are going to dream up any boogeyman out of the shadows. I've got to turn the light on for a minute. 20 after 4.
They won't miss us till dinner time. By the time they started any kind of search, it'll be dark.
Yeah, and with the thunderstorm and the Pacoda River running high as it does at the ford, they may figured we holed up at Halfway House.
That's this side of the river?
Yes, and there's no phone, right, Hank?
That's right. Look, it's only about 20 feet up to that ledge.
It'd be easy to climb.
Dave and me could go in through that cleft and have a look around. Maybe there's a way out that way. You girls wait here.
Oh, no way. I'm not sitting around in the dark. We'll all go, Hank.
Well, okay. You climb first then. David, right behind you. Then Barb, and I'll come up last. Let's go. Bingo. We're in the second cavern.
How big is it? This must be where the waterfall comes from.
Is there any way out?
Hold it, everyone. Hold it. Let's see. Let's start to the left here.
The walls are so smooth, like they've been polished.
Once upon a time, I guess the whole floor was underwater. Shine the light higher, Hank, so we can...
Let's see. There was any clefts or passageways at ground level first.
But it's so small. You're over halfway around and nothing. Maybe where the water comes in?
We'll be there in a minute. Nope.
Try along the right-hand wall.
The water runs along against it.
And back through a hole in the floor, down to where we came from.
Shine the light back again where the water comes in.
Why? The batteries are getting dim.
Thought I saw something.
Wait a minute. You may be right. The water doesn't come quite to the top of the archway.
It isn't that. It's something else. It's calling me. The thing.
Steve, wait a minute. Wait.
Oh, Hank, are you all right?
Damn, I turned my ankle. David, the flashlight.
I know. I'm looking for it.
David! David! Help me!
What is it? Where are you?
Something quick.
Where's the damn light? I have it, Mike.
Pulling me under. What is it? What is it? Thing.
I got the possibility.
Under the...
Where's Eve?
Thing. Oh, he dragged her under the arch there.
Oh, God, no. Eve. I can't swim.
I can't. Look out. Hold the light steady. Toward the arch. I'm going after her.
Did you see anything?
No. The water's only a couple of inches under the roof. Hank's gone.
The thing. It's the thing again. And he's coming back for all of us.
From ghoulies and ghosties and long-leggedy beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord deliver us. The quote is from an old friend, Anon, or to give him his full name, Anonymous. But will he deliver our 4 young spelunkers, or any of them, from this thing that haunts the cave? I'll return in a moment with Act 2. There's a creepy, crawly feeling about the very thought of being shut in anywhere, without doors or windows. Confinement of any kind is as foreign to the human animal as it is to his fellow beasts. And as for caves, I know I wouldn't be found dead in one. Oh, I hope that figure of speech isn't a prophetic one for one of our 4 young friends who are cave-bound.
What was that?
Column of water. I don't know.
But didn't you see something inside it with great arms reaching out like a tree?
It was just a geyser, a water spout, some freak of nature.
Eve said there was a thing.
Oh, what does it matter? She's gone. She's dead, drowned. And it's my fault. And Hank hasn't come back from this.
David, you can't help it if you can't swim.
Hasn't helped Hank, but he could. He's disappeared. She was my girl. If anyone had to die with her, it should have been me.
Maybe they've gotten to another cave. If they hadn't, their bodies would have come up to the surface.
Look at that vortex there, Barbara. Where the spout, or whatever it is, came from. Just before the archway.
Spins like a whirlpool. It could have sucked them both down to the bowels of the earth. Oh, David, what are we going to do?
I don't care anymore.
Well, I do. Give me that flashlight. It's getting dimmer. Maybe there's a hole or passage higher up that must... What's that?
Back. The light's to them. Put it out.
No, I can't. I don't want to be in the dark with them.
We'll have them all over us.
One brushed against me. Please, help me. Please, help me. Help me.
Take it easy, Eve. You're all right. You'll be all right.
The thing that pulled me under the water.
You're out of the water now.
Where?
I don't know. Dry land, anyway.
Hank.
Yes.
How did you get here?
I went into the water.
Try to save me?
Oh, it's an Eagle Scout. You know, trustworthy, loyal, helpful.
What about David?
He can't swim.
Oh, but how did you...
I don't think I could explain.
What do you mean?
It just doesn't make sense. The stream was flowing out of the arch. So I was swimming against it, but suddenly something just pulled me along against the current. What about you?
Oh, don't you see? It was him. The thing.
Oh, if it was, why did he save you and me? You thought he wanted to drown you.
Yes, I did at first, but then it seemed so kind, as if it wanted to help. But Barbara and David, we've got to get back.
Take it easy. Too tired.
Oh, yes. Some lights that we can...
Nothing but matches. Soaking wet. Maybe dry out. Can't even see the time.
David?
Yes, Barbara?
Would the light disturb the bats again? They make my flesh crawl, but anything's better than the dark.
Well, it must be night outside by now. I have a hunch they've taken off to the outside cavern.
Well, are they in for a surprise when they find there's no exit anymore?
Maybe they know of one out of here. Let's try. So far, so good.
Getting so dim.
It isn't all that high. Let's see.
Well?
Can you see anything?
No. It's like the inside of an egg. Oh, David, what are we going to do?
Get back. Get back near the arch. The rock's flat. Maybe if the water goes down or something, we can figure a way... Battery's gone.
Oh, no. No, there's got to be light. David, I can't take it.
Barbara.
I'm joking.
Barbara.
I'm joking.
Hold it, yourself. Wait a minute.
Oh, thank God. Some light.
It's only a lighter. It won't last long. Now, we've got to say to sit down.
Just don't turn it off.
I have to. Just keep thinking it's there if it's needed.
It's there if it's needed. Oh, David, hold me. Please.
Okay.
Oh, Hank, I got you, all of you, into this.
But Eve, that won't help. What we need to do is move around and try to get warm. At least we're dry. Try those matches again. Oh, no good. If only we could see to...
What is it?
Look up, Eve. Way up there. What do you see?
It's a shaft of light.
Sunlight that's coming from outside. It means there's a way out.
But it's so high up. It's so little.
With any luck, as the sun rises, it'll give us more light. Then we can explore.
How far up to where that light's coming in?
Oh, must be a good 60 feet. Hard to tell in this light.
Could we climb up there?
Oh, Lord, no.
We've got to think about Bob and David first, anyway.
Oh, I've been thinking about that. Trouble is, I was groggy when I fetched ashore here. I've no idea how long the underwater swim is.
But with the current going with you...
Well, there's a good chance I could make it through, but making it back's another problem. Especially since David doesn't swim. We can't count on Mr. Singh to be around to help us out again.
But here, we have a chance, and there, they don't. There's got to be some way.
I've got a notion. Eve, you got anything to write with?
No, haven't got a pocketbook or any kind of pen. Wait a minute. Pocket of my jeans. Lipstick, any good?
Famous. Now look, I'm going to take my canteen and empty it. Now, the one sure thing we have is plenty of water. You think we could write a message with lipstick on that?
No, not so good on that canvas cover. But if we just strip it, we could write on the metal.
You don't think water would wash it off?
I don't suppose you've done much dishwashing.
Well, even a bachelor does his share.
Well, then you know how tough it is to get lipstick off a glass.
I sure do.
But how do we get this message?
Look, with the stopper in this canteen, it won't sink. Now, I'm going to tie it to the end of the rope and let it float on down far as I can.
Supposing the rope isn't long enough.
Oh, there's 30 to 35 feet of rope here. It better be long enough. Now, let's put our heads together and figure how much of a message we can get on this canteen.
David?
Yes, Bob?
Is it me? Or is it getting hard to breathe in here?
It's all in the mind.
You know, it's funny.
What?
I used to be kind of jealous of all the big brains. Me, I was just, fun and games and the action girl. And no ties, strictly let it all hang out loose. I wish I had the chance to find just one fella. Oh, David.
What, Barbie?
You're not kidding me. The air's getting heavier and heavier. Please, can't we have a little light?
There's not much light if you...
What is it?
There's something floating in the stream. Here, hold this up for me.
Can you reach it?
Yeah, I have it.
What is it?
It's a canteen. It's tied to a rope. Looks like Hank's canteen. The water bottle he brought in without the cover.
Hold it closer. Oh, look. There's writing on it. Oh, God, I'm blind without my glasses. It's in lipstick. That means Eve. Here, can you read it?
Hold the flame steady. Okay. Eve, Hank, safe, tug, rope, 3 times if found, way out. If writing materials reply, send all in flashed.
How much do you measure?
About 20 feet.
And how far?
Wait. 1, 2, 3. They've got it. Now all we have to do is wait for one tug, and we can bring back the message.
There's so much more we should have told them.
The time. The light is almost out of fluid. Thank God my watch has an illuminated dial. If we miss their return instructions, well, we can't, that's all. Hold the lighter. I've got to be sure this bottle's tied to cap. Okay. Here goes. One tug and Geronimo to the light.
Oh, if I ever get out of here, I'll write for special dispensation during the energy crisis. I never want to spend another moment in the dark again. What does it say?
We could use a better reading light.
What's it written on?
Pencil on a handkerchief. Dearest Eve Hank, light only for one more message from you. Air supply failing. Trapped here. Give instructions. Expect answer 5 minutes. Pencil enclosed. Can you imagine? The 20th century, a little less than 20 feet away, and we communicate like the Stone Age.
Never mind. At least we communicate. Let's just get them here so we can communicate face to face. It's silly, Dave. You know you can't swim. If anything goes wrong and you panic, I'll at least be here.
And if I leave you here in the dark, alone? Now, look, let me slip the rope around your shoulders like Hank instructed.
I know how to handle a sling like this. Will you remember?
Yes. Now, go on. Get in and tug. Let's get out of here before my lighter gives out.
It's nothing. I could have swum it alone. I didn't hold my breath more than half a minute. Oh, Bobby, it's so good to see you again.
Let's get that sling off and float it back on the bottom to David.
Yes, hurry. You think you'll be able to manage? Oh, sure. A cinch. Oh, here you are, Hank.
Oh, I just hope your boyfriend isn't jealous.
You mean the thing?
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. 17, 18, 19... 20, 21. It should be right on the mark now.
What's the matter? Haven't he tugged yet?
Give him a chance.
I hope the lighter hasn't run out of fuel. But if he can't see, then how can he get...
Watch it. There's the tug. Come on. Let's all pull fast.
Should it come as easy as that?
Something's wrong. He's lost the rope.
Oh.
He's lost the rope, all right. But it's something worse than that. Get back, everybody! Get back!
Once again, some malign influence interferes in the tantalizing possibility of escape for the 4 young people whose mettle has already been tested unbearably. And for the lovers, the tables are bitterly turned. It seems that it is Eve's turn to mourn David. We'll return shortly with Act 3. Instead of David appearing from the tunnel, secure on the rope, there is an empty sling tied to the canteen for a float. And behind it, a boiling spout of frothing water spewing from the narrow opening of the channel like a huge fire hose, reversing the normal current till the opposing forces drive a seething lake over the floor of the cavern.
Hank, what happened?
I don't know.
It's that thing David and I saw it after you went in to save Eve. David said it was some sort of a water spout, a geyser, or...
Look! What?
Floating in. David, help me.
Right with you. Easy. Eve, let me get him.
Don't let him go.
It's all right. The water's washing him ashore.
Is he...
He swallowed a lot of water.
Let an RN and a lifeguard handle this one. Get him on his back, Hank.
Yeah.
That's right. Now, help me pull his jaw forward.
Okay.
What's that for? Free his tongue so he doesn't strangle. Okay, now let's get the water out of his stomach. And then we'll start mouth to mouth. But what happened, David?
Lighter gave out, so I had to lie there in the dark, feeling with my hands for the bottle to come through. Suddenly, I felt it, but it slipped out of my hands, and I fell in the water, grabbing at the rope.
That must have been the tug I felt.
I don't know. I lost the rope, and I was floundering when suddenly the water began to literally boil all around me.
The water spout?
Yeah. It lifted me half out of the water and flung me against the arch. I It knocked me out.
You've got quite a bruise on your forehead.
It's what happened to us, Eve.
What do you mean?
There's some fault right below there. And every often, enough cold water hits the molten lava way down, and, well, you're the professor, Dave. What happened?
I don't know. I suppose it forms a steam explosion that blows a whole column of water back up into the small cavern in part of the tunnel. It creates, sort of a whirlpool that's momentarily strong enough to hit the normal current like a riptide and drive it back. Best I can do.
I can do better than that. It's the thing that wants to help us. It's saved 3 of our lives already.
I owe at least part of my thanks to Barbara.
And me to Hank.
And if it hadn't been for David, I'd have ended up a raving maniac in the dark.
I guess we all have turned up a little short, one way or another. Except Hank.
I'll say one thing. There's only one best man in the group.
Only at your wedding, mister. Because, well, Hank is about to exhibit his private white feather.
What do you mean, Hank?
Well, if we're going forward, there are only 2 ways to go. Eve and I have looked at the other end of the river here where it comes in, and there's no way out there.
How about the cleft up there where the light comes from?
Well, looks to be the best bet, only, Davy, old man, that's 60 or 70 feet up there. And I want to tell you, heights turn my belly to water. Even that first 20-foot climb we made, I'd like to die. I didn't dare look down after we got there, so what do we do now?
We climb. Just let me look it over. No, shouldn't be too tough.
Are you sure you're up to this, darling?
Eva, I may be an egghead, no muscle boy, and I can't swim. But one thing I do know how to do is climb mountains. This one's my baby. Now, just let me go over a few points once again. I lead, Eve follows, Barb, and then Hank.
What if I fall?
You're on a sling. The rest of us can hold you, and if you don't lose your head, try to relax. And as you swing back to the wall, grab hold again. But you're not going to fall.
Yeah, but...
Look, it isn't a tough climb. The main thing is, don't look down.
All right.
Just keep your eyes up. And each one follow whatever toe holds or hand holds the one before is used. I'll test each one of them first. Most of the climb we can follow ledges. If they feel narrow, face the wall and move sideways. Don't look down. And no hurry. Don't anyone try to play hero. If you're tired, let me know, and we'll rest, okay?
I'm not worried, darling. I trust you, Dave.
Well, if we don't get started, I may never move.
Here we go. We're halfway up now. Anyone want to take a rest?
No. I'm all right. Let's just keep going.
I'm afraid to stop.
Next part's going to be a little tougher. Hang in and keep your eyes up.
Dave! Dave!
Hold on, anyone. What is it, Hank?
Dave, I can't! I can't! My knees... It's so far down!
Hank, damn it! Look up here at me. Now, that's better. Now, you listen. We only have about 15 more feet to go. There's a nice, wide ledge we can settle on while I explore the cleft we're heading for. You lose your head, you can take all of us with you.
Just cut me loose and let me...
Don't be a fool, Hank. We're a few feet from getting back in the world. Come on, don't let us all down.
All right, I'll try.
Easy does it, Hank. Just hook your weight forward over the ledge.
I can't. I'm stuck.
Now, when I pull, get your knee up. There. All right. Now, slide yourself back against the rock. There, that's it.
I ever get out of this, I'm moving to Kansas, where it's as flat as a pancake. What are you doing?
I'm tying the rope. I need it.
It was all for nothing, wasn't it, darling?
What do you mean?
That place where the light's coming from is behind that big rock in the ceiling. We can't climb up there. It would take a fly.
I can get there, darling.
How?
I just need some nuts in this one lariat. Then you see that spur that sticks out? I toss the noose of the lariat over that. And then I can shinny up the rope and over on top of the rock.
But you'd swing like a pendulum.
If I took off from here without any break. But I'll tie the other rope to this one for a trip line. And the rest of you can let me swing over slowly and steady me as I climb.
But how do we get across there to join you?
See that other spur higher up between us and the rock I'm going for?
Yes.
After I get across, I'll sling a line over that and secure at my end. You can all swing across.
Oh.
Like we used to do when we were kids and played Tarzan. It's only about 10 feet.
I don't think I could do it.
You've got to, darling. It's the only chance we have left.
Oh, thank heaven. I never thought he'd make it. Did you find the rift?
Yes.
Does it lead outside?
Eventually. It's a sort of long chimney.
Could we climb it?
Yes, if we were gremlins. It's wide enough all right one way, but the other, it's not over 6 or 7 inches. None of us could get through.
Oh, no.
Well, that blows it.
But what can we do, David?
There's nothing to do except lying down again. Not me. I haven't the guts.
I don't think I have the strength. You have a mutiny on your hands, Captain. I couldn't make that climb down again either.
Okay. We'll do what I told you before. Swing all of you over here. There's plenty of room for all of us. I got you, Eve. Back on good old terra firma.
Just like riding down an elevator. Oh, thanks, Hank. Bye.
Oh, so we all got down easy. How does David?
He's got away. He sort of takes a hitch around himself and he lowers himself down. Oh, here he comes.
Oh, man, that's some kind of guy you're marrying.
Everybody all right?
We are.
A few rope burns, that's all. Sorry I put you through all that for nothing.
I wasn't much help, but it was worth a last chance.
You have to harp on it. I'm not giving up yet.
What else is there to try, darling?
Faith. Trust in God. I don't think he'd have put us through all this much and not planned to save us.
He certainly tried to see what we were made of.
Yes, and look at us. We all came through, and none of us is whimpering anymore or thinking of himself. I still think there's something there. Maybe not a childhood picture of a thing. Oh, good Lord.
What's it coming out of that other tunnel? It's hard to see in this murky light.
But it's the thing. I knew all along he didn't mean us harm. It's the thing.
I reckon I must have thrown quite a scare into you folks. Jim Trimble here, Deep Sea Diving and Ocean Bed Recovery Incorporated, ex-frogman in the Navy. You got a mess of folks mighty worried about you on the outside. There's going to be some relief once my boys bring in scuba tanks and gear to get you to the outside there. Just let me give them the go-ahead. Hello, Prairie 2. This is Jim. All 4 missing persons alive and well. Proceed with plan as outlined.
But how did you find us?
Well, sir, my daddy was quite a diver in his day. Free diving, that was. Not with gear like today. And he always had a notion there was a back way into Choctaw Cave through the underground river. And he found it one day off Chippewa Lake here, and I was about 16, and well, he went down and they never came back.
I wonder if he ever made it to the cave.
Oh, no doubt about that, ma'am. After I got out of the Navy, I went down myself with scuba gear and a motor outfit just like now. And I found my daddy, or his skeleton. I figure he got down just holding his breath, but trying to make it up again at that angle, the current was just too strong. And after it got him, it brought him back to rest here, you know. I brung him out and buried him proper.
I'm sorry, Jim.
No need. He died doing what he wanted to do.
But how did you find us?
Well, Hank's old horse, Baldy, was smart enough to outstep that landslide, and when he turned up downhill, folks got alerted, but there wasn't a hope of digging you out, and they sent for me, and I got flown in from San Diego, and that's how I come to scare you into thinking I was that old legend I guess my father started. But the thing...
It isn't a legend, Jim. Your father never really died. He was the one that saved us.
Deep in the Choctaw Caves, the fountains of hot water still spout. The vortexes swirl. The long double lariat still hangs swinging from that high spur. But no living creature will ever enter them again. For even the bats are gone, smothered in the first two caverns where air forever was shut off. Perhaps all that is left is one thing, with a small t now, for it has become the pleasant ghost of a simple, kindly man. I'll be back shortly. So, for this time, a happy ending. And let's write the epitaph to this tale of suspense in Milton's words. Hence, loathed melancholy of Cerberus and blackest midnight born, in Stygian cave forlorn. For myself, I equate cave with the Latin word spelled the same way, C-A-V-E, but pronounced cave. It means beware. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Terry Keane, Michael Wager, Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The night has 1,000 eyes, said the poet. And see how they twinkle in the darkness. For they are but bright jewels that sparkle in the gloom. And they are not made for seeing, but only to light the traveler's way in the deep and eternal blackness, from whence all of us came, and to which all of us must return.
Richard, the detective wanted to know if there was anything between me and Mr. Forrest.
What could there possibly be between you, Lorna, and Mr. Forrest?
I told him we were having an affair.
Now, Laura, that isn't true. You didn't even know Mr. Forrest. Why did you say a thing like that? Your reputation...
Better for me to lose my reputation than to have you accused of murder.
Our mystery drama, Night Eyes, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell and Earl Hammond. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse! Thus cried King Richard III of England. Ah, yes. But his wasn't the first kingdom to be lost because of a horse. Nor would it be the last. You don't believe it? Visit any racetrack. This is a story about a horse, and it begins on a most fashionable street in a most fashionable neighborhood. A man, a middle-aged man, pauses in front of one of those fabulous luxury high-rise apartment houses. He's a big man, but there doesn't seem to be any substance to him. He's evidently the wrack and ruin of what was once a magnificent physical specimen. His clothes are old and frayed, faded and threadbare. He stands for a moment, as if trying to remember something.
What do you want? Who, me? Well, who'd you think I was talking to? The Prince of Wales? I want to see somebody. Now, who would an old bum like you want to see? Well, come on. Spit it out. Hey, what's the matter with you? Don't yell at me, please. Don't yell. Because I... All right, now, come on. What am I supposed to do, huh? Stand around here all day? No, you see, when people yell at me, I forget what I want to say. Okay, beat it, huh? Beat it. But I want to see Mr. Yeah, Mr. Starbright. Yeah, that's him, Mr. Starbright. Yeah. Mr. Starbright, huh? You got an appointment? Appointment? Oh, I know he'll want to see me. Now, why would a man like Mr. Starbright want to see an old bum like you? Oh, he'll want to see me. Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. Why do you want to see him? It's private. Yeah, I'll bet it is. Okay, now beat it. No, I said beat it, and don't let me catch you hanging around. Mr. Starbright.
How did you get in here?
The doorman, he wouldn't let me up. So I sneaked in through the back.
Who are you?
My name. Oh, my name is Nate. Yeah, Nate. Yeah, that's funny. Sometimes I forget my second name, but it'll come back to me. I just have to remember not to get nervous and get scared. I'll remember.
What do you want?
What do I want? Oh, yeah. Just give me a minute, huh? I know it's got to be important.
Excuse me a moment, please.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes, Joe. You're afraid some old bum may have sneaked up the back stairs. Well, he did. No, Joe, don't bother. He's harmless. Papa just wants a handout. I'll take care of it. Well, it's good to know you're on the ball, Joseph. Well, now, what's your name? Nate? What can I do for you? You must want some money, no?
No, I ain't looking for a handout. I don't want no money. Yeah.
You don't want...
No. I ain't a bum. I work. You know where I work?
Why did you tell me?
At the track. At Crystal Park. You've been there, I've seen you.
Oh, yes, I do spend quite a bit of time there. Too much, if you listen to my wife.
Yeah. I work. I sweep out and I do things, you know. I used to be in the ring. Hey, maybe you heard of me. They give me a name, you know. The writers did. You see, this name that I was born with was no good for the ring, you know. So, you know what they done?
What did they do?
They said, they said, let's give him one of them American hero names, you know. So my manager one day, he said, hey, you know what your name is? Nathan Bedford Forrest.
Oh, my goodness. I remember you.
Yeah, they explained it to me, you know. There was this general, and he says, get there. Get there firstest with the mostest. That was me. I used to throw a lot of punches, you know.
Yes, you certainly did.
I used to get hit a lot, too. I always did the fans a good fight, didn't I?
You sure did.
Well, when I got sick or something, I think it must have been an accident. I don't remember. Well, I ain't been able to fight since.
Yes, I believe I did hear something about that.
Hey, but you know, I didn't mind. Because all of my life, I kind of liked horses. You know, being around horses, you know. So this guy, he fixed it for me to get a job at the track.
Well, that was very nice.
Yeah, there's an old shed down near the barns that they give me. And I fixed it up real nice. Hey, yours.
Well, next time I'm at the track, perhaps I will.
Hey, gee, that'll be great.
Well, Nate, what was it you wanted to see me about?
Oh. Why,
You say you don't want any money?
No. I don't need no money, no.
Well, does it have anything to do with the track?
The track. Oh, yeah. It's the track. Yeah, that's right. I come here to tell you.
To tell me what?
Turkish taffy. Hey, you see, I remember. It's Turkish taffy. Your horse.
Yes, I own Turkish taffy.
Yeah. Turkish taffy.
Is something wrong?
Yeah.
What?
He ain't there.
What are you saying?
He ain't there. He ain't in his stall.
Well, where is he?
Well, I don't know. But he ain't nowhere at the track.
Are you saying Turkish taffy is missing?
Yeah, he ain't there.
But I was at the track less than an hour ago.
Yeah, but still in all, he ain't there.
My trainer is there. He would have called me.
Well, maybe he don't know, huh?
Well, if the horse isn't in his stall, how could he not know?
Oh, that. You see, maybe he thinks the horse that's in the stall now is Turkish taffy.
What are you saying?
I mean, that horse in there now. He does look a lot like Turkish taffy. But they carry the same weight and the same height. He even got the same white star on his forehead, you know. Well, I guess most people would figure, oh, yeah, he's Turkish taffy.
But, that's impossible.
Hey, you know, Mr. Staff, I always liked Turkish taffy. I remember it come up a 2-year-old. Good-looking horse.
What makes you say the horse in the stall isn't Turkish taffy?
Well, he's a ringer.
Well, that's what you keep telling me. Why?
You just tell by talking to him. I know he ain't Turkish taffy.
Just by talking to him?
Yeah, lots of little things, you know. Like you can tell him horse. And this one, he is a ringer. I thought maybe I better come here and tell you. Huh?
I see.
Of course, you are the owner, and you should know.
Certainly. Did you voice these suspicions to anyone else?
Suspicions? Oh, now, Mr. Starbright, it is true. I know your horse, and I could prove it.
All right, but you didn't tell anyone else.
No. I figure I'll tell you. You take care of it yourself.
Yes, I shall. You did a fine thing, Nate. Here, let me get...
No, I didn't do this for money. I mean, I want to do this for the honor of the profession, you know.
Of course. Now, Nate, you are positive.
Oh, yeah. You can even prove it.
Well, that's what I'm asking for, proof.
Well, like the night eyes.
The what?
Night eyes.
Night eyes? What an interesting word. Whatever does it mean?
Oh, darling, may I present Mr. Forrest?
How do you do, Mr. Forrest?
I was just leaving. I got to get back to
the track?
Oh, yeah. That's right, the track. You know something, ma'am? Your husband, he remembers me. Hey, can you imagine? So just like him, he remembers me.
Oh, I'm sure he would.
I gave everybody a good fight now tonight.
Oh, yes, you did, Nate.
And I never lay down. No, sir, I never took a dive. Why, I should throw a fight once, you know.
Oh?
But I wouldn't do it. So they give me the works. Oh, I mean, they beat me up so I could never fight no more.
How awful. Did you go to the police?
Police?
Yes. Didn't you go to the police?
Police? No, I don't remember.
But you do remember getting beaten up?
No, I don't remember that neither. I don't remember nothing anymore. No. I gotta get back, so I better say goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, that poor man. I suppose he was up here hoping you'd give him some money.
Yes.
I hope you gave it to him.
I did.
So that's what they call being punch drunk. Oh, poor fellow. He's massive scars and bruises.
He's lucky to be alive.
And yet, there's something magnificent about him. You look in his eyes and you see the true light of tragedy.
Lorna, I know you had plans, but I have an errand to run.
Oh, dear.
I'm sorry.
You can't come to the Martindales with me for cocktails?
Well, perhaps I can meet you.
Oh, Richard.
Well, it came up suddenly, really.
Oh, very well. I'll let you out of the Martindale's party, but this means you owe me one.
Which means you'll probably drag me to one of those concerts, eh?
And the most ultra-modern music at that.
All right. I'll cut this thing as short as I possibly can.
Oh, what gentleman would transact business at 4 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon?
A gentleman who's interested in making money.
And this old bum, he knows?
He's not an old bum, Fraser.
But he knows.
Yes, he knows. And that means we'll have to scratch Turkish Taffy or the horse that's impersonating him. Now, that was sound, impersonating a horse.
Why not? There's a lot of money in it.
Now, Fraser, listen to me.
I have been listening.
This, Nate, if he knows, isn't it possible other people might also know?
Richard, you're becoming panicky.
If a thing like this becomes known, I'll be disgraced for life. Not to mention criminal liability.
And be calm, Richard. Be very calm. You have a horse. His name is Turkish Taffy. He couldn't run. Well, he could run if he was in the mood, but he was very seldom in the mood. You see?
Now, look, Fraser,
so he never wins. Therefore, every time he runs, the odds get heavier. His weight allowance gets lighter.
I understand all that.
No, not really. That's why I have to review it. So we have a horse that looks just like Turkish Taffy and can run 6 furlongs in 1 minute 11, which is good enough to win on Saturday, especially since we'll be carrying Turkish Taffy's weight allowance of 102 pounds.
We have to call it off.
We can't call it off.
What do you mean we can't?
It's out of our hands.
I don't understand. It's my horse.
You see, the betting arrangements have already been made.
But this old-time fighter, he knows.
Yes. Well,
what?
He'll be taken care of.
He'll be taken care of? What does that mean? What does that mean, he'll be taken care of? Don't expect me to answer that question. After all, we want you to come back for Act 2, where you will receive further enlightenment, not only on the fate of all the people you have met so far, but also on their pastime, which is known for reasons that escape me as the sport of kings. The curtain will rise again in just a few moments. Know ye not, says the book, that they which run in a race run all, but only one receiveth the prize. Of course, it's the nature of the game. There must be winners, and therefore it follows that there must also be losers. This concept is as old as mankind. But then a new ingredient was added. For the sake of convenience, let's call it insurance. What does that mean, Fraser? He'll be taken care of.
It means what it says, Richard. He'll be taken care of.
In what way?
In whatever way is necessary.
Now, look, Fraser.
No, don't do that.
Don't do what?
Don't wrap yourself in a mantle of piety.
I will not stand. You
won't stand for anything that has to be done. You came to me. You said, Fraser, my horse has to win.
I know all about that.
No, you don't. Which is why we have to review it. Things are tight. You need cash. So
I didn't think that...
You didn't think what? When I suggested that we would be able to switch horses, you jumped at it.
I didn't know.
You didn't know what? That at the very least it was a fraud? But you were willing to commit that, weren't you?
Well, that's different.
You know the old saying, in for a penny, in for a pound?
I think I know where this is going, and I don't like it.
Well, may not have to go that far.
Well, you see, you just said it.
All I did was mention an extreme possibility.
It's my horse. That is in the eyes of the world. And I am withdrawing him from the race.
I don't think you'll be able to do that, Richard. This thing has acquired a life of its own. You started to win a sizable purse, not to mention a few $100,000 at best. But that's his chicken feed. Coffee and cake, as they say.
I am telling you what I intend to do.
People you don't know, and believe me, Richard, you don't want to know them, are going to make millions. They will not permit you to...
Are you threatening me?
I don't have to. Do you know why? Because you have no intention of scratching Turkish Taffy.
I don't think you understand.
I understand that you are in a financial bind, Richard.
Ah, damn it. That woman spends money as if I had a printing press that just turns it out.
It is out of our hands, Richard. You're the owner, I'm the trainer. We had to call in some other people.
You had to call in other people?
Only because you told me what had to be done.
But I didn't know that someone might have to get hurt.
And if you did, Richard, would that have stopped you? Don't answer that question too quickly.
Richard, darling.
Hello, Lorna.
Come here and let me get you a drink. And, congratulations.
Oh, so you heard?
Yes, it was on the radio.
Yes, Turkish Taffy finally came through.
Was it a nice purse?
Very nice.
Well, then the next time I ask you for a contribution...
My darling, have I ever turned you down?
No, but lately you have scowled a bit. Richard, that man who works for you...
Which man who works for me?
The one who was here the other day.
Who?
Oh, no, the badly battered one. What's his name again? Forrest? Yes, Mr. Forrest.
Nate Forrest. He doesn't work for me. What made you think that...
Well, he said he worked at the track, and he came up to see you, so naturally I thought...
No, dear. You see, he's just an old bum.
Richard. No way to describe Mr. Forrest.
Oh, yes, of course you're right. I'm sorry. Why do you ask?
Can anything be done for him?
What do you mean?
He's a man who needs help.
Well...
More, he's a man who deserves help. I want to help.
My dear, there's nothing you can do.
Oh, no, don't say that.
But I must. Nothing can be done for a man like him medically. And he supports himself. He's happy, and... darling, I can only tell you that you're better off keeping away from the Nate Forests of this world.
Oh, really? Why?
Because in the end, they have to break your heart.
Yeah?
Oh, does Mr. Forrest live here?
Mr. Forrest, huh? Why do you ask?
Well, some people pointed out this shack, and they said that Mr. Forrest...
Do you know Mr. Forrest?
Well, I met him once.
You've met him once?
But does he live here? Because if he doesn't...
Well, why do you want to see him?
Well, I don't want to sound abrupt or even rude, but I can't see where that would be anyone's business.
Anyone's business? Maybe not. Mine? I'm afraid yes. I'm a police officer.
An officer?
Yes, my name is Kahn, Detective Lieutenant Kahn. Homicide.
Homicide?
We, may be jumping the gun a little there, but he's not expected to live.
Mr. Forrest?
That's right.
But what's wrong?
We don't know. Nobody had seen him around for the past couple of days. So today, somebody came over to his shack, and there he was.
What happened?
He was beaten up. I guess he was left for dead.
No.
Yeah. He really got worked over.
But why? Why?
Oh, who knows? It happens all the time.
What happens all the time?
These wild, crazy, insane things. No rhyme, no reason. Just mindless violence. What's your name?
Is that important?
Well, why'd you want to see him?
Why?
Yeah. Why?
Look,
Okay. Go on home. I won't ask you any more questions.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Look, lady, this is the racetrack. I know it's early in the morning, but you can never tell. There could be reporters around. Now, you don't want to get your name in the paper, do you? Maybe even your picture?
Well, why would anyone want to put my name or my picture in the papers?
Why would a rich-looking, well-dressed woman be visiting the shack of some down-at-the-heel?
Now, just 1 minute, Lieutenant.
A lot of well-off, middle-aged women get their kicks.
That is not the reason I'm here.
No? Okay. Why'd you want to see him?
Why?
And that's what I asked. Why?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I had a feeling I wanted to help him.
Why?
Well, obviously, he was a man who needed help, wasn't he?
What was he to you?
He was a human being.
Yeah. Well, I suppose nobody can help him anymore.
Do you suppose I could see Mr. Forrest?
He doesn't look very pretty.
I'm prepared for that.
But what's the point to it?
He's going to die, isn't he?
Yeah. Any time now.
I'd feel better if he didn't die alone.
Sister, we all die alone. Nurse says it's okay to go in.
Is he still?
Yeah, but not for long. I told you you wouldn't look pretty.
Oh, why? Why would anyone want to do this to him?
Night.
Trying to say something.
Night.
Mr. Forrest? Mr. Forrest, it's Mrs. Starbright.
Night.
I want to help you.
I didn't.
Is there anything
Mrs. Starbright, why do you want to do this to yourself?
Eyes?
Night.
What is he saying?
What does it matter? Look, eyes.
Eyes. Is that what he's saying, eyes?
Night.
Tonight? What about tonight?
Night. Eyes.
What does that mean?
What does what mean?
Eyes, night eyes.
Oh, poor guy, he's just out of his head.
No, it seems to make sense.
What seems to make sense?
I don't know, but...
I always give a good fight, huh? I never did nothing crooked. Never. Well, still, listen.
Yes.
Listen.
I'm listening, Mr. Forrest. I'm listening.
Good. Just look at the eyes tonight. Eyes.
Mr. Forrest. Oh.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
He's dead.
Look, you better go now.
What did he mean by that eyes at night?
Well, he was kind of delirious, you know.
No. He may have been out of his head, but that word he was trying to tell us.
What word?
That word, night eyes. I've heard that before.
And so did you. So did all of us. If you think back on our first act, yes, we did hear it. But what does it mean? What can it mean? Well, it has a close involvement with the sport of kings, to give you that much of a hint. And if you want complete enlightenment, you know you'll have to wait till I return with Act 3. We do not do what we ought. What we ought, we do not do. And we lean upon the thought that chance will see us through. Chance, fate, happenstance, luck, the random fall of events. No matter how securely the castle is built, the unforeseen, the unexpected can make it collapse as if it were a house of cards.
Darling, what are you thinking about?
I'm trying to recall something.
Oh, yes, what?
Would you know of any poem or saying or anything that would combine the words eyes and night?
Well, the first thing that occurred to me, that thing, the night has 1,000 eyes.
No, that doesn't make sense. Neither does the eyes of night, or I see the night in your eyes, my beloved.
What's all this about?
You know that Mr. Forrest is dead.
He's dead? I didn't see it in the paper.
I didn't see it in the paper either.
Well, then, how did you know?
I went to the track today.
You did?
To look for him.
To look for Nate Forrest?
Yes.
Was that wise?
I thought I could do something for him.
Oh, my dear. There are times when
I got there, and it was too late. There was a detective in the shack.
A police detective?
Mr. Forrest had been murdered.
Murdered?
Isn't that shocking? That poor man.
The police are sure of this now?
Oh, yes. He'd been brutally beaten to death. I felt so bad.
How did you account for your presence?
Well, if this weren't so tragic, it might even be funny. I'm sure that detective actually believes. Oh, no, I won't tell you.
Well, you know, with a build-up like that, you'll have to tell me.
Well, he thought that I was one of those thrill-seeking matrons.
Ah, you see. I told you not to go poking around trying to do good.
Do you realize what that sounds like?
I didn't mean it that way.
How did you mean it?
The world always suspects your motives.
Do you suspect my motives?
Well, of course not, no.
That's all that matters to me.
You say he's dead?
Yes. I went to the hospital.
You went to the hospital?
I saw him just a few minutes before he died. I heard his last words. He was delirious.
Well, why did you feel you had to...
I wanted to bring him comfort.
But if he was delirious, he would know the difference.
Can you be sure of that?
My dear, there are times when I wish you...
There are times when you wish I...
What? Now, these activities of yours, really... And do you know how much they cost?
What did it cost me to see Mr. Forrest?
I'm not talking about it.
Well, who are you talking about?
Oh, your memberships and your contributions and pledges and...
Are you telling me we can't afford it?
Well,
You always led me to believe that there was all the money I wanted.
Well, times are...
Times are what? Hard? Tough? Tight?
Well, maybe a little of each.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because I didn't want you to feel that your husband couldn't afford to... Well...
I see.
Oh, but look, darling, everything is okay now. The pinch was just temporary.
I'm sorry. I really didn't realize.
No, I tell you, it's absolutely okay. Oh, I'll get them. Hello.
Richard.
Yes, what is it, Fraser?
I have to see you right away.
Well, that's not really convenient.
I'm sorry. I have to insist. Meet me at Jerry's place in 20 minutes.
And then, wait a minute, Fraser. Lorna, I have to go out for a while.
Richard, I think we should talk.
Or later.
Now.
Darling, I have something very important.
Well, that's the problem.
Well, what problem?
Talking with me is not important.
Oh, it is, believe me.
But it must always give way to something more important.
Look, we'll talk as soon as I get back.
That's what I mean.
Fraser, why was it necessary to kill him?
Keep your voice down.
But why?
As it was explained to me, they couldn't talk to him.
Oh, this is just great.
He was a stupid, stubborn man.
All right, what happens now?
Nothing. Why does this have to have any connection with us?
Then why was it so important for you to see me?
Because I know you, Richard. You tend to get panicky over trifles.
Trifles, huh?
Yes, the death of some punch-drunk old bum has no tie-in with us whatsoever.
He did come to see me, you know.
Well, how is anybody going to find out about that?
Well, for one thing, the doorman in my building knows.
John? He's been taken care of.
Taken care of?
Mm-hmm.
That expression again.
No, now, Joe is a sensible man. He's been convinced where his true interests lie.
Well, my wife...
Lorna? Well, who would she talk to? And why? Look, we brought it off. We're out of the woods. We are in the clear. And we've got nothing at all to worry about. Please, sit down, Mrs. Starbright.
Thank you. I I was out when you called. I just got the message.
Well, I would have come to see you.
Your time is more valuable than mine, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Starbright, I must ask you this question. Why did you go to see Nate Forrest?
I told you. I wanted to help him.
And he was nothing at all to you? Is that it? Mrs. Starbright, there are rumors.
Rumors?
Yes. You hear rumors around the track. Now, sometimes a horse wins at very big odds. People have very suspicious minds. Now, just recently, a horse named Turkish Taffy won at 75 to 1. Your husband owns it.
Oh, everybody knows that, Lieutenant.
There may have been, no, how can I put this, something phony going on.
Lieutenant Kahn, are you making an accusation?
No, just thinking aloud.
About what?
Well, thanks to you, I looked up this Nate Forrest. I just thought he was an old bum. It turns out he wasn't. He was a pretty good club fighter, maybe 20 years ago, before my time. And he was supposed to take a dive.
Take a dive?
Yeah, throw the fight. Let the other guy win. He said no. The gamblers beat him up so he'd never fight again. No, he wasn't a bum. He was a man. And I feel very bad that I thought about him the way I did. Well, maybe, just maybe, the same thing happened again.
What same thing?
Another shady deal. At the track. Maybe he knew about it. Maybe he couldn't be bought off. So they did what they had to do. They killed him. I'll put it to you this way. Your husband's horse just paid the biggest price of the year. Now, a couple of days later, you go to see Nate Forrest. Why?
Why?
I have to know the connection between the two of you.
But I told you,
I find that hard to believe.
Well, maybe you guessed it the minute you saw me.
What do you mean?
In your own words, a lot of well-off, middle-aged women get their kicks.
Oh, I don't believe that.
You don't?
You don't look the type.
You, an experienced detective, and you judge by looks?
Mrs. Starbright, what are you trying to cover up?
I don't know what you're talking about. May I go now?
Sure.
Thank you.
Lorna, is that you?
Yes.
Where were you?
Where? I was to the end of the earth and back.
I don't know what that means, so I'll skip it.
I don't know what it means either.
I hurried back so we could have our talk.
Did you?
But you weren't home.
Yes, I know. I was at the police station.
The police station?
The detective wanted to see me.
About what?
He wanted to know why I wanted to see Mr. Forrest.
You see, dear, how you can get into all kinds
You know what I told him? I as much as told him that I went to see Mr. Forrest because I was having an affair with him.
What did you say?
I think you heard me.
No, the police are not to be trifled with. You know, sometimes your sense
You
of humor...
see, something very suspicious happened there recently. A horse named Turkish Taffy won an unexpected victory, paid fantastic odds.
Alona, I still don't...
Lieutenant Kahn thinks there's a connection between Turkish Taffy's victory and Mr. Forrest's murder.
But why on earth...
So to push suspicion away from you, I decided to tell the lieutenant that it was a tawdry little affair.
What made you fear this?
Mr. Forrest was murdered because he knew something. Do you know what he knew? He knew that horse was supposed to be Turkish Taffy really wasn't Turkish Taffy.
Lorna...
He's what's known as a ringer. You see, when Mr. Forrest was here to see you, he didn't come for money, did he?
No.
So he must have come here to tell you about the switch in horse. He did, didn't he?
Yes.
He said something about night eyes. I didn't know what they were. Before I could ask, he left. Then as he lay dying, he tried to say that word again. Night eyes. You know what they are, don't you, Richard?
Yes.
Well, I didn't. And I spent a long time trying to find out. Finally, I decided it had to do with horse racing slang. So I asked some likely-looking people at the track. And I found out.
Lorna.
You don't have to say anything, Richard. Night eyes. Those are the special growths that a horse has behind his knees. No two horses have the same kind. And that can help identify it.
Lorna,
And that's... Well, that's the way it was with Nate. He knew. After I learned that, I was called down to the police station.
And you let that cop believe that you were having an affair with Nate?
I had to get his mind off you. And any connection that you might have had with Mr. Forrest's death.
Why did you do this, Lorna?
Why did you do it?
I didn't know they would kill him. I swear.
You did it because you were pressed for money. You being Richard Starbright III have to keep up appearances. And I had to keep up appearances, too. I never asked if you could spare the money.
Oh, please, Lorna.
The second reason is I love you. I'm willing to do anything to help you.
Even to ruining your reputation? Lorna, what are you going to do?
I don't know. What do you want to do, Richard?
I know what I ought to do.
Yes.
I just don't know if I have the courage to do it.
I'll help you.
Lorna.
So much of it was my fault. You don't have to pretend to be wealthy, Mr. Starbright, for me any longer. And I don't have to pretend either. Just think of Mr. Forrest. It would be terrible if he died for nothing.
It can be very difficult. Our names will be dragged through the mud.
I don't care.
We're going to lose our friends.
Maybe we'll find out who our friends really are. I'm going to answer it, Richard.
Hello, Mrs. Starbright. Mr. Starbright, may I come in?
Richard, this is Detective Kahn.
We've had the Racing Commission check on the night eyes on that horse in Turkish Taffy's stall. So, Mr. Starbright, Mrs. Starbright, do you want to cooperate with us?
Yes, Lieutenant. We want to cooperate. Don't we, Richard?
Yes. All the way.
And they did. And the truth came out. And it was a scandal. But we seem to have a tolerance for these things. It caused some caustic comments in the media, and loud voices were raised for investigation and reform, but these affairs are usually like sandstorms in the desert. They blow themselves out and are gone. I'll only be gone for just a few moments. Chance. How it rules our affairs and molds our destiny. If Lorna Starbright had stayed 10 minutes longer at the committee meeting for some good charity or other, she would have never encountered poor Nate Forrest and never set a chain of suspicions rolling in Detective Lieutenant Kahn's mind that ultimately led to one of the biggest scandals in racing history. Chance. Don't you leave anything to chance. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Earl Hammond, Joan Lovejoy, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Most of us have a healthy love of adventure. We like to do new things and visit strange places. We don't even mind taking certain risks, but within limits, of course. To wager life and limb in pursuit of adventure is only for the very few. And rarer still is that breed of person who insists on venturing forth even though the outcome is almost certain to be death.
I'm telling you, it's out there, Jason. I have proof now. It's right there in front of you.
I'm sorry, Ernie, but I'm not going to help you.
In the old days, you were never afraid of risk.
In the old days, I had nothing to lose.
And now you do, is that it? Just what is it you're so anxious to protect?
My life.
Is that it, Jason? Is that really it? Or is there something else?
Our mystery drama, The Laughing Maiden, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are people who thrive on danger, who need to live on the cutting edge of existence, taking risks and meeting challenges which seem unnecessary to everyone but them. Financial reward is of little importance. Just to survive is their triumph. Then there are others, people call them soldiers of fortune, who willingly put their lives into the hazard in hopes of gaining such a prize they will never have to worry again, if they live.
My name is Jason Hainsworth. I suppose you'd call me a drifter now, though once I was half owner of a charter fishing boat in the Florida Keys. The story I'm about to tell concerns my former partner, Ernie Chowders. It happened 5 years ago, but I've kept quiet all this time because even now I can't quite believe it. I was in a small town in the Caribbean. I hadn't seen Ernie for several years, and then...
Jason? Jason Hainsworth, is that you?
Hey, Ernie, son of a gun, how are you? What are you doing here?
Oh, hey, I could ask you the same question.
So, how are you?
Oh, you know me. Nothing changes. Still hiring out of the Laughing Maiden.
The Laughing Maiden. You still have the boat, huh?
Yeah.
That old Tom?
Oh, he's still the crew, loyal as ever. A couple of years ago, we had a good season. I was going to get a new boat, and old Tom wouldn't hear of it. Said it would be bad luck to leave a Laughing Maiden.
He's still superstitious, huh?
Oh, sure.
Why are you here, Mother Christie? There can't be many rich fishermen coming through a little port like this.
Oh, well, it's part of the Caribbean I haven't seen before, I guess.
But what is it that could possibly attract you to a place like this? There's no tourism that I can see.
Look, how'd you like to come see the boat? Say hi to old Tom, and maybe we'll talk, okay?
You're not in some kind of trouble, are you?
No, it's not that at all. Hey, look, there she is.
Yeah, a Laughing Maiden. Looks like you haven't given her a new coat of paint since I left.
Come on board. Tom, come up topside. I'm sorry, Mr. Cowley's lunch ain't quite ready. Oh, never mind lunch. Look who I got with me. Oh, Mr. Hainsworth.
How are you, Tom?
Guess I'm all right. Just about to fix some lunch. You gonna stay? Of course he is. Unless he's got some other business.
No, nothing. I'd like to join you.
Well, it's okay.
Well, how's the old ship sailing, Tom?
Well, it stays afloat.
I'm going to walk around some and try to get my sea legs back. It's been a long time.
Yeah, sure. Sure, Jason. You go ahead. Did you tell him, Mr. Chowders? No, not yet, Tom. Don't you think you ought to? I don't think it'll matter. I get the impression his luck's not been too good lately. Well, it's a fact I'd sure feel better with another person along. I hope he still carries that pistol. Here he comes. Well, I'll get down and make lunch, but you tell him, Mr. Chowders, and tell him the whole truth. He's your friend.
Oh, this sea air is like a tonic. Ernie.
Huh?
Is there something wrong with Tom?
Tom? No. Why?
I don't know. He seems a little on edge.
Oh, you know, Tom has always been a little strange. Well, how's the old rig feel?
Oh, she's solid as ever. But she could use some repairs, though, and a new coat of paint. How do you expect to drum up business if she's not looking her best?
Jason, I got a confession to make. Tom and I, we aren't in the chartering business anymore.
Well, then... Hey, Ernie, you're not into anything illegal, are you?
No, nothing like that. You ever hear of Cape Coast Island?
Oh, sure. It's on the tail end of the Bahamas.
Yes, across 100 miles of open water due north of here. Did you ever hear of the Quedagh Merchant?
Quedagh Merchant? No.
Well, how about Captain Kidd?
Oh, Captain Kidd.
Jason, the Quedagh Merchant was a ship that was captured by Captain Kidd nearly 3 centuries ago. On board that ship, he found what was reputed to be the single richest prize ever taken by a pirate of the Spanish Main. 60 pounds of gold dust, 100 ingots of pure silver, jewels. Well, the whole cargo was valued at 10,000 pounds then. You know what that'd be worth now?
And this treasure is supposedly buried on Caicos Island.
Not supposedly. It is. I'm sure of it. Kidd buried it there before returning to New York to face charges of piracy. He intended to return for it, but he never did because he was arrested and sent to England to stand trial. He was found guilty and executed.
Ernie, they claim there's treasure buried on half the islands in the Caribbean. What makes Caicos so special?
About a year ago, this guy chartered the Laughing Maiden. In addition to being a fisherman, he was also an amateur treasure hunter. He told me the whole story, and he paid me to take him out to Caicos to nose around.
So you want me to come out and help you dig up the island looking for this treasure?
No. The place is too big for that. What we've got to do is find the rock.
What rock?
According to the story, after Kidd buried the treasure, he carved the directions to it on a rock. Oh, if we can find that rock, Jason, we're rich.
And this is why the Laughing Maiden needs a new coat of paint?
We've been out to Caicos a dozen times. I've been making a methodical search, taking one section of shoreline at a time. Jason, today could be it. There's only one small strip of beach on the leeward side I still haven't explored. So what do you say?
This isn't one of those treasures that's guarded by some pirate's ghost, is it?
Oh, don't be silly. Here, let me show you something. Here.
What is it?
It's a Spanish doubloon. Pure silver. I found it on Caicos the day that amateur treasure hunter had me take him there.
Look, there's bits and pieces of booty all over the place down here. You can hardly scratch the ground without...
But this is from the Quedagh Merchant. I have proof of that.
How?
Look here. See the imprint? You see these numbers down at the bottom? They're a code for the place where the coin was minted. Toledo, Spain.
Well, how do you know it was Toledo?
Because I wrote to the National Archives in Madrid and asked for a copy of the Quedagh Merchant's manifest. And there it was. The numbers on the manifest matched this coin. Oh, no doubt. This coin came from that ship. Well, what do you say? We'll cut you in as an equal partner. An even three-way split.
Why?
For old time's sake. We were partners once before. We'll be partners again.
I'll come along, Ernie. But just for the ride, you hear me?
Just for the ride. I always time it so we arrive at low tide. That way we can cover the whole beach.
Well, the whole beach is solid rock. No wonder the treasure's safe.
Well, we only got to cover up to that spit there.
You mean to tell me that you've been all around this island?
Yeah. That rock's here. I'm going to find it.
What about Tom?
What about him?
How come he stays on the Laughing Maiden? Wouldn't it go faster if he helped you?
Oh. Well, Tom's kind of a lookout.
Oh, a lookout? Huh? What for?
What's that? It's Tom. We gotta get back to the Laughing Maiden quickly. It's incredible. I don't believe it. How could they have known?
But who have known?
The syndicate.
What syndicate?
Mr. Chowder's caddy.
No, but I think that it is time he did. Ernie, are we in danger?
I never thought they'd find us. That's why we moved up to Monte Cristi. They must have spies everywhere.
Now, will you tell me what's going on?
Here's the binoculars, Mr. Hainsworth. You just see for yourself.
Let me look. Hey, looks like the mast of a ship.
But it's a yacht. A big yacht. High speed and heavily armed.
Well, who owns it?
Well, there's a syndicate. It's rumored to be headquartered in Porto Plata, but no one knows for certain.
Who's the head of it?
No one knows. But whoever it is, he knows the legend of Caicos Island, and every boat that comes out here is followed by that yacht. It sits right over there just behind the horizon. And if the treasure is ever found,
they sweep down, seize it, and probably kill whoever had the misfortune to discover it. So that is why you were so anxious to cut me in.
No,
you tricked me. You tricked me into coming out here. Start the engines. I want to get away from here at once. I left Monte Cristi that evening. Didn't see Ernie or Tom again for some time. And then several months later, I happened to be passing through the village again on my way back to the States. I was still upset with Ernie and had resolved not to visit the Laughing Maiden. But I did linger in the town for several days. Why I stayed, I don't know. But to this day, could I tell you if it was a mistake or a blessing in disguise?
Mr. Hainsworth.
Huh? Oh, Tom, how are you?
When did you come into town?
Well, I've been here for a while.
You weren't going to come down to the Laughing Maiden?
I don't think so, Tom.
I can't say I blame you much. Wasn't right of Mr. Chowders not to tell you the full story.
We might have been killed out there. Well, I hope you haven't gone back.
No.
Good. That means Ernie has finally given it up, huh?
Mr. Hainsworth, I wouldn't blame you if you said no. Not after what happened, but I think you better go to see Mr. Chowders.
Why?
I'm worried about him. Real worried. He's in a bad way. He's hardly left the boat for the past 3 months.
What happened?
Well, I'd rather not say here in public, but I am worried about his health, Mr. Hainsworth, and worried about his sanity. It's because of something that happened that day out at Caicos Island.
G.K. Chesterton believed that a long Sunday walk and a glass of beer could put us spiritually in the company of an Alexander the Great. Others disagree. A true adventurer takes genuine risks, plays for keeps, and does not count the cost. I shall return in a moment with Act Two. Which is larger, the universe or the mind of man? The philosopher would say the mind, because it is capable of comprehending the entire universe plus 1 inch. But man is also the only animal who will inflict pain on himself needlessly, who will torture himself with the remorseless workings of his own mind. It's a vicious circle, and given the power of the mind, sometimes a fatal one.
I followed Tom down to the wharf where the Laughing Maiden was moored. I was shocked by her appearance. She'd taken on the aspect of a ghost ship. But if the change in the boat surprised me, it was nothing compared to the change in my old friend.
He's down below, Mr. Hainsworth, in the cabin.
You say that he stayed in there for 3 months?
With the portholes closed and the blinds drawn shut. Who's there?
Ernie. Ernie, it's me, Jason.
Jason?
stifling in here. How can you breathe? Tom, open the window.
No. Oh, don't. They might see in.
Ernie, what's the matter?
What?
Who might see in?
The syndicate people, Mr. Hainsworth. He's terrified of them.
But why? Have they been after him?
Oh, it's because of what I've got here.
What?
Tom, were you followed?
I don't think so, Mr. Chowders. You think the syndicate is watching you?
You can't be too careful.
Ernie, you made a prisoner of yourself on your own boat for 3 months. I can't ever escape. What are you talking about? You don't know where the treasure is.
Oh, but you're wrong, Jason. You're wrong. Wait till you see. You remember that day on Caicos? Remember when we spotted the yacht's masthead? I started taking pictures.
Look. These are the pictures that you took?
Yeah. Here. This one of the sunset. Look down there in the corner.
There's one of the rocks on the beach.
You see how the sunlight is striking it?
Hey. There's markings on it.
We walked right past that rock and never saw a thing because the light wasn't hitting it at the right angle. But here, in the photograph with the sun just about to set, the markings show up perfectly. It's the rock Captain Kidd carved his map on. Now, all we have to do is go back, decipher the stone, and go straight to the treasure.
Yeah, and what about the syndicate?
Well, that's the problem, Mr. Hainsworth. There don't seem to be any way we can go back there, and Mr. Chowders has been tearing himself apart from the inside out over it. We're so close to it. We're so close. There it is, Jason, in the photograph. We've found the rock.
But you can't go out there, Ernie. The Laughing Maiden couldn't outrun a high-powered boat.
I know. It's been like this all these months. It gnaws at him, won't give him any rest. He knows it's certain death to try to recover that treasure, and yet he sits there for hours just staring at that photograph, trying to decipher the markings with a magnifying glass. Jason, now that you're here, we can do it.
Now, you listen to me. You listen to me. There's no way I'm going back to Caicos, and neither are you. It is not humanly possible to get that treasure and survive. Do you understand that? Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yes, but...
All right.
Mr. Hainsworth, where are you going?
I am catching the evening bus to Puerto Plata. And from there, I'm flying to Miami. I got a job lined up there working for a big company that has a fleet of charter boats.
You mean you're going to be a skipper on one of a string of boats?
No. Actually, I'll be working on shore in the marina. Well, okay, maybe it's no great shakes and not what I hoped for, but look, it's a steady job. The first steady job I've had in a long time.
But you can't leave Mr. Chowders.
Ernie will be okay once he faces up to reality, Tom. Because, you see, that's what I am doing. That's what we all have to do sooner or later. I'm sorry, Tom. Good luck.
Jason? Jason, is that you?
Huh?
Say, Jason, when did you get here? I guess I didn't see you right off. The light's kind of dim, but it's safer that way.
Oh, boy. He's in a bad way, isn't he, Tom? You're right. I just can't leave him like this. But the first thing is to get him topside for some fresh air, and then ventilate this cabin. It smells like a tomb in here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hainsworth.
Now, if you rustle us up something to eat, and then this evening when it's dark, well, we'll talk.
Tom, that stew was terrific. Meal like the old days. I feel like a new man. It's Jason's being back that's done it. Swear to the good Lord. Coffee's ready, Mr. Hainsworth.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
You still carry your gun, Jason?
I never go anywhere unarmed, on principle.
Coffee, Mr. Chowders? Yeah, sure, Ernie.
Ernie, every instinct in my body is against this venture. Look, is there any way that I can talk you out of it?
Now, the way I got it figured, the syndicate yacht won't make any kind of move until they see we've actually got the treasure dug up.
I guess that answers my question, doesn't it? But look, I'm telling you right now, I am not going to be part of any plan that calls for us to try outrunning these guys and the Laughing Maiden. That is suicide.
Well, what's an alternative?
Well, what about using a seaplane or a helicopter? I can fly it if we can put enough money in together to rent one. I think that Ernie's right that they wouldn't move in on us until we had recovered the treasure. So that means it's primarily a matter of timing. Now, Ernie, if you and Tom take the boat out and locate the treasure, I'll come in for a landing at the last moment. We load and take off.
They'll shoot us down. The word is that yacht is equipped to deal with any contingency, including aircraft.
Well, what do you suggest, then?
Well, what if you go out in advance in a second boat and hide in one of the coves on the windward side of the island? And Tom and I will follow, find the treasure, load it, and sail around the far side as if trying to make a run for it. And we pull a quick shift of cargo, and you slip back out of sight. And when the yacht overtakes us, we surrender the chest, filled with sand, like a joke played on history by Captain Kidd. And then we rendezvous later. Right.
I don't know. It's possible, I suppose.
Well, if only we knew who the head of that syndicate was.
Nobody knows?
No. The rumor is it's a patrone named Guillermo Galiban. He owns a 52-foot yacht, high-powered, with a mast identical to the one we've seen on the horizon out at Caicos.
Have you and anyone else ever seen the yacht itself?
Well, he keeps it in a secluded cove among the cliffs.
I saw it once from a distance.
It's been nearly 4 months since our last visit to Caicos. So maybe this guy Galiban no longer has his goons watching you.
Well, in any case, it's a chance we'll have to take.
We'll slip out of the harbor as soon as it's fully dark and gain Caicos in the early morning hours. By daybreak, we should be digging. If we're not followed, good. If we are, and we find the treasure, well, then we'll take it from there. As soon as it was dark. Even if the syndicate didn't discover our departure until the following morning, and even if all went smoothly on Caicos, we'd still have no more than a couple hours head start on them. And of course it would be foolhardy to return to Monte Cristi. So we took extra fuel, enough to get us to Rum Key in the Bahamas. There we could refuel and press on to Florida, and we hoped safety. But the first step was finding the treasure. It was still dark when we reached Caicos.
Okay, Tom. We're near the shoal. Kill the engine. So, hear anything that sounds like we're being followed?
No. Are you sure we're in the right spot?
Oh, I got these rocks memorized. This is where I took the picture. Yeah, sure. That's the rock. Jason, Tom. We found it. 42, 43, shearing off, keep to your left. 48, 49, 50. How was I by the compass?
Due east.
Right on schedule. The sun's just coming up. Well, this should be the spot. Tom, give us the shovel.
Right.
Now, you take up a position on that rise of ground over there. Keep an eye out for that yacht. Jason, you and I have some digging to do.
Oh, gee. Wait a minute. Ernie, wait. It's like a buzz. Let's take a break.
We gotta be getting close.
Look, we got a hole 6 feet deep. And 10 feet diameter, and so far there's no sign of
Don't give up now. Let's just keep going.
Ernie, did it occur to you that we have no way of knowing what the numbers stood for on that rock? That could have been feet, or yards, or leagues, for that matter.
Tom, how's the horizon?
Oh, clear so far.
Almost noon. We made it. Got away undetected. Come on, it's gotta be here.
Oh, you think I'm gonna spend the rest of my life on this island?
Maybe. I got news for you. We aren't leaving till we find that treasure.
Yeah, you mean you're not ever going to admit to yourself that it is not here?
Never. What's that? Jason, my shovel has hit something. Look. Oh, wow. We found it. We found the lost treasure of the Quedog merchant. The counters. Mr. Hayes. What? I just saw it. The mask. The yacht. It just pulled into view on the horizon. What? No, they can't have. It's not fair.
Eddie, calm down, will you, Tom? Are you sure that you saw it?
I'm positive.
Okay. Now, look. You go back, and you keep watch. If they start to move toward us, you let us know at once.
Yes, sir.
They're bound to be scanning the island, so stay low. Don't let them see our position. Meanwhile, we'll just get these chests open. See if we got anything that's worth fighting for.
I'll break the lock with my shovel. Lock's on. Now, at last. Look. Bags of gold dust. Silver bars. We're rich, Jason. We're rich.
It is one thing to find a treasure and another to keep it. How simple now seem the months of research and work. How minor the agonies and insignificant the risks compared to the challenge our friends face now. Confronted with such a seemingly insurmountable situation, most people would quietly fold their tents and steal away. But Ernie Chowders is not the kind of person to give up. I'll return shortly with our final act. Three of the world's richest men are at this moment in a very singular situation. They are on a desert island in the middle of an ocean in the immediate proximity of their entire fortune and being held at bay by an ominous yacht reputedly owned by a powerful and very mysterious syndicate. The situation can perhaps most perfectly be described as a dilemma. As we rejoin them, we find them doing what human beings often do in dilemmas. Nothing.
What are we going to do? I don't know. But we got to do something. We can't just sit here all day staring at millions of dollars in jewels. Yeah. Tom, let me have the binoculars. Yeah.
It's unfair. It's just unfair. How did they know we were here?
Well, once they saw the Laughing Maiden missing from the harbor this morning.
If they'd showed up an hour ago, I wouldn't have minded so much. But to get here, just as we found the treasure.
Looks like they're just going to sit out there all day till we make the first move.
There's only one solution.
What's that?
I don't see anything for it but rebury the treasure.
Oh, look, let's be sane about this, Ernie. What else can we do?
The souls.
What?
The Barracoa Bank. Where's that map? That's it. That's the way out of here. See? Right there.
Yeah, the Barracoa Bank.
Among other things I did in preparing to find this treasure was to study the surrounding waters here until I could navigate them in my sleep. Now, the Barracoa Bank is a reef system which extends from North Caicos to Providenciales Island. That's 10 miles. 10 miles of shallow water.
So?
Very shallow water. At least in places. Enough to serve our purpose. Not too shallow for the draft of the Laughing Maiden, but it's dangerous for both the sides of that one out there on the horizon. If they tried to follow us through that water, they'd crack up and sink. In between those reefs is some of the deepest water in the Atlantic.
Ernie, it's no good trying to outrun them.
Well, look at the head start we'd have.
Yeah, even with a head start.
10 miles. By the time they got around those reefs, we'd be halfway across the Caicos Passage.
Yes, and on our way to what? Open water. In order to take advantage of the Barracoa Bank, we
we'd have to go in the wrong direction. The next island of any size is over 100 miles away. Well, what can we do?
Tom's right. Until we can think of some way to get around that yacht, we've got no choice but to rebury the treasure. We made the trip back to Monte Cristi in silence. As I look back on it now, I think that was the last shared feeling we three were ever to have together.
I can't understand it. How does a syndicate know our every move? Galliband must have half the villagers in Monte Cristi working for him. Oh, I'd like to get hold of Galliband and break his neck.
Let's try coming up with more practical options, Ernie. Anyway we cut it, we're back to square one.
How come you're so keen on this all of a sudden?
What do you mean?
Yesterday you couldn't wait to get to Miami on that job.
There's a couple of $1 million in treasure out there, old buddy. Hey, wait a minute. Miami, that may be the answer.
Miami?
Let's assume for the moment that Ernie's right. That the syndicate's information comes from spies. And that they've got the Laughing Maiden under constant surveillance. That means that there is no way we can ever approach Caicos from here or any other port along the Dominican coast. Yeah, our only chance would be to approach from the other direction.
The open sea?
Through the Bahamas from Miami.
How do we do that without arousing suspicion?
Wait a minute. I'll go into Miami as I planned by myself. In a couple of days' time, you let the word out around the village that you've got a lucrative job lined up in Sanchez or Samana Bay, someplace down the coast away from Caicos. You sail down to pick up this, wealthy fisherman, and from there you take a plane and join me in Miami. Right. And then we rent a boat large enough to get us for 700 miles to Caicos.
Well, that means leaving the Laughing Maiden behind. No, I don't like it.
The Laughing Maiden's no good to us in this situation. It's too old and too slow. Now, I'm going to go back to my hotel now. I'll catch the bus out of here tomorrow. Here you are. Here's the address where I'll be staying in Miami. Oh, yeah, just one other thing. This Mr. Galliband, where did you say his place was?
Just this side of Isabelica, on the road to Puerto Plata. Why?
I'll expect to see you by Sunday.
Yeah.
Good.
What do you think, Tom? I don't like the idea of abandoning the Laughing Maiden. No. I meant about Jason, Mr. Hainsworth. Yeah. Something's bothering me about him. The way he suddenly came up with that plan.
I think you're imagining things.
No, I don't think so. He was planning to go to Miami all along, and now he's got us going there, too. And why did he come back to Monte Cristi?
Well, Mr. Hainsworth wouldn't betray us. That's crazy.
Well, he left us 4 years ago, didn't he? Oh, he's always looked out for number one. That's who he's looking out for now. Tom, I want you to follow him.
Follow Mr. Hainsworth?
Yeah, that's right. Until he gets on that bus tomorrow morning, I want you to see every place he goes and report back to me.
When I left the Laughing Maiden that night, for the last time as it turned out, I had a strange feeling. The information I was hearing about this syndicate was leaving something out, and a new suspicion was beginning to dawn on me. There was one thing I had to check out if I could. I didn't know it at the time, but where I went that evening saved my life. We met in Miami as planned. Both Ernie and Tom were acting strangely, though. They seemed reserved and distant. I didn't pay much attention to this at the time. I just chalked it up to nerves. Everything went well, however. That is, until we arrived at Caicos. We planned to accomplish the entire operation at night.
Clouds aren't moving at all.
I don't understand it. The Weather Bureau in Miami said clear weather for 5 days. Absolutely no possibility of cloud cover.
Just so luck. It's being off the Laughing Maiden that's responsible.
Oh, be quiet.
Jason, I thought you had this all planned out. A full moon, clear skies, plenty of light to get the treasure and get away safely before daybreak. Now the whole night's lost. Are you sure the Bureau told you clear weather?
Yeah. Hey, Tom. Is there any breeze up there at all?
No, not a whisper, Mr. Hainsworth. Captain Kidd himself might as well be protecting that treasure.
We had to wait for dawn to begin our work. 3 hours later, with Tom on lookout, Ernie and I had dug down to the treasure. It was still there.
That's it. We got it. Tom, any sign of that yacht?
He's waving all clear.
I don't believe it.
Let's get the chest down to the beach and into the lifeboat and get out of here.
That's it. Now we're all set to row out to the boat.
Well, Ernie, it looks like this time we made it, huh? Let's get Tom and take off.
Hey, quick. Mr. Chowders. What is it?
It's there.
I saw it. The syndicate's yacht. No. I will not accept this as possible. I will not.
Ernie, will you calm down?
Jason, give me your gun. Give me your gun. I'm going after him. You're right. Give me the gun, or so help me. I'll swim out there.
Hold my revolver. I've got to stop Ernie. Ernie. Are you okay?
Okay, Tom, it worked. I'll take the gun now.
Hey, wait a minute.
Just stay back, you double-crossing bum. I ought to blow your head off right here.
No, Mr. Chowders.
Don't worry, Tom. Just get the rope out of the lifeboat.
What is it? What are you doing?
You thought you had us all fooled, didn't you?
What are you talking about?
The syndicate knew I was on to something, didn't they? But they could never have guessed it was an actual photograph of a rock. You must have been flabbergasted when you told them.
Me? Here's the rope, Mr. Chowders.
Okay, Jason, lie down. Lie down. Tom.
Hard time. Ernie, would you explain what you're talking about?
I had Tom follow you the night you left the Laughing Maiden. He wouldn't believe me either. But I knew something was fishy. Sure enough, he tailed you right to Galliband's fortress.
You listen to me. I only went there to sneak a look at his yacht.
Yeah, what for?
Everything I was hearing about the syndicate sounded like a lot of mythology made up to explain things that didn't have any other explanation. There wasn't any smoking gun on this guy, Galliband. No hard evidence. I wanted to check his boat just to make sure. Ernie, it isn't armed. It's a normal pleasure boat.
No, you idiot. I saw it too, Mr. Hainsworth. Only I saw it in broad daylight. And it's armed, all right. It's armed.
What you saw must have been the rigs and chairs they have on the decks for deep sea fishing.
No. I saw guns.
Yeah, harpoon guns. How far away was the boat when you saw it, Tom, huh? 300 yards, 500? How old are you, Tom? How good is your eyesight?
You aren't getting around this that easily, pal. If it's not Galliband's yacht, then whose is it?
I don't even think there is a syndicate. There's no shred of concrete evidence to prove it exists.
All right, Mr. Chowders.
Tom, you listen to me. You listen to me. What Ernie's saying doesn't even make sense. If I was working for this syndicate, why am I here now? Once I knew where the treasure was, wouldn't I have just told them?
He's got a point. Don't listen to him. Come on.
You can't leave me tied up here.
Your friends out there can pick you up.
I tell you, I don't know who they are. I'll die here.
Get in the boat, Tom.
Now, wait a minute.
I thought we agreed if the yacht showed, we wouldn't try to take the treasure with us. Are you crazy? I'm not leaving it behind again.
But we can't outrun that yacht.
We're going to do what we should have done all along. Head across the Barracoa Bank and lose them. That boat's not the Laughing Maiden, Mr. Chowders. Its draft is too deep. We'd crack up for sure. No, we won't. Come on.
No,
I can't. I'm sorry, but it's foolish. You won't force me to shoot you. Whether you wouldn't, you get in this lifeboat and start rowing. And I'm sorry, Mr. Hainsworth. It doesn't look like any of us is much of a chance.
Tom was right. The boat hit the first reef, and in less than a minute, no trace of them remained. Tom, Ernie, and the treasure were on their way into one of the deepest trenches in the Atlantic Ocean. I managed to get myself free. I was curious why the yacht had not yet come into view. I picked up the binoculars and climbed the dunes. It was then I saw the sight that had kept me silent for 5 years. On the mast, a flag was unfurled. It was a black flag with skull and crossbones. And then before my very eyes, the flag and the mast vanished. The ghost of Captain Kidd had guarded his treasure well.
Ernie Chowders was an experienced seaman and knew he didn't have a chance going across the Barracoa Bank. Yet, that's precisely what he did. But what of Jason? How did he escape from Caicos? I'll tell you that in a moment. Jason Hainsworth didn't have long to wait for rescuers. Within a day, another party of would-be treasure hunters came to the island, following the eternal lure of buried treasure. A final note. Considering the fact that the syndicate yacht was an illusion, Tom was right all along. If they had stayed with the Laughing Maiden, they'd all be alive and rich today. Our cast included Norman Rose, William Griffith, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Necessity, the old philosopher remarked, is a most unpredictable lady. She inspires some of us to become inventors and thus acquire fame and fortune. She also drives some of us to make bad bargains and thus acquire misery and debt. And how are you to know what necessity will do with you? Friends, isn't it clear by this time? It's not what she does with you. It's what you do with her.
Al, I didn't want it to happen. Believe me. Look, I'm willing to make it up to you.
You don't have to. I'm prepared to propose another course of action.
Anything you say, Al, anything. Just tell me what I have to do.
You don't have to do anything. Just stand there. And don't move.
Al?
Don't spoil my aim.
Our mystery drama, How Can I Ever Thank You, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. How did Mr. Franklin put it? If you would not be forgotten as soon as you are dead, either write the things worth the reading or do the things worth the writing. That's what it amounts to, doesn't it? Fame, I mean. Write
or be written about. Considering that true fame is something you can only get long after you're dead, what difference should it really make once you're gone and placed down under? Should it matter? Evidently it does, to a great many people.
Mr. Barraclough, you simply must talk to me.
Why don't you go home?
I can't go home.
Have you had a fight with your wife?
No, I'm not married.
Then your home should be a most pleasant place indeed.
I simply cannot go home until we've arrived at some sort of understanding.
I already have one. I am not going to speak to you. And hopefully you are not going to speak to me.
But you have to speak to me. I'm your attorney.
But I did not engage you.
I was appointed by the court.
Then go speak to the judge.
Mr. Barraclough, please try to understand my situation.
Mr. Jaggers, I couldn't care less about your situation.
The eyes of the country, yes, even the world, will be on this trial. And, of course, on me.
I understand.
Now, you are going to make me look like a fool.
Why?
Oh, because you refuse to allow me to present a defense.
That isn't true. Present any sort of defense you like. I only ask you not to involve me in it.
Well, how can I defend you without involving you?
There does seem to be a difficulty there. You'll have to get around it as best you can.
Mr. Barraclough, I have to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly why you killed Malcolm Tinsley.
But I did not kill Malcolm Tinsley.
That's why we have to work up a defense.
Mr. Jaggers, this discussion is beginning to bore me.
Your life is at stake. They haven't abolished the death penalty. You can still get the chair. Now, think about that.
Mr. Jaggers, I am compelled to stay in this small, cramped, uncomfortable cell which is lacking in all but the barest amenities. But you, sir, are free to depart at any time.
As I was saying, even if you don't get the chair, you'll get life. Oh, 25 years, which is just about the same thing for all practical purposes. All that time in a place like this, it amounts to death. A living death.
Poor Mr. Jaggers.
Mr. Barraclough, I don't know. I couldn't even hope to guess what your game is. But believe me, whatever it is, it isn't going to work.
Game? Is that what he thinks it is? I really shouldn't be so hard on him. What can he do? He's a lawyer. He's a victim of his education and his experience. So many of us are. We're the prisoners of our own philosophy. Why did you kill Tinsley? Was it because of Margaret? The prosecutor will state that was the motivating factor. Margaret.
You know what I'd like? A glass of champagne.
Well, there isn't any, so you might just as well go to bed.
Now, if you really loved me, you'd go out and buy me some.
At this hour?
What's wrong with this hour? You know who'd go out and buy me a bottle of champagne right now? Malcolm Tinsley.
The stores are closed.
It's just an excuse.
No, it's a law. They can't stay open past midnight.
There are ways. When there's a will, there's a way. Or is it when there's a will, there's a motive? That's the title of Malcolm's latest book. Or is it the theme of the book?
Malcolm's books do not have themes.
Oh, that was a low blow. A low and jealous blow.
Jealous? Why should I be jealous of Malcolm?
Well, for one thing, he's got $1 million. Maybe $2 million.
I wouldn't doubt it. When you sell out to the Philistines, you get a good price.
No, let's not start that. I feel too good. I had such a marvelous time at the party.
Margaret, I suggest that we end this discussion since you show unmistakable signs of intoxication.
No, in other words, I'm drunk.
If that's how you would have it.
Yes, that's how I would have it. I'm drunk. I'm drunk with happiness and drunk with joy.
I still think you should get to bed.
I want another glass of champagne, and I want another dance with Malcolm.
Well, Margaret, I don't have time to listen to any more of this nonsense. I have work to do in the morning. Now, good night.
Am I to understand you're not going to get me some champagne?
There isn't any. Good night, Margaret. This was a Margaret I had never seen before in all of our 12 years of married life. This was not the serene, sensible, and studious Margaret with whom I'd been so comfortable. Of course, it could have been the wine that was talking. The following morning.
Some toast.
Thank you.
I'm afraid I had rather too much to drink last night.
Yes, I'm afraid you did.
Did I do or say anything foolish?
These things are best forgotten, Margaret.
Oh, dear. Then I did. I know I made a spectacle of myself.
Yes, you did.
Oh, this is awful. What did I do?
You don't remember?
No, dear, I do not.
Well, I'm sure it's because you do not wish to remember. You made a fool of yourself with Malcolm Tinsley.
Oh. Exactly how?
You're best for all concerned to consider the matter closed. I should have realized that I simply could not say a thing like that to a woman. Any more than you can wave a red flag at a bull. If the analogy is somewhat disjointed, please forgive me. After all, I am about to describe a scene in which my wife shall have an assignation with my best friend, although I was unaware of it at the time.
Margaret, what a happy surprise.
Are you sure you're not busy now?
No. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, sit down.
Oh.
No. Here. We'll both sit down on the couch.
Oh. Malcolm, are you sure I'm not disturbing you?
Oh, of course you're disturbing me.
Oh, well, then I shall leave.
Ooh, that would disturb me even more.
Oh, what are you saying?
I'm saying I love you.
Oh, you mustn't say that.
Well, after last night, what do you expect me to say?
Last night? Yes. Malcolm, that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Margaret, you mean you want to take back any of it?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps I'm not quite sure just exactly what it is.
You haven't forgotten?
Oh, it's not that I've forgotten. I suppose it's more a case of not really knowing.
Well, how can you say that? One moment we were strangers.
Strangers? What? Do you know how long we've known each other?
Oh, but how and as what? You were Algernon's wife. I was his close friend. That was our relationship. Till last night.
Last night?
And then last night we were dancing together. We looked into each other's eyes as if we'd met for the first time. It was a rare moment, Margaret. A moment in a million. And we weren't the only ones who knew it.
No?
It was a shock that startled everyone in the room. Oh, darling. How I love
Malcolm.
you. And when you told me how much you loved me.
Malcolm, I thought it was a dream.
Of course it was a dream come true.
We were together?
Darling, we'll always be together.
Oh, Malcolm, I don't understand. What do you want with me?
Do you have to ask?
I'm older than you.
Who cares?
I'm not even beautiful.
Who says so?
My mirror says so, for one thing. And I saw the women who were there last night. Actresses, models, beautiful, glamorous women. All of them after you. You had your pick.
Yes, I had my pick, and I chose you.
But I'm married to Algernon.
That's no problem.
It isn't.
It would be a problem had you said I'm in love with Algernon, but you said I'm married to Algernon.
Oh, Malcolm, I don't know what to do.
Darling, you don't have to do anything.
I don't.
Why don't we, just let nature take its course?
Oh, but it isn't right.
What isn't right?
Oh, it isn't right not to tell Algernon.
I'm sure Algernon already knows. In a way, I suppose I did. And I suppose it followed a sort of terrible historical logic. You see, I had discovered Malcolm Tinsley. Yes, he was my protege, my disciple. I'd already published my 10th novel. I was famous. So I befriended a poor, struggling, starving writer. Please, tell me the truth, Mr. Barraclough. What do you really think of it?
I think it shows promise.
Oh. Is that all?
My dear young fellow, isn't that enough? I think you can become a major novelist one day, provided...
Provided what?
Provided that you don't go astray. Now, for the practicalities.
Why hasn't this manuscript been published?
Oh, everybody turned it down.
Everybody?
Yes, I've taken it to every publisher.
I see. Well, you went about it the wrong way.
I did?
Certainly. You submitted a brand new work by an unknown author. What you were asking a publisher to do was to go out on a limb and make a judgment.
I suppose so.
I shall take this novel to my own publisher.
But he's already seen it.
No, he hasn't. It was turned over, most likely, to some practically nameless reader whose job it is to send back all unsolicited manuscripts.
But
I shall bring this to Jefferson Winslow himself.
Oh, Mr. Barraclough.
I shall say, Jeff, here is your opportunity to discover a great unknown novelist.
Oh, gosh, I can hardly believe this is happening to me.
Well, believe it. Believe it. Why not?
It was just that, well, there's so little kindness and genuine encouragement in this world.
No, there's quite a bit. You just have to meet up with it, I suppose.
Well, you would do this for me?
Well, what is it, after all? Just a word to a man that I've known for a long time? He respects my judgment, and I know this is a fine book.
Sir, I'll never forget what you've done for me. I promise you.
Beware of making promises you may be unable to keep.
Oh, you don't know what it is to be poor and unknown.
I don't?
How can I ever thank you?
How? Obviously, you thanked me by stealing my wife. Yes. Well, that isn't the worst of it. I could have forgiven you for that. It was the other thing, Malcolm. The other thing.
One might imagine that stealing a man's wife would be the ultimate. But it seems there's another thing even worse. What can that be? Mr. Oscar Wilde might have said that the one thing that's worse than stealing a man's wife is not stealing a man's wife. But this isn't that kind of story. We shall consider the other thing shortly in Act 2. The commandment, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. And that's usually the problem. After all, even if the grass looks greener in your neighbor's yard, surely his wife looks prettier in your neighbor's house. Well, it's an ancient problem, and many people find themselves concerned with it to this very day.
Mr. Barraclough.
Oh, you're still here, Mr. Jaggers. Excuse me, I must have dozed off.
Now, tomorrow is truly when your case will be won or lost.
Really?
Tomorrow is when jury selection begins.
Mm-hmm. Well, select a jury. Don't let me detain you.
This is your trial. Your life, don't you see? I have to know what type of juror to go for.
Suit yourself.
Did you kill him because he seduced your wife?
It may have been the other way around.
Because if you did, I know the type of man to look for. I want the tight jaw, the thin lip, the steely eye. I know such a juror's puritanical verdict in advance.
Then why bother with the formality of a trial?
If, on the other hand, you killed him because of professional jealousy, I want another sort. I want the dreamy-eyed, the aesthetic, the failed artist. I wonder if you understand.
Oh, I understand, Mr. Jaggers. But you don't. Everything falls apart because I did not kill Malcolm Tinsley.
Well, you were seen to enter his apartment. The two of you were there for some time. You left. He was dead. Now, please.
Very well. Have it your way.
No. Let's have it your way. Now, you say you didn't kill him.
Yes.
And if you didn't, who did?
Mr. Jaggers, you would never believe it.
Why not? I'll believe it if it's the truth.
The truth.
Are you afraid of the truth? Why can't you tell me the truth?
Why can't you tell me the truth? Such a simple-sounding question. I should have known the truth. Way back, early on. I brought Malcolm Tinsley's manuscript to Jeff Winslow. Why did I fail to read the signs?
Definitely, yes. And he's only 26, you say. Well, that's fantastic. He shows every sign of becoming the foremost American man of letters.
The foremost, Jeff?
Well, of his generation.
Well, he's a member of my generation, Jeff. The younger half of it, but my generation for all that.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go before he could be considered in your class. See, he doesn't have your depth, but he is certainly a marketable and profitable writer.
Yes, that was a sign I should have read, a cue I should have picked up, a clue I should have recognized. But I didn't. And when his first book started coming out in such a cascade, yes, cascade, how else could I describe such a roaring, raging stream? There was another sign, closer to home.
Some wine?
No, I don't think so.
But this is your favorite.
No, I'm starting my new novel. I want my head clear.
Oh. I didn't know you were ready to begin so soon.
I'm going to do some preliminary character sketches tonight.
What's it to be about?
What's any novel about? Love, death, money, hope, despair.
Sounds very serious.
It is.
I was reading where Malcolm's latest has made $1 million paperback sale.
Has it?
And at least another $500,000 for the movie rights. Is he actually getting all that money?
Well, these figures are usually somewhat inflated. And then there are taxes, you know.
Oh, but there'll be still quite a bit left.
No, I would assume so.
Couldn't you write a book like that?
Like what?
Like Forbidden Desire.
No.
But those are the books people read. Forbidden Desire by Malcolm Tinsley sold $1.5 million in hardcover.
I see you read the book reviews.
What did your last book sell?
13,000.
He didn't even make you advance.
Look, Margaret, a man must write what he believes in.
Yes, I understand. Only I wish you had more recognition.
I am recognized. Where it counts. My books will be read 100 years from now. Well, Malcolm's? But there were some signs that were not nearly so obscure. And one of them stared me in the face with such clarity that, as I review everything, it seems to me that it's working out almost as if it were a novel, with all the appropriate reverses of fate. I went to see Jeff Winslow about my latest book. And I'll bet that you can just about predict the outcome of the scene.
You must forgive me, Algernon. I've been so busy these days.
You were never too busy to talk to one of your authors. That was one of your most important priorities.
Yes, I know. And now my basic priority is to soothe the collective fevered brow of the parent company.
What parent company?
We have been taken over. We are now part of a conglomerate.
And what does this mean?
Well, it means that we must be primarily concerned with the bottom line. In other words, profits.
Oh?
Yeah. We are now owned by what is basically an oil company.
What does an oil company know about literature?
It doesn't know anything about literature, but it knows everything about product.
Product?
Yes. What we turn out here is product, which is marketed and sold. And this gets us to your latest novel.
Yes, I brought it in early so we could get a spring publication date.
Yeah, Algernon, look, we can't publish it.
What?
Oh, no, wait. We could discuss this thing for days. I mean, even weeks. But the basic fact, the bottom line is we can't publish it.
You don't like it, Jeff?
Oh, no, I like it. I like it. It isn't that. It just won't sell. The truth is, Algernon, none of your books really sell.
Well, they've made money?
Yes, it's a modest profit, yes. But today that isn't enough. You need a blockbuster.
What happened to the Jefferson Winslow who used to publish a book because he believed in it?
Yeah. He went broke. Well, why don't you write something like Malcolm Tinsley, and I can arrange for a very nice advance.
Goodbye, Jeff.
No, just don't walk out like that.
I'd better, while we're still friends. Of course, all that was bad enough. But in a sense, it was to be expected. So many times, the disciple outstrips the master. The changing of rules is not only a feature of literature, but also a fact of history. Sometimes the erstwhile disciple kills the master with cruelty, and sometimes he kills him with kindness, as Malcolm Tinsley did to me.
Algernon, I thought I'd find you here.
Are you looking for me?
Margaret told me.
Margaret? You talk about me when you're together?
Al, neither of us could help ourselves.
Seems to me I've read that line in every one of your books.
Look, let's talk about something that's really important. You and Jeff Winslow.
And why would that be important?
I understand he doesn't want to publish your latest. Well, I am not going to let him get away with it.
Oh?
If it weren't for you, I might never have made it. You had patience with a young, unknown stranger. You read my manuscript. You brought it to your publisher, remember?
Oh, yeah.
He published it because you told him to. You were strong enough to tell him to. And at the time, I asked, how could I ever thank you? Well, now I know how. I'll do the same for you.
The same?
Yes. This time I'll bring a manuscript to that very same publisher, and I'll say, publish it, Jeff. You know, the veiled threat, the implication will be that if he doesn't, I'll go elsewhere with my next book.
That's what you're willing to do for me?
That's what I'm willing to do for you.
You can go to the devil.
Al, I only want to help you.
Who needs your help? You forget yourself. I'm a novelist, a man of letters. What are you, a hack? Writer of grubby potboilers for sex-starved neurotics.
No. Hold on a minute, Algernon.
Remove the four-letter words from your novels, you'd be left with entire blank pages.
Hey, I've been putting up with your patronizing attitude long enough. My work has literary merit.
Oh, really?
Yes. It has vitality. It has life. What do we find in your work when we can understand it, that is? It's obscure. It's sterile.
100 years from now, who will be read? Who will be remembered? You or me?
You like to flatter yourself. I'll stack my work against yours any day.
You call it trivia. You spew forth work. Serious work.
You think because it's popular it has no merit? Hey, pal, I came here to do you a good deed. You told me to go to the devil. Yeah. Now you can go to the devil. Good night.
I said hi.
I heard you.
So? Hi again?
I don't wish to be impolite, but I am not looking for company.
I know.
So if you'll excuse me.
He's gone, but you stayed. Therefore, I would assume you're the one who wants me.
My good woman.
Oh, no. You mustn't call me that. Anything but that.
I would appreciate it if you would let me alone. Now, I'm sure there are other gentlemen in the establishment who would be glad of your company.
We really should cut through this nonsense. What happened was this. You told him to go to the devil. He didn't. He told you to go to the devil. And obviously, you did.
What? What are you saying?
When you say to someone, go to the devil, just what do you think happens?
What do I... Look, what are you trying to tell me?
If it should so happen that the person really wants to go to the devil, then your command has struck a sympathetic chord. Do you follow this?
No.
I think you do. And so this coincidence becomes a reality, and you literally do go to the devil.
What devil?
How many are there? The famous devil of song, story, and legend. How do you do?
What do you mean, how do you do?
I am the devil. Well, why are you staring at me like that?
Well, I must say this is the most interesting approach I've ever encountered in all my life.
You don't believe I'm the devil?
Oh, madam, I don't know what your game is, nor do I care.
You, sir, are a male chauvinist. If I were a man with a mustache and horns and a tail, you'd have no trouble believing me.
Well, you must admit...
What must I admit? Who says the devil has to be what you have chosen to picture? What you have been conditioned to accept?
Please, let's not have a scene.
Do you know how long we had to fight, we women, before one of us could be accepted as the devil?
No, but I'm sure...
Well, let's get down to business. I don't have all night.
Business? What business would I have with you? Assuming you're the devil.
I am the devil. And you have business with me.
Well, I can't think of any.
You came to me, didn't you?
No. You came to me.
I came to you because you wanted me. Now, tell me. Why do you want me?
But I don't want you.
That's a lie.
It's the truth.
Is it? Think what it is that you want. What it is that you want so badly, you'd give your soul for it.
What does he want? You've known Mr. Algernon Bearclaw for a while now. What does he want above all? Revenge? Possibly. But in what form? We know Mr. Bearclaw is an extremely complicated human being, so therefore we cannot have a simple answer to the questions, which shall, of course, be answered in Act 3. Who was it that said, if you would make a man your enemy, do him a good turn? Well, unfortunately, sometimes that appears to be the way of the world. Here we have poor Algernon Bearclaw, who thinks all his troubles started when he befriended a poor, starving writer. And when I say here we have him, by here, I mean a prison cell.
Mr. Bearclaw, why won't you talk to me?
Because, Mr. Jaggers, we have nothing to talk about.
But I am your defense attorney, sir. You're about to go on trial for your life.
My life? That isn't, strictly speaking, an accurate statement.
It isn't?
No, sir. It isn't my life any longer.
How can you say it isn't your life?
Because my life doesn't belong to me now.
Oh, I give up. The devil only knows what you're talking about.
How right he is. Poor Mr. Jaggers. How can I ever hope to tell him? How can I even try to explain that there really is a devil? And that I not only had a conversation with her, but also made a bargain.
What do you want, Mr. Bearclaw?
You know.
Of course I know. I knew it all along. I knew it even before you did.
Then why do you have to ask me?
Because you must wrench that desire from out of the deep-hidden recesses of your mind. You must acknowledge it. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now then, tell me. What do you want?
I want to know if I shall succeed.
Succeed in what?
In my ultimate ambition.
Which is?
To live forever.
To live forever as a man? Impossible.
No, you know what I mean. I want my name to live forever. I want to find out if I have succeeded. If I have created a body of writing which will be immortal.
And this is what you want to know?
Yes.
Is this more important to you than anything else?
Yes.
How long does a book have to live?
200 or 300 years, and the writer is pretty much assured of immortality. Could you answer that question for me?
No problem.
How would I know it's the truth?
Well, you would see for yourself. Let's see, a couple of 100 years from now, they'd have libraries, wouldn't they?
I should like to think so.
Good. You'd go visit one. See if your books are there.
Go into the future?
Why not?
Well, it's impossible.
For the devil, nothing is impossible. Would that be a way to prove it?
You can send me into the future?
Absolutely.
Assuming it's true. In return for what?
To prove I'm the devil.
And after you've proved it?
You'll want to make a deal with me.
How do you know?
I'll take that chance. Go ahead. Go into the future. Right now.
Wait.
Afraid to find out?
No. I have to find out.
Very well.
I'll be going 200 years into the future, you say?
Yes.
It'll be a completely different world.
It will.
Different in dress, in manners, in just about everything. How will I be able to manage?
Don't worry. You'll be equipped with the proper attire and the correct diction. And now, here you go.
And I went. I really don't know how to describe the trip, if indeed it was a trip. It's just that I was aware of changes within my consciousness. I felt that I was in another time, in another place. I was conscious of myself. I was dressed not in a suit and a tie, but in a sort of tunic. And I was in a sort of room, reclining on I suppose it was a couch. In front of me was a screen. Near my hand was a console with switches and buttons, and I seemed to know exactly what to do, as if I belonged there. I pushed a button. A face appeared on the screen.
Good morning. Welcome to Library Central. I am Information.
Good morning.
State your requirements, please.
I am interested in a 20th century writer.
Yes?
His name is Algernon Barraclough.
And concerning Algernon Barraclough?
Oh, he wrote 15 novels. Are they still being read today?
Stand by.
Yes.
No novel by mentioned writer Algernon Barraclough exists in print, in film, in tape, or even in memory.
Nobody reads Algernon Barraclough today? No one?
No one. Does this complete your quest for information?
That's impossible.
Do you question the accuracy of information?
He was a first-rate writer. He was a man of talent, of genius. How could he not be read today?
Well, Information has no record of any works by Algernon Barraclough. If indeed he even existed.
He existed?
Citizen, perhaps he exists only in your imagination.
How can you say that? I tell you there was a great writer named Algernon Barraclough.
And Information must tell you that there is no record at all of any of his work.
But there has to be something about Algernon Barraclough, some mention somewhere.
That is not the question that was asked. The question was about the work of Algernon Barraclough. The answer, negative. Now you pose a new question. Mention of the name Algernon Barraclough. Stand by. The name Algernon Barraclough has been recorded for history.
I told you.
In passing.
Passing?
Yes, in connection with the celebrated Malcolm Tinsley.
What are you saying?
Reference is made, in passing, to one Algernon Barraclough who is credited with helping Malcolm Tinsley.
Malcolm Tinsley? What about Malcolm Tinsley?
Stand by. Yes, Malcolm Tinsley, the most celebrated writer of the 20th century.
That's a lie.
You persist in challenging Information.
Go on. Go on. I might as well hear the rest of it.
Malcolm Tinsley published his first novel in 1970. For the next 15 years, he wrote lurid stories of violence and explicit sex.
There, I knew it. That's what he's famous for. Well, he can have it.
However, in the late 1980s, he suddenly changed direction. He began to create serious works of substantial literary merit.
That can't be true.
He became the literary giant of his time, towering above all his contemporaries.
Stop. I don't want to hear any more. I don't want to know any more. I don't want to hear any more. I don't want to hear any more.
Yes, I suppose you have heard enough. Well, now you know.
Yes. Now I know. But it isn't right.
Right, wrong. These things depend on your point of view.
It isn't fair.
Fair? What's fair?
I worked so hard.
Don't look at me. I never told you to work hard.
I sacrificed so much.
And the bigger fool you...
I thought at least I'd have immortality.
And if you did get it, what could you do with it? What do any of them moldering in their graves do with it?
I can't let him get away with it.
Ah, now you're talking.
What can I do about it?
May I offer my services?
What can you do about it?
He became a serious writer because of work published after the late 1980s.
Yes.
The late 1980s are still in the future.
Oh.
Kill him. Change the course of his life.
I couldn't do that.
I understand. And that's why you need me. I'll see to it that it gets done.
But
what? Do you want him to achieve immortality?
Never.
Well, the only way to stop him is, you know.
Yes.
But you can't do it yourself.
No.
Well, then?
He doesn't deserve it. No, he has to be stopped. I want him stopped.
How badly?
I'd give anything in the world.
Including your soul?
Yes, I'd sell my soul.
Do you know what that means? To sell your soul. It means you become one of us. One of our people. You are subject to call at our convenience.
Call? Does that mean I die?
Oh, your body body is unimportant.
That is to me.
It won't be where you're going.
Where am I going?
Hell.
What's it like?
A place that's filled with people like yourself.
How soon afterward will I die?
That depends. Just as soon as we can arrange to have it happen in a neat and orderly fashion.
How is that going to work?
Logically. You'll understand when the proper time comes. Meanwhile, you must have your value received. Malcolm Tinsley must not live to write his great works. Go and visit Mr. Tinsley tonight.
Do I have to?
Oh, yes.
But we're not on speaking terms.
Telephone him.
I wouldn't know what to say to him.
I'll tell you what to say to him.
You will?
Certainly. From now on, every word you speak is a word I shall put into your mouth. After all, you belong to me.
Hello?
Malcolm?
Algernon.
Malcolm, I know that harsh and bitter words have passed between us. Each of us had injured the other.
I didn't mean
Well, it doesn't matter. The important thing is we're friends. Friendship, Malcolm. Love dies, fame and wealth may disappear, but friendship endures.
Algernon, I've always felt our friendship was the most vital thing in my life.
Do you suppose I might stop by for a drink?
Well, of course, Algernon, of course.
I'll be right there. Why did you make me say all that nonsense?
It did the job, didn't it?
I've never spoken such pap in all my life.
Well, maybe that's why we need you down in our place. You might help improve our literary style.
What do I do now?
Go visit your friend.
Which is exactly what I did. When I arrived there, I rang the bell. No one answered. Then I noticed the door was open. So I walked in. And there he was. Lying on the floor. There was blood oozing from his chest. His shirt was covered with a stain that kept growing larger and darker. He had just been stabbed. You could see the knife still sticking in the wound. I called the police like a good citizen.
He was dead when you arrived, you say?
Yes, Captain.
So, why did you have blood on your shirt and on your hands?
Because I leaned over to see if I could... to see if he was still alive and needed help.
Look, let's cut through all this nonsense, huh? He stole your wife.
Stole her? Well, if that's how she felt, good riddance.
You had a fight in the bar.
No blows were struck.
But still a fight. You were jealous of his reputation.
Me? Jealous?
Mr. Barraclough, you killed him. Your prints are on the knife.
I explained that. I removed it from the wound.
You killed him, and you know it, and I know it. Now, let's call in the stenographer, and you can make your confession.
What's to confess? A bargain with the devil? Who would believe it? So here I am, in my cell, waiting to be tried. And I have this very kind, very patient lawyer who keeps asking me to help him prepare a defense. Poor Mr. Jaggers. Doesn't he know that there is no defense? That this is how I must go? This is the devil's design?
Mr. Barraclough, you must help me.
I would if I could, Mr. Jaggers.
But you can. Just tell me what happened. I know the case looks stacked against you, but I'm a good lawyer. Just give me some ammunition. I can shoot down that DA.
Poor Mr. Jaggers. The truth is, you're not up against the district attorney, just another lawyer. You're up against the prince of lawyers.
The what?
Or I should have said, the princess of lawyers. You can't fight her. This is how it has to end.
All we know is what Mr. Algernon Barraclough has seen fit to tell us. And after all, if he has shaved a fact here and slanted a point there, well, after all, the man is a novelist by profession. My profession is to await your pleasure, and I shall return shortly.
All
'All It's a story almost as old as the world itself, this business of selling one's soul to the devil. And yet, it is endlessly fascinating. Perhaps it's because it happens so often. So many people make the bargain, and so many more would if they were offered the chance. Of course, there are always those who will stand firm in the face of temptation. Have you ever wondered to which type you belong? Or have you already found out the hard way? Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Russell Horton, Earl Hammond, and Joyce Gordon. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Herber's, your hometown camera shop at 608 Green in Champaign's Campus Town, has presented the WDWS CBS Radio Mystery Theater. Join us again soon as Herber's again presents our voyage into some of life's great mysteries. Good night.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. All peoples have their separate legends, their superstitions, and their fears. Julius Caesar once said that all Gaul is divided into 3 parts. But whatever the political alignments, the Gallic people shared their legends in common, and none more persistent and accepted than the belief in the second sight. Usually called a gift, but one wonders if perhaps it is far more the reverse of that. Our mystery drama, The Unearthly Gift, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Betsy Palmer. Let's begin with 2 definitions of second sight. The unearthly capacity to see things impossible for ordinary people to see, or the ability to foretell events in the future from the shadows they cast before them. A talent bequeathed to a large, raw-boned, and rather plain girl called Ruth Ann Mitchell. She and her grandmother, Bridget Carney, are the only women at a lumber camp high in the Bitterfoot Range, which sprawls across Idaho, Washington, and half of British Columbia. Ruth and Granny cook and keep house for the lumberjacks.
And what can I say, Mamselle? And Granny, we feel very bad, especially Big Red. He was up there with Jason.
I told him 100 times to use a double rig, but he never wanted to listen.
Where is Jason?
He is in the wagon with Ruth. We'll have to take him down the mountain to Rockfall and the main office.
I want to see him.
No, I think that is not a good thing. He fell 500-600 feet into that ravine.
I want to see him. Let her, if she wants. Now, you'll hurry back to me. Just as soon as I'm sure Jason gets a burial be fitting him. You've got room to take me, Frenchie.
Mais oui. If you are sure you must.
It's what I owe him. Not enough, but all I can do. Oh, Granny, if I knew, why couldn't I have stopped it? How can you hold back the hand of God, child?
Espèce de diable. This is one bad road.
You want me to drive, Frenchy?
You, a woman.
Well, I know it like the back of my hand. My daddy was a straw boss at Greenwood's camps, and from the time I was 11, I grew up there.
And your father, when did he die?
Oh, in the big fire. When the South Slope burned up.
And your mother?
She died having me.
So you stay on with Granny. She is your only family?
Yes. All I have to love.
And Jason, too, you lost.
Jason. Jason was kind to me.
Why do you stay at the lonely camp like Greenwood with a bunch of roughnecks like us?
Where else would I go?
To the city, no, where perhaps you find a nice young man who...
Me? A plain, awkward country gal who stands head high or higher than most men and knows nothing but to just cook and to do the chores.
Jason did not think you were so plain. What did you mean about Jason when you said you might have stopped it?
Well, I had sort of a dream. I mean, hours before you came back to camp. Just when it might have happened. I thought, Frenchy, that I saw the whole thing just the way it happened.
My family was from Bretagne in France. We are also like the Irish, what you say. Gaelic.
Yeah.
There also is Le Vue de l'Ombre. What you say, the second sight. That is a gift you have.
I don't know, Frenchy. I just don't rightly know. I don't suppose I really ever want to know.
Pardon me, ma'am. You Miss Mitchell?
Yes, I am.
I'm Tim Farrell, new Jack for Greenwoods. Told me down at the office I'd be riding up the mountain with you.
Well, that's right, Mr. Farrell. They're just gassing up the old Jeep. Have you got your gear ready?
Most of it. What you see on me. My duffel bag and axe are right there by the pumps.
Well, then, I guess we're ready to go. Except first, I guess I should say howdy.
Ain't used to shaking hands with a lady, but put it there. How about making it Tim? I ain't used to Mr.
Oh, yeah, well, my name's Ruth Ann.
All right, Ruth Ann. Do we travel?
Best we do. It's a rough trail, and I really prefer going it while it's still light.
This old Jeep handles real nice. You were right about the trail. Maybe I should have let you drive.
Well, I knew you figured I shouldn't. It's kind of nice to be a woman and just to sit down. Besides, you handle the Jeep real good. Cyril, You couldn't be Irish.
Some generations back, mostly, though I'm just a roving lumberjack. Born in Montana, never been out of 7 northwestern states in the good old U.S. of A. I don't figure you for all of that Irish either.
Well, not so much on my father's side, but all the way down on my mother's. Oh, wait till you meet her mother, Granny Bridget. She cooks chow for all you jacks.
Good chow?
Best you've ever tasted.
And I'm in love with her already. Now, what do you do?
Well, I help her.
Well, now, there's something to consider. If Granny comes through as strong as you promise, I may be half in love with you already without knowing.
Now, that Tim Farrell you brought back here 3 weeks ago. He's a charmer, he is. I think so, too. But what, dear? Well, I don't know how to talk about it, Granny.
You see something in his future?
I don't want to talk about it yet.
Yet?
It just doesn't come clear. It's a full moon tonight. I reckon I'm just going to walk myself some more before I go to bed.
Is it Tim you're going to meet?
It's no one at all but my own thoughts. Or maybe just to be alone and remember Jason. Don't wait up for me, Granny.
I'll not close an eye till I know you're back home safe and sound.
Real pretty moon, ain't it, Ruth?
I suppose, Big Red.
I kind of hope you figure like I do that it ain't hung up there for nothing.
But don't look to me. I'm not your woman. Not now or ever could be.
You'd still shuck me off even with Jason gone?
Or with Jason here. You and me have nothing for each other. And don't you make no move to me, even with Jason not here to stand between us.
Big as you are, you think you could hold me off if I really had a mind to?
Look, I hope I don't have to try.
I don't guess you'll have to, Ruth Ann, as long as there are three of us.
Who asked you here, Tenderfoot? Put out.
If I'm not wanted. Ruth Ann?
Let's just not make no fuss, all right? I'm on my way back to bed anyways. Good night.
Why don't you mind your own business, Farrell?
I was about to ask you the same question.
I'm warning you. You're new on this crew. Don't ask for any trouble.
I don't. Just the same, don't push any on me, brother. And lay off of Ruth Ann. She don't like you no more than I do.
Gosh, he come down to whoop so bad, eh? That even.
No sight more beautiful, no sound nearer the heart.
When you start stripping your Big Red on me, we cut out the next big tumble, huh?
Okay.
Hand me the big kettle. There's a love, Ruth. Ruth?
Oh, I'm sorry, Granny. I was thinking of Tim Farrell.
Oh. I thought maybe that walk under the moon last night might not be all by yourself. Did you meet him then?
Yeah. Good I did, too. Big Red was pestering me again, just like before Jason died.
You tell him he as much as lays a finger on you, and I'll put broken glass in his grits. Now, don't you let that blowhard bother you.
Well, it's not him that I'm worried about, Granny. It's Tim.
Why?
I'm trying to fight it. But I see it. There's death. The shadow of death over Tim's shoulder. And I'm somehow in the shadow, too. Oh, Granny, why do I have to see it? And then still know that I can't stop it?
Oh, now, Mavournin. Don't wreck your heart with what can't be changed.
I told you before, Granny. I won't sit by if...
What is it, Colleen? What are you staring at?
I see him now. They've topped a tree. And Tim's stripping it. He's all alone in a... No! I've got to stop it. I've got to stop it.
Dear Mary in heaven, watch over my lamb. Whatever the Lord has marked her for.
In silent supplication, an old woman prays for the one person she has left to love. A tortured girl with a terrible and unasked gift. What has that inner eye revealed to Ruth Ann as she races up the lumber trail to try to stop whatever threatens Tim Farrell? At the stand of trees, the lumberjack crew is thinning out. Frenchie and Chuck Turkle are on the big crosscut, finishing the high cut, while Big Red, having finished the notch, is now driving the wedges. Down the mountain, Tim is methodically stripping the branches from the topped tree, his back towards them. This is the picture Ruth Ann saw in her mind's eye, sees now in actuality as she struggles breathlessly up the slope.
Tim!
Ruth Ann, what is it?
Run from the tree!
I'm not in its path!
Look back!
What? Ruth! Run to the side! Run to the side!
Don't mind!
Look out! than that. You all right, Ruth Ann?
You covered me with your body.
Well, you risked your life to try to save me. I can't figure why we're not playing pulp. That tree was headed straight for where I was standing. What made it turn aside just far enough to miss us?
The hand of God.
Miss Rose, Tim, how are you, Doc?
No, it's all right, Frenchie.
I don't know what happened. Fall path was set for 45 degrees off your line.
That no good tree.
Sure you ain't neither of you hurt?
I took a pretty good lick across the back from one of the branches.
No, don't move, Tim.
No, I can't keep lying on you.
Now, Miss Ruth is right. Charlie has gone for the stretcher crew. Don't move till they are here.
Yeah, but I can't keep lying.
I don't mind, Tim. I don't want you to move.
You listen to a woman when she talk. If there is something and your back is broke, you move. You risk your life. Why take a chance?
Well, that was a powerful good bowl of soup, Ruth Ann.
I'm glad you liked it. Here, let me take the tray. How's your back today?
Oh, it's horrible. Now I know that there ain't nothing broke. I feel I better be getting back on my feet.
No, sir. You just stay right where you are till the doctor says that you can rise.
Ruth Ann, tell me something.
I can.
Where were you going when you come up the mountain that day?
Why do you ask?
I don't know. I had the feeling. I mean, they hadn't even yelled timber before you seemed to know that was a maverick tree, and it wouldn't feel right.
Well, maybe it was just intuition. I was born and bred in tree country and around camps, and I've got to get back down. Granny needs my help.
Ruth Ann?
Yeah?
I want to thank you for saving my life.
Well, if I had anything to do with it, I'm glad.
Maybe someday I can find a way to make up for it.
So it's taken you are with our boyeen upstairs.
Tim? Well, he saved my life.
I thought it was t'other way around.
I mean, with the branch he took across the shoulders would have caught me right across my neck, Granny, and snapped it like a chicken.
He's a good lad. Are you in love with him?
Tim's not for me, Granny. Or any man.
Oh, now, Makushla, what makes you say the like of that?
You know, Granny, I don't want the gift, but I can't escape it. It's like a lead weight around my neck. Or around my heart. Did my mother have it?
Kathleen? Yes, she did.
And did she know about my father?
Not before she married him, or she would never have married him. It never comes till we're well out of our teens.
But, Granny, did she know that he was to die so young?
She knew.
And about herself?
She knew that, too.
And knowing that I would kill her in childbirth, she still went ahead and had me?
Now, there's always the chance the good Lord will change his mind. Look at you and Tim.
Only he hasn't.
What?
Granny, I wish I could see it clearer. I stopped it once, but I don't know if I ever could again. Tim wears the shadow of violent death like a collar. And somehow I'm the one who's hanging it there. Oh, Granny. Granny, I don't know what to do.
Hey, Tim.
Hi, Jack.
How's it going?
Well, I reckon I'm about ready to come back and pull my weight. I'm getting tired of just chopping firewood.
Yeah, it's putting you back in shape, though.
I hope.
You sure are one lucky tree, Jack. When that big old tree kicked around and started to fall out of line, you was dead in its tracks. And then we seen Ruth Ann throw up her hands, and by Dad, if we both couldn't swear on a stack of Bibles, that old tree didn't just veer off to the left, so she just missed you.
I guess the wind caught her.
It must have been. Though I don't rightly remember any wind that day.
Chuck, I want to ask you if you remember something else about that day.
Well, sure, ask away.
You and Frenchie were making the saw cut. But Big Red cut the notch, and he was setting the wedges. Right?
Oh, yeah?
And that tree was lined up to fall due south?
Yes, sir, Tim. That was the line.
And you know I was working away on the east. 45 degrees pretty near out of the fall line.
Oh, yes, you were for sure, Tim.
Then how come she turned so out of line?
Well, now, sometimes you'll get a tree that has a real tough core or twister on you.
You or Frenchie ever had that happen to you before?
Well, no. Not as you'd say, but I've heard tell.
How about Big Red?
Well, you'd have to ask him.
Doesn't he go around bragging he can fell a tree on a dime and he ain't never missed?
Well, I have heard him say that, but...
Yeah, well, maybe I just will go ask him.
Look here, Tim. You better watch your step. You get him riled up. Big Red is bad medicine.
Hold it just a minute before you go inside, Chuck.
Oh, hi, Big Red.
What was you and Tim Farrell getting your heads so close together over up there by the woodpile?
Oh, we was just chatting.
I seen he was asking you a powerful lot of questions. I'd like to know them questions and your answers.
Oh, Big Red, you're like to break my arm.
I might just do that if you don't loosen up.
Well, I don't want to make no trouble.
Any trouble I'll handle. You talk. Don't leave nothing out. I want every word.
Now, don't take on so, girl. You're in love with the boy. It's that, isn't it?
Yes, Granny. I am in love with Tim. But that's only a little part of it.
Now, don't be too sure. Is he in love with you?
Oh, Granny, how could he be? I'm a plain...
We won't go through that go-round again.
Granny, I'm trapped. First of all, I have the vision that all I bring Tim is danger. And second, well, if I want him to love me, how can I be sure that I'm not using the power to make him?
I brought you some fresh wood for the stove. Hey, did I break in on something?
Sure not at all, Tim. How are you feeling now?
Oh, I guess I'm about back to where I was, thanks to Ruth Ann.
You'll excuse me, Granny Bridget and Ruth Ann. But I got a little business here, can't we?
You get yourself out of my kitchen, Red Pilly, and all your riff-raff with you.
Not till something gets straightened out.
Well, speak up and go.
I'm talking to you, Farrell. And this time you ain't hiding behind any skirts. Chuck Turkle here tells me you're bad-mouthing me. Trying to say I dropped a tree across your back.
I hadn't faced you with it yet. I wanted to get some more proof. But so long as you fetch the issue, that's what I have in mind.
Glad you laid it on the table.
Now, Ed, why you do this? Why you trying
to... Frenchy. I'll handle this. Mr. Farrell, I'm calling you out. Pick your weapon. Knives, axes, peavy poles are just bare hands. You and me's got a claim to settle.
A claim?
Well, let's just call it a plain falling out.
Don't pay him any heed.
You keep out of this, Ruth Ann.
Indeed, I won't. You're like a bunch of children, except that you're playing with lives.
Ruth Ann, maybe I want to be called out.
I'll stand no nonsense like this in my kitchen. Near under 50 years I've served this camp, and I've never tolerated brawling in my kitchen. So you'll all take yourselves out of here before I...
Hey, Granny.
Come on, get no back, you old kids. Give us some air.
Ruth Ann, is it her heart?
I don't know. I've never seen Granny sick before.
Frenchy, go bring the wagon. We're taking her to town and the nearest doctor.
You speak well. I bring the wagon to the door.
Granny?
It's nothing. It's just a little fainting spell.
Oh, darling.
Maybe I'm getting too old for so much excitement. Where's Ruth?
Oh, I'm right here beside you.
Put your arms around me, Makushla.
All right, now the rest of you stand back. Don't crowd.
Move.
I'm still crowding you, Farrell.
Not now, Big Red. There's a time for everything. Yours and mine will come.
Name it.
When I take Ruth Ann and Granny Carney down the mountain and make sure Granny has proper care, I'll be back.
With Ruth Ann?
That's up to her. If I had my way...
You're coming back, Tim. I'm coming, too.
Why?
There are 45 lumberjacks that still got to be fed till other arrangements are made. Granny will insist on that, and then...
Then what?
Whatever's got to be unwound among us, it's going to take the three of us to do it.
How much does Ruth's second sight now see of the future? How much can she affect it? And how? Is the shadow of what's to come going to engulf her, or can it be dispersed and blown away? Is the unearthly gift something that can prevail against earthly circumstance? Rock Falls boasts a livery stable, 3 assorted garages, a choice of hotels, no hospital but a small clinic with 4 beds and a first-rate, if overburdened, general practitioner. It couldn't have mattered less. The most efficient and highly staffed hospital would not have saved Bridget's tired heart. Like a stout old watch, the bearings were worn, the mainspring slackened.
Are you there, Ruth Ann?
I'm here, Granny.
I'm going away, you know.
Oh, no.
Yes, I can see it in your eyes, Mavourneen. You know. Promise me something.
What?
You won't go back to that camp.
Granny, who's to cook for all the men?
Then find another. There ought to be something better in life for you.
I don't know what it should be.
You're telling me that you and Tim...
Granny, me and Tim are a dream of yours. Because you want only the best for me. But even if it could be, you know what lies between us.
The gift.
Or by another name. Curse.
Where is he now?
He's gone back to camp.
And you let him go?
How could I stop him? And I was needed here.
No longer. Now go and follow him.
And leave you here.
My time is used up. Come close.
Granny, I'm never very far away from you.
Soon you will be. Let me say this while I can. Some of us are the lucky ones. I was.
How?
I had the gift as well. Little I wanted it. It was clearer than yours. So I knew just exactly what to expect. I knew your grandfather, like your mother's poor husband, would have gone from me early.
Granny.
Forgive me, child. I was just looking down the long corridor of time that I've left behind. Where was I?
It doesn't matter, Granny.
Oh, yes. Yes, 'twas this. About the gift. It came to me late and left me early. I can wish you only the same. The earlier, the better.
You mean suddenly the second sight stopped? It wasn't there?
That's what I mean. If I still had it, wouldn't I be able to read better for what you're to do?
But how can you know if it's gone?
It's like love. When love comes, you can't mistake it if it's for real. And when the gift goes, you'll know it. Just as sure. I love you, Ruth Ann. My love shall make you free.
Granny. Granny? Oh, Granny. What will I ever do without you?
Mes amis, by the old logging rule, this contest is to the finish. By selection of both contestants, there is no weapon but the human hand. First, I ask each if they must fight. Big Red.
No man's gonna make the kind of charges Tim Farrell's been making about me behind my back.
And Tim.
Red Pelly rules this camp and all of you by fear. It's time someone challenged him. I'm doing that.
So you will come on, set the bell. Are you both ready?
Let's get on with it.
Tim.
You heard the man. Let's get it over with.
What's going on?
Miss Holt, where you come from?
The doctor drove me back. Stop this! Stop it!
No, it's old log camp custom. You mean no one can stop it till one man is out cold.
He's too big and strong for Tim.
What I try to say, Miss Ruth, but your Tim feels he must fight.
Well, if you won't stop it, I will.
No.
Because I will it. Like this.
Okay, Tenderfoot. Now I'm gonna stomp the living hell out of you.
I'm not asking no mercy. Come on.
Just try to stop me. Just what?
Here's one last go for luck. What? Are you going to get up?
I can't.
You quit?
I give up.
Just take it easy. You're all right.
Ruth?
Yes?
Boy, it seems like I've been here before.
Now that Granny's gone and you're okay, I'm going away.
Well, if that's what you want, you've got your own life to live.
My own life.
I ain't got the right to say it, but I was sort of hoping that we'd be sharing it. But I got nothing to offer a woman yet.
We're just not for each other, Tim. Don't you know? I'm a shadow over you. That it's through me that you're risking your life.
Appears to me it's through you it keeps getting saved.
Twice. The legend is the third time round fate has to take its course. There's another crook here now, and I'm not needed. Forget me, Tim. Please, just forget me. Sorry,
excuse me, Miss Ruth. Hey, how you feel, champ? Huh?
I feel like I got run over by a bulldozer. It'll mend.
Something else won't, eh? In the inside. Why did you make Miss Ruth cry?
It's kind of the other way around, Frenchie. I guess I took a wrong notion. I wanted to marry that girl.
But she does not want to marry you?
That's right.
Did she say why?
I don't know. She got some kind of crazy notion. She's a hex for me.
If she say that, then it is one big shame. She must be bad medicine for you. She knows.
How?
She has le don, the gift. She can read the future.
Oh, come on.
It is true. How do you think that big tree missed you that day? And now you make Big Red cry uncle.
The heck with superstition, that's no real problem. What is a problem is that a man needs money to marry. And what do I have to offer? What? Big Red.
I was just dragging what was left of me in here to say you whipped me fair and square and the best man won. You say you're leaving?
I'll be on my way by tonight.
Frenchie, what was that I heard him saying about he wanted to get hold of some money?
The poor devil. He wanted to get married, but he has no stake yet.
So he wants money real bad, huh?
Hey, Big Red. What are you doing so far from camp?
Oh, just stealing me a little breather, Chuck, and having a stroll.
Hefting your axe in your hand?
This here axe ain't mine. Belongs to Tim Farrell.
What you doing with it?
I got a use for it.
I wouldn't figure him to lend you anything of his.
He didn't.
He might get sore and take a notion to whoop up on you again when he finds out.
He's too busy packing up to leave camp.
Leave?
Yeah. Him and Ruth Ann. As soon as you get back with the Jeep. Reckon they think they're going to get spliced.
How about that?
Give me a lift back to camp.
Oh, sure. Hop in.
Got pay money?
Yes, right behind us in the sack.
All done up in them neat little envelopes, huh?
Just like usual.
It'd be a lot of money to steal. And there sure wouldn't be much doubt if a fella got caught quick enough just where it came from.
Huh? What you talking about?
Just keep on driving, Chuck. Only you take the road to the flume at the fork. I got some plans for you.
What are you doing with my gear, Red?
Oh, why, I was just going to carry it out to the Jeep for you.
I'll handle it myself. What's the Jeep doing outside there? Where's Chuck?
I reckon he took the payroll over to the straw wash. You drawing yours?
No.
And we'll ride over there and pick it up before I drive you and Ruth Ann down to town.
She's coming with us?
As if you didn't know.
There's something funny going on. This isn't the way to the straw bosses, huh?
Look out in back of you.
What?
It sure ain't, Mr. Loverboy. The road you're going this time, I'm sure you ain't coming back.
I wonder why Chuck's so late getting back. I'd like to get down the mountain before dark.
He should have been here at least 1 hour ago.
I suppose Tim is going to leave with us.
We have not much transport, Miss Ruth. Why don't you take a chance and stay with him?
You don't understand, Frenchy.
I do, but sometimes le bon Dieu is kind. And I think that Grand-Mère Brigitte would have wanted...
Wait a minute, Frenchy.
What is it?
Oh, I see it now. I see it. Red. He has the payroll in Tim's duffel. He has Tim knocked out and tied up by the fork on the way down the mountain. And Chuck is trussed up just below the big flume where it spills into the catch basin. He'll drive Tim unconscious into the ravine and send Chuck to die, ground up in the logs in the catch basin. It'll look as if Tim killed him for the payroll.
Sacre bleu, he must hurry.
Frenchy, go get the rest of the jacks and save Tim, Frenchy. I'll go get Chuck free.
You crazy Red.
Like a fox, Chuck. Ain't no woman gonna make a sucker out of Red Pelly. She turned me down for Jason. Well, I took care of him. Climb.
Climb? Up to the sluice? Why?
I'm sorry, Chuck, but I gotta set this up just right.
What are you going to do with Tim's axe?
I'm gonna bury it right in your skull, Chuck, so nobody has any doubts as to who...
Oh, no, you're not, Red.
Ruth Ann, how'd you get up here?
Many's the time as a kid when the logs weren't running, I've shooted down the flume. From the camp right to this station. Oh, I knew I had to move fast to stop you.
You can't. It's too late. I've burned all my bridges behind me. Now, worst of all, it's got to be you, too.
Oh, but you can't touch me, Red. I have the gift.
The gift?
I turned the tree aside to save Tim, and I held you back from stomping him. All with the help of God, and now I'm going to stop you again. Run, Chuck. Run.
But you...
No, he can't touch me.
I'm sorry it has to be this way, Ruth Ann. From the beginning, when you first come, you was all I wanted. But you turned me down.
What are you doing?
I'm going to open a sluice gate. There's 600,000 board feet of logs already on the way down. And we're going with the first that comes. If I can't have you, no one else can.
Hey, you hear me?
I hear you.
You touch Ruth Ann, I'll kill you.
Ain't none of the three of us going to stay alive. Come on up.
You put down that axe, Red.
Until I take your fight. Oh, Ruth Ann.
Every room, Fletcher, I've got his crease.
Damn your hideout, switch your skull.
Watch him. He has your axe.
Hang on, Ruth. I've got a peavy pole. All right, Red. You want to give up? We have too many. Get over the platform, Frenchy. We need room.
Hey, damn you. Oh, you fight me.
Let go of the peavy, Tim. He's got you with him.
The logs carried him right down the flume and over and into the catch basin. He was ground to pieces. I'm sure glad you're safe, Annie.
Are you still going?
Well, Red is dead, but nothing between us has changed.
One big thing has.
What?
When I thought I had the power to stop Red, I found I didn't, Tim. I just had to rely on myself and hang onto the axe that he was trying to swing down on you.
Are you telling me?
The gift's gone. I don't have to be afraid anymore. It's a new life.
It sure is.
What did you call me back then?
Annie. That's a new name for a new life. And the one that's going to be my wife's. Come on, Annie Farrell. Kiss me, if you like the name.
Anything you want to give me is just exactly what I like.
Think of all the gifts you personally may have lost in your time, and how much you mourned them. Then think of the dread, oppressive gift that Ruth Ann lost, and celebrate it with her. Sometimes I do have stories to tell you that end with that fond, childish phrase, and so they lived happily ever after. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network. This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination, to the fear you can hear. Tonight, I hope you have strong stomachs, for we're bound on a Caribbean cruise. Oh, we don't expect rough sailing on the way. So if you are easily seasick, have no fears. Save them all for your landing on the twin island of Mauritia and Sandorin. For it is the home of voodoo and the living dead. The soulless legions of men who are called zombies.
That's it, compadres. That's the coffin we seek. Scrap away the earth so we can get the lid open. Soon we can steal another corpse for the witch doctor. That's it. Now break open the lid. And swing it back. Muy bueno. Shine the light. Oh, must have been strong as an ox. He'll make a fine zombie brother for El Generalissimo's elite guard. Está bien, Señor Ongan. Here is another carcass for your living dead.
Our mystery drama, The Walking Corpse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Breakfast in the morning, Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Crawford for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. Less than 240 calories. Nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite is featuring ShopRite or Shenandoah brand Grade A Rock Cornish hens, a real family treat at just 47 cents a pound. What's for breakfast? Listen to these ShopRite values. ShopRite Grade A large eggs, 59 cents a dozen. ShopRite sliced bacon, 1 pound package, 79 cents. ShopRite Grade AA butter, 1 pound brick, 69 cents. Crown Top white bread, 22-ounce loaves, 3 for $1. Save on every meal at ShopRite.
She loves her family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
The body of a dead person, given the semblance of life, usually for some evil purpose. That is a zombie. The very name itself is calculated to make the flesh creep and the blood run chill. But on a plane headed for Miami, taking them to their honeymoon, nothing could be further from the thoughts of Steve Ramsey and his new wife, Pat.
Oh, I can't believe I have you to myself for these few hours, Steve, let alone a glorious 2 weeks.
I don't know what the other associate professors go through, but my first 2.5 years teaching parapsychology have laid me out. I can't wait for those hot sands and warm water.
Can I serve you a drink, sir?
Oh, now that's what I call perfect timing. Why not?
One more, and I can fly solo to Miami without the plane.
Well, then I'll join you. I can't have you orbiting alone.
May I get by, please, stewardess?
I'm sorry, sir. Just let me move the cart.
Oh, thank you.
Chris! It is Christopher.
It's all right, stewardess. I'll join my friend here for a moment. Hey, Steve, man, good to see you.
Here, I'll move over. Sit down. Chris, you look something else. It's great to run into you. Only just for a moment there, I thought you were thinking of giving me the brush.
You? Never. I'll explain in a minute.
Oh, Pat, this is Christopher LeClaire. I want you to meet my brand new bride.
Oh, this is a pleasure, Mrs. Ramsey. Let me congratulate you on your impeccable taste, Steve. And both of you on your marriage. I'd like to buy some champagne, but you already have your drink.
No more champagne, thank you. We've had enough in the last few weeks to float a battleship.
At least, let me get a drink for myself to toast the bride and groom.
He's your old football buddy, right?
Yeah. Greatest running back I ever saw. All-around athlete. He could have made it big in the pros. Any sport.
Isn't he a prince or something?
And his father is the king of Mawisha. I wonder what's bugging him.
Now, this is better. A toast from my country. To be a good man is first to have a good wife. Abusantes.
Thank you, Chris. And to yours.
Yours, too.
Oh, yes. Drink to my good health, please.
What is it, Chris? You want to talk about it?
I wish I still had you calling the plays for me, but this is a different ball game. You know about my father?
No. What?
He's dead.
Oh, no. What can I say? Hang in there, man.
Oh, I will be tough, all right.
Was it recent?
The day before yesterday.
I didn't see anything about it in the papers.
It wasn't in the papers. He didn't die. He was assassinated.
Oh, no.
Any idea who did it?
There is no proof, but I know.
Who?
Oh, maybe not by his own hand, but at least on his orders. Hernando Trujillo.
The Generalissimo? But I thought he was your father's best friend.
And my godfather. His gift to me on my 21st birthday. His own good luck charm. The bracelet of the sacred serpent. The head, the voodoo symbol of life. The tail, the symbol of death. You see, they are woven together.
But then why should he?
Because, Mrs. Ramsey, my father gave our people freedom. A freedom the San Dorindian cannot share.
Why not?
Because if they had it, they would tear the man who rules them by terror to pieces.
So he's planning to move in on Mawisha and annex it.
The moment my father's assassination is revealed. A coup d'etat while the people are in confusion with no leadership. That's why I've given up any dream of becoming a doctor and am going home. A private plane will meet me in Miami to fly me to Mawisha. To save time, I took this commercial flight under an assumed name.
You think Trujillo might...
I was warned just in time. Less than an hour after I left my apartment, a bomb gutted it. I am a dangerous man to know these days. So, before I do cause any... Oh, my God!
Steve, what is it?
Two hoods with machine guns. Looks like a sky.
Senores. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my God.
May I have your attention, please?
That's Juan Garcia, Trujillo's hatchet man.
Oh.
What can we do?
Nothing. It's me.
Everyone quiet. If you do as I say, no one will be hurt. We are commandeering this plane. Quiet! Quiet! There is nothing for any of you to fear. The plane will land at Miami, and all passengers will be discharged, except for the flight crew and 4 hostages. I repeat, there is no cause for alarm if all of you keep your seats and your heads.
Hold still, everybody. Just follow orders. Anyone who doesn't will be shot. Okay. All right. You 3. Up, went into first class.
Look, Garcia.
No names. And no wrong moves. My orders are to bring you dead or alive.
I was only going to ask that my friends...
Your friends can identify you. We don't want that for a few days. They will only be held as hostage till we are ready. If they do as they are told, they will be released unharmed. Now move! Join the other hostages you were sitting with in first class.
Steve, I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault. You okay, Patricia?
Ready, unwilling, but able.
That's my gal. Let's go.
Just walk ahead of me, nice and steady. Muy bien, mis amigos. Zanka, Roban. Nobody moves till I come back. Okay? Inside. That's it. Go sit by him. Quito, don't let them move till I come back.
I'm sorry I got you into this.
Yeah, we'll make out. Are you okay, honey?
Well, a few butterflies in the stomach.
Yeah.
What does he want?
To move in and sit down, I think.
Better keep him happy. He's a surly character at best. Why don't we sit in these four together? Our friend's a little deaf. If we keep far enough away, we can talk safely. If we keep our voices down.
Why are you being held hostage?
Any number of reasons. I'm U.S. government. I know who you are. They took a dim view of me for carrying a gun, and they have a pretty good idea of who I am, too.
Well, who are you?
Hawkins will do. Bill Hawkins.
What branch of the government?
Well, I think I won't reveal that. I was assigned to see that you cleared the country safely, Your Highness. Someone slipped me a knockout drop in the coffee. That's when I lost consciousness and my gun.
You were asleep when I came back. Oh, this is Mr. and Mrs. Steve Ramsey.
How do you do, Steve, ma'am?
Yeah, hi, Hawkins.
How do you do, Mr. Hawkins?
Any idea what their plans are?
Refuel, clear the rest of the passengers out. Then
we head straight for San Dorinde.
That's the notion. So, the moment they get our friend Christophe here to San Dorinde, he's a gone goose. He'll just drop out of sight suddenly and for good. Now, my guess is they'll set up one of these goons as a fall guy, have a big show trial, and in the meanwhile return the plane with us aboard. Only, somewhere on the way, we'll all disappear in a puff of plastic bomb smoke. We're just as long gone as the king here.
What's the alternative?
Distract Ugly there long enough for one of us to disarm him. Garcia and his other boys can only get at us through the narrow passageway between tourist class and here. I can keep them pinned down till you get out the emergency exit.
He's a big guy. Better let me...
Okay, no time to argue. Now, how do we distract him?
That's my job.
Pat, please, stay out of this.
I'm in it just as much as all of you. Watch this. Hey, mister, come here a second. Well, okay, then, I'll come to you. Take it easy. I just want to ask something. Well, if you can't hear me, I can't speak any louder. Oh, please, come closer. That's it. I just want to ask where the ladies...
Watch it, he's strong as a bull.
God, he's broken my arm.
He's all right. I have the gun. Stay where you are. Don't let him near you. I'll shoot.
What are you waiting for?
Stop him!
No!
Good, stay like that. Don't move. All right, Kilo. Bring up your gun.
Chris! You shot him, Garcia. You killed him.
I talk him dead or alive. It makes no difference.
But that other man, Chris shot him twice.
Point blank. It should have killed him.
Quito? Oh, no. Don't you know you can kill a zombie?
We're coming in for the landing now. How's Chris?
He's alive, but just barely.
If he can just hang on, maybe when we land, a doctor can help him.
Too late for me.
Don't give up, Chris.
Take snake.
What?
The snake bracelet. He wants you to... Here. There. Steve has it, Chris.
Good. Listen. You go down Solange. She hide you. Save you. Give her bracelet.
But where do we find her? Où est votre tante? Quelle rue? Quelle place?
Pense. Avenida de las muñecas.
Avenue of the Dolls. Yes, what number?
Oh, there. Oh, Grace Harper. Take me home. Take me home. Don't Solange. Help. This sign of the black boat.
We're about to land. Pretty short runway. Better fasten your seatbelts.
I'll get yours for you.
Not the most promising way to begin a honeymoon, particularly when it seems there is more than a little chance of ending it, even before it's begun. Who knows what kind of reception is ahead for the newlyweds?
I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Oh, sure. You can talk about good-tasting diet drinks, but I know. I'm Goldilocks, and here at my taste-testing laboratory, I taste-test them all. And nobody's been drinking my diet drinks until I tested sugar-free Diet 7-Up. And then, kabloomy, every bear wanted some. Diet 7-Up is fresh, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
There's a very special deal going on at all offices of Suburban Savings throughout North Jersey. It's called Suburban Special Interest Deal. And you'll be especially interested in these savings you get. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years, minimum deposit $2,500. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is subject to a substantial penalty. Suburban compounds interest continuously from day of deposit, paid quarterly. So you not only get interest on your savings, you get interest on the interest. And Suburban offers you the highest interest rate allowed by law. Here's your chance to get a great savings. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. Why not deal yourself into Suburban Savings Special Interest Deal in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
There is no mystery about the morning when you come rambling with gambling. Good evening mystery fans. This is John Gambling, and every morning, Monday through Saturday, here at WOR from 5 a.m. till 10, we get the crew together to try to put the morning together for you, to tell you what the weather's going to be like, whether there's heavy traffic coming into the city, whether the subways and the commuter trains are running. Bob Harris is in WOR's Weather Center every morning with all that very complicated equipment that he has to help prognosticate the day's weather. We cover sports completely with Don Cricky. In the news department, Peter Roberts, Henry Gladstone, and Harry Hennessy. And up in the helicopter, George Meade or Fred Feldman, keeping an eye on the traffic scene. So altogether, we do try to take any mystery out of the morning. And just to brighten up the beginning of your day a little bit, I think we have some kind of nice, listenable, and tuneful music. So tune in tomorrow morning or any morning for Rambling with Gambling. Now, back to the mystery.
Under other circumstances, Pat and Steve would have no complaints about their accommodations on the island. Drained and exhausted, the silk-sheeted bed in an expensive suite is an alluring invitation to sleep. Except, even if you're dead to the world, who wants to become part of the world of the dead?
Oh, Steve. Is it possible? Could there really be such a thing as a zombie?
No, of course not. It's just a superstition.
But you saw Chris fire 2 bullets right into his body.
Yes.
And he didn't even flinch.
Cogito ergo sum.
What?
I think, therefore I am. Pat, look, under any other circumstances I'd be fascinated, but, I mean, this is my field.
And you do believe that there are walking dead?
Do I believe that a man can be exhumed from the grave and life breathed back into his corpse? No, I can't accept that. That's beyond my credulity. But I've seen things in parapsychological experiments and in psychic research that, honey, the power of supernatural belief is beyond belief. The right subject, particularly one of low mentality, under hypnosis, is capable of incredible feats. Superhuman strength, no sensation of pain, no shock reaction. Oh, Lord. Now what?
The knock wasn't at the door we came in. It's that one over there.
Wait a minute. Stay where you are, Pat. Yes? Who is it?
Bill Hawkins. I'm in an adjoining room. Is there a bolt on your side?
Yeah. Half a sec. Hi, Bill. Listen, we've got to talk.
What's the sense in talking? Hello, Pat.
Hello, Bill. How's your arm?
Feels fine. They did a real good job of patching it up.
I just wondered before we all turned in if you had a radio in here.
There's one right over there.
Good. Mind if I turn it on and see if I can catch some news? Uh-oh. Only one band. Well, let's see what it's got. Hey, I see they provided you with a meal, too.
I never even noticed.
Pretty good grub. You should try it.
I wouldn't touch it.
Nor I. Look, I don't see how well.
All right, we can cut the comedy now. This place is bugged. The radio ought to block us out. Now, we've got to plan some kind of escape.
How?
I may have that lined up. It's where to hole out after we bust from here that's got me stumped.
I've got a possible answer to that.
What?
Saint Solange.
Who? Chris's aunt. She lives here.
Where?
Avenue of the Dolls.
It's a long, winding street. Any idea where?
You know it?
Well, I spent 6 months on Secret Service here before we closed down our embassy. Did he give you a cross street, a number?
He was pretty incoherent before he died. When I asked him, he just sort of rambled on about the great serpent and the black bull or something.
The serpent is the basic symbol of the voodoo religion. Black bull I never heard of in this liturgy. Wait a minute. The chicken in the Obeah cult is a sacrificial animal considered to... Maybe it was the black pull. He was trying to say black pullet. Does that mean anything to you, Bill?
Yeah, wait a minute. It's sort of a souvenir shop. You know, a typical tourist trap with straw hats and dolls and voodoo drums, you name it.
Yeah, well, could you find it?
Sure, it's not far from here.
But how do we get out first?
You got slacks on. Good. You got a dark scarf to cover that blonde hair?
Right here.
All right, come with me. Walk soft. Keep your voices low. Turn up that radio a little.
Roger.
I'll keep you at the door. Good. Come on. Leave it open. Come over here to my window. Now keep off to the sides. Now look down.
There's one of those zombies down there.
But you see, there's a balcony and steps that lead to the street.
With something subhuman, or maybe I should say superhuman, armed with a gun right at the bottom of them.
If he's cold-cocked, it isn't going to do him any good.
Bill, you have a lot of guts, but you're no Muhammad Ali, and the only strength I have is in my brain.
Hold out your hands. I'm going to give you the equalizers. Steve, with his fist wrapped around a roll of nickels or quarters, a 13-year-old boy could deck Joe Frazier, given the chance to blindside him.
Yeah, but we haven't got...
Keep your hands out. Now, this is a salt cellar. Same difference. I'm spilling the salt into your left hand. Wrap the other around this heavy crystal. I'm doing the same with the pepper. Now, you, Pat.
Oh, I wouldn't know
You're
how
going
to...
to cover us by making a diversion. Pick up that glass water pitcher there. Too heavy for you to throw?
No. Throw where?
We turn off the lights, turn off the radio, make like we're turning in. Then we sneak out the French windows onto the balcony. You go off to the right, opposite end from the steps. When that zombie reacts to the crash of that pitcher on the flagstones on your side, Steve and I go down the steps and take him out. Then we go look for Saint Solange.
No, but he'd see you.
Of course. So we wait until dark. And that won't be long now. Now! You take him, Steve.
He's still not out.
I'm throwing the pepper. Throw the salt in his eyes.
There you are.
Watch it.
I think I killed him.
Well, don't stop to find out. The light's going on. Come on, Pat. We'll have to run for it. Hold it. We'll have to chance a light.
Which way?
Ahead. To the right. Go to the next block. They're right on our heels. Give me that flashlight and you get out of here, both of you.
What about you?
Don't be a fool. Somebody's got to be a decoy. You have a wife to think of. Now, hurry.
Come on, Pat. Run.
To the left! They went to the left! Follow that light!
Yes?
Count de Solange.
Who wants her?
I am Christopher's friend with my wife. We are running from Tuxedo, the Generalissimo. Christopher told me to seek refuge here and to bring you this.
The great serpent. A moment.
Enter, my children. Quickly, quickly. So, turn out your lights also. We must hide like cats in the dark. So, they have killed little Christophe. First my brother, then his son. Well, he will be made to pay. An eye for an eye, a heart for a bleeding heart. Now shall the tyrant bleed. Now at last my curse shall enter his vitals. Now will the great serpent uncoil and strike Hernando Trujillo dead.
Oh, it wasn't the Generalissimo who shot Chris.
It was a man named Garcia.
Garcia! That jackal puppet dangled by the strings. That less than nothing with no mind or will of his own.
Is he a zombie, too?
What do you know of zombies, my child?
Nothing, except what I saw on the plane and what my husband tried to tell me.
Oh, you are a teacher in college, Monsieur Ramsey, no?
Yes, and much of my studies are in the supernatural.
You believe in zombie?
Well, no, not altogether.
Very well. We shall put our beliefs to the test.
It's a doll, like the ones you sell in the store here.
Not quite the same. This one is like the souvenirs of El Generalissimo, with this difference. I've been a long time making him. You see, the straw is from his favorite horse's stall. The beard is made from the combings of his hairbrush. The eyes, J-chips from a dress coat button. The boots from the fingers of an old glove. This is a voodoo doll. All of him is made with things that once belonged to Trujillo. Only one last thing I needed to make the spell work. The weapon. Now at last I have in my hand the instrument of destruction. I straighten out the circle, turn the head to the sky, and death. The tail towards the ground, and strike! What have I done, Mr. Ramsey?
You drove the bracelet like a knife straight through the doll's head.
From temple to temple. Hernando Trujillo will be dead by midnight. And we will all be free. You still do not believe. Let us find how strong your science holds against my faith. What's that? Trujillo's men. The doll. They must not find the doll. Help me pin it under my skirt.
Oh, my hands are shaking so much.
Bon, just in time.
So, we meet again, Senor Ramsey.
How did you find us?
Your friend Hawkins.
He gave us away?
Senor Ramsey, every man will give anything away with the right persuasion. Senor Hawkins took longer than most. He was very foolish.
What do you mean?
Since in the end he told, why was it worth dying for? Vamos, we must not keep the Generalissimo waiting.
Please, let me assure you that you have nothing to worry about. I ask you all to relax. Now, the table is set for a late supper. I am sure you must all be famished after a long and difficult day. Won't you be my guests?
Prisoners, you mean?
Trujillo.
Ah, yes. La bonne Princess Solange, I am honored. I had no idea you had come to live among us.
I have been here longer than you know.
Yes, I must speak to my secret police about that. Had I been told you were honoring our country with a visit, I would have arranged a more suitable welcome.
I am sure you would, by disposing of me as you did my brother and my nephew Christophe.
I suppose it would be impossible for me to convince you that I had no hand in the death of King Francois. The sad truth is that his heart failed him. His death was a natural one.
Lie upon lie. But one truth you cannot twist. The death of my nephew.
Did you see him die?
There are 2 witnesses before your desk who did.
Excuse me a moment. Garcia, are you ready? See, now. We must wait for a moment.
For what?
You will see. Senora Ramsey, let me ask you a question.
What?
Did you see Christophe Leclerc die?
Yes.
And you, senor?
Yes.
You are quite sure?
Of course.
Yes. Look, what are you trying to prove?
Not I. I will let him show you that for himself. You see?
Chris.
Mon cher baby.
Steve. He's alive. It's Chris.
Chris. Is it really you?
Sure, man. Sure. Don't you know me?
There is no mistaking the tall, lithe figure, the regal bearing, the proud, handsome face. All those belong to Christophe Leclerc. He might easily have remarked, as Mark Twain once telegraphed, "The reports of my death are an exaggeration." We'll return shortly with Act 3.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Tomorrow, Monday at Abraham and Strauss, huge savings on broadloom and on broadloom remnant rugs. From one of America's top carpet mills, A&S snapped up a very special purchase of mill trial velvet broadloom. The tiny imperfections certainly won't affect wear, and you'll pay just $8.99 completely installed with deluxe padding. $8.99 a square yard for lush all-nylon pile velvet broadloom. If perfect, the price would be $14.99, so you save $6 on every square yard. Save on other fried fine broadlooms, too, like a fabulous all-wool pile gold shag broadloom, reduced from $21.95 to just $11.99 a square yard installed. Plus a huge A&S sale of room-size remnant rugs, all at one single sell-out price, $69. Take your pick of a tremendous assortment of nylon pile rugs in room sizes up to 12 by 14 feet. Originally $99 to $119. Tomorrow, your choice, $69. Tomorrow, Monday, at your nearest A&S store except Garden City. Come early.
At the shock of the reincarnation of a dead man appearing from the grave, it is not surprising that his friends and relatives are literally frozen in their tracks. Under the circumstances, then, it is only decent courtesy for the returned corpse to break the ice.
Tante Solange, qu'est-ce que c'est? Have you no greeting for me?
Ah, mon pauvre. Je te remercie, pardon. Forgive me. I thought never to see you again.
But here I am.
Ah, mon cher baby, mon cher baby.
Well, now, here is a reunion worth celebrating.
That was a pretty rough wound you had, Chris.
Worse than it looked. Thank God. It was mostly flesh damage. The doctors tell me the bullet bounced off my sternum and never entered the chest.
But should you be on your feet?
Long enough to ease your minds about me. I'm still a bit woozy.
It was like the time you took the XB2 slant off tackle against Ohio State and that big linebacker, Sawchuk, kicked you in the head.
Something like that. Tell them the good news, El Generalissimo. Set my aunt's mind at rest.
Well, I know you hold out my motives, even Christophe did. I can hardly blame him, since I took such extreme measures to bring him here to Sandorinde before his planned arrival at the Moesia.
What was your reason for that?
We walk a tightrope on this shared island of ours. 2 cultures, 2 languages, 2 forms of government, perched precariously on a ever-increasing population in a far more ancient and primitive culture than either of ours. Your brother and I, each in his own way, preserved that delicate balance. With his unexpected death, steps had to be taken.
Why? You know his plan was to return the government to the people.
That would not have worked, not even for them. We would have ended, both of us, in anarchy. Fortunately, my godson was perceptive enough to realize that. We have worked out between us a better plan.
A compromise?
I would prefer to call it an entente. Tell them, Christophe.
It's quite simple. Tomorrow, together, my godfather and I shall proclaim a union between Mauritius and Sandorinde. A trilingual state with one government.
Ruled by whom?
By the Generalissimo and myself. I as president, and my godfather as prime minister.
Trujillo in second place.
We elders grow no younger, Solange. Someone must take our place. I am happy to yield to the future. What better hands could this island be in than in Christophe's? So, now I think, Mr. Presidente, you should rest. Doctors can do only so much. Nature handles the rest.
Yes, I would like to lie down.
I am sure you will be excused. I beg you not to wait for me to enjoy your supper. The Presidente and myself have a few matters to settle about the announcement tomorrow before he goes to sleep.
Forgive me, please. I'm tired, and tomorrow's a big day. Good night.
Good night, Chris.
Good night.
Adieu, mon baby. Goodbye. Forever.
What is it? What's the matter with you two?
You saw? You know? Do you now believe in zombies?
What are you trying to say?
That wasn't Chris who was here just now.
I don't understand.
You don't know him as I do. First, he never would accept this deal. The guy's too decent, too honest to be part of it. But there are other things.
What?
Well, first off, our school never played Ohio State. Second, Sawchuck was no linebacker, but a running back who murdered us on the only loss we had together. Third, XB2 wasn't a run play, but a deep pass play that had nothing to do with Chris except as a decoy.
I don't understand the things your husband says, but I tell you, that was not Christophe Leclerc who just left. Not my nephew. They have stolen his soul, and that I cannot allow.
Well, what can we do about it, Tante Solange?
It is a very few minutes to 12. I told you Hernando Trujillo would be dead by then. Remember?
Yes?
Here is a conjured doll which will make his death. I place it on his desk so he can see it. For it is by his own guilt he must die before the end of this day.
But if he doesn't return?
He will return. It is written in the dust.
Oh, nobody feels like eating, Well, I don't suppose I can altogether blame you. Shall I have you shown to your quarters for the night instead?
Where is Christophe?
Oh, I should never really have allowed him to overtax himself after being wounded. He was absolutely exhausted. I saw him to bed.
And you return to suggest the same to us?
I think we are all tired. Whatever discussion there may be between us can wait for tomorrow.
For you, there is no tomorrow.
What do you mean?
Liar, cheat, thief, murderer. Look, on your desk.
A conjured doll.
Your image. Made piece by piece from your belongings. Fashioned in your likeness. Christened in your name with the blood of the black pullet. Your own bracelet of the sacred serpent driven through its brain.
Do you think I could buy such childish superstition? I am no savage.
What a man thinks is what he is.
This primitive mumbo-jumbo will have no effect on me.
Are you sure? How large is the bag of guilt you carry?
Will nothing convince you, woman? Your nephew and
my nephew,
Christophe.
Christophe is dead.
How can you say that? You have just seen him.
I saw a walking corpse.
More idiot superstition.
Like my conjured doll?
Of course.
You don't believe in it.
No.
And you believe in zombies. You know the power of voodoo can create them. You know the power of voodoo can kill.
What is it you want?
Too late for that.
I will give you anything. I offer you, and these two, safe transport now. No strings attached.
How can you guarantee it?
I am head generalissimo. My power is infinite.
Not anymore. The clock is ticking your life away.
No.
12 o'clock. Only a few seconds left.
Help me. Help me.
I cannot help. The die is cast. No. You cannot even help yourself.
I will give you money, jewels, anything. Name it. What do you want?
But you cannot give me what you stole from my nephew. His soul. I want yours in return. Then die. By the power granted me as an Obia woman, vested in my hands by the uncoiling sacred serpent, to take the place of the voodoo doll. As it should to all tyrants, so comes a violent death to you. I condemn you to everlasting fire and death by the serpent writhing in your face.
No! I cannot die! I am the dictator! I am supreme! I am the law! No one can touch me, do you hear? No one! You condemn me! Why, all I have to do is raise this pistol and you...
What happened?
I wouldn't like to guess.
Does it matter? He's dead.
Are you sure?
He's dead, all right. Now what?
Got to get away. Escape somehow.
Yeah, only how do we get through the palace guard? At least I have his gun. We'd better try and make a run for it.
We have to rescue my nephew first.
But Tante Solange, he's our enemy now.
I still must rescue him.
Mi pardon, generalissimo.
Let him see me on the gun!
That's for Bill Hawkins. Pat, Tante, run for it. I'll try to hold him off.
You can't kill dead men with that. Garcia, yes, but not a zombie. Hand me that salt cellar.
Here, but what good...
Salt is the only thing that will kill a zombie.
It's Chris. Lying on the bed. Is he...
No, he's still breathing. He's just asleep.
Leave me alone with him. Go if you want to, but leave me with Christophe.
Will you be long?
As long as it must take. Go.
Well, we can't find our way out of here without you. We'll wait.
Oh, great serpent who coils about the sky and holds our world together. Help me now. Help me to break the black magic that chains my baby to a living death. Help me to bring his soul home to you. Christophe. Listen to me. It is Tante Solange who speaks. You know me as an Obia magician. My magic is greater than the magic of the Hugan who made you what you are. He summoned you from the grave and stole away your soul. Now I must summon you back to the grave. Back to the dead. The everlasting dead. So that your immortal soul may live. But only you can break the bonds. Rise, zombie. Rise. And cross to the window. Open the shutters. Now, open your eyes and look at the sea.
No!
In the name of the great serpent, I command you, open your eyes.
Dante! I'm going home!
My baby! My baby!
Dante, are you all right?
What happened? Is he...
His body may be dead, but his soul is safe. Christophe is home at last.
The death of the dictator set a people free in a mad orgy of festival and delight. In the wild celebration that lit up the city, no one had time to pay any attention to the three somber people who found their way back to the hotel. For Pat, Steve, and Tante Solange, there was sadness, but solace, too. The king was dead, but so was the zombie who might have held him prisoner for eternity. I'll return shortly.
Hi, Ms. Goldilocks here. Professionally taste-testing diet drinks can be very difficult, but I just had to bear with it. Then I found sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It doesn't taste like other diet drinks. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up tastes so good that I've taste-tested it hundreds of times, and each time I've given it my seal of approval. Yes, this one's just right.
United Airlines steward Jack Nestor talks about friendship service to California.
Our 747 to LA, we have a movie, we have a stereo, and a choice of 3 different hot meals plus a deli plate.
United's Californians. Another reason more people choose the friendly skies than any other airline in the land.
You know, we have people that come up to us and say, I like to play bridge. Do you know if anyone else is interested? So we'll make an announcement and get a group together. Or people who like to play chess. It seems like on a 6-hour flight, you can do a lot more for people. You know, you get off feeling like you've done something.
Come along, sing a song, people down to die. The friendly skies of your land, United Airlines.
United has 7 daily non-stops to California, including wide-body jets to Los Angeles and San Francisco every business day.
This is Patricia McCann, and we'd like to tell you what the McCann program is all about this coming week. Monday, Dora McCann gives some good ideas on how to prepare the best food buys of the week. Tuesday, we begin a 2-part series on nutrition against arthritis, diabetes, heart disease. Our guest, Nathan Pritikin, will discuss research that shows diet can prevent and sometimes reverse some of these degenerative diseases so common in this country. Thursday, Dora McCann interviews Bob Reinhart and Dick Woods on how to prepare elegant meals in very cramped quarters. And Friday, the program will be in praise of mothers and housewives when Ariana Stasinopoulos, author of The Female Woman, gives her argument against the women's liberation movement.
Power of suggestion, hypnosis, superstitious fear, overpowering guilt complexes, terror of the unknown. Do any or all of these explain the events of the tale I've just told?
Or are there really such terrifying things as a walking corpse? Are there really zombies? Well, let's hope you and I never have to find out. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Suzanne Grossman, Vinette Carroll, Bob Caliban, Jackson Beck, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant...
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. Dame Fortune is a fickle gypsy, always blind, often tipsy. At times, for years and years together, she'll bless you with the sunniest weather, bestowing honor, pudding, pence. You cannot imagine why or when. Then in a moment, presto, pass. Your joys are withered like the grass. Ah, yes, Dame Fortune. Is there a foolproof way to keep her affections?
But it's murder.
Yes, it's murder.
It's against the law to murder. Against the law of God and man.
Didn't you say once it's against the laws of God and man to steal?
Yes, but murder is...
Is what? Worse? Once you start, it all comes down to murder. Eventually, doesn't it? But what? There has to be a murder. Now, whose? Yours or hers?
Our mystery drama, The Rani of Rajputana, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Said Mr. Henry David Thoreau, there is never a moment's truce between virtue and vice. Goodness is the only investment that never fails. Henry David should have stuck to his specialty, which was the philosophy of good and evil. When he talks about investments, he is clearly beyond his depth. Because any investment can fail. And many of them do. Investments are not controlled by philosophers, but by stockbrokers, counselors, and trustees, and all manner of experts. And some of these folks are human. Others are more than human. And still others are less than human. Very much like the rest of us. We're in the sumptuous offices of Mr. Leander T. Garrison.
Yes? Who? Oh, no. What does the old hag want? I guess I'll have to see her. Listen, after she's been with me for about a minute, ring me so I can tell her that I've got an important call. This miserable, tiresome, wretched old... Why, Mrs. McNeice, come right in. How kind of you to call on me. Won't you have a chair?
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
Mm-hmm. And how is my oldest client? Oh, my goodness. Now, how that must sound,
Well,
huh?
I suppose I do qualify as your oldest client. Are you busy, Mr. Garrison?
Can I be busy when you choose to call, Mrs. McNeice? Oh, forgive me for not telephoning you this morning. I want to thank you for inviting me to your home last night. You know, it was a marvelous party.
I'm here principally because of the party. The trick, if it can be called one, is to invite a group of interesting people and just observe them. You discover so much. For instance, I found out something about you.
Did you, Miss McNeice? What was it? Please excuse me. I should have told her not to bother with any calls while you're here. Miss Scoville, I don't want to talk to anyone for the next... Who? Well, I suppose that's different. Well, have him hold on for just a minute. My dear Mrs. McNeese, I have a most important call.
I'll wait.
No, I'm afraid it can very well take up the rest of the morning.
I'm afraid it cannot. I do not have the rest of the morning.
But, Mrs. McNeese, it's the Secretary of the Treasury.
Let him wait.
Let him wait? He's calling from Washington, D.C.
He should call in the evening when the rates are cheaper.
But, Mrs. McNeese...
The Secretary of the Treasury, if indeed and in truth it is the Secretary, can call you back, Mr. Garrison. I want my money.
You... What?
Are you hard of hearing?
No, but...
Then you did hear what I said.
Well, yes, but...
Then what is the problem?
The problem? Well, there isn't any problem.
You have $2 million of my money, have you not?
Well, yes, certainly.
Well, I want it.
You want it?
It is my money, is it not?
Without a doubt.
And according to the terms of our agreement, I may request the money at any time?
Absolutely true.
Good. Then write me a check.
Now?
Now.
Mrs. McNeese, it isn't that simple.
Why not? You do have my money, Mr. Garrison?
Of course.
Then why are you not writing out my check?
I don't have it here, in my desk, in my office.
I am aware of that.
It's out. It's invested.
I know that.
And I would have to liquefy those investments.
Do so at once.
But these are all splendid growth situations.
I shall expect my check before the end of the day.
But we may not be able to receive their full value, you know.
But didn't you just say they were splendid growth situations?
That's true, but you see, they haven't grown just yet.
Well, that's not my problem. Would you agree?
Well, of course.
My agreement with you stipulates what, Mr. Garrison?
That you are insured for the original amount of your investment.
Precisely, sir. Now, do you have my money?
Mrs. McNeese, may we speak frankly?
No.
No?
When a man who is holding my money wants to speak frankly, I'm afraid it's a sign he doesn't have my money.
Why do you want your money now, suddenly?
Oh, well, I suppose I do owe you an explanation. It seems that before your telephone rang, and I see you're still holding on, you might hang it up. I told you I discover things about people at my parties. And I have discovered something extremely interesting about you last night. Do you know what it is? You're a thief.
Now, see here, Mrs. McNeese.
Yes, you're a thief. You have these sumptuous, luxurious, I might even say sybaritic offices. You are supposed to be one of the most astute and successful investment counselors in town.
This is an extremely serious accusation, Mrs. McNeese.
For all I know, you may be. But I cannot countenance a thief. And therefore, we have come to a parting of the way.
Why do you call me a thief?
Quite simply, a thief is one who steals.
And what have I ever stolen?
That tiny copper statuette on my dining table during the party last night.
Oh, I'm sure you must be...
Mistaken? Oh, no. The room was crowded. The party was at its height. And for no reason. I just happened to be looking at you. I saw your hand move towards the statuette. You paused. You tried to be sure you were unobserved. And then your fingers closed over the statuette. And with a single quick motion, you swept it into your pocket.
I'm sure you must have me confused.
Someone else? Oh, no. Mr. Garrison, my vision is perfect. It appears to be such a trumpery, a little gewgaw, too.
Well, then why would I want to steal it?
Well, you know who it is, don't you? It's the Rani of Rajputana, the Queen of Thieves. You were probably irresistibly drawn to her.
I never even heard of such a thing.
Nevertheless, you behave like a common thief. And if you cannot be trusted with a little copper statue, barely 5 inches high, I cannot trust you with my $2 million either.
Mrs. Let me make a confession.
Uh-huh?
I did steal your little statuette.
I knew that all along.
I don't know what happened to me. What came over me? I just felt the urge, and so I just placed it in my pocket. As a matter of fact, here it is. I put it in my drawer when you came in.
Well,
it was a moment of blindness, of weakness. I didn't know what I was doing. Now, surely you won't.
I won't what?
Well, hold it irrevocably against me.
Oh, but I must. Had you stolen anything else, I might have said, oh, well, a momentary aberration. 1,000 little things about my house, all prettier, many infinitely more valuable than this. But anyone who steals the Rani of Rajputana is a thief in his heart.
Mrs. McNeese.
My late husband, Angus Douglas McNeese, was an officer in the Rajput regiment in India. He knew the customs of the country. Every thief must have a statue of the Rani, which he worships. It's his good luck charm.
Well, surely, Mrs. McNeese, you cannot believe
But
that.
I do. And therefore, I will expect my check. The market closes at 3:30. You should have completed the necessary transactions by that time. I shall expect the check by 4. No later.
But, Mrs. McNeese...
You do have the money?
Of course. Of course.
Then there should be no problem at all. Pay for, then. And keep the statuette.
Over here, Leander.
Hello, Arthur.
What did you want to see me about?
I need $2 million by 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Well, I'm sure you can raise
I can't.
Leander, man in your position.
Don't you talk that way. You know what my position is.
Do I?
You, of all people? Because of you, I'm flat broke. If it weren't for you...
No. If it weren't for time, you'd have found someone else. So what did I do? I booked your bets when you asked me to. I introduced you to various places where they play high-power games of chance, or when you asked me to.
All right. I know. Mrs. McNeese, one of my investors wants her money back.
Now, give it to her.
I told you I don't have it.
And I already told you what to do. Raise it.
How?
Leander, keep your voice low. How does it look? One of America's foremost investment experts becoming hysteric in a bar.
How can I raise the money?
The way you always do. Tap one of your other accounts.
Arthur, I'm all tapped out.
How's that possible?
You know what I've been losing on the horses, the tables, the ball games, the fights.
But you have some top people. They gave you a lot of money. Haven't they been...
Haven't they been what?
Checking up on you.
Oh, why should they? I'm the golden boy. I can do no wrong.
But they should know they're not getting their dividends.
I keep telling them I'm using their dividends to create new returns.
But they believe you?
They believe me.
But these aren't suckers, widows and orphans. These are millionaires. Guys who know their way around the market.
The richer they are, the harder they fall. I've been robbing Peter to pay Paul, robbing Paul to pay Dick, and I've come to the end of the line.
Yeah.
Lend me the $2 million.
Why?
I need room to maneuver. I need time. Now, if I don't pay this old hag her money this afternoon, she'll start to scream, and the whole house of cards will come tumbling down.
I understand your problem.
If I can only get rid of her, I can keep things going. But I'm attracting new capital every day. Now, come on, Arthur. What do you say?
Well, speaking for myself and my associates, I say no.
No? How can you say no? I've got a gold mine.
You had a gold mine, but you also have a disease. And it's the kind of disease that completely ravages a man and finally kills him. Oh, you are in the terminal stages.
I just can't stand by and allow this dreadful woman to bring me disgrace, even send me to jail.
It's a problem, Leander. There's no question about it.
Suppose we could get rid of her?
Why would I want to get rid of her?
I'm just talking. There are people who arrange these things.
What things?
You know what things. You know what I mean.
Yes, and I think we should end this aspect of the discussion.
What else is there to discuss? You know such people. You're tied in with the mob.
The mob?
All right, call it what you want. The underworld.
People who can get rid of people who are troublesome. Leander, I think you're becoming troublesome. I'm desperate. Believe me. I believe you, but I can't help you. You're a chump and a sucker. You had it all, and you blew it.
You had a million calls, Mr. Garrison.
Did I, Miss Scoville?
Are you all right, sir?
Yes, I'm fine. Is that clock right?
Oh, it's always right. It's exactly 1 o'clock. Oh, Mr. Carrigan wants you to prepare a portfolio for him. That's me, Mr. Carrigan. And they want to do a TV program about you. It's that big network show.
I'll get to all that presently, Miss Scoville. Meantime, I don't want to be disturbed for a while.
I understand.
Let me have several sheets of my personal stationery. I want to write a note.
Oh, yes, sir. Here you are.
Thank you, Miss Scoville. To whom it may concern, I look at the irreparable ruin of my life, and I see there's nothing I can do but end it. I have squandered my talents, corrupted my character, debased my ideas, and betrayed the trust of my clients and friends. I pray for forgiveness up above and here below. Leander Tecumseh Garrison.
Put away the gun.
What?
Put away the gun.
Who's that?
You prayed. I have answered.
Who are you? Who are you?
All right. Who? To begin with, you know we're not in the habit of killing off our leading characters in the first act. Nor do we provide key answers to strategic questions this early in the game, either. However, we do give you all the leads and clues. And you have already met whoever it is that is speaking. Oh, yes, you have. Just think. And I'll be back to check you out with Act 2 shortly. The Golden Boy, the Wizard of Wall Street. There were bulls and there were bears, but he was an eagle, and they all crowded around him. Take my money and make me rich, they clamored. And he took their money, and he made them wealthy beyond their dreams of avarice. But it was all on paper, and only he knew the paper was false. And he also knew that one day there would be a reckoning, and that just before the dawn of that day, he would have to settle the accounts. The Golden Boy would have to settle it with lead.
Put away the gun.
Who is that?
You prayed. I have answered.
Who are you? Where are you?
You are looking at me. I am on your desk.
What?
I am the Rani of Rajputana.
The statue? That little statuette? That little copper thing? It's talking to me. It can't be.
Why can it not be?
It can't.
You prayed. I heard. But now you must put away the revolver. Carefully.
No. It is not my imagination.
I am the Rani.
The Rani?
The queen of the thieves.
I didn't pray to you.
To whom else did you pray?
Oh, to the Almighty?
Yes, of course. But you have rejected his answer.
His answer?
His answer was to go to Mrs. McNeese, confess, and beg for mercy.
How can I do that?
That was his answer, was it not?
Yes.
It was unacceptable. So you prayed to me.
I don't recall.
You liked my answer better.
Your answer? What answer?
Go to Mrs. McNeese and kill her.
Oh, no.
Why, oh, no. You must go to Mrs. McNeese. Is that not so?
Yes.
And when you get there, you can do one of two things. Ask her for mercy or kill her.
Please.
And you have already decided to kill her.
But I'm not a killer.
Of course you are. You are one of my thieves.
I wouldn't know how to kill anyone.
I'll show you.
But murder?
I hear the same tone in your voice.
What tone?
It's just as you sounded years ago when for the first time you said, but steal? Remember?
Yes, but stealing isn't...
Isn't? What? As bad? It comes to the same thing in the end, no? There must be a murder now. Yours or hers? Which do you choose? Poor foolish Leander Tecumseh Garrison, you think to hide the truth from me, the Rani of Rajputana, the queen of thieves. I shall tell you how to kill her.
But it won't do me any good to kill her.
It will save you.
Nothing will save me. Suppose I did kill her.
You will be free.
I'll never be free.
You're thinking about that old-fashioned spirit called conscience. Forget her, my son. She has practically gone out of style. See these messages on your desk? How all these people want you to take their money? Take it.
And what will I do with it? Gamble it away? This affliction, I'll never be free.
That's why you need me to help you. At 4 o'clock, she will be alone in her apartment. Kill her.
No.
See the newspaper on your desk? East Side Killer strikes again. He is one of my thieves. He will help you.
Help me? What do you mean?
He will take the blame. He doesn't mind. One more murder.
But
he robs and kills wealthy people. They will think he killed Mrs. McNeese. You know who that is? You must answer it. Answer.
Hello?
Mr. Garrison?
Oh, yes.
Shall I expect you at 4?
At 4.
Or shall I telephone my attorney?
Now, why would you do a thing like that?
I wouldn't if you came here prepared to make a settlement.
But I am prepared.
Good. I will see you at 4, and we'll settle.
Yes, Mrs. McNeese. We'll settle.
This brutal psychopath I'm reading from the paper preys upon the wealthy. Not satisfied with robbing his victims, he must also kill them. So you see, Leander, your course of action is clear.
Yes, I see it. Clearly. I know what I must do. I know the answer, not your answer, but the true answer. I'll confess to her.
You'll go to prison.
I belong in prison.
You'll die in prison.
Oh, my mind's made up. Yes, I have sinned. I must pay.
You have sinned. You must pay. Those were her words.
Who? Whose words?
Your mother's words. Your strict mother. Your righteous mother. How you hated her.
I didn't hate her.
That's why you became a gambler and a thief.
It isn't true.
You're talking to me, the Rani. You were going to show her.
I brought her happiness, joy. I became successful, wealthy, famous.
Yes, you built a glorious, glamorous palace, but underground, where it can't be seen, the foundation rests on sand. Beneath the gilded paint, the wood is rotten. From the beginning, you lied, cheated, stole, hoping to be caught.
No, that's crazy. Why would I want to be caught?
To pay back your mother. But it was all in vain. She went to her grave believing in your goodness, convinced that her teaching had guided your life.
I am going to confess to Mrs. McNeese.
Are you?
And take what's coming to me.
Take your medicine like a man. That's what Mother always said.
Now, it's over. And I feel relieved. I no longer have to maintain this fantastic pretense.
Don't worry. I'll save you.
Yes?
Mr. Garrison, the president of the State University is calling. They want to give you an honorary degree and to ask you to speak at the commencement ceremonies.
Tell him I'm out.
You're going to give that up? The publicity, the power, the adulation of the press?
Yes.
Would you like to bet?
Yes.
You're incorrigible. You simply cannot resist a losing wager.
We'll see.
Of course. It's Mr. Garrison at exactly 4 p.m. Well, are you prepared to settle?
Yes, Mrs. McNeese.
I assume you have my certified check or other equally valid document. Well, Mr. Garrison?
Do it now, quickly, before someone blunders along.
Mr. Garrison? Mr. Garrison? Are you ill, Mr. Garrison? Mr. Garrison? What are you doing? With that candlestick? No, don't kill me.
I have to kill you.
Why? Why?
I can't return your money. I don't want to go to jail.
Would you rather go to hell?
Save me, Mrs. McNeese. Please, save me.
How can I save you?
Don't let me do this to you. Stop me from killing you.
How?
Fight her.
Fight who?
The Rani. The Rani of Rajputana.
The Rani?
Yes. Yes. She's telling me to kill you.
She's what?
Listen. Listen.
Listen to what?
She's laughing. Don't you hear her?
Oh, my poor boy. My poor boy.
Save me. Don't send me to prison.
But I must send you to prison.
The money, you can afford to lose it.
I can. But there are others. You must be stopped.
I won't be disgraced.
But you are disgraced.
I won't go to prison.
But you belong in prison. That's how you will make amends and be forgiven. You will teach.
Teach?
Those less fortunate than you.
Who could be more unfortunate than I am?
Yes, but you created your misfortune. Others are doomed to a life of ignorance, poverty, and crime from birth. They will be your companions in prison. Teach them.
Teach them what?
The things that you know. Mathematics, reading skills.
Yes. Yes, yes. A teacher. A missionary to those in the dark, whose minds have never been illumined by the light of learning. I'll do it.
You don't mean a word of it, Leander. Kill her.
No. I'm saved. Mrs. McNeese, you have saved us both.
Will you bet?
Leander, you will see. It is the right thing to do.
Yes. Yes.
Ronald Burns, the district attorney, is a dear friend of mine. He will arrange for a quiet surrender and confession on your part. Now let us discuss it with him, shall we?
Kill her. You know you have to do it. See what she's doing. She's going to lift up the telephone. Don't let her.
No, what is Rollo's private number?
Disgrace, ruin, prison. Is that what you mean? All you need is time. A little bit of time. You can cover your tracks.
You're doing the right thing, Leander. I am proud of you.
You want to make famous, Leander Tecumseh Garrison. Where will you have the good times? In prison? The cars, the boats, the women. In prison?
You won't be there long. In a few years, parole.
You have a ready-made Patsy, the inside killer. Let this be his murder. One more, he won't care. What are you waiting for?
We shall tell the district attorney that you have sinned, but that now you are willing to pay.
Where have we heard that before?
You are willing to take your medicine like a man.
Is moving toward the telephone. Don't let her lift it. Don't let her dial. Don't let it ring.
Attorney's office.
Don't let her answer, Leander. Don't let her answer.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Now what? When you become involved with murder, there are 3 stages when things can go wrong. Before, during, or after. These, of course, are similar to the 3 acts of a play, which means that life imitates art, or that art imitates life. In any event, we've had the before and during. Now we shall be concerned with the after, which comes in its natural place. Act 3. The ultimate argument is for the lethal blow, and thus the dispute is settled forever. And to death it matters not who was right and who was wrong. Death accepts all, regardless. However, there still may remain a problem with the living. Every assassin faces that particular problem, doesn't he?
Hello? Hello?
I killed her.
Yes.
What am I going to do now?
Knock some of the furniture over. Do it. Good. Now, break up some glassware. Now, take off her diamond rings. That's what the East Side killer would do. Her rings, the diamond brooch, and the bracelet. Put it in your pocket.
Yeah.
Oh, her purse. She usually carries several $100 with her.
I better go.
No. Open your briefcase. And those little silver dishes. Yes. That diamond-encrusted box. Take it.
Now.
Take everything.
Now, I have to go. Where's the back door?
Oh, you fool. No. Out the front.
The front?
Don't deny you were here. You had a 4 o'clock appointment. You transacted your business, and you left. It was just before the killer arrived. You must not deny that you were here.
No.
No. Go.
I killed her.
Did you have a choice?
No. No. I had no choice.
Spoken like a true subject of the Rani of Rajputana. Good morning, Mr. Garrison.
Miss Scoville?
Oh, I feel so bad. I'm just sick about it. Think she was here just yesterday.
No, what are you talking about, Miss Scoville?
Oh, then you don't know.
What is it?
Well, it's Mrs. McNeese.
What about Mrs. McNeese?
Well, she's dead.
Dead?
Yes, sir. She was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How did it happen? When?
It's in the paper, late yesterday afternoon.
Oh, let me see it, please.
Here you are.
I should be in my office.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to be disturbed by anyone for any reason.
I understand, sir.
Wealthy widow robbed and murdered. Is she the East Side killer's latest victim?
Of course she is.
Mrs. Angus Douglas McNeese was killed by an intruder late yesterday afternoon. The killer made off with her jewelry, about $800 in cash, plus some other valuable items.
And now, put away the paper. You're finished with it.
Finished?
Yes. No one suspects you worship her. Now, pray to me.
Pray to you.
You have been praying to me since she walked in here yesterday morning. Place me on your desk. I'm your queen now. When you need my help, look at me. Pray to me.
Yes. Yes.
Now, get busy and make some more money.
You are Mrs. Lewis?
Yes, I am, Sergeant.
And where were you?
Wednesdays, I'm off from noon on.
You left at noon?
I did.
Where did you go?
To my married sister's house. She's having trouble with her daughter, so I thought...
When did you get back here?
I spent the night.
At your sister's?
Yes. You see, I wanted to acquaint Marianne, my niece, with the facts of life. My sister simply cannot say the things that must be said to a young girl.
Well, you came back here when?
It was 8 a.m. Oh, Mrs. McNeese would raise the devil with me if I was ever late. I came in. I screamed. And someone called the police.
You told the foot patrolman that you found the body on the floor. Her jewelry gone and her purse empty.
Yes.
What else was missing?
Well, what else? A few small silver dishes, a little box with jewels in it, you know. The stuff that's obviously worth money and that a crook would sort of stuff in his pocket.
Anything else?
Yes. I didn't see it around, and I still don't, so I guess he took it too. Although for the life of me, I can't figure out why.
What's that?
It's the Rani something. It's a Rani of Rajput. Some such place, whatever she called it.
Yes, but what is it?
It's a little statue. It was about 5 or 6 inches high.
What kind of statue?
Ugly little thing. One of them very heathen-looking women. You know the kind. Made out of brass or copper or something like that.
Valuable?
No, you could see it was cheap. I used to say to her, Miss McNeese, with all the nice things you got, why do you hold on to that cheap homely Rani or whatever? And she'd say, oh, she's magic. Well, the old girl was getting on in years and maybe a bit soft, you know what I mean?
And that was taken too?
Well, it beats me why anyone would waste time on it. I mean, who'd buy it off them?
Did you know if she had an appointment with anyone yesterday that you know of?
Oh, yes, Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison?
He's the big guy in the stock market or something.
And he was here?
He's supposed to be here at 4 o'clock.
Do you know why?
Business, I guess. Sergeant, do you figure maybe it was that East Side killer?
Mr. Garrison, huh?
Who?
Sergeant Casano, 27th Precinct.
Oh.
He wants to see you, sir.
Did you ask him why?
Well, in connection with Mrs. McNeese's murder.
Well, have him wait.
Why should he wait?
What does he want?
What's the matter with you?
How much does he know?
Nothing.
But then why is he here?
Routine.
He must know something.
He does.
But then you admit he knows something.
All he knows is that you were there.
Isn't that enough?
You can't deny that you were there. Don't start to unravel.
Why was I there?
Business. Have him come in.
What kind of business?
She was an old client. You had lots of business.
No. He knows something.
He knows nothing.
I'm scared.
Don't be.
I'll give myself away.
You won't. I'll help you through.
You must. Please.
I will. Now have him come in. Go ahead. Pick up the phone. Go ahead. Say it.
Miss Scoville.
Yes, sir.
Have the officer come in.
See, your voice sounded good. Strong. Now remember, he's just a policeman.
That's right.
How much can he take home? $300 a week?
If that much.
And he's going to match wits with you.
No way.
Put him in his place.
Watch me. Come in, please.
Thank you.
Please be seated. Now, you are?
Sergeant Casano, homicide.
Police, Mm-hmm. Your commissioner is an old friend of mine. I assume this is about poor Mrs. McNeese.
Yes, sir.
Nasty piece of business, that.
Stop trying to sound like a debonair Englishman. Just answer his questions and get him out of here.
You knew her, of course.
Oh, yes. Yes, as a client and as a friend.
And when did you last see her?
When?
Put it on. You don't have to think. Just come right out with it.
Yesterday afternoon.
That's close to the time of the murder.
Yes, I know. If only I'd stayed there just a little bit longer, I would have been there. I could have helped her. Or perhaps had he seen me, the killer would not have come in. I feel so guilty.
How long did you stay there?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think it was 3 minutes. The purpose of the visit was to obtain her signature, and so she signed the paper, and I said I must run. I had an appointment. That was a lie.
I know you want to make it sound
that's why I feel guilty. You see, she could talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and I just wanted to get out of there. Oh, if only I'd stayed.
All right, that's enough. You've made the point.
So, you came in, you gave her the paper, she signed it, and you left.
That was the exact sequence of events.
And, when you left, you didn't happen to see anybody hanging around?
No.
Or hear anyone?
No.
Keep a straight face. He really has nothing more to ask. He has to be satisfied. He's making up his mind.
Well, Mr. Garrison,
He's made up his mind.
I guess that's all.
I saved you. I said I'd save you, and I did. I'm your queen and your goddess now.
Goodbye, Mr. Garrison.
You will worship me always.
Goodbye, Sergeant Cassano.
Mr. Garrison, what is that little brass, or is it the copper statue on your desk? It looks like...
It looks like what?
Looks like the thing Mrs. Lewis...
Don't touch that. Put that down.
Well, it fits the description of that... Where did you get this?
Tell him he gave it to you as a present. Tell him anything.
Put it down. It's a holy statue. It's my Rani of Rajputana, my goddess.
Mr. Garrison, I'm only
She is a sacred goddess. My goddess, you're defiling my goddess.
Now, just a second.
The queen of thieves. And you're a policeman. You polluted her. Put it down.
Mr. Garrison.
I said put her down. Put her down, or I'll kill you.
He shouldn't have said that, because one word led to another. And then he swung at Sergeant Cassano. He was arrested. Mrs. Lewis identified the statuette, and the whole truth came out. Everyone talked about it. And then it was soon forgotten. Now, nobody even talks about it anymore. I'll be back shortly. Appearances. So much of the time, that's all that counts. Appearances. Men and even nations radiate strength and power, and we fear and respect them for it. And yet, all the while, the center is hollow. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Marion Selden, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It was Mr. Voltaire who said that if God did not exist, we should have to invent him. And through the ages, this is what mankind has been doing. Since the dim and distant beginnings of the human race, the gods have come and gone. And each civilization, every society, donates another deity to the ever-expanding pantheon. Or are they all merely extensions of the same one?
You have been summoned here for a computer readout.
Yes, I know.
The computer has decided that you are now divorced.
Divorced? But I love my wife.
That is irrelevant.
And she loves me.
That is immaterial. It is not in the best interests of the social order for you to remain married.
But why?
The computer is not required to explain.
Our mystery drama, The God Machine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dam and stars Lloyd Battista and Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Throughout history, there's always been the quest. The quest for what? Well, the quest for the secret. What secret? Once again, which particular secret do you wish to know? The secret of certainty? The secret of success? The secret of wealth, power, immortality? Thousands of years ago, magicians would sacrifice a cow and claim to read the secret in a study of the entrails. We call that superstition. Today, when we wish to ascertain the secret, we send out people with clipboards who ask foolish questions. We call that research. That's the way it goes. Our story takes place at a time in the future.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
You seem nervous.
Well, yes, I guess I am.
Why?
Well, why not? At a time like this.
What is there about a time like this to create what appears to be a state of emotional imbalance?
Oh, I'm balanced. I'm perfectly balanced. Absolutely symmetrical. It's just,
Yes?
Well, nobody exactly looks forward to computer readout time, do they?
Why not?
Well, it's just you never can tell what the computer has decided. It's sort of like learning your fate.
Fate. That's an archaic word.
I'm sorry.
An unfortunate word.
Well, I certainly didn't mean...
A word which, if stated in seriousness, would indicate a definite need for readjustment.
Well, sometimes a word just pops out.
The word fate belongs to the obsolete societies of the barbaric past.
I agree completely.
At this time, as your district programmer, I have summoned you here to inform you of the results of your latest computer readout. Thomas Y, 130546, you have just been married.
Married? I am married?
Yes. It is estimated that in 30 years we shall require an increase in mathematicians. Genetic Headquarters has therefore conducted an analysis of DNA and chromosome factors. Among others, it has been determined that a marriage between you, Thomas Y, 130-546, and Emma K, 998-727, shall produce offspring who will become master mathematicians.
I am married?
Yes. The legal documentation is already stored.
But I don't know the girl.
Why do you raise such an irrelevant point?
It's just that the whole thing is such a surprise.
Why? Certainly you knew that one day your marriage would be programmed.
It's just that I thought...
You thought... What is there to think about? Your home has already been selected and furnished.
Furnished?
In accordance with the registered and adjusted tastes and preferences of both of you. You will report there at once.
Where?
To North River.
North River? But that's so far away.
From what?
Well, from my job.
You have a new job. For the next 10 years, you and your married companion shall devote all your efforts and energy to producing your young.
Look, I'm very happy with what I'm doing now.
The computer has determined that you should be even happier in your new mission. That is, unless, of course, you are out of adjustment.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly adjusted.
Then let me be the first to congratulate you.
Thomas.
Oh, it's you, Paul.
You're not even ready. You have to be at the port within the hour.
Paul, what if I refuse to go?
What if you refuse to... Thomas!
What if I refuse?
We shouldn't be having this kind of conversation.
If I can't talk about a thing like this to my brother, to whom can I talk?
To nobody.
You know what they did to me, don't you?
And don't use that word.
Which word?
They. There is no they.
No?
No. There's an us, a we. And each of our actions is governed and guided by the wisdom and the experience of all of us.
They want me to get married.
There's that they again.
They ordered me to get married.
For our own... For your own and for society's good.
How do I know I'll love this girl?
Love? Your problem is those archaic books. Now just keep talking and thinking like those ancient authors. And I can't see how in the world you can hope to avoid readjustment. You know what happens to you there, don't you?
Suppose I won't be able to love her.
Love? Just listen to me.
You've been married for 5 years. Do you love Dorothy?
I like Dorothy.
It's not the same thing.
That's just the point. What is love?
Love? Why, love is... Well, it can't really be defined. It's an intense and overwhelming feeling.
You could also be describing a fever, which is exactly what love is. A fever of unknown origin. A fever of unknown duration. A devastating fever that strikes at random, without warning, reason, or rhyme. It's based on emotion, on passion.
That's all right.
But it isn't all right. It's not enough of a foundation for a lasting relationship between a man and a woman. It's too chancy for the genetic improvement of the human race.
I want the right to choose my own mate.
But you have chosen her. Your chromosomes and genes have chosen her. Your nerve endings and impulses have chosen her. Your entire psychic anatomy has chosen her, just as she has chosen you.
No, you don't know what I mean.
But I do. You would prefer to make this most vital decision on the basis of what? A momentary mood? A passing fancy? A transient emotion?
However it works out, it's my own business, isn't it?
No. It's our business. Society's business. You are part of the world. You will send children into the world. Well, in any event, Thomas, there's nothing you can do about it, really, is there?
No.
Hello? I'm Emma.
I'm Thomas.
Yes.
Well, I see you got here to the house first.
Yes, but I didn't have far to go. I live... that is, I used to live in the valley.
Well, you're a K998. I used to know some 998s over in Southfield.
That is, I'm -727. I have no relatives in this part of the country.
Oh. Well, do you like the house?
Yes, it's all right. Did you want to look around?
No, I don't know. Later, I guess.
So, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
You aren't at all what I pictured.
What did you picture?
Oh, some very serious-looking person.
Oh, why?
Well, we're supposed to...
We're supposed to what?
I hate to say that word, but... Well, how else can I put it? We're supposed to breed mathematicians.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't look very much like a mathematician to me either.
I don't know the first thing about mathematics.
Neither do I.
Then how do they expect us to have children who do?
Well, as I understand it, we don't have to know anything, but our genes do.
I see.
Now, you know how it is. The genes, they sort of mix and match, and one thing and another.
I suppose it all comes out the way it's supposed to.
Probably. Well, I must say, they did fix the place up very nicely.
Yes.
Well, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
Are there any entertainments in town that you know of?
I haven't seen any schedules, but, well, we couldn't go anyhow.
Why not?
Because we have a personal schedule.
Oh?
Yes, it was delivered to me as soon as I got here. I read it, and I had to sign it. You will have to sign it, too.
Well, what does it say?
Oh, you'd better read it.
All right. The newly married couple, Thomas and Emma, will spend all evenings at home until they've created evidence that the purpose of their marriage has been fulfilled.
The officer who delivered this said that the need for mathematicians is, well, becoming acute.
Yeah, that's what they predict.
Do you mind if we have some music?
But you don't have to ask. It's your house, too.
I always like to listen to music.
So do I.
I brought my tapes. Well, look at this machine we have here.
Oh, see what it says? A wedding gift from the computer district.
Well, who says the computer doesn't have a heart? I'll just set it in
And now we push this button.
You like this? You go for this?
Yes.
Oh, me too.
You're joking.
No, I love it.
Well, listen to what else I've got on here. A waltz.
By Johann Strauss.
The Elder.
What else have you got here?
I've got Stravinsky and George Gershwin and Gustav Mahler.
Then you must be an archaic.
Yes, I am. Can create an absolutely perfect world.
Of course it can. And seemingly, it has brought together two people of similar temperament and taste. So why shouldn't this marriage be a most happy success? Why? Well, for one very good reason. We are only just past the first act. And besides, how can you have a Garden of Eden without a serpent? I'll be back with Act 2 shortly.
I'm Susan Anton.
Mr. Charles Darwin once said, and I quote, "I believe that man, in the distant future, will be a far more perfect creature than he is now." He said that at least 100 years ago, if not more. Therefore, to him, we would be the creatures of the future. I wouldn't say we're more perfect than the people in his time. And the folks in our story who are living, say, 1,000 years from now do not appear to be any more perfect than we are. Besides, what is perfection?
Are you happy, Emma?
Oh, yes.
I didn't know it was possible ever to be happy. It was something you were supposed to hope for, to strive for.
You're not even supposed to use the word.
Oh, I forgot.
Happy is something neurotic, dangerous. It can warp the personality. You know the word they want us to use.
Mm-hmm. Adjusted.
Adjusted.
When the one great scorer comes to write against your name, he marks not that you won or lost, but how you played the game.
Don't tell me. You know, I don't think I ever heard that one before.
Grantland Rice.
You really know you're archaic.
No, he was a sports writer.
That's right. They used to have people who wrote about sports. Well, you're going back 1,000 years.
At least. What I wouldn't give to see a professional football game or a baseball.
That's all been outlawed.
I don't understand why.
I do. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. After all, there's an imbalance in a society where an athlete will be paid more than a research scientist.
Well, you've got to hand it to the computer. It picked out two kooks like us and brought us together. Do you think they just wanted to get us out of the way?
No. They brought us together to produce mathematicians.
Well, no one can say we're not trying.
A book of verses beneath the bough, a loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and a vow. Do you know who wrote that?
I give up.
It was written by Omar, the tent maker.
Oh, how would you like to live in a tent?
Oh, all I would need is for someone to see it. I'd be packed in for readjustment.
Emma, when did I last tell you that I loved you?
About half an hour ago, I think. Are you beginning to take me for granted?
When the children come along...
Yes?
Are we going to do what everyone else does? Are we going to let them take the kids away from us? Well, will we?
They're not actually taking the children away.
No?
They're just putting them into the nursery.
That's not taking them away?
Well, they can take better care of them than we could.
Well, that's not the point. They're our kids.
They'll still be our kids. We'll visit them.
It's not the same. Wouldn't you really like to watch your kid while he grows up? Be the one to feed him and clothe him and teach him things? I mean, isn't that the natural way to do it?
There's just no way we could ever hope to do that.
Well, maybe we could figure something out.
Never.
We've got to.
Oh, look at us. Having an argument on how to raise a child that isn't even born yet.
Would you like some music?
Exactly what I had in mind. To think. There was a time when people could listen to music like this in public.
I know.
Why? What have they got against this music? I mean, okay, the books. Maybe they could object to the ideas, but music?
Well, the way it was explained to me, music represents the spirit of an era. And in the music of the past is all the restlessness and the conflicts and the neuroses.
Well, I think everybody today is crazy. Except you and me.
Thomas.
Hello, Paul.
What are you doing here?
Well, I have to report to the district programmer.
Why?
I was told there was another computer readout.
Well, I don't see how it can be anything serious.
No, neither do I.
Well, tell me, how are things?
The word is perfection.
Well, now.
Absolute perfection.
Well, aren't you the one who said, I want the right to choose my own mate?
I have said a lot of stupid things in my life.
I hate to say I told you so.
No, say it. I deserve it. Only the computer can match people perfectly. Now I know what true happiness... I beg your pardon. What true adjustment is.
Well, you're finally growing up. I can just tell from now on, everything's going to be all right.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
As your district programmer, I have summoned you here at this time to inform you that you have just been divorced.
Divorced?
The legal documentation has already been stored.
Divorced? But I don't understand.
Under the circumstances, you are entitled to an explanation.
Wait a minute.
There has been an error.
An error? The computer makes an error? How?
The computer never makes an error. A grade 7 technician made an error in transcription.
Well, he had no right to make an error.
He is being readjusted.
Readjusted? Well, just because he made a little mistake? I mean, that's a terrible thing to do to a person.
A therapeutic and necessary thing.
Look, talking about my divorce...
There is nothing to talk about. It has already been accomplished.
You can't do this to me and to Emma.
But we must. There has been a computer error.
It doesn't matter. You see, it all worked. Emma and I, we're supremely happy.
Happy?
I mean, we're in love.
Love?
We're in perfect symmetry.
You can't be.
Oh, please, believe me.
I can only believe what the computer tells me, and when the two of you are placed into it, you simply do not balance.
But we're in love. We get along very well.
It won't work.
It's working now.
It won't last.
How do you know?
The computer knows.
How?
The attraction between you is not based on qualities of durable nature. Besides, you will not produce mathematicians. Well, aren't you going to thank me?
Thank you. For what?
As a well-adjusted citizen, you should thank me for rectifying what could have been the crucial mistake of your life.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks a million. Emma.
Thomas, what are you doing here?
You know about it?
Yes.
What are we going to do?
There's nothing. Please, Thomas.
But it won't do any good if you don't appeal with me.
But I'm scared, Thomas. I'm so frightened.
Emma, we have to do it.
How do you do?
Well, who are you?
Well, I might ask you that question. However, I am Walter V278-664. I assume I'm in the presence of my newly married companion, Emma K998-727.
I'm afraid.
Ah, here we are. Isn't this absolutely fantastic? You know, Emma, I could listen to this day and night. Don't you just love it?
Thomas, don't go. Don't leave me. Yes, we will appeal. Right now. Now, let us appeal.
Music, it has been said, can soothe the savage breast. Taking the opposite tack, it can also inflame the civilized heart. And so, now we learn about another facet of this futuristic society. There is an appeal procedure. But is it like the situation that is all too familiar in our time, the one that's known as Fighting City Hall? This shall be clarified shortly in Act 3. some things never seem to change, and one of them is the triangle. Not the geometric triangle of Euclid, but the human triangle. 2 men and 1 woman, or 2 women and 1 man. The geometric triangles can always be neatly solved. That is because mathematics follows precise and rigid rules. Human triangles, on the other hand, defy analysis, resist definition, and evade solution.
What are you saying, Emma?
I said, Thomas and I must appeal.
I can't believe you.
Why can't you believe it?
You mean you'll risk readjustment?
Yes.
Why?
Because I love Thomas.
You love Thomas? Now, there's an unbalanced statement if I ever had one. Well, don't worry. I'm not an informer.
Well, actually, you do seem like a really nice person, Walter. Aside from your grotesque taste in music, it's a pity you have to be the one in the middle.
Why do I have to be the one in the middle?
Why?
Well, for that matter, why does anyone have to be in the middle? Believe me, the whole business isn't worth risking readjustment.
You keep saying that.
It's true.
We're in love, but you couldn't understand that.
I sincerely hope I never understand what love is or feels like. I want nothing to do with it. I said it before. There's no reason why we all can't be friends. I like Emma, sure, but I like quite a few other girls, too.
Just a minute. Are you implying what I think? Are you saying that you and I should share, Emma?
Share? Now, that should be the greatest of all archaic words.
Just answer the question.
The answer should be self-evident.
I refuse to share Emma with anybody.
How can you be so selfish? Do you realize what an antisocial attitude you have? Suppose everyone felt that way about their married companion. We'd have violence in every street, in every home.
But just a moment. I should have something to say about this.
I was waiting for you to interject something reasonable and sensible, Emma.
I only want 1 man.
I really think the 2 of you deserve each other. You may only want 1 man, Emma, but society requires you to have more.
Then society is wrong.
Genetically, society is right. It's the only way to bring the proper children into the world.
Emma and I want our own children.
Children are never your own.
We're going around and around.
I'm only saying, be sensible. I happen to know an archaic phrase or 2 myself. And you recall the one that applies here? Don't make waves.
You wish to request an appeal?
Yes.
Have you thought about it?
Yes.
Carefully?
We are determined.
It is my duty as your district programmer to warn you of the implications of this act.
We're already aware of them.
You have filled out the necessary forms?
Yes, and we wish to present them here officially.
The law provides for a 20-day cooling-off period.
That isn't necessary. We know our minds.
Nevertheless, it must be followed. Your request for appeal is now tentatively acknowledged.
Tentatively?
At the end of this period, if you are still determined to go through with this procedure, you will report to the chief programmer. Otherwise, your request will be null and void.
We'll be there. Please, Paul, don't try to talk me out of it.
Listen to me.
I'll listen, and you'll say one thing, and I'll say another, and we'll go round and round.
Do you want to die? That's what readjustment is. You know that? Everything you are, everything you want to be, everything you hold so important is taken out of you. You're just a shell.
Now I know what you meant when I asked you if you loved Dorothy. And you said, I like her. Do you like her the way Walter likes Emma?
I suppose so.
Well, then who do you love?
Love?
Yes, love. You have to love someone. Even if it's in secret. Who is she?
Is that important?
I don't care about her name. I don't even want to know her. But she exists, doesn't she, Paul? Well?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, listen to that. And who was carrying on about love just a little while ago? Who was saying love was a fever?
It is. It's a disease.
How can you say that?
I didn't want you to catch it.
Why not?
Because you couldn't handle it.
What gives you the right to say that?
Well, look at you. Can you handle it? You're actually going to appeal on account of it. Why can't you just accept love the way it is? Why must you force it to destroy you?
I can't help it. I can't think of her with another man.
But Thomas, this is what destroyed the ancient worlds. Passion.
Blind, overwhelming passion. Uncontrolled emotion.
Don't lecture me.
People could be driven to kill. Now confess, don't you want to kill Walter? You see? You're afraid to answer. Is that what you want us to go back to?
But what we're doing, it isn't natural.
Who says so?
No one feels anything. No one really lives.
I also know one or two archaic sayings, Thomas. For instance, moderation in all things.
Yes, moderation, of course. But it has to be the moderation that I adopt for myself. It can't be the moderation that's forced on me.
You're really going to appeal, aren't you?
Yes.
You're actually going to fight the computer.
Yes. After all, what is the computer anyhow? God?
Of course. You mean you didn't know that?
We only have 15 more days. Do you want to change your mind?
We're going to lose.
I know.
Do you know why?
Because you can't fight the computer.
And do you know why? Because the computer is God.
God?
I never thought about it until my brother said it a little while ago. He laughed. I'm sure he thinks it's a joke. But it's true. The computer is God.
But
what was God to the ancients? Something or someone infallible, omnipotent?
But the computer, it's something that we make.
All peoples make their own gods.
Well, even if that's true, how does it help us?
What we make, we can also destroy.
How can we destroy the computer?
Easily. Blow it up.
What are you saying?
And then the world can start all over again.
Blow up the computer?
Why not?
But you know what they'll do to us.
Who?
The government. But everybody.
Well, maybe.
But how can you say maybe? It's a fact.
No, I've learned something. I learned that most people live by fooling the computer, by finding ways to get around it, by paying lip service to it.
Well, how does that help anything?
We'll be doing a service to humanity. We'll be saying, look, you don't have to pretend anymore. You can live honestly, freely. You can be true to your feelings, your emotions. The people won't allow the government to readjust us. We're going to start a revolution.
Thomas, do you believe that?
Don't you?
Well, I don't know.
Then believe me, I'm right. I know I'm right.
Suppose there are guards.
Guards? Why?
This is the main computer bank, and, well...
Well, God isn't protected by guards, but by awe, by fear.
Please, be careful, Thomas.
No, don't worry. This is a very stable explosive. It can't go off until we're ready. Now, it's through that door.
But what if it's locked?
Why should it be locked?
We're going to do it. We're actually going to do it. I can hardly believe it.
Here. See? It's open.
Look.
Yes. Look.
All those banks and banks and rows of computers.
That's God. That's God deciding on the movement of everybody in the entire world. That's God controlling every thought, every act. Well, we're going to get rid of that idea. And we're going to think and act for ourselves.
Thomas.
What is it?
I was just wondering...
If you're starting to doubt, you can get out of it now.
No. I'm only wondering if people will really want to think and act for themselves. Or do they want it all decided for them?
I am the captain of my soul. I am the master of my fate.
But, Thomas, that's just poetry.
Just poetry? Isn't poetry something to live by?
Yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ever doubted.
Are you sure?
Yes. Let's do it.
Now we have to wire each row of these...
Oh! What's that, Thomas?
They did attempt to destroy the main computer bank.
since they are obviously too unbalanced, too unsymmetrical to speak in their own defense, who does appear for them?
With your permission, I am brother to Thomas and brother-in-law to Emma.
And what have you to say?
The fault is not with these two immature people. It lies with the archaic books and tapes. Their minds have been confused by the neuroses of ancient writers, philosophers, and poets. Thus, they were driven to this. Yes, it is a most serious crime, but readjustment is a most serious punishment.
Readjustment is not a punishment. It is a therapy.
It is a most drastic therapy. May I suggest an extended period of re-education and retraining under more benign circumstances? Let us replace their subversive and destructive ideas by study and analysis, rather than by the searing trauma of electric shock. I have made my statement.
Thank you for your efforts to secure justice. This office has taken all possible factors into consideration. A study of both the accused reveals that there is no hope in milder attempts to balance. The asymmetry is so pronounced that it may only be corrected by total readjustment.
No! I do believe we have a visitor, Emma.
A visitor?
Oh, it's Thomas.
Thomas?
Sit down, Thomas. Let me turn this thing off. I must say, you're looking good.
Thank you, Walter. Hello, Emma.
How are you, Thomas?
Well, what can we do for you?
I was just out walking. I'm married now.
Yes, we heard.
We're supposed to produce marine biologists.
Well, it's the coming field, I understand. Well, why don't you bring her over sometime?
She's very busy. I hardly get to see her myself.
Well, that's the way it goes. I understand. Oh, Emma, my dear, I have an appointment.
Are you leaving?
It won't be for long. And besides, Thomas will keep you company. Why did you have to rock the boat? Well, I'll see you later.
What did he mean by that? Rock the boat?
I don't know.
Thomas, do I know you?
I think we know each other, but I'm not sure. There are things I simply can't remember anymore.
Yes. I feel that way, too.
Sometimes my head hurts.
Mine does, too.
And I get the feeling that I'm being punished, but I can't seem to remember why.
Neither can I.
If only I could remember why I'm being punished. If only.
And yet, in a way, he's lucky. In many societies, his crime would have received a far more drastic punishment. The moral of our story? We hesitate to offer one. Except, perhaps, that if you want to save the world, you'd better make sure that the world thinks it's in danger to begin with. I shall return shortly. We began our little session with a discussion of the basic similarities between ancient and modern man. Ancient man had an entire pantheon of gods, and they had to be consulted before each and every venture. Today, we demand the same services of a machine. Feed in the facts, factor in the data. The ancients waited for the verdict of the oracle at Delphi, who was the priestess of Apollo. We wait for the verdict of the computer. I wonder which, in the long run, has proved more reliable. Our cast included Lloyd Battista, Patricia Elliott, Terry Keane, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why would she have amnesia?
Well, because...
She's an athlete in training. She's in perfect health.
Well, then she was kidnapped.
How? Right off the street to Delaware Avenue?
They could have overpowered her, forced her into a car.
She wouldn't go quietly. She seems a big, strong girl.
Don't say it like that. You make her sound ungainly. She's beautifully built.
You can't rule out the possibility of kidnapping, Sergeant.
You'd have received word by now about a ransom.
Well, maybe it's the kind of kidnapping where girls are sold into, slavery.
Oh, please, Molly. Sergeant, we're desperate.
Yes, I understand. I just wish you knew a little more about her.
Sergeant, find her. Please. She's our little girl. And we love her.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Owner protection we know of.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to another hour with the great forces of the unknown. Those majestic forces that move around above and beneath us, pushing and pulling at our lives, our bodies, our brains. Forces no less powerful because we know them not. And here's a thought. How much of their power actually derives from their mystery? Were we to fathom them, explode their secrets,
Would they then become as comprehensible as, say, the centrifugal force in the spin dryer at the laundromat? Well, the day is far off when we can be that knowledgeable. So, in the meantime, listen.
How will you do it?
A gun?
Do you have a gun?
No.
Well, then that's no good.
A knife?
Could you get near him? Near enough to use a knife? Do you have the strength?
No.
Well, so that's no good.
But he has to die so that I can live.
He will die. He will die tomorrow morning.
How do you know?
He will die of the mass of Saint-Césaire.
Our mystery drama, The Secret Doctrine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal and new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sign-Off tablets. Sineoff, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin plus a sinus drainer. Sign-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sign-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sign-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sign-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
Sineoff.
Sign-Off.
Exactly.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
If you're handy, or even if you're not, you know that a good part of getting the job done right is having the proper tools. Hi, Frank Lieber here for True Value Hardware Store. They'd be the first to agree with that. So to help you acquire the tools you need, they keep their prices low. For instance, get an 8-inch adjustable crescent wrench for just $3.99. Men who know, professional mechanics and tradesmen, ask for the Crescent brand by name. Just $3.99 at True Value Hardware Stores. A tape measure? The Lufkin Measure-Lock tape measure locks open, glides back at the touch of a button. The 12-foot size is just $3.49. Or how about a Weller soldering iron kit? It's a handy tool for a variety of hobbies and chores. The complete kit has an iron, 3-tip soldering wire, and is just $3.49. Weller soldering iron kits, Lufkin tape measures, and Crescent wrenches, they may be just what you need to get the job done right. And they're sensibly priced at the True Value Hardware Store nearest your home.
Careful, they say, what you ask for, lest it be given to you. Who of us knows what to ask for? Who can see far enough into the future to know what gift will delight and which destroy? Better simply to accept whatever comes, with gratitude, whenever possible. Listen with me now to the somber story called The Secret Doctrine.
You can begin now, Louise.
Now, Father Giles?
The others have gone. You said your confession would take some time, so let's begin.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Go on, Louise, and speak up. Don't mumble.
In thought, word, and deed. Oh, Father, I can't find the words to tell you.
Remember, I sit in the confessional box not only as your priest, but as God's own surrogate.
Father, you know Peter Sorrell.
Sorrell?
Yes. The American movie star.
Oh, I don't know any American movie stars. Oh,
Oh, you mean the actor who came here to make a film about the saint at Vincent de Paul? Yes. It caused quite a stir in the village. And then something happened. What was it?
Father, Peter Sorrell died.
Oh, did he die? I hadn't heard.
This morning.
Oh, God take his soul. What was his illness?
He was not ill, Father. He simply died. He slipped away.
But he was not an old man. What did the doctor say?
Just what I told you. That he was not ill. That he simply grew weaker and weaker until death took him. I know what he died of, Father Giles.
You know?
He died of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Do you know what you're saying? The Mass of Saint-Césaire has not been said in Gascony for hundreds of years. Most priests have never heard it. Oh, no good priest would even say it. I think you would best tell me all about it, Louise.
Yes, Father. I was in love with Peter Sorrell.
In love? Well, you never knew him. He only came here a month ago.
I've seen all his films. Each one many times. When one of them came to Dax, I'd walk the 20 miles to see it. And if it was there for 2 days, I'd roam the streets all night to see it again and again. As many times as it was shown.
You call this being in love? How old are you, Louise?
I'm 38, Father.
Have you ever loved a boy, a man?
No, Father. I've been in love with Peter Sorrell since I was 18. I've written to him in Hollywood every week for 20 years. And once he answered me. And he sent me his picture. And when I heard that he was coming here, I saw the hand of God.
Take care you don't blaspheme, Louise.
That is how it seemed to me, Father Giles.
Go on.
The company he worked for had rented the big house on the hill for him. And the first day he was here, I took him some of my onion soup.
Well. What have we here?
I brought you some onion soup, Mr. Sorrell. If you'd care to accept it.
I'd care like crazy.
I've seen all your films, Mr. Sorrell. I love them all.
You've got a big heart.
And the next day I took him a bottle of wine. It's called sand wine, Mr. Sorrell. A local product.
Like you. You're a local product.
It's very good. Really, it is.
So are you. What's your name?
And the next day, I took him a bottle of brandy. It's Armagnac, Mr. Sorrell. It's the best brandy in France.
I'll just bet it is.
There's a dish I know how to make with this brandy. Roast capon.
And you're going to make it for me, aren't you, Louise? That is your name, isn't it? Louise?
The next day I went to his house. But this time he wasn't alone. There was a man with him. A young American gentleman.
I shouldn't have let you talk me into this picture, Gabe.
Me talk you into it?
Who cares about saints anymore?
Well, there's got to be a reaction from all that demon stuff eventually.
Pardon me, Mr. Sorrell. The capon is...
Louise, meet my agent, Gabe Hauser.
How are you, Louise?
Mr. Hauser, I'll keep the capon warm until you're ready.
Please.
Yes, when you're ready, call me.
Who is that?
A fan. One of my millions of fans.
What's for dinner tonight, Louise?
Gascony pork and cabbage in a special sauce.
Why can't we eat like that on the set, huh, Peter?
Because Louise isn't on the set.
Oh, if only I could be.
Hey, we could fix her up with a walk-on or something, couldn't we?
You could.
Hey, she could be one of the Sisters of Charity. Why not?
Louise, the star has spoken.
So then, Father, I could be with him during the day, and not just in the evenings. I was in heaven.
You have strange concepts of theological matters, Louise. But go on.
Well, the atmosphere of that place, all the fuss and the laughter and the excitement, it all went to my head. And I forgot that I only wanted to serve him. I wanted to love him, to belong to him, and to have him belong to me.
You poor woman.
I watched him every moment. My eyes were fastened on his face, my ears strained to catch every word that fell from his lips.
There is nothing so grand as a good priest. It hurts me to see God's work in unloving hands.
Cut! That's a print. Okay, let's break.
I didn't think anyone noticed how I stared at him, followed him about, waited for him after the day's work. But one day as I watched him...
And the city hospital. 2 to a bed. Some lying on the floor.
You're crying, Louise.
Poor.
He's doing the scene with the cardinal.
Oh, it's not a sad scene. It's not even a good scene.
Oh, it's a very good scene.
Terrible.
It's a wonderful scene. Everything he does is wonderful. It was Noemi, Father. You know her, the woman who came here from the Basque country last year. She got herself a job, an extra like me, and so I saw a lot of her after that.
My father. I degraded my father. I scourged my father.
Why, you want him for your very own.
Not the way you mean, Noemi.
Oh, yes. Precisely the way I mean. What other way is there?
Oh, my Savior. I need to confess.
Cut! Bring it! Break for lunch.
Noemi was always there, Father. I couldn't send her away. She belonged there as much as I did, after all.
Why in the world should I lie down when those poor people are calling for me?
Why, you want him, Louise. It shows on your face.
See them lying.
It's hopeless.
Tell me, can you get your hands on some locks of his hair, cuttings from his fingernails, his toenails?
Why? Why should I?
Why, they will give you power over him.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Oh, believe it's true. His hair, his fingernails, his toenails. If you want him, get them and bring them to me.
Need me?
Cut! Break that. Concessions on the set, please.
I didn't believe her, Father, not really. But my desire had become so great, I thought I should go mad. I had no trouble finding bits of his hair. I picked up all I needed from the floor of the makeup room. But the cuttings from his fingernails and his toenails, that was more difficult. Then one evening at his house...
DePaul was the first social worker in history. You know that, Gabe? I mean, he organized social services.
Would you like some more Armagnac, Mr. Sorrel?
Oh, you still here, Louise? You can go home whenever you feel like it. You don't have to stick around.
I've been listening and watching.
A great dinner, Louise.
I noticed you bite your nails, Mr. Sorrel, when you talk.
Oh, yeah. A childhood habit.
You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's what my mother always said.
If you'd let me cut your nails properly...
My mother always said that, too.
I have a scissors right here with me.
My mother also always had the scissors right there with her.
So while they talked, I cut his fingernails. And I saved them all, even the little bits of cuticle, in my kerchief. And when I had finished...
Louise, you're a saint.
Oh... If I'm a saint, Mr. Sorrel, I should wash your feet.
Wash my feet?
I say now...
They get awfully dirty walking around the set in those old sandals. And all the saints, even the Pope, He washes the feet of a sinner once a year to show humility.
I'm your sinner, is that it?
Let her, Peter, if she wants to.
Well, you really want to?
And to cut your toenails.
Well, what can I say? It's the best offer I've had since I came to France.
And so I did, Father. And when I left that night, I had all the cuttings in my kerchief, and I took them to Noemi, who waited for me in the woods.
Take this, Louise.
What is that?
It's a little bag made from the skin of a toad, which my own daughter impaled at midnight in the graveyard of the old abbey. Oh, we put all your precious cuttings into it. Now, pull the drawstrings tight. That's it, and hang it around your neck, under your dress. Yes, just like that.
How do you know that it will work?
I know.
It seems so wrong. It's going against God, isn't it?
Have you ever heard of Eliphaz Levi and the secret doctrine?
No.
Well, Eliphaz Levi was his pen name. He wrote many books on the subject of magic. Magic exists. Always has existed all over the world.
But I'm afraid of it, Noemi.
Oh, give in to your fear, and you'll lose the thing you most desire. Conquer your fear, and the secret doctrine will bring you Peter Sorel.
How do I know?
Magic is everywhere, unseen, unheard, but it is working all the time. You need only the spiritual energy to make it work for you.
But do I have energy like that? I don't think I do.
Oh, never mind. I do. Now, kneel down. No. Do not bow your head. Raise your face to the sky. Send up a prayer from your loins to Aether, god of chaos and the dark.
Well, the secret doctrine has been kept from me, I must say. All my life I have struggled from problem to problem, quandary to quandary, with only my limited intelligence to assist me. And all the time, was there a secret doctrine that might have solved things magically? If so, I'm a little late finding it out. We'll be back shortly for Act 2.
Look, let's put an end to all this gloomy-sounding stuff you've been getting so much of lately. Income tax is behind us, spring is here, Aaron's hit number 715, and there's even reason for hope with the gasoline thing. It's in this new spirit that I'd like to talk to you about buying a new car. It's a small car, one you can judge sanely, and not just in terms of how many miles per gallon it gives you. The car is a Buick Apollo. Like any self-respecting small car, it is economical. It's got a 6-cylinder engine and a 21-gallon gas tank, which combine to give Apollo good gas economy and great range. But Apollo can also seat 6 passengers, and it has the kind of smoothness, quietness, and interior comforts that you'd expect of a Buick. Okay, you're looking for a car, and you think it should be small. Well, Buick has the car, Apollo. But don't buy it because it's small. Buy it because it's a Buick.
If you love spaghetti like I love spaghetti, I know what you're looking for. So come on, get ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store. If you want spaghetti, the best spaghetti, you don't have to look no more. Get your taste buds ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store.
Here's a riddle for you. What has 6 different kinds of spaghetti? Chicken, mushroom, meat sauce, shrimp, meatballs, or a combination of any of the above.
Oh, that's easy.
And dinner prices from $2.10 to $2.85.
Still easy.
And additional selections from ravioli to steak.
That's not a riddle, that's a cross-examination.
Come on, what's the answer?
The spaghetti store. Now, here's one for you. What has blue eyes and a craving for spaghetti?
Paul Newman's stomach.
No, me, meatball.
So when you come in, bring your appetite. There's one thing you know for sure. Great spaghetti we've got, and it don't cost a lot at the spaghetti store.
2731 West Northwest Highway. Also Arlington and Fort Worth.
The only magic I have ever known was long, long ago,
when I expelled a loud and angry scream, and food instantly appeared. Talk about rubbing a lamp. Talk about wearing a bag of discarded nails and hair about your neck. Well, we shall see if they can match my infant cry.
Some sort of magic was working, Father Charles, because when I got to my feet after that strange prayer to the God of Chaos, there in the woods with the toadskin bag still hanging around my neck, I felt that I was a beautiful woman. Can you imagine that, Father?
Yes.
The next day was my last, so far as the film was concerned. I hated to step out of the Sister of Charity habit and get back into my own clothes, but my spirits rose to the sky when Peter stopped me and said...
This was your last day, wasn't it, Louise?
Yes, my last day.
Well, it won't be the same around here without you. We'll miss you.
Will you? Will you miss me?
I'll miss you the most. But I'll see you at the house, won't I? You're not going to desert me now, are you?
Never. I'd never do that.
Well, you'd better not, Louise.
I met Noemi late that night in the woods, and I told her what Peter had said and what I had said.
You see? The magic is beginning to take hold.
I couldn't go to the set the next day. What reason would I have? So I spent the day in his house cooking a shoulder of lamb for him in the Gascon style. You know how long that takes, Father.
Louise!
In the kitchen.
What smells so good?
It's something special I'm cooking for you.
Louise, what have I done to deserve you? You're the greatest thing that's happened to me since... You're the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Let's put it that way.
I told Noemi that night that time was growing short, that in 2 days Peter surely would be leaving France. And I told her I must go with him.
Now, listen, Louise. This is what you must do. When he comes home, you must be waiting for him on his bed, all naked and perfumed, and he will love you.
I had loved him, Father, for so many years, and now every dream, every desire would come true. I was lying on his bed, as Noemi had told me I should be, with my hair all freshly washed and perfumed, as my body was. And I heard the front door close. And I heard his feet on the stairs.
Louise?
I couldn't answer. I waited for the bedroom door to open, and it did.
What a... Louise, is that you? What in the name of heaven?
I've been waiting for you.
Are you crazy?
Peter, listen to me. I want you to love me. You do love me. I've seen the love growing in your eyes. I've heard it in your voice. Take me now and tell me that you love me. And that we will go to America together, to your home, where I will love you and look after you.
Louise, now listen to me.
See, look, over there, I brought all my clothes. I feel that I'm reaching the end of a long, long journey. I've loved you so long.
Louise, let me talk to you.
Oh, yes. Talk to me.
Louise, if I've made you think that I'm anything more than just very fond of you, I'm sorry, Louise. I'm very, very sorry. If I've made you think I love you, well, I'm sorry. What more can I say?
But you do love me. You've loved me for 3 whole days.
3 days?
And I've loved you for years and years. But you've only loved me for 3 days, so of course it seems new to you. I understand.
Now, Louise, what 3 days are you talking about?
The last 3 days, of course. Ever since I started wearing this.
What's that?
It's a bag. made from the skin of a toad. A toad impaled at midnight in the graveyard of the Abbey.
What's in that bag, Louise?
Why, part of you. Bits of your hair, bits of your fingernails, your toenails, little particles of you.
What kind of a game are you running on me, Louise?
It's no game. It's real.
Real hell. All the time you were hanging around here. You were cooking and cleaning and washing and all that. You were hanging around the set, waiting on me, telling me I'm such a great actor, begging to cut my fingernails, my toenails. You were conning me. You were running some kind of a tricky, sneaky game on me.
It was no game.
Now, look, lady, you get your clothes on fast. You hear me? You get out of here. You want some money?
No.
I'll give you money. You've earned it. But if you ever try to play any of these crazy tricks on me again, I'm going to track you down. I'm going to have you put away. Now, you get out of here.
I did get out, Father Giles, but I can't remember how. The next thing I remember is running through the woods, calling for Noemi. And then I remember falling down on the ground and the blackness coming down over me.
My poor Louise.
Noemi found me a little later. I don't know how much later. What happened, Louise? Nothing happened, Noemi. He doesn't love me. He never did. I think you'd better take back the little toadskin bag, Noemi. It didn't work.
But did you do everything I told you?
Yes, I did. I washed my hair and perfumed my body, and I lay on his bed. But when he came home, he didn't want me. I tried to tell him about the secret doctrine, but he didn't want to listen.
You told him?
I tried to. After all, I don't know much about it, only what you've told me, and I didn't understand all of that. But he didn't want to hear about it.
Oh, the man is a monster!
Yes, he is a monster.
You poor woman.
No, don't you feel sorry for me either, Father Giles. I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me.
But don't you see? You let your desires take hold of you, Louise. You let them dictate your actions. You lost control.
Oh, yes, I did that.
You became blind to the realities of the matter.
Yes, I did that, too. I fell in love with a man when he was only a walking shadow on a screen. I hurt no one. I would never have hurt him if he hadn't come to France to make another of his foolish motion pictures.
Louise, would it make you feel better, my child, if I were to tell you that you are not the first to give your heart to an unknown man who's only making his living by performing in public?
I suppose that is true, Father.
Does it make you feel a little better?
But I don't feel badly, Father.
You don't?
Not about him. Not about trying to give myself to him and his telling me he didn't want me. I felt badly about it at the time. Very badly, I suppose.
Of course you did.
But by the time Noemi found me in the woods, I felt quite differently.
Just how did you feel?
Very calm, very clear, very right.
Right? About what? Clear about what?
About what I must do.
And what was that?
I kill him, of course.
But you have said that it was all your own doing, that no one else should be blamed.
Quite so. But I had to kill him in me. Don't you see what I mean?
I'm not sure that I do.
Father, he was part of me. He'd been part of me for many, many years. There was more of him in me than there was of myself. Oh, you must understand.
I'm trying, Louise.
I knew how wrong I'd been to love him. Yes, to lust after him. To have obscene thoughts about him there in the dark of the theater. I knew these were sins. They were bad sins. And now I was willing to take upon myself the last sin of all. To kill him. Don't you understand that?
I don't believe I do.
How strange. Noemi understood.
You say Noemi understood? What you have just told me?
Yes, Father. There, that night in the forest, I told her how I must commit this most grievous sin.
How will you do it?
A gun?
Do you have a gun?
No.
Well, then that's no good.
A knife?
Could you get near enough to him to use a knife? Are you strong enough?
No.
Well, then that's no good.
But he must die, so that I may live.
He will die. He will die tomorrow morning.
How do you know?
He will die of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And all the scorned women from the beginning of time must have at least looked around to see if there was a gun or a knife nearby. Sometimes there was, and the story had an unhappy ending, and a messy one. But what if those poor scorned women had known of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, a black and malevolent ritual of which you will learn more shortly when I bring you Act 3.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Miss Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be. Once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Miss got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
I was having dinner in Old Town Village last week, and as we were leaving, we noticed that the waterbed store was open. Well, we went in. You know, I'd never really looked at waterbeds because I always thought they were for the kids, and if I ever got on one, I'd probably get seasick. But it was different. The salesman there got us to lie down on a bed and told us why we'd sleep better on a hydro-rest waterbed system. He also took the time to tell us about frame construction, mattress durability, and the safety features incorporated into each of their systems. We got home and read the literature and decided that a hydro-rest system makes good sense. We're going to buy a waterbed from Dallas's oldest and largest waterbed company, Waterbed Systems International. They have 3 locations, 3323 Oak Lawn, Old Town Village, and a brand new store in Town East Mall. I tried hydro-rest. I was impressed.
We promised you further details of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, that horrid leftover from the Dark Ages. And so we shall. We always keep our word. Let us pick up our story where we left off, with Louise and Noemi talking in hushed tones beneath the moon in the dark woods of Gascony.
He has to die so that I can live.
He will die tomorrow morning. He will die of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
How can anyone die of a mass?
Oh, the Mass of Saint-Césaire is the Mass of revenge. The peasants of Gascony have known this for centuries.
I must ask Father Giles.
Oh, no, you will not breathe a word of this to Father Giles.
But if he would perform the mass...
He wouldn't dream of it. He probably doesn't even know it. Ah, but I know a priest who knows it, and who will perform it. My daughter lives with him. Come, Louise.
We went to the deserted abbey where the priest lived. No one told me his name. I never asked.
You are the one who orders this Mass.
Yes?
For whom shall I say the Mass?
For Peter Sorel.
Who will be my clerk?
Oh, my daughter will be your clerk, Father.
Who will bring the water for the Mass?
I shall bring it, Father.
Do you know a place where the Mass can be held?
Ah, by the ruins of the church, where the gypsies live, Father.
I listened as though nothing they said had anything to do with me, Father Giles. I scarcely knew when they'd finished speaking. I only knew that after a while, Noemi took me by the hand and led me away.
Come, Louise, come. We must get the water for the Mass.
Shouldn't there be wine, Noemi?
For the Mass of Saint-Césaire, there is no wine. There is only water. And the priest does not consecrate it. He drinks it. And it must be water from a well into which the body of an unbaptized infant has been thrown. Come now, Louise, come.
Before 11 o'clock, we were at the ruined church. A dreadful place, Father, where bats lived, and toads, and owls. And through the darkness came the priest, Noemi's daughter by his side. And he stood by the ruins of the old altar.
Ever and ever, for reign and live you, and also on you, redemption is shared.
Noemi, what does he say?
It is the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
But I don't understand it.
It is the Mass for the dead. He is reciting it backwards.
I watched in horrid fascination, Father. I confess that I was fascinated by it. I was like a bird watching a snake. What is he doing now, Noemi?
He is making the sign of the cross.
No, he's not. He's not.
He is making the sign of the cross with his left foot.
What?
In the dirt. This is the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
I couldn't bear to look, Father Giles. I couldn't. And yet I couldn't bear not to look. The awful Mass had started at 11, and now it was drawing to a close as the hour of midnight struck. And then the Mass was suddenly over. And the priest and his clerk, Noemi's daughter, stole away into the darkness without a word to us.
It is over, Louise, and Peter Sorel has begun to die.
I'm not sure I believed her, Father Giles. I wasn't capable of belief or disbelief or of any thought at all or of any feeling whatsoever. I only felt tired. So tired I doubted I could move. But I pulled myself to my feet and I said, I must go to him, Noemi. I must go to Peter Sorel. And I went, Father. I went into town to the house on the hill, and I waited there till the sun had been up for an hour. And then I went to the door and knocked.
Oh, Louise. I suppose you want to see Peter.
Is he here?
Yes, he's here. But he's very ill. The doctor's with him. And no one knows what's the matter with him.
But I knew, Father Giles. He was dying of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Louise.
I went to the door every hour, Father. Once, I was told that they'd sent for his doctor from the States. But if that doctor arrived, he came too late. For at 10 o'clock, when I knocked at the door...
Louise. He's dead, Louise. He died a few minutes ago.
No one knows why or how or what it was he died of.
I see.
I know you were very fond of him.
I was. Very fond. Very fond. I went home. I took off my clothes, and I lay down on my bed. The little toadskin bag was still around my neck. I took it off. I kissed it. I put it under the pillow, and then I put my head on the pillow and went fast asleep. I slept soundly, with no dreams at all of any kind. And when I awoke, it was noon. Such a beautiful day. And I started to come here to make my confession. On the way, I met Peter Sorrell's friend once more.
He died, Louise, of nothing at all.
Nothing at all?
He was perfectly well. Talking of going home in the morning. Then, about midnight, he said he was tired. He thought he'd go to bed. But he could hardly climb the stairs to his room. I had to help him. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. He said he felt as though he was slipping away. Wasn't that a strange thing for him to say? That he was slipping away?
I murmured something, that it was strange indeed, though of course I knew it wasn't. He died of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, Father. And now I've told you everything.
And what do you expect me to do, Louise?
To give me my penance, Father. I know it will be severe. I expect that. I want it to be severe. I know what a grave sin I have committed.
Do you, Louise?
To wish for a man's death, Father. To bring it about. What greater sin could there be?
To wish for a man's death. It is a sin in thought, but it can be forgiven. And you are not the first to have committed it. Your wish did not kill him. Men do not die so easily.
It was the Mass of Saint-Césaire that killed him.
God knows, and he alone. But you conspired in the performance of a gruesome Mass, a relic from the Dark Ages. You took part in it. And what is most awful, you ordered it. And for this desecration of a holy ritual, there is no penance that would suffice.
But without a penance, how can I obtain absolution? How can I obtain pardon?
I cannot pardon you, Louise. I do not know a curate who can, nor a bishop, nor an archbishop.
Father, what am I to do?
My child, it is possible. I promise you nothing you understand. But it is possible. Were you to go to Rome, if the Pope were to see fit...
To Rome? To the Holy Father?
Only he has the right to grant pardon for the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Sir, can you tell me, sir? May I ask you?
Yes, Senora. Can I help you?
Please. Is this the Vatican?
This is Vatican City, yes.
Is this the square of St. Peter?
Yes. Straight ahead is St. Peter's Gate.
Oh, I am here.
You've never been here before?
Oh, I have come to see the Pope.
Oh, His Holiness is quite busy, Senora.
I come here to make my confession.
Let me take you to a priest.
No. It must be His Holiness. No one else.
Are your sins so great?
My sin is so great. Yes.
Well, I'm only a student here, Senora, but I'll be glad to take you to a priest.
No priest can help me. No bishop. No archbishop.
But a priest might be able to arrange things so that you could see His Holiness, and not right away, of course. It would take time.
I have time. It has already taken me a long time just to come this far.
How long has it taken you?
1,000 days.
Where did you come from?
France. A little town in Gascony.
But that could take you almost 3 years? Oh, you must have stopped off at different places.
Each night to sleep and pray.
You mean you walked all the way? An old woman like you?
Do I look like an old woman? I have just turned 40.
Oh, forgive me, but you look much older than that.
It doesn't really matter now.
Come. Let me help you to your feet.
No. I shall stay on my knees until I see the Pope. I shall end my journey as I began it.
Are you telling me that you have come 1,000 miles on your knees? But why?
It is my penance for the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
1,000 miles, 1,000 days, on her knees. What awful retribution we expect of ourselves. What endurance we can find within us to carry out our goal. And what is the priceless goal we seek? The goal that so obstinately eludes us after thousands upon thousands of miles and as many days. Why, I think it is nothing more and nothing less than peace of mind. I'll be back shortly.
Taste in the morning, Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. You know, for years we've been talking about the Special K breakfast, a great way to start the day if you have a weight problem. You may have seen or heard our latest commercials, which symbolize the problem of being a few pounds overweight by using this ball and chain. That's the sound effect. But so many people have come to know the Special K breakfast that can help solve weight problems, they sometimes forget that Special K is America's favorite high-protein cereal. It has 8 essential vitamins and iron, and so delicious that lots of folks, kids as well as adults, eat Special K just for the sheer good taste of it. So we don't want you to think that you have to wear a ball and chain to eat Special K. All you need is an appreciation for the finer things of life, a 1-ounce bowl of Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, coffee, and maybe a little sugar. The Special K breakfast can help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I told you it would be a somber story, did I not? And so it was. Well, exploring the unknown,
is not all fun and frolic. But the unknown must be explored in the wild hope that one day it will become known. I wonder, though, when it is as familiar to us as, say, the combustion engine, will it stop being fascinating and become boring? What then will we do for fun? What will happen to this program? Merciful heavens, what will I do for a job? Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Mildred Clinton, Bill Johnston, Robert Dryden, and Nick Pryor. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, Buick Motor Division, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WRLD. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Relax and listen to the strange tale of a strange man, though no more strange than anyone who has suffered what you might call a mutilation of the soul. And who of us has not, at one time or another, suffered such a mutilation? What means did we use to restore ourselves? How quickly did we recover? How well did we heal? The answers vary even as we vary. One man's answers are revealed, we trust, in the story which follows.
I'm cold.
So am I. It's the darkness I mind the most, not to be able to see you.
Oh, touch me.
That'd help. My God, where are you?
Right here. Right here.
I can't find you. Keep talking. Keep talking.
I'm here.
I can't. Oh, here you are.
Oh, darling, don't let go.
Never. Oh, never.
Our mystery drama, The Deadly Hour, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
In 1919, someone had a big idea. Let's help youth understand big business by starting them in small businesses of their own. And Junior Achievement was born. Each group elected a board of directors, chose a product, set up a production line, sold stock, and went into business. That year, 314 students made and sold products and learned the business of business. Today, Junior Achievement has grown to nearly 200,000 members. Junior Achievers are designing and marketing their own products and services, from cutting boards to printing. They're organizing sales efforts, writing marketing plans, calculating profit and loss. Running these small businesses helps junior achievers understand how big business works. Support junior achievement, where youth learns the business of business. Call your local junior achievement office.
Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Ken Driggs of Salt Lake City, Utah?
Yes?
Mrs. Driggs, my name is Ted Brown, and I'm calling for Campbell's Soup. And we're calling ladies in the Salt Lake City area asking if they'd like to sing the Campbell's Soup jingle.
Come on, you're kidding.
No, honest, I'm not. And if you sing the Campbell's Soup jingle for me, why, I'd love to send you a case of Campbell's tomato soup.
All right, but if I sing it and you don't send it, I'll be awfully disappointed.
Well, you just sing it and you see.
Okay, it goes, good, good. That's what Campbell's soups are, good.
That was just marvelous, really. And we're going to send you a case of Campbell's tomato soup.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding. How cold does it get in Salt Lake City, by the way?
Below zero sometimes. But if you like skiing, you don't mind.
Uh-huh. When it does get cold, good hot Campbell's soup warms you up.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, you enjoy yourself, you hear?
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
The preceding recorded message was selected from random phone calls.
A person who seems strange, we call grotesque, incredible, not to be believed. We make a feeble effort to deny that he could exist. But he does exist. There he is before our eyes in all his strangeness. We do not believe in him because we do not know him. Because once we know, we will have to believe. And this can be a long and painful process. Listen now to the story of Martin Jerome. See if you can believe it.
Mr. Jerome, I only consented to see you because your letter sounded quite desperate. As a rule, I only see patients on referral. But your letter, may I read it to you? Perhaps it will help us to get started. Last night, I heard you being interviewed on a radio program. In the dark of my room, in the darkest hour of the night, I thought, here is a man who can help me to solve the awful predicament in which I find myself. I enclose a stamped, addressed envelope for your reply, since I have no phone. I am counting on you. Sincerely, Martin C. Jerome. Well, Mr. Jerome, the hour is passing, and I don't want you to waste your money. Take your time. Take your time if you have difficulty in talking. I'll wait. Doctor. Did you say something, Mr. Jerome?
Doctor, you...
Yes.
You are the first person I have spoken to in 25 years.
You said 25 years?
Yes.
I begin to understand your silence. Can you tell me what drove you into this silence?
I married a woman.
Yes.
The most desirable woman in the world. My Helen. My adored one. I never thought that an insignificant man like myself could even aspire to possess such a woman. And the day she said those words to me, I could scarcely believe my ears.
You're a dear, Martin, and I'd love to marry you.
Helen, I can't think why you'd want a man like me.
Because you're sweet. Let's get married right away. What about next week?
The world changed completely for me. Everything became important, immediate. The sun shone just to keep me warm, and the breeze blew to make me cool. Me, Martin Jerome, me. I had been so blessed.
Yes?
It was a beautiful wedding. Helen had a great deal of money, and I was fairly well off. Many people came to the church, and even more to the reception. People of prominence. I knew them all. All but one. He was tall. Unusually tall. As I am unusually short. He was handsome, as I am not. He was charming, self-assured, very much at his ease. All of which I have never been. You couldn't help noticing him. Helen,
Who's that very tall man talking to your mother? The pale man with the black mustache?
I've no notion, love. It's probably someone Mother invited.
Good looking, isn't he?
Sort of. Come on. Time to cut the cake.
We sailed for Europe. My head was swimming with visions of the life I had embarked on. The good life, the beautiful life. One night on the ship, we were at dinner. Helen, look over there. To your right, against the wall, sitting by himself. Isn't that the man who was at our wedding?
500 people were at our wedding, love.
He's getting up from the table. The tall man, black mustache. Your mother must have invited him, you said.
Well, then I guess she did.
After dinner, we danced for a while. Then Helen said she had a headache, but I should stay and enjoy myself. Well, I tried, but I couldn't enjoy myself without her. I was too much in love for that. I watched the dancers for a while, drank a brandy. I managed to kill an hour, and then I went down to our stateroom. Helen wasn't there. When I stepped back out into the corridor, there she was, coming out of another stateroom about 6 doors from ours.
Darling.
You weren't in our room. I didn't know what to think. You said that you had a headache.
I've been doing a little detective work. You were so anxious to know who the tall man was. Well, I found out. He's not precisely a friend. His mother came to the wedding and dragged him along.
Helen, you were in his stateroom.
I ran into him in the corridor, and he said to come in for a nightcap. Let's go to bed. Our stateroom is much nicer than his, by the way.
We went to Paris. And then because she loved to ski, we went to St. Moritz. She was very good on skis, effortless as a bird flying. I watched and watched and never got tired of watching. And then, one day, there he was again, the tall man.
I've got to catch the ski tow. Wait for me.
Helen, he's here.
Who's here?
The man from the wedding, the man from the ship.
Oh, is he here? Oh, so he is. Well, I'm off. Wait for me.
After St. Moritz, we came back to the city and moved into an apartment. I went to work. We made friends. Helen grew lovelier every day, and she was her loveliest the day she told me that we would have a child.
Tell me about that.
Well, Helen was very, very light-hearted, very casual about the prospect, but I...
Yes. How did you feel?
Well, it's hard to tell you, Doctor. Oh, I know every man is what, excited, happy, I don't know, but I felt bowed down, Doctor, actually crushed by my own good fortune. That a man like myself, so petty, so pitiable, should be given a child by a woman like Helen.
Have you always thought of yourself as petty and pitiable?
I have.
Why?
Because I am.
Go on, please.
I could scarcely concentrate on my work once I'd heard the good news. Helen was on my mind all the time. And one day, I suddenly couldn't bear being in the office, couldn't bear being anywhere except where she was. And I rushed home. I suppose you know what I found.
I think you'd best tell me.
I hurried to the bedroom, looking for her. I burst through the door, and in the bed, our bed, there he was.
The man from the wedding.
From the wedding, from the ship, from the ski tow. He looked at me, standing in the doorway. He said not a word, but his red lips smiled. And then the bathroom door opened, and Helen took a step into the room. Helen, all scrubbed and fragrant. She was wearing something pink. I think it was made of lace. And she smiled too. While I stood in the doorway, she smiled. And then she said, "Well, love, now you know." And the world rocked, and I felt as though I had died, but I hadn't. I was still standing there. Doctor, I've never told what I just told you to anyone before.
Not to anyone?
No. It wasn't simply grief that I felt. It was my pride that had been destroyed. My marriage to Helen had built up a sort of pride. I thought, if she loves me, then I must be something. Oh, it is not a good thing, Doctor, to build your pride on what other people think of you. Or seem to think.
No. No, it isn't.
So I cleared out. That was 25 years ago. And I have not said a word to anyone until today.
How have you lived?
Well, I had a business, import and export. I kept the business, but I dismissed my staff. I had the phone removed and made arrangements to conduct my affairs by mail. I took a one-room flat with a little kitchen, a bed, a chest of drawers, an easy chair with an ottoman. And to one side of the chair, my hi-fi stereo set and my records. To the other side, my books. After my work, I'd sit in my easy chair with my feet on the ottoman, listen to my records and read. Only writers who are dead, however. I'd read till about 10 o'clock, eat a little something, and go to bed. The next morning, go to work all day, and do the same thing all over again.
No relaxation of any kind? No enjoyment?
Well, vacation in the summer. I shut down the office for 2 weeks and take my vacation.
Where do you go?
I take a train, 2 trains, actually, and a bus to a little town on the coast called Marsh Hills. You've probably never heard of it.
I'm afraid I haven't.
No one has. And there's no reason why anyone should.
And you spend your 2 weeks in Marsh Hills?
Oh, no. No, I merely stable my horse there.
You have a horse?
About 15 miles from Marsh Hills, Doctor, close to the sea. There's a cave hollowed out of the rock by the waves. And when I get to Marsh Hills, I arrive every year on the same day. They have my horse ready for me, and I ride the 15 miles to the cave, and there I spend my vacation.
In a cave? For 2 weeks?
Well, I walk. I canter my horse on the beach. I gather what edible herbs there are growing in the rocks. I boil them. They're very tasty, really. And at the end of 2 weeks, I return my horse to the stable and take my bus and the 2 trains back to the city.
And you've lived this way for 25 years?
Oh, yes. But, Doctor, last summer something happened. I arrived in Marsh Hills as always. My horse was waiting for me, as always. And we started off at a walk for the cave by the sea. There is always a certain excitement when I begin to smell the sea. And I know that soon I shall be out of sight and sound of any human being. There will be only the sea, the sun, the wind, and my cave. It is the most thrilling moment of the year for me. I suppose it's the only one. Soon I will have my solitude. At last, I'm on the sand. My horse feels the excitement as I do. I feel him extend himself. And as we round the last bend in the shoreline, I see it. I see it, my cave, my refuge. But last summer... Yes, I pulled my horse up at the entrance to the cave. I sat listening to the rhythms of the ocean. And then, all at once, I heard a sound. A sound that I've never heard before in that deserted spot. And the sound, Doctor, was coming from inside my cave. Never had I felt such anger. I was faint with hatred. I dismounted and I crept to the side of the cave where I knew it sloped to the ground. Quietly climbed the roof. I found a tiny chink in the stone, no more than 1/8 of an inch wide. I put my ear to it. Beneath me, I heard laughter and tender words and all the sticky, silly sounds that lovers make.
Are you my girl?
Oh, so much your girl.
How much?
This much.
I can't hardly see how much is this much. It's too dark in this place.
Then come here. Oh, darling, darling love.
They were kissing. They were using my sacred sanctuary for lovemaking. I almost fell from the roof of the cave. I struggled to stay where I was, and my feet dislodged a shower of stones.
What was that?
Sounds like a rock slide.
Yes, some rocks in front of the entrance. Lots of them.
Hey, maybe we better move them.
Oh, we can still get out. Let's stay a little longer. I love this place.
All right.
I climbed down. My brain was on fire. My whole body was on fire. I had never felt such hatred as I felt then. Not since... Well, Doctor, you know when, I've told you. I took hold of a big boulder. Yes, these skinny arms went round it. This puny body pushed it. Pushed and shoved till it stood against the mouth of the cave. Was tight against the mouth of the cave. I heard the voices of the lovers, fainter now from inside.
George, it's really dark. Darker than before.
Aaron, there's no light at all.
I had sealed them in.
What is darkness? It is the state from which we emerge, and it is the condition to which we return. We come from the darkness of the womb. We leave for the darkness of the tomb. In between is light and life. I'll be back shortly with Act Two.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I love you.
I love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
That's why Hallmark makes over 1,000 different kinds of Valentines to get everybody's message across on Valentine's Day.
I love you!
Let Hallmark say you care enough to send the very best on Valentine's Day, Thursday, February 14th. That's Thursday the 14th.
Marvin Jerome, 50 years old, has not uttered a single word to a living soul in 25 years. But now, in the office of an attentive psychiatrist, it seems the dear man can't stop talking.
After I had pushed and shoved the big rock into the entrance to the cave, Doctor, I stood for a few seconds, panting from the exertion and oppressed by the silence. There was only the sound of the wind and the water. I thought of the lovers locked inside. What were they doing? What were they saying? I felt that I must hear their voices again, as though their words, which had driven me near to madness, were essential now to keep me sane. I scrambled back to the roof of the cave and put my ear once again to the narrow crack through which I could hear them.
George, there was a little light before, now there's none.
More rocks must have fallen.
I didn't hear them. I heard something that didn't sound like rocks falling.
Come on, we've got to clear the entrance.
Come where? I don't know where the entrance is anymore. It's so dark.
Well, take my hand. I think I know which direction.
I can't even see your hand. Don't you have a match?
I may have, boy. Yeah, I have a few.
Well, light one.
I will.
Oh, went out.
Now, don't panic. Don't panic.
Light another. We've got to get out of here.
Just don't panic.
All right, now, careful. Be careful.
I am being careful.
Oh, darling.
Huh?
No, I found the one that went out. It was right by my foot. Let me light it from yours.
Yeah, good girl.
All right, George. There's the entrance.
Don't let your match go out.
Don't you let yours.
Hey, look, see? Just a whole bunch of stones. Come on, let's start clearing them away.
Oh, both matches went out.
That's all right now. We know where we are. We're right by the entrance. Come on, let's get started.
George.
What, darling?
We'll get out, won't we?
Of course we'll get out. Now, keep working. Don't stop.
At my listening post atop the cave, I heard them, so kindly toward each other, so reassuring, so united in their purpose. I pressed my ear closer to the crack in the cave's roof. I was frantic to hear every word.
George, it isn't getting any lighter. Shouldn't it start to get lighter?
Yes, it should.
Oh, why doesn't it?
How should I know why? I'm sorry, darling.
Oh, that's all right.
Marion.
What, darling?
We've cleared all the stones away.
But there's no light.
No. None.
Why not? Why isn't there?
Because there's something huge. A big boulder, I think, up against the entrance.
Oh, move it.
I will. It's heavy. It must be huge.
Well, how did it get there?
It fell from someplace, Lord knows where.
Can't you move it?
I'm trying.
Let me help.
Put your shoulder up against it.
That's what I'm doing. Can't you see?
No, I can't see. Do you think I could? Can you see?
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
All right, let's try together now. 1, 2, 3. Jump!
I don't think we moved it at all.
No, not a centimeter.
Darling, you know what the trouble is? We're tired, that's all. Clearing away all the stones just took our strength. I haven't had anything to eat since this morning. We need to rest for a little while. Then we'll be able to move it.
Oh, you're probably right.
So let's lie down right here by the entrance so we know where we are.
First, I want to light a match.
Why do you want to do that?
I want to look at your face.
Oh. Light it.
This is the face I love.
This is the face I love.
It's dark again.
No matter. When we wake up, we'll find our way into the light. Sleep now, my darling.
The thought of them lying there. No, the vision of them, for I could see them. The image was so strong. The two of them pressed close, their arms entwined, their hands clasped. The two young bodies fitted so tightly together against the dark and the cold. The nameless memory crowded in on me, and I knew what it was I remembered and would not name. And it was love. Love. It was love that I remember. I'm sorry, Doctor.
For what?
For crying like this.
If there is anything to be sorry for, it's that it took you so long to cry.
All I really know is that when that word came into my head...
What word?
The word love. I shrank from it as though it was tainted. Poison.
Yes. And then?
Then, Doctor, I climbed down, I got on my horse and rode back to Marsh Hills. I took the bus and the 2 trains back to the city.
You what?
I opened up my office. I took the dust covers off the furniture in my flat, and I resumed my old routine.
Didn't you ever think of them?
I'd shut them out of my mind, just as I'd shut them in the cave.
You didn't worry about them or anything?
Well, they had each other.
Mr. Jerome, I have to tell you, I can't help being shocked. Forgive me. Go on.
Well, after a while, the old feeling of loneliness came back. You see, I missed them.
Missed them?
Yes, it may sound strange.
Indeed it does.
I began imagining what they might be saying to each other. I couldn't know for sure, of course, but I imagined.
I'm cold.
So am I.
I'm hungry.
I can't find you. Keep talking. Keep talking.
I'm here.
I can't. Oh, there you are.
Oh, darling, don't let go.
Oh, never. Never.
I invented their conversations, of course, but I was fairly sure my inventions were accurate, or nearly so.
You simply left them there.
For 2 weeks. And then I was suddenly seized with the desire to hear their voices once more before they were silent forever. I closed the office, closed the flat, took the 2 trains and the bus to Marsh Hills. They were surprised at the stable to see me back again so soon, of course, but they saddled my horse and I set off for the cave. The old excitement came back when I started to smell the salt air. There was the familiar thrill which I had looked forward to each summer for 25 years, till they had invaded my kingdom by the sea. Such a tiny kingdom, a cave no bigger than a tool shed, with no comforts, no conveniences, and they had taken it away from me. On the sand at last, we round the last bend, and I see it. My cave, my refuge. And even from a distance, I can see that the big boulder still stands wedged into the entrance.
What did you do then, Mr. Jerome?
I dismounted. I climbed to the roof of the cave. After all, I had made the long and rather arduous trip to hear their voices once more, if I could. I crouched down. I put my ear to the narrow crack.
And were they still alive?
Oh, yes. Yes. Weak, of course, but alive. Oh, yes, they were still alive.
Are you all right, George?
Yes. Are you?
I'm all right. If we only had something to eat. Anything.
Don't think about it.
You think there's any use trying to move that big rock again?
No.
I guess you're right.
Well, we've got about a third of the energy we had to start with. We better save whatever we've got.
Save it for what, George?
I don't know.
I know. For when somebody finds us, it's possible, isn't it, for somebody to find us?
Of course.
Oh, George, I'm thirsty.
Can you find the place where that trickle of water runs down the side?
I think so.
Feel along the cave wall to your right.
It's so black in here.
You should be there by now.
Light the match.
No, it's the only one we have.
George, wasn't there sort of a ridge, an indentation where the water trickled down in some moss?
That's right.
Well, I think I found it.
Oh, good.
There's no water.
There must be.
There isn't.
Then you're in the wrong place.
Didn't you find it? You're so smart.
I know exactly where. It's about here. I remember this. It ought to be right here.
Yes, it ought to be, but it isn't. It ought to be, but it isn't.
Marion, shh.
There's no food. Now there's no water.
Doctor, I wanted to call to them. I wanted to say, wait for rain, because as soon as a good rain came, the water would start to trickle down the cave wall again. But I couldn't speak. I don't know why I couldn't. Do you?
I have some notion, yes.
Why couldn't I?
I'd rather you told me the rest of the story first.
All right, Doctor, if you say so. Well, they must have gone to sleep after that. I think they probably slept a lot. I know that I didn't hear anything more after that until much later.
I wonder what day it is.
Well, it was Saturday when we came down here, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, it must be, I don't know.
We've been here a week, I think.
More than that.
Much more?
About a week and a half.
Oh. You think it's Wednesday? Or...
I think so.
If it's Wednesday, then we've been here 11 days.
Something like that. What difference does it make?
I'd just like to know, that's all. Oh, don't be angry, darling.
Doctor, I had the craziest impulse to whisper to them, "It's Tuesday." I almost laughed. Why do these ludicrous ideas come into our heads at the weirdest moments of our lives?
Perhaps it wasn't as ludicrous as you thought.
Well, of course it was. I was there to watch these people die. Listen to them die is more like it. And I still wanted to tell them what day of the week it was. If that's not ludicrous, I don't know what is.
Tell me, what happened next?
I went to sleep on the roof of the cave. After the sun came up in the morning, I got a sandwich out of my saddlebag and a flask of brandy and sat on the sand for a while, watching the ocean. And then I went back to my listening post.
George.
Yes?
I'm going to try walking around a little. Oh, Lord. This darkness is driving me mad.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Let me have a match.
No.
Oh, give it to me.
I won't.
What was that?
I heard something.
I stumbled over something.
Well, look for it. The fish are
That's
on.
what I'm doing. Got it.
Well, what is it?
Feels like a little sort of a pan.
Pan?
Well, about 5 inches wide.
What?
Enamel, I think. Feels like enamel. It's a little pan to cook things in, the sort of thing campers might use.
Wait. That means somebody's been here before.
And that means whoever was here could come back.
Or somebody else could. I mean, this cave is a place people come to. We're not the only ones. We're not the first. Other people have...
They'd stumbled across the little enamel pan I had used to boil my herbs in. I couldn't bring myself to speak to them, but I took a packet of matches, the cardboard kind, and I wrote on it, "I am here." Just that. I am here. And I slipped it through the crack in the roof of the cave.
Three little words. I am here. I suppose the most cherished trio of words in our language consists of I love you. But surely there are times of trouble when I am here is even more welcome. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
And now another tale of the ball and chain. At Kellogg's Special K presents
Last Tango in Pittsburgh.
There I was at Raoul's All-Night Tango Lounge.
My little orchid, will you tango with me?
It was Raoul.
You're a splendid dancer.
Thank you.
But what was that?
I was what?
That sound effect.
Oh, I'm a few pounds overweight, and this ball and chain points out how my extra weight can get in the way.
I'm pointing you back to your chair.
Our heroine decided to lose that extra weight. She exercised and ate smart at every meal, starting with a Special K breakfast. A bowl of Special K, skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's less than 240 calories, 99% fat-free, and 100% delicious. After a while, she was rid of the ball and chain and back at Raoul's.
Darling, you're looking fantastic.
What a happy ending.
What ending? We're just getting started.
Raoul, get lost.
Your happy ending could begin with the Kellogg's Special K breakfast.
And that's another tale of the ball and chain.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your heart. Give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Well, sure, but it only takes one contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just one contact. The tiny Tide pills do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I choose the 1 contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Give you cold. Contact, the sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
It is the disease of not listening, the malady of not marking, that I am troubled withal. So said Henry IV, according to William Shakespeare. But the disease that troubles Martin Jerome is listening too closely, and his malady is marking too well.
I pushed the packet of matches with its absurd message down through the crack in the cave with a little stick. I heard it drop. I knew it had reached them, even before I heard Marion speak.
George. Huh? Something just dropped onto my shoulder. George, light the match.
Marion, it's our last match.
I don't care, light it. I have to know what fell on my shoulder.
I don't like to use
George,
up our last...
please, if you don't...
All right. All right. Take it easy. Did you see anything?
It hit my shoulder, and then it... Here it is. George! Well, it's matches. It's a whole fold of matches.
You're kidding.
I'm not. There's something written on it here, George. Wait a minute. It says, I am here.
Who's here?
I don't know.
Oh, my God, that's the end of the match. I held it till I burned my fingers. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
It's all right. What? We have matches now. Can you see?
It isn't signed at all. It just says, I am here. That's all.
But who's here?
Doesn't matter, does it? Somebody's here. That's what counts.
Why doesn't he say something? Call out to us or something. Tell us that everything will be all right.
Maybe he's gone for help.
Oh, yes, that must be it.
Yes, that is it. It's all right now. It's all right as long as somebody's here.
I couldn't stand their joy over my simple-minded message. They seemed like silly children, as silly as I felt myself. For I hadn't the faintest notion what I was going to do once I had made this strange contact with them. I climbed down and sat on the beach staring at the water until I fell asleep. I must have slept the rest of that day and all night because it was the sun coming up behind the horizon that woke me. I went back to the cave, climbed to the roof, and put my ear to the crack.
George, I can't stand it. Where is he?
How should I know? Stop asking me.
He wouldn't give us a message like that. He wouldn't write, I am here on a package of matches and then just go away, would he?
How do I know? You keep asking me as though I had an answer.
Oh, I'm not hungry anymore.
I haven't been hungry for a long time.
I just feel terribly weak.
Damn it, I know. Now, will you shut up? Just shut up.
We'll die here, George.
Be quiet.
No water. No food. We'll die here.
I said shut up.
Whoever wrote that note must have been a madman.
Wherever he was, he's gone away.
Yes. And we'll die in this cave.
I don't intend to die in this cave.
Oh. And just what do you think you'll do about it?
Something.
Nothing you can do.
I'm just not going to die.
Yes.
Not yet.
Yes, you are. Make up your mind to it. What are you doing now?
I'm going to light a match.
Matches? We have matches. No food. No water. Just matches. George, what?
I'm not going to die. Not yet. Not me.
George!
Not me.
I felt as though the world had stopped. Actually, I had stopped. All at once, I knew what I must do. I didn't want to go completely out of my mind. I clambered down from the roof. I ran to the cave entrance. I tried to move the big boulder that blocked it. I knew even before I tried that I wouldn't be able to do it. But my mind was working brilliantly. I ran to where my horse's saddle and bridle lay on the sand. And after taking it all apart, I began working to put it together again for a new purpose. Oh, I used everything. The girth, the reins, the stirrup leathers. And in an hour, I had fashioned a crude device. I led my horse to the cave entrance. Somehow, I wrapped the girth around the boulder and made it firm. The reins circled my horse's shoulders. And then I stood back and gave him a sharp rap on the flank. He moved. And the boulder moved. The boulder moved away from the entrance to the cave. There was room for me to squeeze through. Just inside, I found them. She lay there in a faint. He lay across her. And his teeth were sunk in her breast.
Mr. Jerome, would you like to wait till another time to tell me?
No. I must tell it to you now. I carried their bodies out, and I put them on the back of my horse. I threw a halter over his head and led him the 15 miles to Marsh Hills. It took all day because I stopped every hour to be sure that they were both breathing. There's a doctor in Marsh Hills, and I left them on his doorstep. I rang his bell and fled. The next day, I waited outside the doctor's house until I saw an ambulance drive up and take the young couple away. They were able to walk, so I knew they were all right, or soon would be. I went back to the city, but not before I had memorized the name of the hospital, which was printed on the ambulance. And from the city, I wrote to the hospital. I pretended to be a concerned relative. They answered me. They said that the girl, Marion, had already been discharged, but that they were keeping the young man for a few days more. They would let me know when he could go home. And they did let me know. I remember it was on a Sunday. And as he walked out of the hospital, I was waiting for him. He didn't seem at all surprised to see me. I took his hand. He came with me quietly. We boarded the bus. We took the 2 trains, no trouble at all. And when we got to the city, we went to my flat. He undressed, bathed, and got into my bed. And he went to sleep. That was, 6 months ago, Doctor. And he's been there with me ever since.
He's all right?
Oh, he's very well. I sleep on the floor now. He sleeps in the bed. I cook his breakfast, come home from the office and cook his lunch. And, of course, I make dinner for us both at night. And, we listen to music. I read a book, but he just listens to the music. Oh, yes, he's in good health.
Mr. Jerome, the hour is up.
You want me to leave?
Not quite yet. You've told me an amazing story. As amazing a story as I've ever heard. But tell me, just what is it you expect of me? What do you want me to do for you?
Huh? Oh, why, nothing, Doctor.
Nothing? Nothing at all?
I don't want help for myself, Doctor. I want help for the young man. You see, in the 6 months he's been staying with me, he hasn't uttered a word. Not one word.
Go see the doctor, young man. Yes, George. He can help you to unburden yourself. He will make the words pour out in full confession, and you'll feel the better for it. Why, look. Look what he has just done for Martin Jerome. As the deadly hour passed. I'll be back shortly.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life and be free as the sea. Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? I finished school, but what lies ahead? Don't want to get trapped, want to feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000. That's 800-841-8000. Or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
You've heard of the 7 wonders of the world? The Grand Canyon, the Taj Mahal, Niagara Falls, and I forget the other 4. No matter. Because they are simple things compared to the human mind in all its deviousness, all its twists and drifts. Why, I could sit in wonder at the human mind for the rest of my life. Our cast included Norman Rose, Marion Seldes, John Barragray, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
That's impossible. Why is it impossible? It's all right for the simple-minded hicks up here to swallow that superstitious nonsense, but me, I'm a doctor.
There has to be a reasonable, logical, rational explanation for what happened to George Morrissey.
Oh, there is. He offended the spirit of the mountain.
Oh, you consider that reasonable, logical, rational?
Would you feel better if I said there's something up in that mountain, a virus, a bacillus, a fungus, which somehow causes immediate aging?
It would be a more rational explanation.
You mean more acceptable?
I want to know what you believe.
I believe the evidence. If you go up there, you can die.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your imagination. My story explores the dark, uncharted area of the human brain. Despite medical research, scientists admit that there is much that is still unknown about the flesh and blood computer which guides our conscious and unconscious lives. Let us listen as Colonel Edmund Plant of the CMI warns Dr. Gentry what dangers exist when we attempt to control this complicated human mechanism.
Let me explain, Doctor. Your patient, Kent Hatcher here, may be a time bomb. We have no idea what was done to him. But we do know, from other cases, what to expect.
You mean, brainwash?
Perhaps. It's very likely Kent may have been subjected to deep and continual hypnosis. His mind washed as clean as a sheet of white paper, then programmed to commit some terrible act against his own people.
Our mystery drama,
Prognosis Negative, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars William Redfield and Bryna Rayburn. Colonel Edmund Plant was on an unpleasant errand. As he walked into the big, dirty gray building, the military hospital for the insane, known to the brass as the Pit, he could think of many places he'd rather be. But this was a duty he had to perform, part of his job, and he wanted to get it over with as fast as possible.
I hope this won't take too long, Dr. Gentry.
No, not too long, Colonel Plant. All we need is your official identification. We've been able to identify him from his fingerprints, but the official rules call for your observation and signature.
I know.
Right this way. We've got him in a private room because of his condition. Yeah, here we are. Step inside, please. I'll speak to him. I don't know if he'll respond. Kent, can you hear me? Colonel Plant, your commanding officer, is here to see you. You want to talk to him?
6, 5, 3, listen to me. Listen to me.
What does that mean?
Well, we don't know. That's the only response we've been able to get from him.
Kent, do you remember me? Kent.
See? Look at his eyes. No focus. He doesn't hear you. He's in a world of his own.
Kent Hatcher disappeared on a mission behind enemy lines 8 years ago. 2 months ago, he showed up in a prisoner exchange. We had believed him dead in action. After 7 years, he was declared officially dead.
Well, does he have any relatives? A wife?
Yeah, he had a wife. She's remarried. Moved away. Left the state, I believe.
Anyone else, Colonel?
No.
So, here he is. Mindless, mutilated, tortured. No relatives, no friends. And his superiors embarrassed or annoyed that he's still alive.
Now, I did not make the rules, nor did I persuade Kent Hatcher to take the mission. It was purely voluntary.
I know. Well, what do we do now? Of course, we will do our best to bring him back.
Mentally and physically?
Both, if possible, but it is doubtful. He has an overstrained heart condition. It's quite serious. So permanent physical recovery is doubtful.
Perhaps it's all for the good.
But you would rather that he die?
Let me explain. Kent Hatcher may be a time bomb. We have no idea what was done to him, but we do know from other cases what to expect.
You mean brainwash?
Perhaps. It's very likely Kent may have been subjected to deep and continual hypnosis, his mind washed as clean as a sheet of white paper, and then programmed to commit some terrible act against his own people.
6, 5, 3, listen to me. Listen to me.
Doctor, I want this man kept under surveillance day and night. We cannot take any chances. CMI, Colonel Plant here.
Oh, Colonel, this is Dr. Gentry. Paul Gentry.
Yes?
Remember we were talking just last week about the case of Kent Hatcher, one of your agents?
Oh, yes, that. Well, yes.
I'm afraid I'm going to puncture that theory of yours about Hatcher being something of a time bomb ready to blow up. I'm certain that he's not dangerous.
On what do you base your findings?
Well, he's been under intense treatment and has begun to respond very rapidly. He's mild and cooperative. He's almost childlike.
I see.
I've reduced the guard to 1 8-hour shift, midnight to 8 in the morning, and at all other times he is constantly in the hands of our nurses and therapists and other personnel.
Well, you are something of a gambler, Doctor.
What, gambler?
Taking that kind of a risk.
No. I don't think so.
Doctor, has it occurred to you that this entire mild convalescence may have been programmed into the mind of this man to throw you off guard?
Oh, nonsense. I know a harmless man when I see one.
To leave him unguarded is taking chances with the lives of many people. Heaven only knows what has been fed into his receptive and willing mind.
You know your name is Kent, don't you?
Yes, Doctor.
Do you know your full name? Can you remember?
Yes. Kent Hatcher.
Very good, very good. Now, how do you know that is your name?
You told me.
You had a life before you were brought here. You were married. Can you remember that?
No, Doctor.
You had a daughter, Mary. She was very ill.
I don't remember.
You loved her very much. When she died, you were heartbroken.
Heartbroken?
You don't recall anything?
No.
Oh, Doctor, I just wanted to remind you, you have a lecture today at the university.
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you, Evelyn. Look, I'm working with Hatcher. You know the case?
I should know it. I've been transcribing all your notes.
Well, I'm in the midst of giving him a series of perception tests, all very simple, just a matter of timing them.
Yes, I know them, Doctor.
You think you could finish them while I'm at the university?
Well, yes, I guess I could, but...
What?
I'm just a bit afraid of him. I was in the office the last time you spoke with Colonel Platt.
Now, look, if you don't want the assignment, I'll just get...
No, I want it. As long as you say he's... Well, okay.
Good. I'll expect you in 10 minutes.
Excellent, Mr. Hatcher. Excellent. Well, I'll have a good report for Dr. Gentry. Now, suppose we put all the equipment, the puzzles and the cards, back into their proper boxes.
Proper boxes?
The boxes they came in. You understand, don't you?
Understand.
I think you understand more than you pretend. Are you pretending?
No.
Oh, don't get upset. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings.
6, 5, 3. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Please,
6,
sit down.
5,
we have more
3.
to do, more
Listen
games to play.
me.
Please.
Now.
Stay back. Stay back.
Now.
Please,
Now.
don't hurt me.
Now. Please. 6, 5, 3. Listen to me. Listen to me.
I'm grateful to the officials who have given me this airtime to explain a very serious matter. I am or was Ken Hatcher's doctor, and I must add my warning to the hundreds of others you have read in your newspapers and heard over the air. Ken Hatcher is dangerous, frighteningly dangerous. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to apprehend him yourself. Call the special numbers that have been set up for this purpose. Do not let his mild manner deceive you. He is a killer who will act without even the slightest provocation. The police have orders to shoot on sight.
Morning, mister. What can I do for you? You want to buy a $200 coat for you 18?
I want some clothes. Different clothes.
Oh, well, I don't blame you. You're wearing old painter's overalls. And where did you pick up that raincoat? At the automat?
Give me clothes.
Sure, mister. Didn't mean to hurt your feelings or nothing. Look, I figure you about a 40 long, right on this rack over here. So, you just go ahead and help yourself, huh? You pick out what you want. I gotta go to the back of the store to, do a little alteration, okay? You just pick out what you want, and then call me, right? Okay. I'll see you in a minute. What was that number I seen in the paper? Where is it? Here. Hello, listen. He's right in my store. I recognize him in a picture in the paper. Also, I've seen it 4 times on the news. I don't know how long...
6, 5, 3. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Now, the way I see it, Archie, the old girl's prime for the taking right now, with the right approach.
It's the booze talking, Freddy girl. You ain't got a cent out of you, Mrs. Mowbray. And you ain't gonna because you ain't sharp enough to convince her.
Look, Archie, You got to work these big jobs slow. You rush them, you end up with an empty hand.
Look, Freddie, that old tea leaves bit and the table knocking routine ain't gonna fool no one, not even your stupid Mrs. Mowbray, who wants to get in touch with the spirit of her dear dead departed.
Hey, take the bottle and get in the other room. Might be a customer for a reading.
This hour, 11:45? Yeah, it's probably some drunk.
All the better. They give bigger fees. And no complaints. Now get out.
All right. I'll be sitting behind the curtain in the kitchen.
Yes? Oh, step inside, friend, and let Frederica Gillis solve your problems.
You have...
Yes. Oh, look. Step inside, please. That's better. Now, what's troubling you, friend? Money matters, domestic difficulties, fear of the future.
There is a sign in your window.
Spiritual reader, forecaster of the future, palms red.
No, not that.
Not what?
The sign, the sign, room to rent.
Oh, that. Well, that's a mistake, mister. We had a room vacant, but we really don't have it.
I took that room 3 months ago. I'm the lodger here. There ain't no more room.
But the sign is still in the window.
Just a mistake. It should have been taken down.
No room?
No room, chum. No. This way out.
Wait. Maybe we have got a room for this gentleman.
What? Freddie, have you got...
Top floor, sort of an attic room, if you don't mind the climb.
What? Wait a minute, you can't give him that room. Now, I've got all the photographic equipment in there.
Well, you better clear it out, because I've just rented the room to this here nice gentleman. You want to take a look at it, sir?
I'll take it.
Without even looking at it? I think you'd better go up and then decide. I want to be fair about it. Right up them stairs, top floor, first door on the left.
Well, I don't need to look.
Now, do as you're told. Go upstairs.
Yes, I'll go. I'll do as you say.
What is the crazy idea of that? Now, what do you want him around here for?
For a very definite reason. I recognized him immediately.
You did? Well, who is he?
He's Kent Hatcher, the man the entire country is searching for.
That one? And you let him in?
Oh, put down that phone, you fool. Put it down. Now, this guy, Hatcher, is going to be the one thing we need to pull off that caper with Mrs. Mowbray. This is the biggest piece of luck we've had.
Frederica Gillis, in her own canny way, recognized more than just the features of the hunted man. She knew intuitively that he was susceptible to hypnosis and made up her mind to use this susceptibility to further her own nefarious plans. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Several days have passed since Kent Hatcher, the hunted man, found refuge with Frederica Gillis and her accomplice, Archie. She has not permitted him to leave the house, and, in fact, has been working to disguise his much-publicized, scarred face.
That you, Archie?
Right, Freddie girl.
Come out here in the kitchen. I want you to see something.
Coming.
Well, Archie, how do you like him?
Good. What a change you made in his appearance. You've even given him a new hairdo.
Looks a lot different with the dye job.
Takes years off his age, blacking it up like that.
Wait till his beard grows out. That'll cover most of the scars.
It's terrific. Well, Kent, how do you like your new look?
I like it. Thank you.
Only his name is not Kent, Archie. That had to be changed. His name is Mazumodar.
What?
He's going to be Mazumodar, the Indian mystic. He'll darken his face, let his beard grow out, and then with a fancy, what do you call them things they wrap around their heads?
Turban.
Turban, that's it. Oh, can't you just see him in a rich-looking robe with a turban on his head?
Now, wait, well, what's on your mind, Freddie girl?
Oh, you're not very quick, Archie. Now, look, what I have in mind is Mazumodar, Do you hear me?
I hear you.
What is your name? Tell me your name.
I am Mazumodar.
Now, I want you to go to your room, and you are to stay there until I call you. Repeat what I have told you.
Go to my room and stay until you call me.
Now, go.
I go to my room and stay.
That's amazing. To me, he's behaving like a little lamb.
Oh, I could sense right from the moment I laid eyes on him that he was an easy subject. Oh, we're going to give Mrs. Mowbray the greatest spirit show she's ever seen in her life. She'll hand us her money in a bushel basket. Everything ready, Archie?
Yeah, I think so. Now let's run over the list. Wind effect, whistling sound, eerie music.
Okay, but not too much.
When she does get in touch with her dear departed Kenneth, what's she going to ask him? And what's our phony medium Kent going to reply?
Mazumodar. Remember that?
Okay, Mazumodar. What's he going to say? Now, you can't guess what the old gal might ask when the seance starts.
Look, I've been working with him all week. If the going gets too rough for him and he can't give a good answer, I'll just break things up, stop the seance. Say that the contact with the spirit world is broken.
Okay. What time's she coming?
Oh, I told her 8 o'clock.
Well, now, just to get things straight, now, I'll be in the kitchen. All the sound effects will be piped into here where the seance is taking place, right?
Right. And when I want the sound out, I'll say, Mazumodar, do you feel a presence in this room?
Then I fade sound out and Mazumodar takes over.
That's all there is to it. And Mrs. Mowbray will be here in 30 minutes. Mrs. Mowbray, this is the great Mazumodar.
Oh, does he speak English?
Oh, yes. I've asked him to conduct the seance in English. He's agreed, though he'd rather do it in his own language.
Oh, I understand. Thank him for me. If he is able to reach out into the great void and bring my son, my dear son Kenneth, back to me, even for an instant.
Mazumodar will do his best. I told him of your great sorrow, and he was sympathetic. Weren't you all-seeing one?
I am sympathetic to the sorrows of a grieving mother.
Oh, bless you. Bless you. Please help me.
Let us begin. Sit here at this table, Mrs. Mowbray.
Yes.
You there. I will sit opposite you. The great Mazumodar will sit between us. Let the seance begin.
What is it?
Silence. Mazumodar must reach out into the spirit world. He is entering his trance.
I call to you. I order you to come. Spirits, obey the command of Mazumodar.
Do you feel a presence, all-seeing one?
There is one here who demands to speak.
Then let him speak.
Mother, where are you?
It's Kenneth. He's calling to me.
You may speak to him.
Oh, Kenneth, darling, I miss you terribly. Are you happy?
I am happy, Mother.
Oh, I'm so alone, darling. I want you with me always. I have felt your presence near me.
I have been with you from the moment of my death. It has been difficult reaching you, difficult to let you hear my voice. Now you are being helped by kind and gentle people. Be good to them, Mother. Without them, our thin thread of contact will dissolve. I will return to you, and we will talk again. I will return.
Oh, what happened? Why has he gone? Oh, call him back, I beg you. Mother Modar, I will give you anything you want, but please let me speak to him again.
Now, stop that. You want to ruin everything? Stop, I say. The seance is at an end.
Oh, please. Ask Mother Modar to forgive me for my outburst.
Mother Modar understands, Mrs. Mowbray.
Oh, I hope he does. When may I come again?
I will call you after I consult with him.
I want to... Well, I don't quite know how to say this, but can I give him something? I mean, will he accept?
The all-seeing one is a holy man and may not accept money. It is unclean.
Oh, well, in that case...
But he must live, and I must live. That is, I will accept for him.
Oh, yes, of course. Here. Oh, you are a good person, Mrs. Gillis. I'm so lucky to have found you. Goodbye. Thank you again, and please call me soon.
Soon. Goodbye. Archie?
She's gone finally, huh? Yeah, you didn't let the seance go too long, did you?
Just long enough to make her want more. It was a complete success. Mother Modar was perfect.
She loosened up the purse strings a wee bit, too, didn't she? I heard her say something about money.
Yeah, 500. Take your cut.
500? Whew, it's better than I thought.
Peanuts. That's just a down payment on what she's going to give us. Beg us to take.
You got something big on your mind?
Well, the next time, she's not going to be taken in quite so much by the atmosphere of the seance. She wants something more definite, more tangible.
Well, we got all that info we collected from the Army files about her son. You know, flyer shot down. Body never recovered. Final report of his burial in enemy territory.
Oh, nothing in that stuff will have any influence on her. Now, just take a look at this snapshot, taken with his buddies overseas. Take a good look at it.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, well, what's so important about this photo?
Look at his right wrist. What do you see? Here, use this magnifying glass. Here.
Yeah. Looks like he's wearing one of them identity bracelets this guys wore at the time, you know, especially the flyers.
That's correct. Now, it was specially made for him, she told me, by a fancy jeweler. Now, at the time of his death, it was destroyed or stolen. She never got it back.
So what?
We are going to reproduce that bracelet. And at the next seance, Mother Modar will ask the dear departed Kenneth for some proof that he is really Mrs. Mowbray's son.
And then old Mazumi will drop the identity bracelet right into Mrs. Mowbray's sweating hands. Oh, that's great. That's really a great idea, Frederica, girl.
Well, now, look, you take this photo and blow it up as large as you can. And then blow up the portion that takes in the right wrist.
Yeah, then blow that up again. Yeah. Then get all the details.
And then we find a jeweler who can reproduce the identification bracelet exactly. What do you think that'll be worth to the rich Mrs. Mowbray?
Now, open up, Kent. Now, will you be a good guy? Good guy, now open up the door, huh? Look, I gotta get in there, Kent. Now, I got all my photographic equipment in there. Well, thanks, old man. Hey, I'm sorry if I disturbed you. It will take me a minute.
No.
What?
No.
Wait a minute, Kent, or
No.
whatever your name. Now, listen.
No.
Stop. Now, don't look at me like that. Frederica!
No.
Frederica, help!
6.
No.
5.
No.
3.
Stop.
Listen
No.
to me.
Stop.
Listen
Frederica!
to
Help.
me.
Help.
You hear me? You hear me and you obey. Tell me that you hear me.
I hear you.
Well, now go back into your room and stay there until I order you to leave. Repeat what I have said.
go back to my room. Stay there.
Until I order you to leave.
Until you order me to leave.
Feeling better, Archie?
Well, my throat feels like a horse stepped out of the sun. We're playing with dynamite. The best thing we can do is turn him in before we all wake up dead some morning.
Yeah. Wait till we make the big caper. Till the next seance. And we're able to drop the identification bracelet into the center of the table.
Yeah, can we take the chance? Can we wait that long?
So just go to work. Take your pictures. How long will it take to have the bracelet made?
Well, I know a guy who does great work.
Good. Can you get to him?
He's just a telephone call away. He owes me a couple of favors.
Well, call him. And then start working with your camera. I got all your equipment out of Mazumodar's room.
Here. Feast your eyes on that.
Oh, the bracelet. You got it.
Told you the jeweler was a friend, huh? Did it in 2 days. Now, ain't it beautiful?
Oh, let me see the photo. The blow-up you made.
Here. Spitting image.
Oh, perfect. Looks like the original.
Yeah. Look how he made it look as though it had been in a fire, eh? Mulberry went down in flames, you know.
Yeah. Oh, good touch. Makes it look authentic. Look, I'll call Mrs. Mowbray and set up the seance as soon as possible.
Listen, there's one little fly in the ointment, Freddie girl.
What?
Maybe we ought to get a new medium to run the show, huh?
What are you talking about? New medium? No. We've got to use Mazumodar. We've established him.
Well, you got to unestablish him. He's gone.
Gone? When? How? We'll just have to find him. Come on. He didn't have much money, so he couldn't have gone far.
Well, wouldn't it be better to report the whole thing to the police?
And throw away enough money to keep us in the good things for the rest of our life? Are you crazy?
But now...
No buts. Mazumodar is the key that will unlock Mrs. Mowbray's bank account. And we're not going to let that slip out of our hands.
Kent Hatcher loose in the city again. No one to control his homicidal urges. His changed appearance would make it difficult for the police to recognize and to apprehend him. Will they? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Days have gone by since Kent Hatcher broke through the bonds of hypnotic suggestion and fled from the house of Frederica Gillis. Mrs. Gillis and Archie have been hunting for him for hours. But the tortured man wanders through the big city. Something urges him onward. Something that he cannot define even to himself.
Hello. May I speak to Carl Shearson, please? This is his wife. Carl, Alma, I know you don't like me calling the office, but I think I saw him. No, Carl, I'm sure. He's changed, but I knew him. Yes, I know I said that before, but this time he followed me. Yes, I tried to get away. I ran into Fletcher's grocery store, quickly ordered some groceries, and asked them to let me slip out the back entrance. I didn't see him after that. Call the police. No, I couldn't. They'll kill him. They're searching for him, and they'll take no chances. Oh, someone at the door. Must be my grocery order. I told them to send it up. Call me back in a few minutes, Carl. Coming. Oh, no. No. Please. Don't come in here. Get your foot out of the door. Let me close it, please.
Alma, I want to talk to you. Alma, don't hold the door. I won't hurt you.
Come in.
Alma, I've been following you. At first, I didn't know why. And then the name Alma kept beating in my head. Then I knew who Alma was. Do you know who I am?
Yes. I know you, Kent. They told me you were dead. I was alone all those years. I'm remarried.
Remarried?
You were declared legally dead. Even then I hesitated, but Carl insisted that we marry. He's a good man, kind. I need him. He loves me.
Our daughter, Mary, dead, isn't she?
Pneumonia. The year after you disappeared.
Dead. Everything dead, or gone, or over.
Kent, you must go away. Hide. They're looking for you. They may find you here.
All over. You know, Alma, I can hardly remember what you used to look like. I can hardly remember my life.
There's nothing here in the papers. Nothing on the radio or TV. All it says is, fugitive killer still at large. Seems he ran into his ex-missus and her new husband reported it to the police.
Well, that means he's still in town.
And worse luck, I wish he'd take off with the great open spaces. I hope we never see him again.
What are you talking about, Archie? We need him. I'm hoping he'll come back here.
Here?
Yeah, where else can he go? He hasn't a cent. He knows he's safe here.
Question is, Freddie, are we?
I can control him, and we need him. I've stalled Mrs. Mowbray twice. I can't keep doing it without her losing interest. If he walked in that door today, we could schedule the seance for tonight, and Clear out of here, Archie. That's a client wants a reading. I'll go in the kitchen.
All right. Call me if you want.
Yeah. You, Mazumoto. Oh, come in. Archie, come here.
What is it? What? Why, it's him. What? You was right. He did come back.
Mazumoto, listen to me. Listen. You are to go to your room.
Go to my room.
You will change your street clothes to Mazumoto's robe and turban. Do you understand?
I understand.
Now, go to your room.
I go to my room.
It's amazing. That's truly amazing. You got him like a monkey on a string.
I told you I could control him.
You going to pull it off tonight?
Why should we wait? As soon as we get our money, we'll get rid of him, turn him in.
Well, it's my sentiments exactly. Now, he is too hot to handle. The sooner the cops get him, the better.
Hand me the phone. Mrs. Mowbray, right on time. Come in.
Thank you for calling me. I began to think that all contact with my son Kenneth was broken. I thought perhaps I had disturbed Mazumoto by my outburst.
Oh, no. Nothing like that. But I must tell you, his efforts on your behalf have taken their toll of his strength.
I don't quite understand.
Well, every night, Mazumoto has reached out into the darkness of death to touch the spirit of your son.
Oh, has he really?
The effort has drained his strength. He is not well.
Oh, then perhaps
it may take him months, perhaps years to recuperate, and the expenses incurred are very high.
I will pay them anything.
Well, I am certain that he will be successful tonight.
I have been in communion with the spirit of your son. I have informed him that he must appear to you and must give you some evidence known only to the two of you to prove without any doubt that it is truly he.
Oh, if he could. We will begin. Sit here at this table, as we did the last time.
Yes.
You there, I across from you, and Mazumodar sitting between us. Now I will dim the lights. Let us join hands and complete the mystic circle. Oh, Mazumodar, do you feel a presence?
I feel there is one here who has traveled a long way.
Do you know him by name?
This is not simple. He is trying. He is trying to...
Mazumodar, are you all right? Can you continue?
I can't continue. I must. The spirit is here in our midst. He wants to speak.
Let him speak.
Mother! Mother! I call out to you across the long reaches of infinity.
Oh, Kenneth!
I have spoken several times to this holy man who has made it possible to be near you.
Yes, Kenneth.
He has informed me that I must give you substantial proof of my presence here. What should it be?
Oh, anything. I believe it is really you.
No, I will give you proof. Proof of my love for you, dear mother. Do you remember your loving gift to me?
What gift?
Shortly before I left to go overseas on my last furlough home.
The bracelet. The identification bracelet.
Yes.
It was never found, never returned to me. I wanted that more than anything else.
I knew that, and I return it to you now.
It's his bracelet. Oh, my son. Lights, let us turn on the lights. The seance is over. Oh, my dear son. Oh, could you all been to me to bring back this bracelet? Oh, this is all I have left of him. Oh, thank you, Mazumodar. How can I ever adequately thank you?
I am sympathetic to the grief of a lonely mother.
Mazumodar, he's fallen. Quick, help me lift him. Archie, come in here quickly.
What is it? Hey, what's happened?
Mazumodar has fainted, collapsed. Here, help me.
Here. I'll get him under the right arm now.
Yes.
And then you get him... Wait a minute. It's no use. Just leave him there.
Leave him?
He's dead.
Come in. Oh, yes, Colonel Plant. I've been expecting you.
Yes. Official identification of the body, I know.
Well, I don't make the rules.
I realize that, Doctor. Let's get on with it. I have another appointment.
Very well. If you'll come this way. Here, after you, Colonel. We, keep the bodies here prior to identification.
Of course.
Right this way, please. And here we are, number 31416. Do you identify this man, Colonel Plant?
I do. His name was Kent Hatcher. His serial number...
No, that won't be necessary, Colonel. It's all here on this form. May I have your signature, please?
Yes, of course. There you are.
Thank you.
Is that all?
No, that's all that's required officially, Colonel. But do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
That business with the identification bracelet?
Oh, it was a fake, a reproduction. Mrs. Gillis' accomplice, Archie, had it made from a photograph. We got all that in their confessions.
They had made it look as though the dead son, Kenneth, had sent the bracelet to his mother from the great beyond?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a common trick played by people of this type to bilk naive women. However, there was one aspect of the matter that has not been satisfactorily explained.
You mean about the inscription on the inside of the identification band?
To my son, forever and ever, Mother. Doctor, there was no way they could have known what that was, or whether there was even an inscription. In some mysterious way, that engraving appeared on the inner face of the silver bracelets. How? We shall never know.
And the tortured, troubled man finally found his rest on a cold slab in the morgue. Unmourned, unwanted, unwept for. I'll be back shortly. So we've had a look at the terrifying results of tampering with the human brain. All the experts agreed pretty much on the methods that had been used, but not one had an answer for Kent Hatcher's mysterious extrasensory knowledge of the inscription on the inside of the bracelet. That he took to his grave. Our cast included William Redfield, Bryna Rayburn, Mason Adams, Earl Hammond, and Martha Greenhouse. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You see this writing?
Yes.
It is the runic alphabet. It represents an ancient death curse.
And those figures on it?
The date of your death.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It has earned the reputation of being one of the most powerful of all the ancient spells. The drawback, of course, was the absolute necessity of having the man or woman casting the runes to pass the curse on directly and have it accepted.
Oh, no, I won't believe that. This is the 20th century.
Careful. Lose this paper and you lose your only chance.
You mean there's something I can do?
One thing.
What is it?
Pass the curse to someone else.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
My name is Poe, Edgar Allan Poe. I write stories. Charges have been brought against me by certain ignoramuses that I have never written a tale with a moral. By way of mitigating these ridiculous accusations, I offer the following unusual history, a history about whose moral there can be no question whatsoever. For you can see the moral in its very title, Never Bet the Devil Your Head. And note, please, that I do not bring in the lesson at the tag end of the fable as others are wont to do. Very well. Here, then, I denounce my critics and beg no favor other than your close attention.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. The world too long thought of Edgar Allan Poe as a dour misogynist who concerned himself with black cats, gold bugs, pits, pendulums, and murder. Few realize, and fewer would believe, that this man of gloom had a sense of humor. This, the workshop now seeks to prove in William N. Robeson's production of Edgar Allan Poe's satiric story, Never Bet the Devil Your Head, starring John Dehner, with music conducted by Amerigo Marino, and with Jack Johnstone as guest director.
It is not my design to vituperate my deceased friend, Toby Dammit. He was a sad dog, it is true, and a dog's death it was that he died. But he himself was not to blame for his vices. They grew out of a personal defect in his mother. I recall a conversation I had with her when Toby was a mere babe in arms.
Duties to a well-regulated mind, Mr. Poe, are always pleasures. It is my duty, and therefore my pleasure, to see that as quickly as possible my son learns the difference between right and wrong.
But must you flog him so, Mrs. Dammit?
Babies, like tough steaks, are invariably the better for beating. It drives the evil propensities out.
But my dear woman, you have the misfortune to be left-handed.
I do not consider left-handedness a misfortune.
No, you fail to understand me. Madam, a child flogged left-handedly had better be left unflogged.
And deign to tell me why?
The world revolves from right to left. If each blow in the proper direction drives out an evil propensity, it follows that every thump in an opposite one knocks its quota of wickedness in.
Ha! That is a specious argument that does not warrant a reply, except perhaps this.
I was all too often present at Toby's chastisements, and even by the way he kicked, I could perceive that he was getting worse and worse every day. At last I saw, through tears in my eyes, that there was no hope for the villain at all, and one day when he had been cuffed until he grew black in the face, that no effect had been produced beyond that of making him wriggle himself into a fit, I could stand it no longer, but went down on my knees forthwith and, uplifting my voice, made a prophecy of his ruin. For the fact is that his precocity in vice was awful. At 5 months of age, he got into such passions that he was unable to articulate. At 6 months, I caught him gnawing at a pack of playing cards. At 7 months, he was in the constant habit of catching and kissing female babies. At 8 months, he peremptorily refused to put his signature to the temperance pledge.
No.
Thus he went on, increasing in iniquity month after month, year after year, until in his youth.
Mama, it is my desire to wear mustaches. And furthermore, I'll bet I can grow them. By the bell, book, and candle, by Job's comforter, I'll bet I can.
As you see, he had even contracted a propensity for cursing and swearing, and for backing his assertions with bets. Not that he actually laid wagers. No, I will do my friend the justice to say that he would as soon have laid eggs. With him, the thing was a mere formula, nothing more. You see, he was detestably poor, another vice which the physical deficiency in his mother had entailed upon him. And this was the reason, no doubt, that his expletive expressions about betting seldom took a pecuniary turn. It was usually, "I'll bet you what you please," or I'll bet you what you dare," or "I'll bet you a trifle," or else, more significantly still, "I'll bet the devil my head." At all events, through this most ungentlemanly practice, the ruin which I predicted for Toby Dammit overtook him at last. For indeed the fashion had grown with his growth and strengthened with his strength, to the point that when he finally came to be a man, he could hardly utter a sentence without interlarding it with a proposition to gamble.
Devil me, Mr. Poe.
It is and remains my contention that these United States shall serve as an arrow to the target of liberty. My wager on that, sir. I'll bet you what you please.
Toby, this habit of yours is an immoral one, and I feel constrained to tell you so.
Pish-posh, Mr. Poe.
It is vulgar. I beg you to believe me.
Twaddle.
It is discountenanced by society. I say nothing but the truth.
Tush!
Gambling has been forbidden by an act of Congress. I entreat you, I implore you.
Utter foolishness.
Then, by heaven, I shall have to knock some sense into you.
That, sir, was a dastardly thing to do. Should you venture to try such an experiment again, I shall necessarily return in kind, and you will rue the result. I'll bet the devil my head you will.
Yes, there it was again. The quintessence of his abominable expressions. I'll bet the devil my head. But there was nothing more I could do. I quit the scene in desperation and in sorrow. However, I could not evade the fact that Mr. Toby Dammit's soul was in a perilous state. I resolved to bring all my eloquence into play to save it. I vowed to serve him as St. Patrick in the Irish Chronicle is said to have served the toad. That is to say, awaken him to a sense of his situation. So, I addressed myself to the task. I remonstrated with him, but to no purpose. I demonstrated in vain. I entreated. He smiled. I implored. He laughed. I preached. He sneered. I threatened. He swore. I pulled his nose. He blew it. And once again...
I'll bet the devil my head that taught you a lesson.
Toby, have you considered the gross impropriety of a man betting his brains like banknotes?
You
have adopted this mode of wager, I'll bet the devil my head, with a pertinacity and exclusiveness of devotion that displeases me no less than it surprises me. Now, the truth is...
I'll bet the devil my head I'm going to get another lecture from you.
The truth is, there is something in the air with which you are wont to give utterance to this offensive expression, something in your manner of enunciation which, for want of a more definite term, I must be permitted to call queer.
Oh?
It is your soul I am considering, Toby. Otherwise, you must believe this. I would not be speaking to you of these matters when I am so aware of your distaste for them. For some moments, he remained silent, merely looking me inquisitively in the face, but... presently, he threw his head to one side and elevated his eyebrows to a great extent. Then he spread out the palms of his hands and shrugged up his shoulders. Then he winked with the right eye. He repeated the operation with the left. Then he shut them both up very tight. Then he opened them both so very wide that I became seriously alarmed for the consequences. And applying his thumb to his nose, he made a disgusting, indescribable movement with the rest of his fingers. Finally, setting his arms akimbo, he condescended to reply.
Mr. Poe, I would be obliged to you if you would hold your tongue. I wish none of your advice. I despise your insinuations, equivocations, adumbrations. In short, sir, your entire peroration. I am of sufficient age to take care of myself. Or is it your misconception to consider me still an infant? Sir, do you mean to impugn my character? Is it your intention to insult me? Are you a fool, sir? Tell me, is your maternal parent aware of your absence from the domiciliary residence?
I beg you.
I put this question to you as a man of veracity, and I will bind myself to abide by your reply. I demand once more, does your mother know you're out? Your confusion betrays you. I'll bet the devil my head she does not. And so I bid you, Mr. Poe, good day.
He left my presence in quite undignified haste. It were well for him that he did so. My anger had been aroused. For once, I would have taken him up on his insulting wager, bet the devil my head indeed. And I would have won for Satan, Mr. Dammit's little head, because, you see, the fact is my whereabouts was known by my mother. Well... it was in the pursuance of my duty that I had been insulted, so I bore the insult like a man. And it now seemed to me that I had done all that could be required of me in the case of this miserable individual. I resolved to trouble him no longer with my counsel, but to leave him to his conscience and himself. But I must confess that although I forbore to intrude with my advice, I could not quite bring myself to give up his society altogether. Worse, I even went so far as to humor some of his less reprehensible propensities, and there were times when I found myself lauding his wicked jokes, but with tears in my eyes. So profoundly did it grieve me to hear his evil talk.
Oh, by the great horned toad, Mr. Poe, your aptitude for companionship, without censure or reprimand, has taken a turn for the better. It puts me in mind of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Greeley, who importuned a man of tender years to seek the western shores, remember? Yet, to my knowledge, never made the trek himself. Oh, yes. Unsought advice is like a woman left waiting at the church. Uncalled for.
Well, perhaps.
Zounds and hellions, sir. I'll bet the devil my head if you cannot agree on that.
Well, all right, Toby. Toby, what's to become of you?
Oh, your concern is, touching, Mr. Poe. But it smacks of your former attitude, and I shall have none of it. None, I say. Come, it's too fine a day to spend it on peradventure and mayhap pursuits. Let us stroll the roadside and the country lane, commune with nature in her pristine glory, seek the unfettered pleasures of the here and the now. Well, sir?
Very well, Toby. Thus it was that we strolled out together, arm in arm, our route leading us in the direction of a river.
Ah, there, Mr. Poe. You see? Beyond the stream, that field of fluorescence. Would not the Roman goddess herself exclaim over its perfection?
It is beautiful.
Beautiful? By the sons of Saul, your words make a beggary of faultless grandeur. My friend, your jaundiced eye requires closer appraisal, and your stopped-up nose a clearer whiff.
But it's only a field of trees and flowers. I can see it very well from here.
Stuff and nonsense. If you possessed a wit of perspicacity, that same jaundiced eye would indicate a covered bridge within a stone's throw. We shall cross it, go beyond it, and wander lonely as a cloud, to steal a phrase from one of the English greats. Come now.
The bridge was roofed over by way of protection from the weather, and the archway, having but few windows, was thus uncomfortably dark and echoed resoundingly. As we entered the passage, the contrast between the external glare and the interior gloom struck heavily upon my spirits. Not so upon those of the happy Dammit who offered to bet the devil his head that I was hipped. He seemed to be in unusual good humor. He was excessively lively, so much so that I entertained I know not what of uneasy suspicion. A certain species of austere Merry Andrewism seemed to beset my friend, and caused him to make quite a tomfool of himself.
Edgar Allan Poe! Up here, on the railing. I'm a bird. I fly.
Nothing would serve him but wriggling and skipping about under and over everything that came in his way, now shouting out and now lisping out all manner of odd little and big words. I really could not make up my mind whether to kick him or to pity him.
Antediluvian transcendentalism! Whee! Anti-disestablishmentarianism!
At length, having passed nearly across the bridge, we approached the termination of the footway when our progress was impeded by a turnstile of some height. Through this, I made my way quietly, but this turn would not serve the turn of Mr. Dammit.
Hold. This mechanism, Mr. Poe. Are we cattle to be impeded in this manner?
It's merely a turnstile. I passed through it without
It's
any...
merely a turnstile. Well, me, I defy it.
How can you defy an inanimate object?
By leaping over it. Not only shall I leap over it, but I shall perform a buck and wing at the apex of my jump.
Oh, but Toby, it's nearly 5 feet in height.
A bagatelle.
Oh, you're a braggadocio. You cannot do it, and you know you can't.
No? I'll bet the devil my head I can. You hear me? I'll bet the devil my head.
I was about to reply, notwithstanding my previous resolution, with some remonstrance against his impiety, when suddenly I heard, close at my elbow, a slight cough, which sounded very much like the ejaculation.
Him.
I started and looked about me in surprise. My glance at length fell into a nook in the framework of the bridge, and there, upon the figure of a little old gentleman of, shall we say, venerable aspect, yes, and of reverend appearance, for he not only had on a full suit of black, but his shirt was perfectly clean, and the collar turned very neatly down over a white cravat, while his hair was parted in front like a girl's. His hands were clasped pensively together over his stomach, and his two eyes were carefully rolled up into the top of his head. Upon observing him more closely, I perceived that he wore a black silk apron over his small clothes, and this was a thing which I thought very odd. Before I had time to make any remark, however, upon so singular a circumstance, he interrupted me. To this second observation, I was not immediately prepared to reply. The fact is, remarks of this laconic nature are nearly unanswerable. I am not ashamed to say, therefore, that I turned to Mr. Toby Dammit for assistance. Dammit, what are you about? Don't you hear? The gentleman says, ahem. I looked sternly at my friend while I thus addressed him, for, to say the truth, I felt particularly puzzled. And when a man is particularly puzzled, he must knit his brows and look savage, else he looks like a fool. Toby, damn it! Although this sounded very much like an oath, believe me, nothing was further from my thoughts. Damn it! The gentleman says, ahem! I do not attempt to defend my remark on the score of profundity. I did not think it profound myself, but I have noticed that the effect of our speeches is not always proportionate to their importance in our own eyes. But if I had knocked Toby on the head with the turnstile itself, he could hardly have been more discomfited than when I addressed him with those simple words.
You don't say so. Are you quite sure he said that? Well, at all events, I'm for it now, and may as well put a bold face upon the matter. Here goes then.
Strangely, the little old gentleman seemed pleased. God only knows why. He left his station at the nook of the bridge, came forward with a gracious air, took Dammit by the hand, and shook it cordially, looking all the while straight up in his face with an air of the most unadulterated benignity it is possible for the mind of man to imagine. Finally, he spoke.
Well, Toby Dammit.
That's right, good sir. And what think you of my assertion and my wager?
That you can leap the turnstile?
Correct you are, and perform with consummate skill a buck and wing at the apex of my leap.
I am quite sure you will win your wager, damn it, but we are obliged to have a trial, you know, for the sake of mere form.
A trial, you say?
My friend took off his coat with a deep sigh and tied a pocket handkerchief around his waist. He produced an unaccountable alteration in his countenance by twisting up his eyes and bringing down the corners of his mouth. I did not express myself aloud, but I thought this is quite a remarkable silence on the part of Toby Dammit, and is no doubt a consequence of his verbosity upon a previous occasion. I wonder if he has forgotten the many unanswerable questions which he propounded to me so fluently on the day when I gave him my last lecture.
Him!
The old gentleman now took him by the arm and led him more into the shade of the bridge, a few paces back from the turnstile.
My good fellow, I make it a point of conscience to allow you this much run. Wait here till I take my place by the stile, so that I may see whether you go over it handsomely and don't omit any flourishes of the buck and wing. A mere form, you know. I will say 1, 2, 3, and away! And mind you start at the word away.
The little gentleman stood there a moment, looking quietly at Toby as though appraising him. Then he turned, walked away, and took his position by the stile. Again he paused a moment, as if in profound reflection, then looked up and smiled very slightly, tightened the strings of his apron, and took a long, long look at Dammit. I thought to myself, what right has the old gentleman to make any other gentleman jump? Who is he? If he asks me to jump, I won't do it, and that's flat, and I don't care who the devil he is. The devil, But what I said or what I thought or what I heard occupied only an instant. The black-suited little man gave the word as agreed upon.
1, 2, 3, and away!
I saw Toby run nimbly and spring grandly from the floor of the bridge, cutting the most awful flourishes with his legs as he went up. I saw him high in the air, buck and winging it to admiration. I thought it a singular thing that he did not continue to go over. But the whole leap was the affair of a moment. And before I had a chance to make any profound reflection, down came Mr. Dammit on the flat of his back, on the same side of the stile from which he had started. At the same instant, I saw the old gentleman running off at the top of his speed. But ere leaving us, he had caught and wrapped up in his apron something that fell heavily into it from the darkness of the arch just over the turnstile. At all this, I was much astonished, but I had no leisure to think, for Mr. Dammit lay particularly still, and I concluded that his feelings had been hurt and that he stood in need of my assistance. I hurried up to him and found that he had received what might be termed a serious injury. Quite serious. Quickly, I threw open an adjacent window of the bridge, and the sad truth flashed upon me. About 5 feet above the top of the turnstile, there extended a flat iron bar that served to strengthen the structure. With the edge of this brace, it appeared evident, the neck of my unfortunate friend had come precisely in contact. And alas, the truth is, he had been deprived of his head. He did not long survive his terrible loss. Despite the efforts of the physicians, he grew worse and, at length, died. So I bedewed his grave with my tears, worked a bar sinister on his family escutcheon, and assumed the general expenses of his modest funeral. Exit Toby Dammit. Toby Dammit, a lesson to all riotous livers, and proof absolute of my initial assertion that every tale should have, must have, does have a moral.
You have just heard John Daner in the CBS Radio Workshop's production of Never Bet the Devil Your Head, under the guest direction of Jack Johnstone. It was adapted for radio by Alan Botzer, with music composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Heard in the supporting cast were Eleanor Audley, Leon Ledoux, Dawes Butler, Richard Beals, and Howard McNear. Next week from New York, the workshop will present The Heart of Man, a dramatization of a surgical operation in which the heart itself is the principal actor. Hugh Douglas speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Bravery and self-sacrifice seem to carry no colors, no flags, no religious beliefs or nationalities. They exist in certain men and women regardless of peace or war. Their exploits are not confined to any date or era. The mystery of their devotion, whether it be to a cause or saving a life, is worth retelling any time. Whitfield here. Where? Yes, got that. Crash landed. You got him out of the plane. How is he? Is he conscious? Yes, we'll drive right down. You did the right thing. We're on our way. Nurse, Montauk crash landed near Dover.
How is he?
It'll be a miracle if he lives. Our mystery drama entitled Rescue, based on actual wartime incidents, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Louis Turenne. I shall return shortly with Act One. The world couldn't believe it. Frenchmen thought they were living in a nightmare. But in June of 1940, France agreed to an armistice with Germany, and Hitler's troops marched through Paris. However, there were many who continued fighting their own war, even those who were considered unfit for combat, like Pierre Montan, who had one leg, one crutch, and one idea: to get out of Paris and join the Royal Air Force in England.
Who is it?
Yeah, let me come in.
Hurry.
The Germans are at the north gate of the city.
Porte de la Chapelle.
Whoever wishes to leave Paris has until midnight to go. After that, all gates around Paris will be locked.
To go? Which way?
South, of course.
Are you going?
What good am I here? Tomorrow the Germans will march along the Champs-Élysées, and every Frenchman who remains in Paris is a prisoner. Yvonne, I wish you would think seriously about leaving Paris now. Who knows how long the Germans will be here? There is no future for a son or daughter of France under the whip.
Yeah, how can I? My father and my mother. I'm all they have. How could they run this little hotel without me?
I hope you'll change your mind. I'm going out now to buy some food to take with me.
With one leg, how quickly do you think you can travel?
So it will take me twice as long. That means if I wish to join the Air Force of Britain, I will have to rest less and walk more.
How will you cross the English Channel?
With my wings. That is the one advantage of having only one leg. No one suspects you are a pilot. So when I walk into an aerodrome, people think it's just an idle curiosity. They don't know there isn't a French or German plane I cannot lift into the air in 2 minutes. Yvonne, I'm going to buy an extra bottle of wine. And when I come back with my provisions, you and I are going to share a farewell glass. I'm sorry. But look what you have done, you idiot, running into me. I'm sorry. Well, at least I saved the wine. Look at the bread and all my groceries all over the street. Please, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to run into a cripple. I'm not a cripple. I have lost a leg. Well, aren't you going to help me pick up my food from the street? I can't. I'm running. Gestapo after me. Gestapo here? Please, help me. The door. It's where I live. Stand inside while I pick up my food. You! What? Do you see the short man with a black hat and a long black overcoat? What are you talking about? Look at this. Some child on a bicycle who doesn't care where he's going. And poof, all my food is on the street. Did you hear what I said? Yes. Did you hear what I said? I am with the Gestapo. You are in Paris already? I thought the Nazis aren't entering Paris until tomorrow morning. Well, don't stand there. Help a man. Hold still then, and I'll put everything in your arms. You? End of the hall is my room. Go ahead of me. The door is open. Hide in the clothes closet.
Pierre, what was all that noise outside?
Oh, some idiot ran into me and everything I was carrying scattered all over. But I saved the bottle.
I'll miss you. Shall we open it now?
No. I want to pack my things. I want to leave in an hour.
Let me help you.
No. Here, you keep the bottle. When I am done, I'll come back to your front room, and we will pull the cord.
Oh, someone's at the front door again. All I do all day is go to the door and say, no vacancies.
I was afraid he would follow me. It's my friend from the Gestapo, Ivan. Ivan, do me a big favor. If he's looking for someone, delay him as long as you can. He will want to know which is my room. Don't tell him for at least 5 minutes.
Open now, Gestapo! One moment. I'm coming.
Here, you come out of the closet. I heard somebody at the front door. She's come after me. Yes. My landlady will hold him off in the front room. We have a feeling I'm as good as dead. Are you Jewish? Yes. Then I'm as good as dead, too, for hiding you.
It's good wine, isn't it?
Excellent. Mademoiselle, I must search your house.
Of course you must, but another glass first. After all, if you Germans are coming to Paris to live, I want to show you how hospitable we are.
I'll come back later. Who else lives on this floor?
You get on the bed. No, not under the bed. On it. You're small. Curl yourself up at the foot. All right, yeah, that's it. Now I will pile these blankets on top of you. All right, I'm going to sit in this chair. Put my foot on the bed, and I'll be reading. All right, don't move. I won't. Fine. You look like a pile of blankets on a bed that's been slept in. Yes, hello, who is it?
Yes, there's a gentleman here who's looking for someone.
Well, there's nobody in here but me, even. But you may come in if you wish.
You see, Herr Jäger, nobody but Pierre in here. Pierre, this is Herr Jäger of the German State Police.
Oh, we have met. He was kind enough to help me with my groceries.
I don't know who you're looking for, but I can assure you no stranger gets by my door.
Well, all right. Just make sure they don't, or you are in much trouble.
What about that second glass of wine before you leave?
Oh, no, danke. I'd better have not any more. If my commandant smells good French wine on my breath, he will call me a traitor. Well, good night.
You can come out of those blankets now. We won't come back. My name is Pierre Monton.
And mine is Leon von Stuver.
What do we do with you, Leon von Stuver? I have just 4 hours left to get out of Paris. All the gates will be locked at midnight. In the morning, the gendarmerie will hand over the keys to the Nazis. I am not staying for the occupation.
Well, where are you going?
To Britain.
Can I go with you?
Can I go with you, he asks. It's not enough that I have only one leg to escape with. The 2 legs you have are Jewish. That's to be thought of.
Of course, you're right. You've done enough for me. Is there a back door or a way over the roof?
Van Stuver, stay where you are. Don't be brave and stupid. Let's save your life.
Oh, I agree to that. But I don't wish to endanger yours.
Leon, this can be a long war. Are you going to spend it running from house to house?
You have a better idea?
My way of leaving France is better than anyone's.
You use the roads?
No.
A boat on the Seine?
Not bad, but no.
The train?
No.
Well, what do you do? Fly?
Exactly.
You can fly an airplane?
That's how I lost my leg. I parachuted into a tree.
You were in the French Air Force?
No. I'm a flying instructor. I teach flying.
Yes, it's me, Yvonne. He's gone.
He was suspicious.
Even of me. And I offered him some more wine.
Have you thought it over? I tell you, your mother and father will be all right. Nothing will happen here to old people. Come with us.
I've decided to stay.
May the Lord end this horrible war soon, so that I can return to Paris.
I would like to see you again, too. Au revoir.
You're fantastic. The way you go to a garage and find this American Jeep and start it going with a screwdriver.
I can start a Messerschmitt with a hairpin.
How much further to where we're going? The Germans have taken Dome. It's 30 kilometers. We should be there before dawn. I'm running from the Germans, and you're taking me to them? If we arrive early enough, I shall find us a plane, and off we go. If not, I shall wait until night, and then try again. You know this aerodrome. I thought flying here. I see airplanes. Bombers. They're headed this way. What does that mean? They're either German scoopers returning from a raid over England or British Lancaster. Where are you driving the jeep? Into a ditch. Get out! Get out! Crawl to that boulder lying across the ditch and get under it. The jeep was not hit, but the front wheels are axle deep in mud. We shall start the motor and then try to free the wheels. Leon, can you see that screwdriver I used? Oh, found it. Right on the floor. Thank you. Here. Place one end into here, into this wire. There. Yes. And across. Oh, there. Clutch, neutral. Good. Now, my friend, all we have to do is rock it back and forth to get it free from the mud. Hand me my crutch. Place it on your side under the seat. What do you want me to do? You will stand where you are and push backwards as I tell you. Ready? No, not yet. Are you? Yes, I'm behind the wheel. Good, I'm ready. One. Push. Sorry. Hold it. I'm going to put it in reverse. We'll do better there. Ready? Yes, ready. Push! Again! Push! All right! Once more, we're almost free. Ready? Push! There! Back on the road again. We're free. It's great. Yeah, drive in, Leon. If we make it to Dome before another bomber run, we've a chance of finding a plane. Those British were bombing our view just now? When we get to England, we'll scold them. Are you sure we'll find a plane? There hasn't been a French, British, or German plane I haven't been able to get off the ground with a nail file. Right. But after you start the plane, how do you fly it with only one foot? I don't. 1 foot and 1 crutch. It's a special talent.
An interesting brand of man, this Pierre Montan. Disabled, yet driven to help his crippled country by joining the Allies, and willing to risk his own safety for a man he considers in worse danger than he. I shall bring you more of Pierre Montan's twistings and turnings to escape fate when I return shortly with Act 2. At dawn, the Germans are marching into Paris. The hunt has already spread across France to find those who are Jews. Pierre Montan, with crutch and one leg, is helping Leon van Stuve, a Dutchman, also escaped the Gestapo. The two men are inside what remains of the hangar of Holleville, searching through the ruins for a plane that is airworthy. Bad luck. If only we had arrived at this hangar an hour before the raid. 2 hours would have been better. It was this airdrome the Allied bombers were aiming at? And hit. They didn't leave one single plane that I can get into the air. Let's walk around the hangar once more. Oh, what were all these planes? Mostly German. When they captured Halloween, this was where they kept their Messerschmitt 109s and the Fokkers 190s that needed overhauling. Why is there nobody here? They must have made it a secret depot. Can you see the camouflage? Here, look. What's the ticket? Oh, yeah, fine. But I have other things to think about. Oh, it's hungry. Oh, this is no time to be kind to animals. Half of France is also hungry. I want to find an airplane to take me to England so we can have our country back. Here, Kitty. Where are you going? You're not taking that cat, will you? Shoot. Now you frightened it. It went under this tarpaulin.
No, it's crawled way underneath the tarpaulin. Look, an airplane we didn't see before. Fantastic. A French Moran fighter. It's been sitting under his canvas for 10 months. How do you know? I bet you it's never seen service. It's so clean. Look at its guns. It must have ammunition somewhere aboard, I know. Right behind you. You hear that? It's in there. The ship was hidden by the French and never used. Why not? We'll give it a test run and see how far we get. I'm going to leave you in charge, Leon. Why? Where are you going? I will show you how to fill the tanks with fuel. You see, look here, on top. You unscrew that. Back where we were standing, by that hangar door, are stone steps. Go down those, and you'll find plenty of portable tanks of gasoline. I'll be back when I can. Where are you going? I can't go without Yvonne. I have to go back to Paris and persuade her. But it will take you hours. But of course she must. The Gestapo will go back to her hotel. It's not safe for her, dear. Because I hid there? Who knows who saw you go into that house? And when the Gestapo return and find I, too, have left, they will start investigating. I am known, Leon. Until I broke my leg, I was one of their best pilots. The Gestapo will come looking for us both. Fill the plane with fuel, then hide. Pray that I can persuade Yvonne to come back with me. And tomorrow night, we take off. Leon. Oh, Pierre, I was beginning to be very afraid. You've been gone a long time. I know. Come. Let's pull the canvas from the plane. What happened? Where's your friend Yvonne? I came too late. Too late? The hotel was empty. The murderers had come and gone. No, I don't understand. Blood in the hallway, on the steps to the street. Blood running into the curb. Tire marks over the blood. I went next door. What could they tell me? No one would answer my knock. 2 o'clock in the morning, I tried another door on that street. Another. Everyone is too frightened to open. Then across the street, I found this old man. I had never seen him before in all these years. He had seen everything from his window. The Nazis had been there. There were shots. They killed Yvonne's mother and father. Yvonne tried to run. They shot her in the back and dragged her into a truck. I came too late. Too late. All we can do now is save ourselves. It's a miracle of miracles how you got this plane off the ground in total darkness. A little experience helps. I never flown a plane like this one before. The Moran fighter is an old friend. I'm going to try the guns. These are new to me. I hope you won't have to use them. Somewhere out there is a war going on. I'm glad the guns are operational. How far is England? I'll know better when we get further south. But England is north of France, not south. Leon, both Belgium and your country, Holland, are occupied. I wouldn't have a chance flying over their airspace. So we're heading for Brittany. And then I turn north at 5 degrees to make Land's End in England. What's that light over there? Dawn, my friend. I can just about make out some landmarks. Yes, there are the Channel Islands. Is that close? We'll go along the coast as far as Saint-Mathieu. And then hopefully north to England. I haven't seen any Germans yet. You will. What's that? Nothing. I was changing it over to a leaner mixture. I didn't like that sound. If you look ahead, you'll see something far more alarming. There's a weather build-up coming this way from England. That's how the British welcome you. Well, can't we fly over it? This airplane isn't happy over 30,000, Leon, and neither am I. No, we're going to have to fly under. Is it safe so near the water? Leon, I once heard the Dutch are apathetic, but knowing you as I do, I'd say the Dutch have an extraordinary sense of humor. What is safe in wartime? If I fly over the clouds, I am competing for let-down space with British fighters and bombers, also coming home.
But how can you see anything at all?
Oh, no. Oh, no, I can't believe it. What's happened? The altimeter has conked out on us. It's not working.
What does that mean?
I'm flying over water, but how far above it, I have no way of knowing. This soup we're going through now gives me no visibility at all.
This can't be the end of the line. I won't accept it.
Pray.
Pray, he said. I'd like to know the last time my prayers were answered.
Leon, if you're not going to pray, be quiet and don't get in the way of my prayer.
I left my house in the middle of the night last night. They were knocking on the doors just down the street. I knew I had to run.
You left your family?
I had no family. Only my mother and father. They're old people. They live in Leyden. I was working in Paris. Have we turned north yet? Pierre, can you hear me?
Yes. I banked to the right 10 minutes ago.
Great. At midnight, I took the mezuzah from my door. I have it with me to remind me of my faith. But I am losing my faith.
Oh, no. Hold on to your seat, Leon.
What is it? What's happening? Pierre, say something!
Leon.
Did somebody call my name?
Are you all right?
I hit my head on something. What happened? Why didn't you answer me?
Didn't you see the English Channel 100 feet below us?
What? Was that the channel?
A split second later, and we would have been in the water. I got the stick back just in time. Fuel's running low.
Oh, how low?
I don't know if we've enough to get us to England. From Brest to Land's End is a good 150 kilometers.
And if not?
Try to make Holland or Belgium. We're always shut down.
Well, can't we fight back?
We can, and we will. But if we can avoid it, we should. That's why I want to gain as much altitude as possible and try to find a friendly airfield while there's still petrol in our tanks.
There's a plane up there, high above me.
Can you see it? A bandit at 11 o'clock, an unidentified thing. There's another.
Would they be British returning to England after a raid?
I don't know. I can't tell from here.
We're firing at us from the ground,
and we're leaving.
Two planes. They've disappeared.
No, they haven't. They're flying in and out of cloud tops at about 17,000.
They're German.
Messerschmitt 109. One slower than the other. I'm going to come up behind the lower one.
My gun sight. German plane! He's coming apart!
We're getting out of here before the other Germans spot us.
What, you're not going for the other one?
Yes, I am. Change my mind. Hold on.
Upper forward, stick back, left rudder.
He doesn't go, you're on his tail. I see him. Back and on target in my gun sight. Here goes. He's going to jump for it. There he goes. I was afraid of him. What's that noise? We used up too much fuel in that fight. Leon, you remember before we took off at Hanneville, I showed you how to push back the canopy and climb out of this plane?
You mean me? Do it now?
He isn't going to take us anywhere near England. We're back over Brittany now. Let's jump.
Up here in the sky?
As soon as we come out of this cloud, I'd say 1, 2, 3, and we jump.
Where are you?
Over here. Where are you? I can't see you.
I landed on top of a haystack, but I'm all tangled up in my parachute.
Stay where you are. I'll help you.
I'm not going anywhere. I couldn't move if I wanted to.
I see you up there. You landed in a good soft spot.
How do I get out of this?
It's a lesson I didn't have time to teach you. But don't move till I tell you. If you dislodge that haystack, you've no idea how angry it makes a farmer. Get your arm through here. Get it? Here? Yes. Now the other arm. Now let me slip this sideways. Unhook. You're free. Take my hand. Ease yourself off the stack.
Well, now what do we do?
You are going to run for those woods and hide. I can't help you anymore. There's no point in staying with me.
Well, what happened to the airplane after we jumped?
Didn't you hear it come down, Leon? It exploded over there somewhere.
Suppose the Germans start looking for us.
You saw our parachutes? Yes. Now go now. That way. You know, I'm almost ashamed to tell you this, Pierre. I've lost my left shoe. You can have mine. Oh, no, I refuse to take your only shoe. Don't be stupid. Take it. Do as I say. You need to run. I don't. You're being followed? I am not. You are persecuted. I am not. I'll get to England. I have the one ingredient you don't. Experience. That makes up for everything, including my other leg. Here, see if you can walk in it. Put it on there. All right. I've something else for you. A map. Printed on parachute cloth. Now look, this is France. There's Germany. Belgium. I think we are in this corner of Holland. If I could get to the lake, my family's there. Be careful. It's overrun with Germans protecting the coast from being invaded. Well, what are you standing there for? The shoe fits? Now go. But how are you going to go anywhere without an airplane? I didn't have a plane this time yesterday either. All I need is a crutch or a stick. No, I can't leave you. I feel I owe it to you. What's the use of what I've done if you're picked up now? Here, I see a farmer. He's talking toward us. I'll distract him. Go, Leon. Heavens, man, you are Dutch. This is Holland. Keep moving. You ought to be able to distinguish between a Dutch patriot and a Nazi. Pierre, God be with you. You there! You with the one leg! Stand still! Shoot! Come now, you wouldn't injure my one and only good leg, would you? The everyday occurrence for thousands who fought silently against oppression. Our story is legend today of the ace flyer who, with one leg and a crutch, not only managed to stay alive and help others, but could fly fighter planes. How long and how well he lived this charmed life, I'll pass along when you join me shortly for Act 3. Of the last World War are filled with accounts of prisoners escaping, civilians sabotaging, men and women seeking every means to attack the invader. This handicapped air ace, Pierre Montan, sets an example and fires the imagination. He stands now in Holland, interrogated by the local arm of the Gestapo. What is your name? Pierre Montan. Age? 41. Yeah, in civilian clothing. Are you a soldier in disguise? Have you seen any one-legged Frenchmen in our armed forces? If I require sarcasm, I shall request it. Remember, so far as we are concerned, you are a spy. I am a civilian who was permitted by decree to leave Paris. Parisians were permitted to leave by the southern gate before midnight yesterday. Not fly all the way to Holland. I was testing a French fighter and ran out of fuel. It was not my intention to parachute into this country. That I agree with you about. It would be hardly an escape to fly into our arms, Why have you no papers? I lost them when I parachuted this morning. So, what were you doing in that airplane? I took off from Halleville yesterday to test it. My instruments failed, and in the dark, I got lost. Oh, you really expect us to believe that? Why shouldn't you? It's the truth. You flew alone? I make all the tests alone. Have you found the plane? Oh, yes, we have. Well, then you know it was a French moron. And armed. You plan to fight the Reich Marshal's Air Force single-handedly? I told you I was testing the plane. My leg does not permit me to fly in combat. Halleville is in our hands. Now, I find it difficult to comprehend you were ordered to test. Your major did not find it difficult. He ordered me. That's all there was to it. You claim you are French, I was born in Lyon. You are Jewish? No, I'm not. Well, how can you explain this object? What object? Where?
I don't touch such things with my hand. In front of you, lying on the desk. I see it. What is your question? Please tell me what that is. I don't know what it is. Oh, you have no idea, Where does it come from? This is what we wish to know. But tell us, Pierre Montan, what does this small object mean to you? Nothing. We don't see those in France. You have too many of these in France, but that is being taken care of. Now, what was this object doing in your airplane? I have no idea. If it was in the wreckage at all. The edges of this mezuzah are burned. It is not mine. Draw your own conclusions. Oh, we have. Or somebody may have left it in the plane before I took it up. Somebody did leave it in the plane. Your passenger. I had no passenger. You will unscrew the top of this mezuzah. Go on. So inside is a rolled up piece of paper with printing on it from the scriptures. Now, turn the paper over. God help Leon. It's written there. Yes? No. Who is Leon? I have no idea. Tie his hands behind him to the pole. Now, I am getting out of my chair to stand right in front of you and to ask you, who is Leon? The name means nothing to me. Oh, you have forgotten? Oh, does that help you to remember, I don't remember because I don't know. Perhaps if I shake your brains a little, it will jog your memory. Now, who is Leon? I have no idea. I didn't examine the passenger seat before I took off. Are you certain? I tell you, I don't know any Leon. And do you have any idea, perhaps, whose left shoe this is? Also found in the plane. That shoe? Yes, I do. Oh, well, now we are beginning to understand one another. And who is that? That shoe is mine. It could be possible you are telling the truth. In the absence of papers, we are holding you. What? Oh, yes. Yes, I thought so. One leg only. Yes, one leg. His left leg is good. Yeah, that's the man. French. Yes, Montan. Yes, I took down the description. As I get in touch with our people in Leyden. I can only apologize. No, we had no idea this Hans Stuber was famous. No, don't you worry about Montan. He will talk. We'll see to that. It's his decision. Talk or lose the other leg. Yes, Hans, I did call you. This place is full of traitors. As Pierre Montan escaped. I said he escaped. Yes, I know I'm shouting. I always shout when I'm angry. The Frenchman is probably halfway to England by now. Yes, I will. I'll line up all the guards up in the village square and we'll have an execution. No, I don't even have enough men I can trust to do that. That's right. Yes, I know it's not so worry. Yes, goodbye. Heil Hitler.
Dr. Whitfield, are they overdue?
I'm afraid so. All the Lancasters returned, but not all the fighter escorts.
When were they due back from the Essen raid?
45 minutes ago.
In 11 months, the squadron leader hasn't lost a man. That gives me hope.
Luftwaffe is getting smarter.
For a flyer with one leg and a crutch, Pierre is a miraculous leader.
There isn't a nurse here at Halesworth who doesn't have a crush on him, so I can hardly blame you, Julia.
Oh, it isn't that. Maybe it's because he's French, or maybe even because he's disabled. There's a kind of foolhardiness about Pierre, but I can't say it's that either. I think I admire him because he's so disciplined and so careful.
He wouldn't be rotated to squad leader that often if he wasn't.
What I've noticed about Monton since he joined the RAF is that he appears driven, like a man fighting his own private war.
He's never spoken about it, but I've a feeling he's lost someone very dear to him. The Spits are back. What did I tell you? They're coming in. Here comes the first. He's peeling off. There's the second.
Second's in trouble. There's smoke. How many Spitfires have you counted so far, Julia?
I'm trying to keep track.
Is that awful?
They're coming in so fast on top of one another.
Whitfield's here. Where? Got that. Crash landed. You got him out of the plane. Now is he unconscious? Yes. You drive right down. You did the right thing. All we can do now is pray. Yes, we're on our way. Hello, Nurse Julia.
Hello, Pierre. How do you feel?
I'm not sure.
Hello, Nurse Julia. And I'm not sure. Those are the first 6 words you said in 12 days. I'm so glad.
Really?
That's 7 words.
I remember now. Oh, yes. Coming home from Hessen.
Just because you can talk. There's no need to overdo it.
Oh, but I want to talk. It clears my mind.
Then talk very quietly, Pierre. And don't move your head.
I shot up a Messerschmitt 109, and the pieces of his tail cut right through my canopy. My head was... I could hardly see.
And you crash-landed at Folkestone. Dr. Whitfield and I went down to pick you up 10 days ago.
10 days? I've been out?
Dr. Whitfield knows his stuff. It was touch and go. You were in a bad way. How do you feel now?
Oh, Julia, I always feel well when we talk.
Strong enough to meet someone?
A visitor? Why not?
There's someone in the doctor's rec room who's asked to let him know when you were awake. I'll fetch him.
Julia, you will come back, won't you?
You're my patient. Why wouldn't I?
Good. Good. Pierre? Pierre? Huh? What? Oh, I must have dozed off. Do you remember me? Leon. Leon van Stoel. Yes. Glad you did no damage to your memory. Leon, you of all people. How did you find me? What are you doing here at Hale's World? Is that what they give visitors to wear? You look like a doctor. Listen, I would say for a man in the condition they found you, you've made a remarkable recovery. Leon, you are a doctor.
How do you find him, Doctor?
Oh, well, better than I would have hoped.
If it wasn't for Dr. Van Stuver, Pierre, I don't know if you'd be here today.
Yeah, I'll tell you something, nurse. If it were not for Pierre Montan, I wouldn't be here today either. I'm not sure I can follow all this. But I want to know what happened to you, Leon, after we split up in the field in Holland. Well, I did get to my family in Leiden. And then I heard you'd been arrested in Rotterdam. Yes. I went there, and my friends told me you had escaped. Yes, I did. How did you get out of Holland? Oh, very slowly and carefully. I ended up in a hospital in London. I never knew you were a doctor. Well, 2 weeks ago, I was told a French flyer with one leg returning from a mission had crash-landed. He had a fractured skull, so I got him to fly me here. I knew it was you. You came to be with me. I came for a little more than just a reunion. I had a chance to do something for you, to thank you the only way I could for rescuing me from the Gestapo.
Pierre, you didn't understand what I meant about Dr. Van Stuver.
I'm a brain surgeon. The day before yesterday, I operated on you. Leon, shall we say, a life for a life?
by the words devotion, friendship, self-sacrifice, and comradeship too quickly nowadays. And I feel it is not out of keeping that from time to time, we of the Mystery Theater should remind you that for every villain, there is a hero. A brotherhood not limited to wartime, but that can occur anytime. I shall return shortly. That requires armies and police for people to live in harmony with one another, in a world of jealousy and greed and anger, where the bywords are, what's in it for me, and I'm taking care of number one, we like to recall these words of St. John's. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. We are happy to report both Leon and Pierre lived to tell this tale. Our cast included Louis Turenne, Roberta Maxwell, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. Our suspense-filled tale is about two ladies. One heedless, one, alas, headless. To meet them both, we shall have to span an ocean and several centuries. The story of both ladies comes from Rudley Castle in the Cotswold Hills of England. But the tale of the first lady belongs in this century, while the legend of the second comes riding to us out of the medieval past.
Charles! Charles!
What?
Charles, wake up. Can't you hear them? There they are again.
What is it, Beth?
The hoofbeats. This time they're coming straight for the house.
Where are you going, Beth?
I've got to see.
It's the dead of night. You can't see anything.
It's bright moonlight. Oh, God. She's right in the courtyard below. She's stopping.
You lost your mind.
She's throwing back the hood of her cape.
You come back to bed.
Oh, she has no head.
There's nothing out there.
Oh, no. Her head in her hand. She's holding it up by the hair. Charles, come quick, quick.
All right, I'm coming.
The face, it looks 1,000 years old. Oh, it's my face, Charles. Help me. It's me.
Our mystery drama, A Lady Never Loses Her Head, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But baby bear...
Just call me BB.
You drink all this sugar-free Diet 7-Up,
And I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BP. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural, sugar-free Diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm.
The title of our tale is A Lady Never Loses Her Head. This has been an accepted dictum since the beginning of recorded history. But in the literal sense, in feudal times, a lady unfortunately could, and frequently did, lose her head. Thank heavens, of course, that is no longer possible. Or is it? Let's travel to London and start our narrative in the gloomy, gray atmosphere of Scotland Yard.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes, Crothers, what is it?
Young lady outside to see you. Most attractive. Blue-eyed, blonde hair, about 24. American, about 5...
Yes, I can do without the vital statistics. Does she have a name?
Yes, sir. Beth Stanton. Miss.
Beth Stanton? Stanton? My old friend Biff's daughter. Well, don't just stand there, man. Bring her in.
Right this way, Miss Stanton.
Thank you, Sergeant.
My dear girl, you are Biff Stanton's daughter, of course.
Of course.
Oh, how nice to meet you. Come in, come in. Dear me, this is a pleasure. Oh, do sit down.
Oh, thank you, Inspector Finchley.
Tell me, what are you doing in England?
Well, first, before anything, following Dad's orders and coming to see you. Also, I brought you something from him.
Really?
I should have brought it earlier or sent it, but well, after he died, I was a mess. For so long, it had just been the two of us. It took me a year to paste myself back together again.
I wish I could have helped. At the very least, I should have come over for the funeral.
Oh, there was none. Dad wouldn't have wanted that.
I can imagine.
Anyway, he wanted you to have this.
Oh, no, I can't.
No, you have to.
Biff Stanton's wings. Any idea what they mean to an old fogey who went through the Battle of Britain shoulder to shoulder with him? I can tell you something, my dear. These mean more to me than the crown jewels.
You know, you're everything Dad said you'd be. Hello for real, Uncle Alfie.
After that, what can I do to make England yours?